Chapter 101 Dark City 2. Jacob was speechless when he heard this receptionist's blunt way of handling guests, and then he remembered that coarse voice who inspected the ID card. He wondered if everyone here was arrogant and cranky. Nevertheless, since they could build such a city in the middle of nowhere and give shelter to anyone who entered without being worried about even 3 hegemonies, he won't cause trouble without any good reason. As long as they played by rules, he didn't mind obeying them. He took out 10 gold coins and 10 silvers and placed them on the counter, 10-day pass, and that guild book. The masked receptionist coolly took the coins and asked, "Your name? Any name is fine." Jacob thought for a moment and then answered, "Jack." The masked receptionist started to move her hands under the counter, which Jacob failed to see. He didn't know what she was doing, but he waited. After a minute, the masked receptionist put a bronze card with strange wording engraved on one side, and when Jacob saw the other side, his eyes dilated because a timer 09D1023H59M1008S was running on it. He also noticed a dark cap symbol on the top of this timer. When this timer reached all the way to 0, you'll have 15 minutes to leave the Dark City or to recharge this timer again. Remember this, we will know when it reaches 0 and can find you anywhere as long as you are in the vicinity of Dark City, so don't try anything funny. If you neglected this, the city guards will detain you and impersonate you in the dungeon for 3 days and torture you. Afterward, they'll throw you out, and you'll be banned from entering the Dark City for 3 months. The receptionist coolly explained before she put a pocket-sized book on the counter, "Your Dark City guidebook. Now you can get out of my face." Jacob picked up the bronze card and small book, but he didn't leave and asked, "Last question, why is this city in the uncommon region?" The masked receptionist sounded annoyed by this question. "Because many depraved and illicit bastards like you ran into the uncommon region when you have no place to go, and it's good for business. Now go, or those 4 haven't had a decent exercise in a while." "What a bitch," Jacob scoffed before he left toward the barricade. One of the tall guards coldly glanced at Jacob before he opened the way for him. Jacob didn't mind them and continued moving, and he finally crossed the gate and entered the clean valley way which was made of solid stones. As he moved forward, he finally reached the end, where he saw many capped figures moving in masks. Jacob noticed this entire city was surrounded by steep mountains on each side, and only this valley led to the exit. Furthermore, he could spot small green balls embedded on these mountain walls. No wonder she sounded so confident about this place. What a peculiar organization. As he entered the city, he noticed many tall buildings made of stones and marble while there weren't any carriages, and everyone was sauntering on the city streets. However, Jacob could feel the murderous sensations from many capped figures, and he knew they weren't just ideal citizens, and he had to remain on guard. Although that voice told him no fighter or provoked others, some lunatics might not care about such penalties. As Jacob moved in the east direction, he noticed a butcher shop, and his eyes widened even so slightly when he saw the skewered uncommon animals. He entered the shop, and a large, burly man in a mask was sitting on a chair with a book in his hand. He didn't stand to greet Jacob and coldly said, "How much meat do you want?" Jacob didn't mind his attitude and said, "Do you have rare meat?" The masked man coldly said, "I only have 5 pounds in stock. The next supply will come in 2 days. How much do you want?" 1 pound for 1,000 gold coins, and the price is non-negotiable. Jacob's heart raced slightly when he heard this because he had yet to encounter a rare beast, but this guy had a source. This was simply a godsend to him. He promptly asked, "Can you arrange a rare heart and 1 liter blood of the same species? I'm willing to pay handsomely. However, the blood and heart have to be from the same beast, and I can tell this, so don't put on a facade. If you can't arrange it, I'm good with just meat." The masked man's blue eyes suddenly shimmered with uncertainty. "It can be arranged. You can collect your delivery in 2 days, but I can only deliver 1 heart and blood after 15 days intervals. The price will be 10,000 gold coins. Jacob couldn't help but celebrate inwardly when he heard this guy agreeing to supply him with heart and blood. 15 days were nothing for him. He swiftly agreed. "Fine, save 10 pounds of meat for me as well. I'll come in 2 days. Where can I sell precious iron here?" Jacob didn't have this many gold coins on him, so his only option was to sell Titan iron bricks. He never thought he would do that, but the gold coins were nothing compared to rare heart and blood. Furthermore, he didn't tell him about the most important condition, which was he wanted the heart and blood of the new species every time. He would wait for their first transaction before he would put this condition. If this guy had some kind of rare beast farm, then their deal would be over and he would buy the rare meat from him nonetheless. The masked man seemed amused by this question. "Are you new in Dark City? Does it matter?" Jacob squinted his eyes. "Heh, if you didn't know about Jerry's pawn shop, then you're definitely new. However, since you and I have a business deal, I'll point you in the right direction. Go to the Central City District and ask anyone about the Jerry's pawn shop, and they'll point you in the correct direction." He chuckled. "See you in 2 days. Jacob nodded before he left. The masked man's eyes shimmered coldly. Another rich newcomer, huh? I wonder how long his wealth lasts in this bottomless hole like a city. In the Dark City, there are always things you wanted to buy, and no amount of wealth is not enough. This is how the Dark City sucked you dry before you become the slave to Dark City. A sigh escaped his mouth before he stopped caring about a newcomer like Jacob's. He had seen too many scions coming into the Dark City before they turned into beggars and were thrown out after torture. The only successful person in the Dark City was, who knows how to make profits, or you were just filling other pockets. Jacob had no idea about the butcher's thoughts as he moved toward the center area. He also scouted 3 more butcher shops, and to his surprise, they all can sell him heart and blood like the first one in 15 days intervals. But their prices were rather high, but Jacob used his merchant skills to get the price to 10,000 gold coins. When he left those shops, he grimaced. He never thought he would need to spend this many gold coins in the uncommon region. Furthermore, the more he observed the goods in the Dark City, the more he felt he was literally living in a village all this time. There were weapon shops that sold innovative weaponry, and even smoke mines and stick grenades were available in these shops. He was now starting to understand where that hob troll got all those weapons. As he entered the central district, his attention was attracted to a 10-story tower that looked like a clock tower. Potion tower? Jacob was curious and headed toward the tower. But 2 burly guards giving off a scary aura stopped him. 5 gold coin entrance free. Jacob asked, "What kind of goods do you sell in this place?" If this was before, he might have given 5 gold coins without batting an eye, but now he needed all the money he could get so he won't waste it without any good reason. One of the guards coldly replied with a hint of disdain, "If you don't know about alchemy potions, then you might as well not waste your time. I'm afraid this place is too expensive for you." Jacob suddenly thought of something and asked coldly, "Are you implying to those color liquids that can heal or put someone to hibernation? So, you know about the hibernate rejuvenation potions." "Yes, we sell those here as well." The guard nodded disdainfully. "Good for you," Jacob sneered and turned around, leaving the dumbfounded guards. However, Jacob's expression was grave. It seemed I can't go on without a sufficient income source. This time he didn't take any detour, and after asking around, he finally reached a lavish 10-story building named Jerry Pawn Shops and entered. Nice and 02. Chapter 1002, Meeting Jerry. Jacob observed the spacious interior of the pawn shop. There were many glass displays, and the items behind them were fairly high-end. He even spotted a scope. "Dear customer, what kind of services you required?" A petite woman in a silver mask approached Jacob at this moment. Jacob looked at her and coolly stated, "I want to sell a precious iron." The woman's pinkish eyes remained static as she spoke. "Please follow me." She directly led Jacob toward the east wing of the shop and led him inside a bright room, where a white-hair masked figure with pointy ears was sitting behind a work table and examining a small piece of stone with a loupe. The woman approached the white-hair person as he had no idea about their arrival. He was too absorbed in whatever he was doing. She said respectfully, "Mr. Observer, can you please apprise this gentleman's item and give up its value?" Mr. Observer finally looked toward them with his green eyes. He coldly said, "You have a minute." She then looked at Jacob. "Please take out the item you want to sell." Jacob didn't delay and pulled out a black brick from his jacket, which he actually took out from his pendant. He had stored 4 bricks in his pendant, just in case he had to abandon the bags, but he never thought they would come in handy right now. Mr. Observer's eyes shone with surprise when he saw the black brick and snatched it from Jacob. Jacob didn't mind and stood still while coldly staring at Mr. Observer, who was now examining the black brick with a loupe. The woman seemed to be surprised by Mr. Observer's reaction and looked at the black brick with curiosity. Mr. Observer finally put down his loupe and spoke with a hint of elation. "An 89% pure uncommon Titan iron, 25 gold coins per gram. What do you think?" Jacob remained stoic on the surface, but he was surprised inwardly. It seemed the uncommon region didn't know the true value of this iron. "It is 2 times higher than the price I've in the guild and the agency, but they had very little on sale," Jacob answered. 30 gold coins per gram are no deal." He could tell this Mr. Observer was still holding back. Just as he thought, Mr. Observer didn't reject him outright and started mulling over it. The woman remained silent this whole time. She knew Mr. Observer wasn't someone who would suffer a loss when it came to bargaining. But the Titan iron appearance still astounded her because this metal was precious even in the rare regions, and this man had a whole brick that probably weighs over 1,000 grams. She wondered who this person was and where he came from. Mr. Observer finally spoke. "If you have 1 more brick, we have a deal." He deeply looked at the amber eye man. Truth be told, he was mulling over what kind of being Jacob was, from his slim and tall visage and his pale white skin. But no such species came into his mind. However, one thing was clear. Since Jacob was in the uncommon region and appeared in the Dark City, he wasn't here for a picnic. He was clearly hiding from someone. Nevertheless, they can't act in Dark City because of its rules. And they are not joking because the Dark City is just too strange. And as long as break any of its rules, they are doomed. No matter what you do or where you hide, the enforcers will hunt you down. That's why all these lawless were so lawful in this city, despite their past deeds and background. Jacob nodded impassively. "I have 2 more. "How about 35 gold coins then?" Mr. Observer's eyes contracted when he heard this and gritted her teeth. 32 gold coins. This is the highest I can go." Jacob didn't push too hard since he could tell they had reached the limit and nodded. "Deal. Good. Come with me. You can go now." Mr. Observer nodded as he stood up from his seat. The woman nodded and left the room. Jacob saw Mr. Observer moving toward the door in the back, and when he opened it, stairs were revealed. Jacob unhurriedly followed. He wasn't afraid that this old guy would play tricks. He had already noticed just how ethical and licit this place was when he was coming toward this place. Any shop he visited, they talked business without any hint of deceitful intent, despite their hidden bloodlust. He saw this dark city in a new light, and he was curious about why those people were so afraid. Besides, if he wanted to kill Jacob for his possession, then there wasn't any need to negotiate so hard with him. Furthermore, this was just an uncommon item after all. He had long decided he would read the guidebook after dealing with his money problem. As for going toward the rare region, he wasn't in a hurry anymore since this place was far more alluring than the rare region to him right now. Jacob ascended the zigzag staircase with Mr. Observer, and there was only one room at the end of this staircase. Jacob mused they were already on the 8th floor, if not on the 9th. Mr. Observer calmly knocks on the wooden. A husky voice rang. Enter. With a creak, the door opened, and they both entered. The room was of the same size as the first floor, but there weren't any displays on the wall, but exotic paintings and a comprehensive bookshelf. At the center of this floor was a huge rectangular desk with 15 chairs on one side and only a single chair on the other. A person sat on this single chair at this moment without any mask. Jacob's eyes contracted when he saw the appearance of this person. His skin color was purple, and he had long purple hair, light blue astute eyes with slit pupils, a long pointy nose, ears, and a long sharp chin. His mouth was wide, and his sharp canine teeth could be seen. He was probably 2 meters tall, and his body was burly as his muscles showed from his tight black outfit. Jacob quickly summoned the Cursed Immortality and asked, "Tell me the tiers of these two." Jacob took this action because he could feel extremely strong pressure from this guy, which he only felt from the mutant. Mr. Observer introduced with respect, "This is the owner of this wonderful establishment, Boss Jerry. Boss Jerry, this gentleman here is selling over 3,000-gram Titan iron. So, I brought him here to finalize the deal." Jerry's eyes shimmered with a hint of astonishment when he heard this and flashed a smile, showing his beastly teeth as he said, "How delightful. Please take a seat." He pointed toward the seat in front. Jacob nodded as he walked toward the seat while his focus was on the information on the blank page. "Ha ha ha. That big log is a purple hobgoblin from Goblin Race. It's currently at Tier 8, and it's very close to breaking its limit. As for this old fossil, it's a Tier 6 white troll without anything special. This place is interesting. If you slaughter just half of them, I promise you won't regret it." Jacob completely ignored the sentence. This book was simply asking him to jump from a cliff. He would be courting death even to try to kill just this rarer bread in the middle of Dark City. He was simply too weak. Likewise, he calmly sat down while Mr. Observer put the black brick in front of Jerry very respectfully. "May I know your name, if you don't mind?" Jerry picked up the brick and asked politely. "Jack," Jacob calmly answered. "Jerry." Jerry nodded before he took out a golden loop from his drawer and examined the black brick. After examining the black brick for a minute, he finally put it down with an elated glint in his eyes. He asked Jacob, "Mr. Jack, can I check the remaining Titan iron?" "Why not?" Jacob nodded and put his hand inside his jacket and brought out 2 more Titan iron bricks and placed it in front of Jerry. Jerry didn't stand on ceremony and quickly examined them as well, and when he was done he calmly asked, "What's the final deal with Mr. Jack?" Mr. Observer promptly replied, 32 gold coins per gram. Jerry thought for a moment before he smiled. "I agree. Go and weigh these 3 bricks." Mr. Observer nodded, picked up the bricks, and headed toward the other side of the floor to measure their weight. Jerry deeply looked at Jacob and said, "Mr. Jack, if you have more Titan iron of the same quality, I want it all. Price is negotiable." Jacob ambiguously answered, "I would love to sell more, but I only acquired these 3 pieces by chance." Jerry's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He sighed ruefully. "Is that so? It's a shame then. Why are they interested in uncommon Titan iron so much?" Jacob was now suspicious. 23, Chapter 1003, True Value. Jacob wasn't a fool. From the moment Mr. Observer reacted after seeing the Titan iron and Jerry's sudden excitement, there wasn't gone unnoticed by him. Although he had no idea why they were so eager to purchase this Titan iron, but one thing was clear, there was something he doesn't know about Titan iron which they did, obliviously. Now, he had to figure out what it was. Furthermore, Jerry clearly had no idea the Earthen Kingdom of Hobtrolls had a reserve of Titan iron ore, or with how eager they are, they might have already gone there to take control over that reserve by now. Jacob still has over 120 kg Titan iron of the same quality, and if he could find out why a powerful hobgoblin like Jerry was after, he might reap some unexpected benefits. Mr. Observer came back at this moment and told, the total weight of the 3 bricks is 390 grams. The total amount in gold, 98,008 heater. Jerry merely nodded and flashed a beastly smile at Jacob as he said, "We'll roundabout it to 100,000 gold coins. It's also a token of my goodwill, Mr. Jack. If you found more Titan iron or any good items, please consider selling to us first." Jacob didn't mind free gold coins right now. He nodded. "It's a deal then, Mr. Jerry." Mr. Observer asked at this moment. Mr. Observer asked at this moment. Mr. Observer asked at this. Jack, would like to transfer this payment to your bank account, or do you want it right now? Jacob only had 2 bank accounts, and they were from the uncommon region. They might give away their identity. Furthermore, he wasn't familiar with Zodiac Taurus Bank's rules and regulations since he never bothered to visit the place. He didn't know whether or not his information was safe. But now it seemed he had to take a trip to sort out this account as well. He can't carry so many gold coins in person. Since they had a wire transfer system, he might as well make his life easier. However, he required a personal account that wasn't affiliated with any organization, so he'll have to find a bank branch in Dark City and see if he was eligible to open such an account. He coolly answered, "I need it right now." Jerry nodded and stood up before he left toward a closed door right behind his chair. When he returned, there was a bundle of thick golden bills in his hand. He put the thick bundle right in front of Jacob. Jacob looked at the golden 1,000 bill, marked with the Zodiac Taurus Bank's name, and there was a picture of their signature bank building, Pantheon, on it. Now, he was in a dilemma because he had no idea if these bills are real or fake since he never encountered them until now. If he asked, Jerry might suspect something, but if he didn't, he might get a swindler of 100,000 gold coins. But when he thought about the rules and regulations of Dark City, he inwardly cussed Jerry before he picked up the bill bundle, which was extremely smooth, as if it was made with sheets of pure gold. He felt more at ease since no one would put this much effort into making a fake paper. Jerry's eyes shimmered a subtle glint when he saw Jacob putting the bundle of bills in his jacket's inner pocket without counting them. This was really a small probe from Jerry because these bills were only available in the bank branches of the rare regions. They were still legit in the Dark City though, but if Jacob was unfamiliar with them, he really suspected Jacob at that time. Jacob stood up and bid Jerry farewell, and Mr. Observer also left with Jacob. Jerry Polity walked to the door, and after he confirmed that Jacob and Mr. Observer had left, he locked the door with a stony expression on his face. "What do you think?" he questioned while looking at the stone statue on the floor's corner. The white status eyes were like glass, and suddenly, a famine voice transmitted from it. I can't tell what kind of race he belonged to, but from his skin color he could be a wolf halfling or strange genasi from rarer region. Jerry shook his head. "I beg to disagree. These 2 races are extremely strong, only second to mountain giants. I don't think they would appear in the uncommon region's Dark City. They can easily gain access to the rarer region Dark City. Even I can't enter that place. Even the Dark City in the rare region is extremely hard to enter for people like us, who are wanted by the entire rarer region. That's why we have to run all the way in this shithole just to stay alive." If he was from those 2 races, he would go to the rare region of Dark City, since that place is 1,000 times more resourceful than this, and might find some comrades there from his race. So, he's definitely not from the rarer region, and he doesn't have the qualification to enter that place. I'll be able to deal with him easily, so forget about he was from the rarer region. Well, you are far more notorious than me, so you know better, and you also have a point. I never thought after a decade of staying in hiding we will see a hope to return from this shithole. The voice was filled with emotions. Jerry also chuckled before his expression turned stern, but it is still only a hope, not certainty. How much Titan tears can we extract from 3,000 gram of uncommon Titan iron with 89% purity? The voice didn't reply for a while, which didn't make Jerry impenitent because he knew that person was checking something. The voice rang again. With 3,000 grams of Titan iron of 89% purity, we can only make 2 Tier 3 Titan drops, and it's barely enough for me to reach A-rank strength. However, if you want to break through again, I required 60 kg of the same quality uncommon Titan iron. A minimum of 20 drops of Titan tears will affect you again. We have already exhausted all the Titan iron in the Dark City years ago. While we can't show our traces even in the rare region, they're still onto us, and the rare Titan iron is useless for us right now. Besides, we can't take risks. If they found out we are still alive, they will lie in wait outside the uncommon Dark City like before. But they won't give up this time like last time though. Jerry was glum when he heard this. I know, you don't have to nag me about it, but do you think he had more? Maybe or maybe not. How about I put a tail on him and see if we might get something? The voice suggested coldly. Jerry nodded. But be careful. If he sensed something, we might lose an excellent opportunity. However, if he had more Titan iron, then he's doomed. His voice was laced with killing intent at the end. The voice chuckled. Heh, I know. Only we know the true value of Titan iron. If he showed any strange moments, heh. The voice laughed creepily before it stopped. Jacob had no idea about this conversation between Jerry and the mysterious voice as he was moving toward a pantheon in the Central City District, which was the signature building of Zodiac Taurus Bank. Even in the Dark City, only the Zodiac Taurus Bank exists while there were no traces of other, the Star Mercenary Agency or the 2 guilds here, and only the bank was allowed. After entering the building, he saw a huge, lavish interior with eye-catching marble work, especially 8 huge, thick pillars of the building and bronze statues standing beside these pillars. Jacob was here to see if those bills were real or not, and also to open another private account. He quickly approached an empty counter where a masked woman was sitting and doing some paperwork. Do you have any brochures about the bank in detail? Jacob questioned impassively. She finally glanced at Jacob and wasn't surprised to see him wearing a cap and mask. She coolly replied, 10 silver coins for the guideline manual. Jacob put the silver coin in front of her. She took the silver coins and placed a small booklet in front of Jacob. You can browse through it in the guest area. After you're done, you can come back and tell me what you decided. Jacob nodded and took the booklet before he found an empty seat and opened the booklet. There were many rules and regulations about the privacy and security of the bank, which Jacob had expected, and this put his mind to ease. It was just like any bank, and he didn't have to worry about the bank disclosing his information to others without his concern. 104, Chapter 1004, Zodiac Taurus. Bank. After browsing through the entire booklet, Jacob got a good idea about the Zodiac Taurus Bank and just scary this bank was. Not only this was the only bank in existence, but they were the only organization that guaranteed the safety of their customers' wealth, and they had never failed in it even once. The most fascinating thing about this bank was its strange banking system. They had only one type of account available, a personal account. However, this one account had tiers, the lowest being the G tier while the highest being A tier. The uncommon region only G tier and F tier accounts that only C rank mercenary and B rank mercenary can open them. The G tier bank account didn't have any benefits. While the F tier and E tier had small benefits like if they put more than 1 million gold coins into their bank accounts, they get 0.5% interest from the bank over every million they deposit. These tiers were the lowest. As for the D tier and C tier, their interest rate was 1% over 1 million gold coins, and their transitions will also cost 5% less than the normal rate. As for tier B, this account didn't exist in the rare region, because anyone who can upgrade their account to this level wasn't someone to trifle with because they were extremely rich. To upgrade a personal bank account, one required a deposit of 10,000 gold coins and they will get a G tier account. To upgrade to F from G, it was quite simple. The balance had to be over 1 million gold coins, and if the amount dropped from 1 million for a certain period of time, the bank account will then be downgraded to G tier again. The E tier upgrade limit was 50 million, while the D tier upgrade limit was 100 million, and the C tier upgrade limit was 500 million gold coins. As for the B tier, there were two conditions to upgrade the personal account to this tier. First, the balance had to be over 1 billion gold coins, and second, and most important, the owner needed a special recommendation from the rarer region. As for what kind of recommendation and from where exactly, it wasn't mentioned, but Jacob could tell it would not be just a random place. He can only know about this recommendation information when he would be eligible for this tier, not before. He wasn't even eligible for an F tier account, much less a B tier. After knowing the strength of this bank, he wasn't worried about anything anymore. Even the Dark City had no choice but to give the Zodiac Taurus Bank way in their city. This showed just how strong its grip was over the currency and economy. Jacob approached the attendant again and said, "I want to open G-tier account." The masked attendant didn't show any emotion and nodded. "Do you have any accounts in your name with another organization?" Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Does it matter?" "Yes, if you're a CB or A rank mercenary or a high-level member of some guild, you are probably registered within our database through your name and DNA. Suppose that if you're a C rank mercenary and a basic apothecary, then you'll have 2 accounts to your name provided by both organizations. However, in our database, those 2 accounts don't exist, but only a personal account with different private transfer codes. You also don't have to deposit 10,000 gold coin as well. Simply put, you can only have one personal account but different private transfer codes. They all lead to your personal account. However, these private transfer codes will only generate if you're registered with a powerful organization, like our mercenary agency or guilds of the Alchemy Guild. They all have their unique transfer codes, and every member will get one when they registered in their database for the first time. Jacob was astonished since he had no idea about this. He confusingly asked, "Then where is my personal account?" The masked attendant chuckled at this moment. "It seemed you never visited the bank after receiving your bank account information from the organization, right?" Jacob was lost for words, since it was true, since she was talking about it without any shock. This wasn't a new case. So, he told the truth, something like that. "Then that explains why you didn't know about your personal account details. So, do you want to complete the process now? Since you already have a personal account, you just need to complete the process." The attendant questioned. Jacob thought for a moment before he said, "I don't have my guild or mercenary IDs with me, but I knew my private transfer code. Does it work?" He didn't want to show his uncommon region IDs, and if she can't see them, she would never know he was from the uncommon region. As for using Decker's ID, he might have already had such an account, but he wasn't sure if he can gain access to it without any knowledge about its account number or identification. The masked woman nodded. "I only need those to track your personal account." Jacob was relieved and told her about his mercenary private transfer code. Soon, she took out a tab-sized device and inserted the private transfer code, and when she entered it, details appeared. She looked at Jacob with astonishment. "So, you really were affiliated with 2 organizations, huh? Quite rare for someone like to be here." Jacob remained impassive since she only found out about his affiliation, not about from which region of affiliation. "We all have our reasons," he coolly replied. Now he was completely at ease. She nodded before she pressed a button and a scanner interface appeared on the screen. "I need both of your handprints to complete the process." Jacob didn't mind and put his hand on the scanner one by one, and after she was satisfied, she quickly completed the last process. She then again handed the device to Jacob and said, "Write down the passcode. Keep in mind, if you forget, you need to pay 10,000 gold coin to reset it again from our branches, and you need to be there personally." Jacob nodded and quickly jolted down a complex passcode that appeared. Afterward, the process went smoothly, and she jolted down something on the paper and then handed it to Jacob. "This is your personal account number and personal transfer code. The difference between this personal transfer code and the other private transfer codes is you will receive your payment directly without having it processed from any organization's database." She handed Jacob the paper with two complex numbers. Jacob glanced at it and remembered them instantly. "How much balance do I have?" he asked while storing that paper away. She looked at the screen and said, "After deducting 100 gold coins processing fee, 2,090 gold coins." Jacob nodded since he had expected it. He then took out the bill bundle, which startled the attendant. Jacob noticed her eyes contracted when she saw the bills, so he knew they were real. He then gave her 10 bills and said, "Deposit them into my account." As he put away the remaining 90,000 in his pocket again, she received them and carefully counted them before she used the device to update Jacob's account balance. "It's done. Anything else?" she asked with a slightly gentle tone this time. She knew anyone who possessed these bills in the uncommon region wasn't some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Jacob thought for a moment before he took out Decker's ID card and said, "I want to know if this ID had an account register with it." "You can't have that information as long as it's not your ID," she stated matter-of-factly. "And how do I prove this is my ID card?" Jacob asked unhurriedly. "To make sure no one gains access to the client's personal information and their assets if anyone wants account information on IDs, they had to scan their fingerprints first and pay a scanning fee. If those fingerprints match the ones within our database, only then we can give you the information on the aforementioned ID card," she pliantly explained. This kind of thing was quite normal when some enemy got their hands on some IDs of their targets, and they came straight to the bank to gain information on it. So, to prevent this from happening, the bank had a very strict policy about it. No one can gain an account owner's personal information or bank account information without proving they were the actual owner. Jacob wasn't frustrated by this. On the contrary, he was happy, because it would be a massive letdown if he had gained access to Decker's account information just by his ID card. That would have also meant his information wasn't safe either. Now that he was satisfied, he suddenly remembered something and questioned, "How can I send money or know when I received it through a bank transfer?" She suddenly opened a drawer and put a phone-sized device in front of Jacob and said, "You have to buy this Zodiac money transfer device from the bank. It costs 20,000 gold coins and then registered with your bank account. Do you want it?" 105. Chapter 105, Potion Tower. Jacob left the bank building after he was done with his bank account matter and his concerns. In the end, he even bought that Zodiac money transfer device for 20,000 gold coins, since it could come in handy frequently. Furthermore, he now had a deeper understanding of Zodiac Taurus Bank and how advanced the rare region was compared to the uncommon region, despite still being in the uncommon region. Afterward, Jacob decided to visit that potion tower before calling it a day. When he reached the potion tower, those two burly guards' eyes narrowed. They instantly recognized Jacob from his getup, who mocked them early. However, before they could berate him and chase him away, Jacob showed them 5 gold coins. "I want in. Go." Unwillingly, they took the coins and let him pass. They didn't want to cause a scene without any good reason. Since Jacob was paying the entrance fee, they can't stop him or they will suffer terribly. Jacob merely smirked. He knew these people can't break the Dark City rules, they simply weren't willing to, so as long as he doesn't give them a reason, they can't do anything to him. The interior of this potion tower was made with white wood, which was gleaming like marble. He saw medical equipment on display, dry plants, herbs, and especially those colored liquids stored in all sizes of flasks. Most of the equipment he had already seen in Derek's lab, and he also remembered some unique equipment of this world from Decker's journal, and also memorized the advanced herbology of rare and rarer plants and plant lore. He was probably as knowledgeable as an advanced apothecary, even higher. But he had no idea about liquids in flasks. "How may I help you today?" A high-pitched voice rang at this moment. Jacob turned around and then looked down. He saw a 2-feet-tall person wearing a white mask with a large nose. What kind of creature is this? He was astonished when he saw those long ears, and almost a feet-long nose, and small limbs. The little guy seemed to sense something as his emerald eyes narrowed. "Are you mocking me in your heart because of my height?" Jacob found it funny as he said, "And why do you think that? I can tell since you didn't reply to me. Brat, if you call me short, I'll throw you out." He suddenly threatened Jacob without any good reason. Jacob coldly said, "Don't put words in my mouth. It's you being rude by calling me a brat. I'm here to buy some supplies. Why do I care about anyone's height? Now tell me, do you have any introduction manual for those potions?" The little guy narrowed his eyes in suspicion. But since Jacob didn't call him short and he answered, "We have 5 types of alchemy potions available for sale. The green potion or the hibernate rejuvenation, HR potions. Each newly filled glass cell can sustain hunger or slowly heal deep wounds, both external and internal, while it can put anyone under a deep hibernating state for a minimum of 2 years. It depends on who is using it and how strong or weak its body is. It cost 5,000 gold coins per liter. The blue potion or the fasting potion. Each newly filled glass cell can sustain Huger for a minimum of 30 days. It cost 500 gold coins per liter. Then yellow potion or the healing potion. Each flask can heal external and internal injuries within a few minutes. One flask will cost 10,000 gold coins. One drop is recommended for the common species, a half flask is recommended for uncommon, and an entire flask is recommended for a rare species. The purple potion, or the detox potion. It can cure 100 kinds of rare poisons and illnesses. One flask will cost 10,000 gold coins. Lastly, the black potion, or the haste recovery potion. It had both fasting potion and healing potion's qualities, but it's 20 times more potent than both of them combined. It also can cure any kind of uncommon poison and illness. One flask will cost you 25,000 gold coins. We also have special painkiller pills, 5-time recover gauze, healing cream. Jacob frowned as the little guy kept going on and on as if he was possessed. Alright, stop. Only now the little guy stopped his passionate introduction and looked at Jacob. Now, what do you want? Jacob wondered just who hired this annoying idiot, and he was now feeling extremely perplexed because after he heard those potions' prices, he instantly thought about those filled tanks in Decker's hideout. Especially the tank with haste recovery potion. He felt his heart bleeding. There were probably 2 or 3 barrels worth of that potion in there, and it was all lost. In the end, Jacob only bought 5 new metal syringes, some painkillers, healing cream, and some gauze, spending 2,000 gold coins, and left the potion tower. Those potions had little use, and he already had the 4 or 5 flasks worth of black potion, so he didn't want to spend his gold coins on those other potions. He then checked into an inn for 2 days, and after he was done, he skimmed through the small guidebook he bought at the entry gate. He was astonished as he read because the Dark City wasn't like other cities. It wasn't a part of any nation, country, kingdom, or empire, but it was a neutral city, which was even scarier than any aforementioned establishments. Because in every region there was only a single Dark City and it didn't exist in any nation's territories, but in the most dangerous zones of that region. Furthermore, every Dark City had its unique entrance qualifications, and without possessing those qualifications, even a nation's leader can't enter a Dark City. Not only that, but the organization behind the Dark City was completely unknown, and no one knows who they were. Even the 3 hegemonies never comment on this mystery. That's what made the Dark Cities truly unfathomable, and no one tried to break any laws of Dark Cities. For anyone who did, the result was within a signal night. The offenders with their families, clans, tribes, or even their nations vanished from the face of this world without anyone knowing how. This Dark City Jacob was in was called the Uncommon Dark City, and only rare species can enter this place. As for the rare Dark City in the rare region, there wasn't any map or any details about that place. If someone wanted to enter that place, they first have to find it before knowing what the entrance conditions were. What truly drew Jacob's attention was the independent noble systems of Dark Cities. There were Dark Noble ranks, divided into Lower Dark Noble, Upper Dark Noble, Dark Baron, Dark Viscount, Dark Earl, Dark Marquis, and Dark Duke. These ranks can be earned by doing dark missions issued by the city admin manor. Every Dark Noble rank gave special advantages and privileges in the Dark City. Such as an Upper Dark Noble didn't require paying to stay in the Uncommon Dark City, the other privileges weren't written. However, just becoming a Lower Dark Noble was almost impossible to, even in Uncommon Dark City, because dark missions weren't available 24/7 like a mercenary guild. But every Dark City only issued a single dark mission every year, and anyone can accept them, and whoever completes it first will earn the corresponding rewards. Furthermore, these dark missions had timelines for a single year until the next dark mission was issued. If someone completes a dark mission even a day above the last day, it would be voided. That's why earrings a Dark Noble rank of Dark Cities were so much difficult, and everyone fought tooth and nail for these missions. Most of the time, these competitors end up canceling each other from completing these missions or getting in each other's way, which results in mission failure. Jacob couldn't help but scoff in the end when he finished reading the small booklet. He was naturally curious about the background of these Dark Cities and how they were controlling powerful people to do labor for them. But he was also interested in these Dark Noble ranks since it would save him a huge amount of money. However, he won't be going to be distracted by these small benefits when he can earn a huge amount of gold by himself as long as he put his skills to use. But he didn't have time for this because he was waiting for the heart and blood of the rare species, which would come in 2 days. He would buy those hearts and blood and all the rare meat he could before he'll leave the Dark City to find a remote place to start his injection process. Although the Dark City was completely safe, it was monitored. Even if there was a remote possibility that someone might notice his special constitution, he wasn't willing to take that risk. So, leaving the Dark City and then coming back after he was done would be his best choice. Or, if he thought the Uncommon Dark City wasn't enough for him anymore, he might leave for the rare region without coming back. He required a large amount of rare meat to sustain his hunger, and if he tried to buy all that meat from the Dark City, he required millions of gold coins which he didn't have, nor he was willing to pay. Because he can hunt them himself as long as he knew where they were, and this was much faster this way, especially after breaking the 20% limit or 30% even. He hasn't forgotten his realistic goal, which was immortality. Nothing else was more alluring than this to him. 126, Chapter 26, Being Followed. 2 days later, Jacob had a pleasant lunch in his room before he left toward the butcher shops he had visited on the first day and ordered rare heart and blood. When he was a few meters away from the first butcher shop, Cursed Immortality, he summoned Immortica and told sternly, "I knew you know what is going on, but still, I'm going to tell you one more time. Soon when he showed me heart and blood, I want to know their tears and if they are good for distillation or not." Jacob was so confident in appraising those hearts and blood was naturally because of Immortica, and he knew nothing can escape this book's detection. Furthermore, he only has half an hour to finalize all the deals before his time of summoning Immortica runs out for the day. Why don't you just kill all the surrounding livestock? This place is probably a poultry farm for you, Immortica recommended. Jacob retorted coldly, "I'd love to, but I don't want to be ripped apart by the owner of this farm, so keep your obscene suggestions to yourself. We have work to do. Then just draw some chickens out of this farm. It's so easy. Why are you being a coward?" Jacob ostensibly replied. "We'll cross that bridge when the time comes. First, I need to absorb all the heart essence I'm about to get, and if I find myself short on meat, I'll do as you suggest." It wasn't like he hadn't thought of this, it was just that he didn't require taking such actions right now. Jacob entered the butcher shop, and he saw the masked man skinning some uncommon animals while the burly butcher he was familiar with sat in his chair. When the masked butcher saw Jacob's appearance, his eyes flashed as he said, "So, you come." Jacob didn't beat around the bush and said, "I'm in a hurry. Do you have it or not? Wait here." The butcher didn't mind and put his book down as he stood up and entered the back door. "That's a tier 6 brown troll. Don't you want his heart and blood?" Immortica wrote words of temptation. Jacob merely scoffed and didn't indulge it anymore. Soon the brown troll came back with a jar filled with blood, and the heart was also floating within. "Now tell me that thing tier and if it's good for distillation," Jacob questioned. "Tier 4 greyhorn hog. Although it was slaughtered 4 hours ago, it's still good for distillation. But it's nothing in front of that big log." Jacob pretended as if he didn't even see the last words. "Your heart and blood." The brown troll put the jar in front of Jacob while observing his eyes. Although he didn't know why Jacob wanted this heart and blood, he didn't have the right to ask. But he was curious about how Jacob would tell if this was indeed the blood and heart of a rare species. To his surprise, Jacob didn't even open the jar and put 10,000 gold bills on the counter and said, "It's indeed what I asked for." The brown troll was baffled because he thought Jacob would take out some kind of device or taste the blood or at least open the jar to smell it, but he didn't do any of this. Jacob put the jar in the large bag he had prepared beforehand. He looked at the brown troll and asked, "Can you arrange another heart and blood except for greyhorn hog next time? YOU? How do you know?" The brown troll's eyes went wide in shock. Jacob deliberately revealed it so he could intimidate the other party, and he also wanted to be sure the next delivery would be different from the greyhorn hog. Now that the butcher knew he can tell where this blood and heart come from just by a glance, he won't dare to underestimate him. "Can you arrange it or not?" Jacob completely ignored his question and impassively questioned again. The brown troll took a deep breath before he shook his head. "My supplier only raised greyhorn hogs. That's what I think so." Jacob didn't have his hopes up from the start. "Then you don't need to arrange the heart and blood anymore. Thanks." Done saying, he left the bewildered brown troll in his shop. Jacob quickly approached the second butcher shop, which was 500 meters away from the brown troll's shop. The butcher also prepared a jar for Jacob. "Ha! This is also a heart and blood of tier 4 greyhorn hog. It seemed your dream of collecting heart and blood without getting your hands dirty might not last for even a day." Jacob's expression fell when he saw that and thought grimly, "Do they all have the same supplier? I don't want this heart and blood," he plainly declared. The butcher, who was a gnome, turned hostile hearing this and rebuked. "Who do you mean you don't want it? Are you messing with me? Do you know how difficult it was to arrange your bullshit blood and heart?" Jacob knew if it was anyone else, they would also fly in rage, but he had no use for this heart and blood anymore. He said, "I know I'm the one at fault here, so I buy 15,000 gold coins worth of rare meat from you. How's that sound? Then what about this heart and blood?" Although the gnome was still furious, he didn't try to jump on Jacob anymore, since 15,000 gold coins weren't a small amount. "You can think of a way yourself. Now, do we have a deal or not?" Jacob coldly questioned. Since it was his fault, he was willing to buy meat from here, but if this guy think he can push him around, then he was dead wrong. If he still threw his little tantrum, he would leave and see if this guy dared to attack him. Furthermore, he can tell these guys didn't have to spend 10,000 gold coins on a measly heart and a liter of blood. In the end, the gnome had no choice but to agree because he could sense Jacob would leave if he tried to play the victim anymore. Jacob left the shop with 15 pounds of rare meat. He then headed toward the third shop, which turned out to be a letdown as well, with the same type of blood and heart again. He again settled this matter with 15 pounds of rare meat. Without much expectation, he entered the fourth shop, which turned out to be the same as the previous two. Now, he had 45 pounds of meat, and he headed toward the last shop. His hopes were completely extinguished now, and he would buy 15 pounds of rare meat more before leaving the city. 60 pounds of meat was enough to sustain his hunger until he found rare prey, and he was even thinking about going to the rare region without coming back to the Dark City anymore. Although this place was great and all, his needs lay in the rare region where he can hunt as many rare species as he wanted. As for killing the people in Dark City, it was a very time-consuming process. Because most of them were criminals, they were just refugees in Uncommon Dark City, and there wasn't anywhere worth going in the Uncommon region as well. So, these people seldom leave the Dark City and mostly worked there since there was almost everything available there. Just as Jacob predicted, the last shop also turned out to have the same meat supplier. Now, Jacob wondered who this supplier was and where his farm was. If it was something in the Uncommon region, he didn't mind plundering it. However, even the shop owners didn't know who it was since they only had business deals through his attendants. So, this was also another dead end. Jacob didn't waste any more time on other butcher shops and visited some weapon shops on his way. Now, he had spent all the money he earned from selling the Titan iron except the 10,000 in his bank account, so he left toward the exit. The gate guards didn't block his way, but they were somewhat astonished since someone leaving the Dark City was a rare sight in Uncommon Dark City. The rude gate attendant only asked for Jacob's pass back without saying a word about refunds for his remaining days. Jacob coldly glanced at her before he left through the gate. However, just as Jacob left, another capped person left soon after, and Jacob didn't even notice this person. His mysterious person stealthily followed Jacob's tracks since it was in the middle of the day. He quickly spotted Jacob going toward the border river. Is he leaving? The capped person thought while continuing to follow Jacob, while Jacob had no idea about it. He was going toward the area where he buried his 2 bags. 107, Chapter 107, Mutant Heart Essence. The strange thing about this person was, while he was moving, there wasn't any sound of breathing or his movement on the ground. His heartbeat was almost non-exist. What a strange breed. First, he goes to the bank and then to Potion Town before he locked himself in the inn for 2 days. Now, he bought so much meat and exited the city. Just what the hell is he doing, and why did I even mission to follow this oddity? The stalker thought in vexation. However, when they were just a few hundred meters away from the river, he saw Jacob suddenly start to dig between trees, and thereupon he noticed Jacob taking out 2 large bags from the ground. His gray eyes dilated with a hint of astonishment. So, he has something to hide. Could it be that he's one of those thieves who robbed some prominent clans and then escaped here with treasures? It has to be the case, and the geezer just happened to notice it, and that's why he told me to tail him and report if he has done anything suspicious. However, if he really has stolen wealth that can even incite that cynicism geezer, then I should consider my option more carefully. I'm not a wanted criminal like him. If I had wealth, I might be able to pay my way out of that mess, which also means I can return from this shithole. His purple eyes shone with ambivalence. He knew double-crossing his current boss would be hazardous, but he didn't want to stay here forever. First, I'll kill that guy and take his things, and if there's really something worth risking my position in this shithole, then I should take that risk. But if I got nothing worth buying my freedom, then I'll take it back. Besides, that geezer can't tell if he was killed by me or some random beast, or I can simply say he was leaving and I had no choice but take action. His purple eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. That guy seemed weak. This should be easy. I just had to strike when he least expected it. Jacob had no idea that he was being shadowed right now. And the other person had already decided to kill him for his treasures. While healing 4 large bags, he still moved swiftly deep into the mountains. How can he move so fast while carrying those large bags? He can't be an agility type, right? The stalker wondered, as he was now more careful of Jacob and didn't dare to underestimate him. As they moved deeper and deeper into the mountains, the stalker became warier before a hint of shock surfaced in his eyes. He had stamina and agility? He can't be from the rarer region, right? He suddenly has second thoughts about attacking Jacob now. Furthermore, he was extremely careful and sneaky, and he survived to this day because of his astute mind. Although Jacob looked weak, he had shown agility and stamina, which only a top-tier species of the rare region can have, or someone from the rarer region. Although he was strong and can kill rare species with his sneaky abilities, even he dreads those peak races of the rare region and any species of the rarer region. Jacob moved for an entire day before he found an empty cave beside a small pond. After scouting the area, he decided to remain here until he was done absorbing the heart essences. Furthermore, he can also practice his water meditation. He was very close to 2 hours mark, and he hadn't practiced it ever since he left the Lionheart City. Just to make sure no one intruded or some strange animal or beast attacked him while he was absorbing the heart essence, he found a large boulder to cover the mouth of the cave. After he was done blocking the entrance, he calmly sat bare-chest. He took out the heart essence of the mutant. He decided to absorb this essence first because, according to Immortality, the chance of awakening an ability was much higher with this mutant's heart essence. Secondly, he didn't want to cross the 30% limit without having his body completely acclimated to 20%. He didn't know he would even survive that kind of hunger or simply blow himself up by eating. After taking a deep breath, he pierced his chest with a newly filled injection. The moment the mutant's heart essence entered his heart, Jacob's entire body quivered before he felt like lave has entered his bloodstream. Black vines started to appear on his entire body, and he felt like he would explode at any moment. This pain was far worse than he had felt before, as his heart was beating like an engine, and his blood circulated at a crazy speed. The vague dark mark inside his heart was now suddenly gleaming in red as it suddenly started to become apparent. Jacob could feel something rising within him like a raging tide, and he was very close to losing his conciseness because of the sheer pain and temperature he was feeling. Don't lose consciousness. You're awakening an ability. If you lose consciousness, you'll regret it. Ha 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 ha! An eerie voice reverberated in his head, which was none other than Immortality. He can never forget that eerie overlapping voice. Although he didn't know how it could speak right now, he didn't have time to mull over it because he now had to do everything to stay awake. He even bit his tongue to not fall unconscious while he had to endure the feeling of his heart being slowly ripped apart. Outside, the Starker didn't have any idea Jacob was in his most vulnerable state as he looked at the closed save with complicated emotions. He had long thrown the idea of attacking Jacob after he saw him lifting that over 1,000 kg boulder like it was nothing. He now felt extremely glad that he didn't attack Jacob, or he might don't have a life to regret it right now. Now, he understood why he was only given the mission to just tail him, but not act against him. Well, Geezer, I'll report about Treasure and his location, but I won't tell you about his strength. If you two battle, you'll probably destroy each other, and then I can easily reap huge benefits. His scheming eyes shone with coldness, but I have to make sure that Geezer leaves his cave, or if he didn't come, it would be for nothing, and he might sense something and turn hostile to me. With that in mind, he took out a small divide. If Jacob were here, he would instantly recognize this because it was a pager. Fuck, there is no signal in this shithole. I have to be close to the Dark City to use it. Well, since he put such a huge boulder around that cave, he won't leave anytime soon, and it would be easier to draw the Geezer out if I sound desperate and led him here. After taking another glimpse, he left quickly toward the Dark City. He was over 80 miles away, and it would take him 2 days to come back with help if things go smoothly. Inside the cave, Jacob was groaning and whimpering on the ground as he was on the verge of going insane with that extreme pain running amok in his entire being. His entire body was in the shade of deep red as his cutaneous veins could be seen clearly, while traces of black blood were on his orifices. The dark mark inside his heart was now quite apparent, as it was covered in a dark sheen at this moment. It was the symbol of infinity, as his infinity pendant. Furthermore, the gap between this infinity symbol wasn't empty, but they were still quite hazy to see for the moment. Suddenly, dark roots started to spread from this infinity symbol before they covered the entirety of Jacob's heart, making it pitch black. Outside, Jacob suddenly felt like something just exploded in his heart, and all of a sudden it stopped beating. No matter how strong Jacob was, he can't stay awake while his heart got stopped suddenly, while he was mentally and physically tortured and exhausted. His eyes rolled upward, and he fell to the ground without breathing. Half an hour passed since Jacob's heart stopped, and he was virtually dead. Suddenly, the darkness covering his heart started to disappear before only the vague infinity mark was left. His heart suddenly trembled before it beat unexpectedly, and slowly it started to beat in a particular rhythm while a strange chill was released in Jacob's body. He started breathing again, but he was still unconscious. At this time, a white book appeared from thin air as it hovered on top of Jacob. Immortaka's eerie voice sounded at this moment, filled with delight. Ha 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 ha, I don't know if he's lucky to awake this ability or unlucky. At least I won't be bored anytime soon. Ha ha ha. 1008. Chapter 10:8, A Dangerous Ability. Child, you seemed lost. A benevolent voice said to a young man with tattered clothes and his face filled with bruises and scars sitting on a clean staircase, panting. The young man looked behind and saw a smiling old priest, and then he noticed the building behind him. It was a temple. I'll leave, said the young man in his weak yet cold voice as he tried to stand, but failed. Because of his exhausted state, he grumbled because of the pain he felt from the wounds. I didn't mean to chase you away. You're in the temple of God, and he would never chase away pitiful. The priest replied as he moved toward the young man to support him. But the young man didn't let the old priest approach him, and with great difficulty stood up. I'm not pitiful, nor do I believe in any God. Finished saying, the young man tried to walk away, but just as he took a step, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Suddenly, he felt a skinny yet firm hand struggle to lift him up. Young man, we all are pitiful to be born in this world of trials, the priest softly said as he lifted the young man. You didn't need to be a believer until you find it in your heart, nor did I ask you to believe. The priest smiled as he strongly held the young man. I just want to help you. There's no other reason. Now, let's go inside. It's going to be a rainy night. The young man looked at the priest with a hint of disbelief and shame, but he didn't reject the help anymore as he slowly walked toward the temple entrance with a slight warmth in his stone-cold heart. Rumbled, the sound of thunder rumbling rang in the rainy mountain ranges as the dark clouds covered the sky. At this moment, suddenly, a powerful groan reverberated in the silent cavern as Jacob's fingers start twitching. With dizziness, Jacob pulled himself off the dirty floor. I'm still alive? He was bewildered as, see the same surrounding. A complicated glint flashed past his eyes. Why do I dream of that senile old man? I even saw his annoying smiling face clearly, which I had almost forgotten in all these years. A melancholic sigh escaped his mouth as he mumbled, "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Pops?" However, before Jacob could indulge in the past, his stomach rumbled loudly. Jacob's expression was horrified because he felt a sudden hunger of the same level as he felt the very first time, or even worse. Without having any time to think, he quickly dashed toward the bags, which were filled with slabs of rare meats. Although he doesn't know how long he's been unconscious, he heard the rare meat won't go rotten for 5 or 6 days even if you didn't preserve it. The meat was really fine, but even if it wasn't, Jacob wouldn't care about it since he was feeling goosebumps as his hunger kept rising without any sign of stopping. If he didn't eat anything, he might really die. Without caring about if it was uncooked, he started eating it raw, and to his surprise, his teeth were biting this hard meat like it was tofu. He understood he had again because strong, far stronger than he was before. So, he ate even faster. As he consumed the meat, it instantly turned into warm yet cold energy as he visually felt this energy spreading in his whole body at an alarming rate. His digestive system was working 20 times faster than before he ate the entire tiger bowl. Furthermore, as he ate, he didn't see any kind of change in his muscle mass like the last time. He wasn't even masculine anymore, but skinny. In 15 minutes, Jacob had consumed all the rare meat he had bought with him here, and to his horror, it was only enough to help him not go crazy. But he had this feeling that it won't last long before it would return. But for now, he wasn't hungry enough to not even think straight. As for how long it lasted, he didn't want to find out and was ready to hunt anything out there. However, first he had some doubts which can be only answered by a certain book. Cursed Immortality, he menacingly uttered. Jacob first glanced at his progress, and his eyes contracted when he saw the percentage. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark. Completion, 30W1%. How the fuck did this happen? Explain. Jacob couldn't help but gnashed his teeth. He didn't take the gnome's heart essence before the mutants for exactly this reason. He didn't want to cross 2 limits at the same time, but somehow it happened. Furthermore, he was misguided about this as well. Immortica only told him a matured mutant would probably provide a 10% increase in his completion rate, but it provided over 12% and now he was suffering the consequences. If he had a vast reserve of rare meat, he didn't mind. But he didn't, and he was still in the uncommon region, which put him into a very perilous situation. And it was all because that damn book told him it would be fine, and he would even awake an ability which he literally died awakening, and he knew he had failed. Immortica wrote, "What are you yelling about? I never told you the exact percentage the mutant heart will provide. Besides, you should have thought that you also had a mutant heart. This means the final result of this injection was also random. But I had to say it went pretty well for you. Not only you got a huge percentage because of your mutant heart, but you also successfully awakened an innate ability." Jacob, who was about to lose his temper because of Immortica's nonchalant bullshit, was instantly startled when he read the last part. "I awaken innate ability?" Jacob quickly asked, completely forgetting about his previous resentment. "But you said, wait, why did you speak at that time but not now?" It was also what he was most mad about. Immortica had told him the strict rules of their communication, but those rules also seemed to be a fa-ade. I'm still bound by the rules. But do you know all the rules? Immortica questioned. Jacob frowned. He really didn't know all the rules because he only knew what Immortica revealed. Don't become suspicious of me. I'm bound to you. Do you think I'll harm you and then wait in some damn place for hundreds or thousands of years again until some other inheritor appeared? Let me tell you, I could speak at that time because just like you can summon me, I can also summon myself as well. However, unlike you, the time limit is only 1 minute and the cooldown period is 1 year. I can freely speak in your mind if I summon myself, and you don't need to about this since this was irrelevant to you. Now that you know, what can you do about it? Ahahaha. Jacob felt more at ease when he heard this, but his expression darkened when he saw that mocking laugh. He knew this detail was irrelevant to him, and he had no use for such information besides knowing that this annoying book had such a capability. Not wanting to continue this topic after getting a satisfactory answer, he quickly returned to the main topic. What about that innate ability you spoke of? What is it? Since this question is related to your progress, I'll answer it. Do you know how your heart mutated? It didn't answer but posse a question instead. Jacob rolled his eyes at the first line, but he didn't really know about the answer to the latter. Why are you playing riddles? Just tell me. Remember that little gray bug which never left your heart that day? Jacob's eyes narrowed with a hint of fear. How could he forget about the bloodstorming bug that bastard used to test his heart that day? It was because of bloodstorming bug, he questioned in astonishment. Exactly. That bug died after taking a few bites off your heart because you were already on the verge of creating the immortal mark at that time, and its carcass was left there before it melted into your heart when the immortal mark was formed. Jacob suddenly had a terrible feeling about this. Don't tell me? You awakened that bug's fluid acceleration ability, which is extremely hard to control. You can say your heart is now an accelerator that can accelerate your blood at an extremely high speed. Although this ability is quite useful for many reasons, as long as you can control it. But it's much more difficult said than done. To control it, you have to learn how to control your heart rate, which can now increase infinitely as you grow stronger and stronger. Because if you can't, your heart will blow up your entire body before blowing itself. 109, Chapter 1009, Prey or Hunter. One mine, Jacob's expression was ashen when he read about this ability because it was more like a suicidal ability than helpful. How would I know it has activated or not? Jacob asked quickly because he suddenly felt like something was extremely wrong. Ha 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 ha. Didn't I tell you it's your heartbeat? It's the key to fluid acceleration. If you want to activate it, your heartbeat rate should be around 10 heartbeats per second, BPS. Let's call 1x acceleration. However, it's where your real problem lies because once you enter 1x acceleration, you'll have to learn how to keep it that way, because it would only increase, not decrease. Right now, your current heart can handle 3x acceleration or 4x for a few seconds. As for your body, it would explode at 2x because it is still not balanced with your heart's progress yet. Not only do you have to learn how to maintain the exact acceleration speed and control it, but you have to learn how to reduce it as well because once it's started, it won't reduce on its own. You're not like those bugs that can only use fluid acceleration on others and didn't care about stopping it afterward, nor they can. But your plight is, you can start it on yourself and have to learn how to stop it. Jacob smiled wryly when he read this. He had to admit this ability was as useful as it was dangerous. Because with this fluid acceleration, he can make his blood circulation at an extremely high rate, and blood circulation fueled the human body. If Jacob can accelerate it at will, not only will it increase his sensory reactions and physical performance, it can help to heal his wounds faster, it can make his brain sharper and his senses extremely high, and it can help him digest nutrition at an alarming rate. However, this was also a double-edged sword, just as Immortality disclosed. If he accelerates his blood circulation over his heart and body limit, he would really explode. But this wasn't the only danger. He would burn his body energy extremely fast, which means he is required to keep a high energy source ready all the time. But first, he had to learn how to decrease and increase his heart rate like breathing, but he was afraid to activate it and then not be able to handle it. While he can't just let it as it is as well, because if he didn't learn how to control his heart rate, he might accidentally activate it when he experiences some perilous situation, and he knew he will. This world wasn't peaceful, and he also required strength to achieve immortality, so it was only a pipe dream if he thought he can achieve it without experiencing any dangerous situations. I guess you don't have any excellent suggestions to master this fluid acceleration, do you? Jacob inquired with narrowed eyes. Although he still resents Immortality, he knew when it comes to knowledge, it was the only thing he could count on. I can't answer that. Immortality playfully rejected. Jacob pulled a long face, but he knew the information about the fluid acceleration was the only thing he would get from Immortality. So, he didn't waste his breath on persuading it, since it was meaningless. But, you'll find it on your own. I have faith. Ha ha ha. Jacob's eyes shimmered when he read this subtle line. But before he could mull over it, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the cave entrance. He only noticed that his hearing had become even stronger than before. Although those footsteps weren't exactly outside the cave, they were closing in, and quickly at that. Are they coming for me or simply passerby? Jacob mused. What are the tears of those people? Jacob quickly asked Immortality with a hint of anticipation and killing intent. The Dark City was only a couple of miles away from this area. If there's some rare species, he didn't mind killing them. He direly needed nutrition right now, as his hunger was nowhere near sustainable. Since those guys delivered themselves, he didn't mind eating them and collecting more hearts and blood in the process. Oh, ha 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 ha, you won't believe it. There's 3 of them you even know between these prey, and one of them is even your old acquainted. When Jacob read the entire writing, he was astonished before a murderous glint flashed past his rancor eyes. So, that's how it is, huh? I never thought they'll send someone after me, and I even failed to notice it. But to think at that motherfucker again. Well, since they're courting death, I don't mind harvesting some high-quality meat and collecting some debt in the process as well. Jacob's lips rose into an icy smile. If they came before the absorption of the mutant's heart, he might have decided to run, but now he was confident in handling them. They simply pray for him right now, not enemies. Although Jacob looked skinny right now, he was laden with power, and as long as he didn't go overboard, his body would not break, and his heart rate will remain under the 1x acceleration limit. He quickly donned his clothes and mask before he sat down on the corner and wait for the prey's arrival. Thereupon, Jacob heard the voice of the boulder moving as his lips curled. He's probably stronger than the mutant. Well, this also means he can probably make my body 50% adaptable with my current heart if I ate him. He licked his lips like a hungry wolf. Mr. Jack, how about you grace us with your presence? A sarcastic voice rang in the cave without any hint of urgency. Jacob finally stood up and walked unhurriedly with both hands in his pocket. At the mouth of the cavern, Jacob saw 3 figures. One was 2 meters tall and burly, while the other 2 were half of its size. One of them was even wearing a cape. Jacob sounded surprised and fearful. You're quite far from home, Boss Jerry and Mr. Observer, and your friend, I guess. Yes, the 2 of them were indeed Jerry and Mr. Observer from Jerry Pawnshop. Jacob didn't know they would put a tail on him just because of Titan iron bricks, and they probably came here after learning he had more and to make sure he won't escape. Jacob had to admit Jerry was extremely strong, while the capped person also gave off a powerful feeling. He was probably an A grade while Mr. Observer was as strong as that hob troll of Killer Skull Society. This lineup was enough to destroy the entire uncommon region, and they're here just for uncommon Titan iron? Jacob was now even more interested in why they wanted this Titan iron so badly to even leave the protection of Dark City and came all the way here to retrieve it. Jerry smiled coldly as he said, "Mr. Jack, you deserve this treatment. Since we're done with the pleasantries, how about we talk business? What kind of business, if I may ask?" Jacob's voice was filled with trepidation. "Nothing much. We just want to buy the Titan iron you have and also want to know your source. In return, we'll let you live." Jerry pulled a sinister smile at this moment while he excluded a powerful killing intent. Although they were told Jacob had buried some bags in the wilderness, they weren't sure if they were filled with Titan iron. But just the chance was enough to make Jerry leave his turtle shell. He was extremely confident in taking care of Jacob before returning, and with his allies, there was nothing that could go wrong. Even if Jacob had an A-rank strength, he can't do anything but submit. As for letting him live, it was the question of whether they needed Jacob alive or not after they learned about his Titan iron source. Jerry even prepared a high-level parasite gem to enslave Jacob if they deemed him valuable. "In exchange for my life, I'll naturally tell you everything. But can you at least tell me why you're so interested in uncommon Titan iron?" Jacob asked sheepishly. Jerry was even more at ease when he sensed Jacob's fear and merely chuckled, "Heh, if I tell you, I have to kill you. But since just made it apparent that you do possess a Titan iron source, I'll tell you a little. You see, the Titan iron can be turned into a special elixir that can help us grow stronger without any consequences. It is the extent of information I can give you." Jacob's eyes dilated when he heard this. "All right, now that you know, I required you to place this gem on your forehead. Who knows? I might even let you enjoy the elixir if you serve me well." Jerry suddenly tossed a small black pouch toward Jacob and gave an absolute demand. Jacob caught the small pouch when he opened it. It was a parasite gem, but it was slightly different from the parasite gem Decker used on him. 1110, Chapter 1110, Prey or Hunter. 2. Jacob looked at the crimson diamond-shaped parasite gem with 2 long needles on one side and a very tiny black symbol within. Although this parasite gem looked the same as the one in his possession, the symbol on this wasn't the same. Nevertheless, it was the least of his worry. He looked at Jerry while his eyes suddenly turned icy. "You want to coerce me to be your slave?" Jerry coldly smirked. "So what if I am? You can choose to do it the hard way as well, but I don't like to get my hands dirty, but I don't mind it either." Mr. Observer also had a complicated look on his face as he looked at Jacob as if he was looking at his own reflection of the past. He knew the parasite gem in Jacob's hand was an intermediate rare grade, one which was completely different from any uncommon grade. The items like parasite gems, slaves, firearms, potions, and so on were all divided into common, uncommon, rare, rarer, and epic grades, and each grade has 3 subgrades: low, intermediate, and advance. The parasite gem Decker used on Jacob was a low uncommon grade, which can restrain and control even rare rank species like Decker. But the uncommon parasite gems were useless against powerhouses like B rank, or even some extremely strong-willed C ranks. Only a low rare grade parasite gem can enslave the aforementioned species, while an intermediate rare grade parasite gem was extremely rare in the rare region because it can control someone with A rank strength. But the most dreadful thing about the rare parasite gems was they weren't like the uncommon parasite gems that can only restrain movement but can't make them talk against their will. Not only the enslaved person lost the ability to move freely without orders, but their thoughts were also like an open book, and as long as they were asked a question, they will instantly answer. The only way to free oneself was to become stronger, which the owner would never allow unless he had a higher quality gem at his disposal. As for taking out those intermediate parasite gems by force, it was simply a pipe dream. Because these gems take root directly into the brain, not just the skull, and if someone tries to force them out, they will suffer serious brain damage. Even if they somehow manage to pull it off, they won't be sane anymore to enjoy their freedom or die of brain damage or by their owners. Mr. Observer was such a case. He can't even have thought of rebelling because Jerry would torture him to end if he found out. He had long resigned to his fate and was completely loyal to Jerry now, and he let him do as he pleased as long as he didn't cross his bottom line. But who wouldn't like their freedom? A slave is still a slave. Slavery is a common occasion in the rare region where slavery was common, and even in the Dark City you could find slaves if you knew where to look. When Mr. Observer thought Jacob would also become a slave like him and accept his fate, which was far better than death, his next action shocked everyone. Jacob simply put the parasite gem in his pocket before he drew his 2 crescent short swords, which were giving off a cold, sharp sheen. His index fingers wore the metal bearings in the center of 2 hits like rings as he started to rotate them closewise and coldly said, "Let's see if you can back your own words. Let's decide who is prey and who is hunter." Jacob's perfunctory repose made Jerry's killing intent soar. "Since you want to be valiant, I'll beat you into submission." He suddenly showed his black gauntlets as he moved forward. The capped figure, which was silent all this time, suddenly took out a jet-black revolving rifle and aimed at Jacob. Don't worry, he won't shoot. But before Jerry could express his intentions, his eyes contracted because Jacob suddenly moved, and his speed was extremely fast, so fast that he was already a meter away from him, and his sword was coming right toward his head. Shocked, his heart jumped as he never expected Jacob's speed to be this fast, even faster than him. But he was also a combat master, and his reflexes weren't any lower than Jacob's, and he used the thick metal plate behind his gauntlet to block the strike while using his second hand to punch Jacob in the face. He thought Jacob was only proficient in speed, and he won't be able to take his punch. However, what happened next made everyone startled. Jacob's speed suddenly spiked before he twisted around the incoming punch while he changed the trajectory of his sword with a rotation, and before Jerry could react, the sword was already stabbed in his forearm. When Jacob moved the chisel blade, Jerry's entire arm was torn. Jerry felt blood-curdling pain. Boom, the capped figure finally snapped out with Jerry's shrill scream and pulled the trigger hastily. But to his terror, Jacob was ready for this, and he covered himself with Jerry's massive body, and the shot was missed. Jerry wanted to punch Jacob away, but Jacob simply ducked it with his superhuman reflex, and Jerry wasn't even focusing because of the pain of his torn forearm. The next moment, another shrill rang in the vicinity when Jacob tore Jerry's knees. Bastard, cog. Before he could say another word, the sword was already pierced through his larynx, and when Jacob retrieved the blade back, a fountain of blood bloomed. In less than 10 seconds he had killed Jerry. Boom, boom. The capped person naturally panicked with this unbelievable situation as he started shooting maniacally. But Jacob was ready, and he shielded himself with Jerry's body. Click, 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 click. The sound of the trigger being pulled forcefully rang in the cave at this moment, which meant there were no bullets. Jacob finally appeared filled with blood like a bloody ghost, and instantly closed in the distance between him and capped person. Spare me. A panicked feminine voice rang, filled with appalling. However, Jacob didn't even blink as he routed his blade, and without holding back he hammered the hilt directly on the capped head, and the next moment, the person dropped to the ground unconscious. Since even Jerry couldn't put in a fight with Jacob, this guy wasn't his match either. As for Mr. Observer, he was petrified on his spot as if he had seen the most horrifying sight of his life. When Jacob knocked him unconscious, he simply fell without making any groan as if he was already scared silly and lost consciousness. However, Jacob didn't stop there. He completely ignored the three and darted toward the forest with a murderous look in his eyes. Right at this moment, something suddenly moved, bolted between trees when it saw Jacob closing in. How did they all lose? No, how did he know I was hiding right in this place? Even that geezer can't tell when I try to hide from him. This guy was probably pretending to be a pig all this time. The shadow kept darting between trees in a pall, trying to get rid of Jacob's hot pursuit. Why? This guy can't just give up. Bang, a gunshot sounded. It landed right on the shadow's leg, and it lost its balance. After clashing in some branches, a small cloaked body fell to the ground. A bronze-skinned ugly face was groaning in pain, but when it saw Jacob sauntering toward him with menacing eyes, he quickly dissuaded as he moved back on his limbs. Don't kill me. I can be your slave. I know many things, Jacob suddenly sneered. Then tell me, do you remember over 2 years ago you led 2 giants toward a hideout? Jacob was so adamant about hunting this bastard down because this was the same bronze goblin, Chad, that screwed him over and made him flee Decker's hideout. And this time he again led Jerry's group to his hiding place. Chad's eyes contracted when he heard this, as disbelief surfaced in his eyes. How could he forget the event that led him to his current predicament? That day, they didn't find anyone in that hideout except some tools and dry bones, even after ransacking the entire hideout. They even waited for 2 days, but no one appeared. However, those bones they found made the giants agitate, and they wanted to test their origin, and when they did, they nearly went berserk in Dark City, especially Montel, who razed an entire building to rubble. It was all because those bones belonged to an imp goblin, who was probably their target of interest. As for the killer, they had no idea, but this also put an end to their search, and those giants were blacklisted for 10 years in the Uncommon City as well. Chad also suffered because of those giants' actions, and he got the short side of the stick. 111. Chapter 111, A Devil. Chad was the most miserable because he was with the giants. He also got blacklisted for 1 year. Most importantly, he nearly died after taking a rageful punch from Montel. How he survived was a miracle, but afterward he had to spend his entire saving to recover and survived in the wilderness for a year. It was also that time when this mysterious person approached him and offered him a job for protection because he was famous for his tracking skills. But he had to sign a loyalty contract which was as good as a slave contract, and as long as he remained in the uncommon Dark City, he can't hide or broke the contract. In the end, Chad had no choice since he was in dire need of help, and most of the residents of the Dark City weren't willing to do business with him because of the giants and his blacklisted status. From that day on, he was working for this mysterious person while he hated the giants and Decker's killer to the bone since they were the ones who were the main reason for his miserable life. However, not even in his dreams he thought that the mysterious killer would appear again, and the killer even knew him. Why you, CA killed Decker? He was gobsmacked and appalled as he looked at the masked figure stained in blood. This was simply ironic that he finally met the culprit for his sufferings and he was completely helpless to resist. Although he dreamed of meeting the bastard who ruined everything, now that dream has come true, it turned out to be a nightmare instead. Jacob coldly replied, I even ate him. It seemed you knew that bastard. A chill ran down Chad's spine when he heard this, and his throat got dry. He hoarsely spoke. It was because of his tribe that I was exiled from my tribe and had to run in this barren place. But I didn't mean to ruin your peace. It was those giants. He gritted his teeth in hatred. They destroyed your place forcefully and then took everything. I even got wounded without getting anything in return except suffering and regret. If you spare Coog, before he could finish his deceitful speech, Jacob's blade was already flashed past his neck, and the next moment, with widely open eyes, his head was rolling on the ground. Jacob scoffed at dismembered Chad. I'll send those giants to accompany you soon. He never even thought of spearing Chad for a moment because this guy put his life in danger 2 times already, and it was unforgivable. Tap, tap, suddenly, raindrops started to fall, before it poured hard within a few moments. Jacob looked impassive as the blood washed away with rain, but actually he was closely hearing his heartbeat at this moment. Even after all this combat and running, my heartbeat is still stable, and only my hunger is rising. It seemed the fluid acceleration is going to be hard to master, but I also don't have to worry about accidentally activating it now as long as I didn't encounter real danger. He merely smirked at the end because he knew after raising his body equal to his heart progress of 30%, he might not need to worry about the rare region at all. Nevertheless, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe this delusion. He picked up the headless body and head and hurried back toward the cave. He was going to have a goblin feast tonight. Ag, an anguish shrilled rang in the cavern before Mr. Observer opened his eyes. Filled with pain, and with great difficulty, he lifted himself from the stone floor. However, he nearly fell down with a daunted expression when he saw a small humanoid body skewered on top of a large fire. But he was completely scared out of his wits when he saw a pile of bones beside a long silver hair person who still had a large, crispy, and charred leg piece in his hand and gobbling it down like a wolf. Although he looked pleasing to the eyes, in Mr. Observer's eyes, he looked like a devil at the moment. So, you finally decided to wake up, huh? When Jacob's cold amber eyes fell on Mr. Observer, he felt an icy chill in his spine and instantly crawled backward. Yo you, to those B-bone? Heh, that's your boss. Although he was an ugly swine outside, he's much better from the inside. Jacob's lips curled up into a devilish smile as he confirmed Mr. Observer's guess. Mr. Observer's eyes were wide opened in horror as his back was now facing the wall, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. He was afraid that the devil will eat him as well. Although he heard of some vicious species that ate intelligent species without caring about anything but seeing them with his own eyes was another experience. What? Feeling noxious just because I'm eating someone you know, eh? Jacob sneered as he took a chunk of a mouthful of meat before he said, In my eyes, you all are nothing but high-quality livestock, like you would think of any livestock. Mr. Observer felt like fainting again, as he was terrified of Jacob now. Why, you obscene devil? An appalled shrill rang at this moment from the other side of the cavern. It was the capped person, but now his face was fully revealed. Although its voice sounded famine, it was actually a green-faced, wizened old monster with a face full of wrinkles, sharp teeth, and a pointy nose. But the most noticeable thing about this person was a small horn on its bald head. You're from the orc race, right? A pine orc. Jacob questioned without caring about the dreadful expression of pine orc. Just who are you? What are you doing in the uncommon region? The pin orc was completely frightened of Jacob right now. He didn't understand why someone like Jacob would appear in the uncommon region-level Dark City. With his horrifying strength, he should have no problem staying in the rare Dark City, even with a wanted title. If they knew Jacob was a hidden monster, they would never even consider approaching him, much less coming after his wealth. But they weren't to be blamed for this because Jerry failed to sense Jacob's danger with his unique danger sense, or nothing like this would have happened. He also didn't recognize Jacob's kind, despite wrecking his brain, but one thing was clear now. Jacob's strength was on top of the food chain. He also had some unique abilities to hide his true strength even from a hobgoblin danger sense. Livestock won't ask questions. Jacob chuckled coldly before he threw the last bone on the pile. After eating the entire hobgoblin's meat, he could feel his hunger was half subdued, and his body had returned to its masculine shape as well, and he wasn't feeling any crazing hunger like before, but pure strength. If he fought with Jerry again, he can now manhandle him like a rage doll. Now answer some of my questions. What is this? From the side, Jacob suddenly picked up a small glass vial, half filled with crystalline black liquid. He found it on Pine Orc's neck hanging with a chain as if it was extremely precious to him, so this aroused his interest the most of all things he looted from the three. The Pine Orc's eyes contracted, and his expression contorted when he saw the small vial in Jacob's hand, as if his heart had torn apart. But he didn't want to answer the question. However, his lips moved on their own at this moment. It's Advanced Uncommon Grade Titan Tears. It's an ancient elixir that can help any species below epic rank to break their limits with no hidden side effects. I was planning to take them after dealing with your matter. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he heard this unexpected answer, while Pinork's eyes went wide in horror as he touched his forehead, which now had a deep wound. He suddenly thought of the parasite gem they bring to enslave Jacob. He bellowed, "Why, you enslaved me." Jacob was quite satisfied with this parasite gem, which made them talk as long as he used them with the bracelet on his wrist. He now owns both Pine Orc and Mr. Observer. So, this can help you break the limit, huh? Like a power upgrade? Jacob looked at the small vial and Pine Orc's torn expression. He suddenly had a bold thought and opened the vial before taking a tiny drop. The moment the drop melted in his mouth, he suddenly felt a warm energy bomb explode on his tongue before it spread throughout his entire body. Within a few seconds, Jacob felt his hunger decrease by 5%, and his eyes went wide as he looked at the small vial and the little liquid in it with disbelief. Without caring about Pine Orc's appalled expression, he hurriedly asked with ecstasy, "This Titan tears? Explain how you come in contact with it and where is the recipe?" 112, Chapter 112, Titan Tears. This Titan tears? Explain how you come in contact with it and where is the recipe? Jacob's reaction was only natural because this one small drop had made his hunger subdue by 5%, and it wasn't temporary either. He could feel the strength of his body increase. He clearly remembered Immortality told him that he required an exorbitant amount of aliment, but it never said it would have to be from the flesh. Although he knew he might find some other sources like special fruits, plants, or herbs in the rare region. But he never expected to find this so-called elixir, and it would be even more potent than a rarer species meat. He only tested it because he was curious when he heard the Pine Orc's description and effect of these Titan tears. Furthermore, he could tell these Titan tears were probably the same elixir Jerry was talking about. So, he wanted to see why these guys had taken such a risk just to make these Titan tears, and now he understands. The Pine Orc didn't want to tell his biggest secret to Jacob, but since he was enslaved, he had no choice in this matter. He told, "I belong to the Potion Alchemy Guild in the rare region, and Jerry privately approached me 12 years ago. He had this map of a ruin, and he required an intermediate potion alchemist's assistance, so I agree. At that time, I didn't know Jerry had stolen that old map from the Hobgoblin clan and a secret organization. I don't know their name, and Jerry always kept it to himself. But when we reached that ruin and found a metal box. In that box was an old box called Titan Tears. It was a set of elixir formula from uncommon grade to epic grade. As I said before, it was an ancient elixir that could help any species break something called bloodline limiter, and breaking through the fable epic rank was also a possibility as long as we could concoct the epic grade Titan Tears. However, just the ingredients required for the low rare grade Titan Tears were almost impossible to gather, much less the epic grade. Nevertheless, just the uncommon grade Titan Tears were enough to raise our strength at the peak of rarer species. But before we could celebrate, we were ambushed by both the Hobgoblin clan and that secret organization. They somehow tracked Jerry down and were waiting for him to find that box before taking it from him. However, Jerry was also prepared, and he used an extremely rare black poison bomb and killed everyone. If he hadn't given me the antidote, I would have also been dead. But he required an intermediate potion alchemist to make this elixir for him, and it also ties us together from then on, albeit it was worse being a fugitive with Jerry for this elixir. Yet, we still underestimated that secret organization. They somehow found out that we were buying the Titan iron in secret and tracked us down again. But because of the increase in Jerry's strength after taking the elixir, we had a close shave that time and directly escaped to the uncommon Dark City and lie low for 5 years. Only after making sure there wasn't anyone chasing us did we surface again, but didn't dare to leave the Dark City anymore. Jacob stopped him at this moment. "Alright, I didn't want your entire adventure story. Where is this formula right now?" Gritting his teeth, the Pin Orc unwillingly spoke. To not draw any unwanted attention, Jerry opened the pawn shop while I became a potion maker at the potion tower. We only contact each other when Titan Tears were involved, and the formula is in my workshop. Jacob's eyes shimmered sharply. This is simply a windfall for me. If I could make the Titan Tears in large batches, I could make progress without being worried about any consequences. Maybe there are more such potions in the Potion Alchemy Guild. Decker also wrote there were many alchemy formulas. They were top secrets of his Apothecary Alchemy Guild, and even he didn't dare to write them in his journal. Jacob never thought he would take such a keen interest in this alchemy all of a sudden. There were many branches of this alchemy guild, and it was hard to tell which one was the most prominent. However, it wasn't the time or place for him to learn. Jacob sharply looked at the listless Pine Orc and said, "We'll be leaving for the Dark City the moment the rain stops. You'll fetch this Titan Tears formula for me, and since you're a potion alchemist, you would be quite rich. I want everything in your name into my account and any gold you have in stash. Also, pack your staff and move to Jerry's shop. You're going to work for me like a good little slave there." "Why, oh, you devil." Pine Orc felt his heart going to explode when he heard this and almost lunged at Jacob. "Steal down." Jacob coldly ordered, and Pine Orc was glued to his place with an expressionless face while his eyes were bloodshot. Then Jacob looked at Mr. Observer, who was silently listening with an ashen expression. He questioned sharply, "How many assets does Jerry have?" Mr. Observer was the same as the Pine Orc. He replied without hiding anything, the Jerry pawn shop and all the things within. There is a secret safe on the top floor where he keeps his money, and the deed of the shop is also there. As for his bank account, I have no idea. But his information would be saved in the Zodiac money transfer device in that safe as well. If you have his fingerprint and blood, you can transfer all the wealth to your account. Jacob's eyes shimmered with a hint of delight. It was the real reason he spared these two. He knew Jerry was extremely rich in the Dark City. It would have been a waste to leave his wealth like this. He needed money, and Mr. Observer should know where Jerry kept all his wealth since he was his slave. As for the Pine Orc, he didn't know what relation he had with Jerry, but since his strength was also A rank, he didn't want to kill him and wanted to see if he could reap more benefits, as well as find the secret of the Titan Iron. Now, he was extremely glad he spared these two, or he might never know about the Titan Tears formula and its miraculous effects. We'll do as you suggest. When we returned, start selling everything in the shop and clean the warehouse and logs. How much time will it take? Jacob asked. He wasn't interested in taking over Jerry's business since it would be too cumbersome, and he had other plans for now after knowing about the Titan Tears. Mr. Observer pondered for a moment before he answered. If we bought nothing and sold all the reserves, it would only take 5 or 6 months since we have many buyers. But we can also sell everything to other stores around us. It will take less time, but the profit won't be much. Jacob thought for a moment. I'm giving you 7 months to clean the entire warehouse. Except for the staff remuneration, everything will go into my account, your saving included. Do you understand? Mr. Observer felt his heart shattered when he heard the last part and listlessly nodded. Jacob again looked at the Pine Orc who seemed to have lost his soul and smiled coldly. How much uncommon Titan Iron do you need to make 1 drop of Titan Tears? He replied listlessly. As the main ingredient of the Titan Tears, the final quantity depends on the Titan Iron's purity. Like the Titan Iron, you sold Jerry. I could make only 2 Tier 3 Titan Tears drops with 3,000 grams of Titan Iron with 89% purity. What is this Tier 3 about? Jacob's eyes narrowed. There are 3 tiers of purity recorded in the book. Tier 1 uncommon Titan Tears are made with 10% to 30% pure Titan Iron. Tier 2 with 31% to 70% purity, and Tier 3 with 70% to 90%. There is another tier called Perfect Tier, but it was a mere theory since we required something called Titan Iron Essence, which had purity above 90%. I never even heard of such material. Jacob thought for a moment before he chuckled. Since you never saw it, this doesn't mean it didn't exist. Nonetheless, I have over 120 kg Titan Iron, and I need you to turn it into the Titan Tears while teaching me the entire process. So much? Where do you get it from? Pine Orc couldn't help but question when he heard the Titan Iron amount. Jacob thought for a moment and replied with a subtle smile, You don't need to know this. Now, let's shut up and let me eat. Without caring about the Pine Orc or Mr. Observer's appalled expression, he tore the crispy leg of the bronze goblin and starts eating it. 1113, Chapter 113, This was way easy. The top floor of Jerry Pawn Shop, Mr. Observer opened the locked door before he steps aside respectfully. Jacob unhurriedly steps inside the familiar lavishing floor with 2 bags in his hand. It's been 20 hours since he killed Jerry and Chad. After the rain stopped. As he planned, he took Mr. Observer and Tunny, that was the name of the Pine Orc, back to the uncommon Dark City, which he didn't plan to return so soon. This time he bought a year-long city pass and first head toward the Potion Tower to take care of Tunny's business. Since he was one of the best potion makers of the Potion Tower, the owner was extremely reluctant to let him go and tried almost everything, begging even to stop him from leaving. But how could Tunny tell him his plight that he simply didn't have the choice since Jacob was controlling him and he might get eaten by this devil at any moment? Jacob didn't mind Tunny's nauseous expression and took him straight to the pawn shop, which was still operating fine by the manager. The staff had no idea their generous boss was dead and replaced by the culprit. Even if they knew as long as they were paid for their work, they didn't care who their boss was or what he did in his pastime. This place was the Dark City. Even a passerby could be a killer. Jacob seized Jerry's seat, looked at the 2 slaves, and said, Sit. Mr. Observer sat down. He had already accepted his fate, and besides, he was a slave to begin with, so it didn't matter much to him. He was even more respectful and obedient toward Jacob because Jacob was extremely powerful. He was also afraid Jacob might eat him if he ticked him off. Tunny was new to being a slave. Even Jerry didn't enslave him because of his skills, and it was far better to have him as a partner than a slave. But Jacob simply didn't care about his skills or his importance at all. He looked at him indifferently like he was livestock. However, he knew his fate was now sealed unless someone can kill Jacob. That made him even more despaired. He sat down while placing a large bag aside. Put it here. Jacob coldly commanded when he saw this guy still didn't know how to read between the lines. He wondered if the orc race was filled with idiots. Tunny reluctantly put the bag on the table and sighed. It was inevitable. Jacob pulled the bag toward himself and opened it. There were many tools for potion making and books. He slowly put them on the table and arranged them. Which one is the Titan Tears? He asked as he looked at the small pile of books. Tunney pulled a dark gray book from the pile that appeared quite old and placed it before Jacob. Jacob curiously looked at the plain cover without any writing. If he weren't controlling Tunney, he would have thought he was messing with him. He opened it and saw the words of this book were completely unfamiliar to him and frowned. What language is this? This is the ancient philosopher's language. Every intermediate rank member of the Alchemy Guild comes in contact with this language since almost all the ancient alchemy texts are translated from the ancient philosopher's language. Tunney replied with a hint of pride. Intriguing. Jacob's lips curled up. Since you're so proud about it, then you definitely know this ancient philosopher's language, and you'll be going to teach me this with the potion alchemy. Tunney's expression turned dark when he heard this, but he didn't dare to retort. There were also 5 bundles of bills on the table with a small bag of coins which were Tunney's liquid savings. Jacob pocketed them without even blinking, and then picked up the Zodiac Money Transfer (ZMT) device and put it in front of the vexed Tunney. He commanded, "Transfer every penny in account number 2245 to section." It was the activation method of the ZMT device. Not only did a person require the fingerprint, but a blood test as well to log into the Zodiac Taurus bank account. When Tunney was logged in successfully, the entire detail appeared with his bank balance, which was 32,984,090 gold coins. It was his life-saving, but after a few presses, it turned into zeros. Jacob had his own ZMT device activated, and when he received the notification about the transfer, his eyes flashed with delight. This was way easier than opening the business and starting from scratch, Jacob mused. At this moment, he received another notification that he can now upgrade his account from a G-tier account to F-tier, and this process can be done with ZMT device as well. Jacob was content with this bank's efficiency and quickly completed the process that required him to just press his thumb on the scanner, and he can now enjoy F-tier bank account benefits. I should be able to upgrade it up to E or D tier with Jerry's account, he thought. He looked at listless Tunney, who seemed to lose his reason for living, and coolly said, "Set up your workshop in this place, and if you require any materials for Titan tiers or equipment, make a list. We're going to start after you take a 10-hour rest. You're dismissed." Tunney quietly packed his things and headed toward the other side of the spacious floor, which was more than enough to accumulate 100 potion workshops. Jacob finally looked at Mr. Observer, who was silently observing them. He wondered if that was why he had this code name. He said in a meaningful tone, "Compared to that guy, I like your demeanor more if you play your part well and do everything I told you. I might set you free before I leave." Mr. Observer was startled when he heard this, and an ecstatic glint flashed past his eyes as he quickly bowed. "I will not disappoint you, boss. Before what happened between— All right, stop here, I understand. It wasn't your fault." Jacob coldly cut him short. Mr. Observer quickly kept his mouth shut and bowed thankfully. Jacob continues, "Now that this is out of the way, show Jerry's secret safe." Motivated, Mr. Observer quickly led Jacob toward the back room. When they entered this room, it wasn't lavish as the exterior, but it was a simple room with some training equipment and a bed in the corner. Mr. Observer moves like he has been in this place many times, and quickly the only bookshelf beside the bed. He suddenly pulled a thin book, and a click sound rang from the bookshelf before a creaking sound of something opening sounded. Jacob smiled when he saw the shelf was just a door, and behind it was a 7x6 feet metal door with a combination lock. "So, what's the combination?" He looked at Mr. Observer with uncertainty. From what he saw until now, Jerry seemed to be nothing but an idiot because Mr. Observer almost knew everything about him. He didn't know if that guy was lax because of the parasite gem, but he knew if it were him, he would never let anyone learn so much about him. And Jacob's doubt became even more apparent when Mr. Observer started spinning the combination lock with great familiarity. Yes, that guy was an absolute idiot. No wonder he even left the formula of the Titan tiers with that fool. If I were him, I would have escaped long ago. These guys were the perfect pair of suckers. I'm surprised just how they managed to survive this long with a hot potato, like Titan Tears formula, in their hands. While Jacob was mulling over this, Mr. Observer had already opened the safe. "You did great. Tell me the combination, and go ask that pine-faced clown about what he required, and arrange everything. Also, start with the task I tell you about in the cave as well. If any problem arises that you can't handle, report it to me." Jacob gave instructions before excusing Mr. Observer. He didn't want him around when he was calculating his wealth. After Mr. Observer left, Jacob opened the safe's door with anticipation. When the safe opened, there were 10 brackets in total. 6 of them were filled with golden bills. There were about 10 million worth of golden banknotes, or even more. Jacob's lips curled up as he saw some papers and the ZMT device with them. He activated it without any hesitation. When the familiar screen appeared, a dismembered thumb appeared in Jacob's hand, which was the only part Jacob didn't eat. It was still warm because it was inside the infinity pendant. Jacob pressed it on the scanner, and the next moment the bank account was flashed open. 114. Chapter 114. Next move, 61,400,812s. A delightful spark flashed past Jacob's eyes when he saw this number, and without hesitation, he transferred everything to his personal account. This guy's wealth was double that of the potion maker like Tunney because he had his own business in the Dark City. The next moment, Jacob received the notification of a successful transition, and the final amount in his account was 94.3 million. He was only over 5 million away from having a D-tier account. He promptly received another notification for an account upgrade from F tier to E tier. He completed it instantly. As someone who once stood at the pinnacle of wealth, this small wealth wasn't enough to shock him. This fleeting delight only lasted for a moment before he stowed his device away and crushed Jerry's ZMT device. Every person's ZMT device was registered with them, and if you want to change it, you have to visit the bank branch, which Jacob didn't require. After Jacob was done with the bank account matter, he finally looked at the other things in the safe. Besides money, there were some papers, and after skimming through them, he found the deed of this shop and some logs related to Jerry's business. What caught Jacob's eye were two folded parchments. One was an old map which Jacob mused must be of the ruin where they found Titan Tier's formula. The other was also a map, but the area recorded on it was extremely vast, and there were 3 words written on top of this map: Rarer Races Region. Jacob's eyes flashed as he examined the map more carefully. He didn't even have the map of the rare region, but now he got the map of the rarer region. He was naturally curious. However, he was fascinated when he saw a marked passage, and his eyes narrowed. Could it be a secret passage toward the rarer region? Jacob presumed and decided to interrogate Tunny about it later. After Jacob found out about the Titan Tears elixir, he knew now he could increase his strength at an extremely fast pace, which also meant he required powerful species hearts at some point. Right now, his hunger was 70% eliminated, and with his current wealth, he can buy more rare species meat and eliminate his hunger completely. Furthermore, he now had a rarer heart and 3 rare hearts. He might be able to cross the 40% progress with them soon. At that time, he could use the Titan Tears tummy would create to subdue his hunger to a bearable level. I should be able to complete up to 50% of my heart progress with the Titan Tears made with my current Titan Iron stash. In the meantime, I would learn potion making and that language. At that level, the rare region might not suit me anymore. But first, I have to completely take advantage of Jerry's position. In 7 months, I have to reach the 50% progress rate. An astute light shone in Jacob's eyes. With his current power, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Dark City, and he prepared a flawless plan for his advancement in these 7 months. Afterward, Jacob spotted a familiar yet unfamiliar device and picked it up. Bloodline scanning scale device. This one seemed to be of a higher grade. Jacob quickly turned on the 12x114 inches device. It has been a long time since he measured his strength with this device. One reason being the device in his possession no longer showed any date on him, and except for his species, sex, and age, all things were unknown. Jacob saw the familiar menu and pressed his thumb on the needle, and a countdown appeared on the black screen like the old device. A message appeared on the screen. The blood analysis has been completed. Please press the button to check the result. Jacob pressed the first button without any hesitation. Species, human uncommon. Sex, male, age, 25, blood force, 9,000 plus. Note, please purchase a higher grade device to measure accurate blood force. Bloodline, unknown. Note, please purchase a higher grade device to discover about this bloodline and more information. What is this blood force? Is it some kind of strength meter of the rarer region? Jacob mumbled with uncertainty and took a mental note to inquire about it from Tunny as well. He then pressed the next button. Blood analysis report, unknown bloodline, can't be mature with the current device. Note, please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood analysis results and more information. Still unknown, huh? Jacob barely chuckled as he expected this and pressed the last button without any expectation. Blood lifespan, unknown. Note, please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood lifespan results and more accurate information. Shaking his head, he closed the device. He expected this much since his body has long been mutated and always changing. Just keeping his identity as a human was already a miracle, but he knew it might not be for long as well. After this device, he found a green ID card that belonged to Jerry, and he stowed it away since it might come in handy because it belonged to the rarer region. Other than these things, there wasn't anything interesting that caught Jerry's eye, and he closed the safe, locking it. He finally has room to breathe. Jacob walked toward the king-size bed and just lay there while staring at the ceiling. He was traveling for months, and it was the first time in a while that he didn't feel any danger or on edge. A strange relief washed over him before he unknowingly fell asleep. When Jacob killed Jerry, he didn't know a strange signal was released, and right after 24 hours, a meeting was being held between capped figures at an unknown location. Everyone, I summon you all here to announce 2 pieces of news. The capped person, who was the only one who was sitting in this room, spoke in a hoarse voice. There were 12 standing figures in front of him and 2 standing on each side. All of them were attentively listening to him without making any noises. The person continued. First, it seemed someone from the bank had interfered with our mission in the uncommon region. This time, a manly voice sounded in disbelief. Did they find out about the cannibal plan? This we don't know for sure yet. But the person who intercepted us was assumed to have 1-star A-rank strength and possess at least Type LOT technology. So it could also be a coincidence that he was simply just a passerby. But we can't rule out the first possibility either. The sitting person impassively replied. What about the second announcement? Someone asked in a grave tone. The second is the Rogue Skull NO. A13893331's brain chip has gone offline yesterday, which means he is dead. Rogue Skull NO A1389331, you mean that renegade hobgoblin we were deliberately keeping alive? Some asked with astonishment. Yes. The person nodded. He didn't know we deliberately let him escape with the Titan Tears formula and had our own plans for him in the cannibal plan. But it seemed someone had killed him as well. Could it be someone had leaked the information about the cannibal plan, and now they're hunting our pawns one by one? Someone exclaimed in a grave tone. Rogue Skull NOA 1389331's current strength was at 3-star A rank, so it might not be the same person who killed him, and this could be a big, unexpected coincidence. The person said impassively, but if the information leak really happened, then there is a traitor among us, since only the people in this room know about the cannibal plan and its details. But it's impossible. We all have a brain chip implanted in our brains. The moment we say something about the organization or even think of betraying it, our head would explode. Someone quickly refuted it, and everyone spotted this claim. The sitting person's voice turned icy at this moment. That's why I didn't take any action. But just to be sure, everyone will go through a throughout scanning. If you guys weren't guilty, there's no need to be afraid. No one retorted or even dared to reject it and quickly agreed. All right, go to the scanning room first and then we'll talk. Everyone quickly left the hall except the two on this person's side. What is your plan if they were all clean? A melodious voice rang from his left side. When the scanning was complete, I hope we won't find anything amiss. I'm planning on sending Skull No A1000 and Skull No A9999 to the Uncommon region for investigation. If this is just a coincidence, they're going to oversee the cannibal plan until it reaches the initial stage, and it's time to retrieve the Titan Tears formula. We can't let it fall into someone else's hand. The leader impassively replied. Are you really going to send 5-digit and 4-digit skulls to that barren place? An elderly voice questioned from his right. I didn't want to show our true strength until the cannibal plan was initiated. But in these past 2 years, this wasn't the only time we were intercepted. I think there might be someone operating against us. Night 15. Chapter 15 Danger in Progress. 6 months later, 2 towering capped men entered the uncommon Dark City, and without stopping, they headed directly toward the City Hall, which was right beside the City Admin Manor, which was at the heart of Dark City. The Dark City Hall was the true operation center of the Dark City. As those 2 capped men entered the City Hall building, they were greeted by a masked receptionist. How may I help you? One of them pulled out a black ID card, which looked like an exquisite dark crystal. There were only 2 golden words written at the front, Dark Baron, and a golden capped insignia was imprinted on top center. When the receptionist saw them, her eyes went wide. However, before she could say anything, a deep voice rang. Don't cause a commotion. I want to activate my authority to find someone. The receptionist took a deep breath to calm down. Her excessive reaction was only natural because it was her first time seeing someone with a Dark Noble identity in Uncommon Dark City. Having the identity of a Dark Noble didn't just represent status, but also strength. One had to know, in the Uncommon Dark City, there was only one lower Dark Noble but not a single upper Dark Noble, despite its hundreds of years of history. It showed just how difficult it was to achieve the Dark Baron rank. I understand. The receptionist respectfully replied, Please follow me. I'll guide you to the manager's office. The Dark Baron stowed his identity card away before he followed the receptionist with his companion, without arousing any unwanted attention. The manager's office was on the 2nd floor, and the receptionist reported the arrival of a Dark Baron. Even the usually cold manager lost her composure for a moment before she quickly invited them in respectfully. When only the 3 of them were left in the room, the manager asked in an edgy tone, I heard Milord wanted to activate your authority to find someone? The Dark Baron nodded behind his cap and spoke, It's indeed the reason for my visit. The manager took a deep breath before she solemnly nodded and said, I understand. Just to be clear, you do understand that once you activate your Dark Baron search authority, you won't be able to use it before 30 days cooldown period ends. You can only acquire information on one person, and that person's Dark City rank should not exceed the lower Dark Noble rank. In case the person isn't present in the Dark City, we'll give you the most recent information we have. In case that person never signed in within our database, your Dark Baron search authority would not be counted. The Dark Baron nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. She didn't dwell on another topic anymore and quickly took out a tab-sized device and activated it and capped symbol flash before a menu appeared. She started touching the screen as she opened a unique menu and put it in front of the Dark Baron and described, Please place your Dark Noble identity card on this scanner and then your unique Dark Noble pin. The Dark City was extremely careful with its Dark Nobles since they have certain privileges within the Dark City. So, to make sure only the real person can use them, they had many security measures in place. The Dark Baron was familiar with the process and quickly put the Dark Crystal card on the device before he typed a long string of the next moment. A new screen appeared. Your handprint and blood sample, please, the manager instructed. The Dark Baron put away his ID card and then placed his hand on the can while pressing his thumb on the pin. When the scanning was complete, the manager took the device again. After she was done with the process, she said, Please deposit 10 million gold coins to Dark City account, or would you like to pay here? At this moment, the Dark Baron suddenly revealed a wristband, which made the manger's eyes flutter with shock. He tapped on it, and some glowing words appeared on it, and afterward he tapped a few times before he nodded. Done. The manager looked at the tab, and when she saw a notification appeared, she nodded and completed the process. Please tell me the ID name of the person you want to search, she inquired. The Dark Baron coldly replied, Tunny Pines. Jacob currently sat on the top floor of the pawnshop with both Tunny and Mr. Observer behind him, standing respectfully. In front of him sat a short, fat person in a golden mask, while beside him was a masked woman browsing through some papers in her hand. Jerry, I had to admit when I heard you were selling your establishment, I didn't believe it at first. The masked fatty chuckled at this moment. In these past 6 months, Mr. Observer had sold every valuable item in the pawnshop just as Jacob instructed him to and earned Jacob 23.9 million gold coins. That was added to Jacob's account and finally made a D-tier account. Now, he was selling this shop as well because Jacob had already done with his own business as well. Not only he learned potion making and all the knowledge of Tunny in these past 6 months, shocking Tunny out of his wits, he raised his heart progress to 48%. He had already 10 prepared rare heart essence injections for his advancement to the 50%. As for how he does it in these short 6 months, but here you are, Mr. Gold. You appeared within half an hour after I put the shop on sale with your assistant. It didn't seem you weren't ready for this at all. Well, it doesn't matter, as you might have already known. I was emptying my warehouse in the past months as well as transferring my staff members back home. I'm simply done with this place. Jacob coolly replied. When Mr. Observer heard transferring, a ghastly chill ran down his spine as he thought how Jacob's home means literally his stomach. He knew all those staff members were lured out of the city every month in the sham of transferring to the rare region and a huge amount of gold coins. But the moment they left the dark city, Jacob would butcher them before eating every last bite and then return with a large bag as if nothing happened. Mr. Observer knew all of this because he was the one who prepared those livestocks for Jacob. What made him appalled was just how big Jacob's appetite was, and even devoured 32 staff members 3 months ago in 2 days. He clearly remembered to this day Jacob had devoured 218 staff members. Every time Jacob asked him to arrange the transfer, he always thought he might get eaten this time like everyone else if Jacob's hunger wasn't quenched. That's why he worked extra hard to do everything Jacob told him and show his value. This was also part of the reason everything was done in 6 months, and now only this shop was left. Mr. Gold had naturally heard about this, just as Jacob said. He was after Jerry's shop for a long time because of its position in the market area. But Jerry wasn't someone to trifle with. That was why he was paying attention when he received the report that Jerry's had stopped buying and even shifting his staff out of the city. When he heard the news that Jerry's had put his shop on sale in the city hall, he literally flew here to strike first. It's all there, boss. The assistant nodded and put the shop's deed down after making sure it was real. Mr. Gold quickly said, Mr. Jerry, I think you're a direct person, so I won't waste your time. I'm willing to pay you 50 million for this shop. Jacob's lips curled up as he said, Mr. Observer, escort our guest out. It seemed they're not here with sincerity. Mr. Gold and his assistant were dumbfounded by Jerry's response, and when they saw Mr. Observer moved and was really about to chase him out, Mr. Gold quickly said, Mr. Jerry, there's no need to burn all the bridges so quickly. That was just my price. If you're not content with it, please state your offer. We can negotiate. I sincerely wanted to buy this shop. Jacob nodded and said, Very well. As you know, my shop is in the most prominent area of the Dark City. Furthermore, I won't take furniture in the shop, including this top floor. There's also a secret room behind me, and there are many of high-level training equipment and a high uncommon grade safe. That is all included within this shop. Mr. Gold's eyes shimmered. If that's the case, then what price do you have in mind? Jacob stated his last price. I want 100 million, and this is no negotiable. 1116, Chapter 116 Monsters Have No Remorse. I want 100 million, and this is no negotiable. Mr. Gold fell silent for a moment when he heard Jacob's response. He knew this shop's actual value was between 70 and 80 million gold coins, and his first price was just a probe. If Jacob hasn't included all the furniture and this whole lavish floor and all the things here, he wasn't willing to pay this much to acquire this shop. Jacob didn't hurry Mr. Gold. He knew this guy wasn't a refuge or criminal like most of the people in the uncommon Dark City. But he was one of those rare, normal people. He was a pure businessman who had a large chain of firms in many cities. He supplied parts of different firearms and sold some finished products. Jacob knew just how extensive a firearm business could be, and he didn't mind getting acquainted with Mr. Gold. It might come in handy at some point. That was why he agreed to meet with him first, or he didn't mind waiting for others and hearing their offers. Mr. Gold finally spoke with a nod. All right, Mr. Jerry, let's sign the transfer papers. Jacob merely nodded and signed the papers with Jerry's name, and Mr. Gold transferred 100 million into Jacob's account. Mr. Jerry, it's a pleasure to deal with you. According to the agreement, you have to vacate the shop in 3 days. Mr. Gold was in a good mood as he said, If you require anything related to firearms in the rare region, please contact me using this pager number. Jacob had already known about the existence of pagers in the rare regions, and he already bought a new one for himself to make it convenient to contact Mr. Observer. Jacob received the pager number and nodded. No problem. You can take over this place right now since I have packed my stuff. Mr. Gold was startled for a moment before he nodded without raising any further questions. He even liked Jerry's decisiveness. Let's go. Jacob stood up and signaled Mr. Observer to pick up the 2 large bags on the corner. The 3 of them left the top floor, leaving Mr. Gold and his assistant. Mr. Gold couldn't help but ask with a sharp look in his eyes, "What a strange fellow. Do you think it was the real Jerry?" The assistant shook her head. No, Jerry was burly and taller than this Jerry, and he would have never sold his business he nurtured with his blood and sweat. It seemed that stubborn idiot moved on this guy, and we can only imagine his fate. Fear surfaced in his eyes when he thought of Jacob's icy eyes. It was indeed right to not take any drastic measure against this person and establish a connection. If he can get rid of Jerry, only the city admit can handle him. Mr. Gold was a businessman, and he had a deep information network. He had been eyeing this shop for many years, but also knew just how scary Jerry was. He once probed him and paid a huge price for that, so he naturally would notice when a new Jerry would appear, and when he thought of investigating this impersonator, he was stopped when he noticed what Jacob was doing with Jerry's shop, and he knew he don't need to do anything and just wait for the chance. The thing that can be handled with money didn't need force. It was Mr. Gold's logic in doing business. Now, he acquired this shop without offending Jacob, and after meeting him in person, he felt gladder he didn't take that route, or he might not be alive to regret it. Jacob and his 2 slaves left Jerry's shop wearing capes. When they turned around, 2 capped figures passed them. Jacob's eyes widened slightly, but he continued to move as if he didn't sense that fleeting danger from one of those capped figures. Just who could they be to make even me feel the sense of danger for a moment? Jacob knew his improvement better than anyone else. Someone who could make him feel a sense of danger just by walking past him can't be just any random nobody. Nevertheless, that person wasn't here to mess with him, and he was leaving this place. There might not even meet again, so he thought little about this and hailed a carriage. An astonishing grunt sounded from a capped figure as it turned around to look at the empty corner. What? The other man inquired in confusion. Nothing. I felt danger for a moment. She replied with uncertainty. Thurton, stop joking. The man retorted. He clearly didn't believe his companion. Not even the city admit can make me feel danger, much less you. Now be serious. We still have another place to go before we deal with this nuisance that made me spend 10 million. You're right. It must be my imagination. Let me eat this fellow after retrieving that book. I'm feeling quite hungry after this long trip. The female chuckled and starts moving again. Don't kill anyone in the Dark City. Although we can raise this place to rubble, we can't handle the consequences. Besides, we were strictly ordered not to cause any trouble. The man quickly refuted. You think I don't know? You're planning to enslave him before taking him out of the city to interrogate him. Just let me eat him afterward. Oh, and enslaved 10 more common tier 6 or higher tier species for me. How about we enslave the city admin as well? His common tier 9 meat will taste quite good, right? She asked like a curious child. But her companion felt a chill in his spine and remained silent. He knew if they weren't together and from the same organization, she might have eaten him as well. Just like that, they entered the Jerry pawn shop. Jacob and his 2 slaves left the uncommon dark city and moved deep within the mountains before stopping. Mr. Observer and Tunney's hearts tightened when they were stopped by Jacob. They knew since Jacob had already done with his business with the dark city and sold everything, it was finally their turn. Truth be told, Mr. Observer was still a little hopeful that Jacob might really set him since Jacob had yet to take his money despite him offering it to him multiple times. But Jacob simply rejected him. It gives him some hope. As for Tunney, he had spent far more time with Jacob than Mr. Observer in these past 6 months, and Jacob never showed any emotions and merely used him as a library to learn knowledge. Furthermore, he never thought Jacob would really learn potion making in 6 months and reach his level. Even someone as talented as him took decades to achieve this level. If news got out about this, the Alchemy Guild might do anything to recruit Jacob in their main branch. He wasn't just a monster who could eat anything and everything, he was also a monster who could learn anything and everything. This was the final conclusion Tunney reached, and he even felt somewhat gratified to teach such a person. Even if he died now, he really didn't have any regret, and he had made peace with it. But some part of him still hoped Jacob would spare him out of remorse. However, when Jacob's hand suddenly blurred and stabbed right into his chest, realization dawned upon him in his last movement. Monsters have no remorse. It was his last thought before Jacob gouged his beating heart out. Jacob merely looked at the still beating heart and then at Tunney's corpse. He then shifted his eyes at Mr. Observe, who took a step back as he felt stared at by a devil. Take out an empty box, collect his blood, and dug out that parasite gem while you're at it, Jacob commanded. Mr. Observer controls the shutters and quickly does as he was told. He takes out a metal box, starts filling it with Tunney's warm blood, and digs the parasite gem out. After collecting them, he handed them to Jacob with trembling hands. Jacob took them, placed the heart in the box, and put both of them in his pocket. Then he looked at Mr. Observer, making him shake controllably. He chuckles. As I said before, you're free from now on. but your parasite controller will remain with him. You can try to dig it out in the future, or you could live it with that gem in your head. But as long as you live with that gem, you can't tell a word about me to anyone, or write them, or hint anything. If this much freedom is enough for you, you can leave, or I don't mind collecting your heart as well for my collection as well. I'm already suffering a huge loss to let you walk away with a rare grade parasite gem. Mr. Observer nearly cried when he heard those words. He felt like they were words of salvation and quickly blurted, Thank you. I won't try to destroy this gem ever, even if I got the chance. 117. Chapter 117 50%. Completion. Jacob merely chuckled when he saw how grateful Mr. Observer was. Don't flatter yourself. Even if you manage to get rid of that parasite gem, do you think you can get rid of me if I decide to hunt you down? Mr. Observer felt a chill when he heard those words. Jacob's fear was deeply rooted in his heart now, and he won't dare to cross Jacob even if he had 10 lives. Don't worry, boss. This gem will be proof of my loyalty. I can't ask for more. He quickly kneeled. All right now, leave before I change my mind. Jacob waved his hand in annoyance. What about you? Aren't you coming with me? Mr. Observer was confused. Jacob squinted his eyes coldly and said subtly, Do you really want to know? Mr. Observer cursed himself for being an idiot and not reading between the lines and whiffled his head. He quickly stood up. Again, thank you, boss. You're the best. Done finishing, he ran away without stopping. He was clearly afraid Jacob would still lust after heart, literally. Jacob smirked when he saw Mr. Observer running away like a scaredy cat, despite having a peak B rank strength. He really meant what he said that day, and since Mr. Observer really did an excellent job in these past 6 months, he let him go. Truth be told, if not for Mr. Observer arranging those staff members every month, he won't be able to convert his body at the same level as his 40% completed heart, or reach a 48% progress rate and close to 50%. Although Mr. Observer knows about Jacob's strange hobby of collecting the heart after killing his prey, but he didn't dare to question it and even helped him sometimes to collect them despite being disgusted about it. Jacob shook his head. He was destined to be alone on this path, and there was no need for him to make relations with others. He glanced at Tunny's corpse and mumbled, I never thought my learning abilities will reach such a level with my strength. You were the only one who knew besides me. So, I can't let you walk away with this secret, but I bury your remains as a token of my appreciation toward you. In these last 6 months, Jacob had a far deeper understanding of himself. Not only his physical strength was rising with his heart, but his mind was becoming sharper, and his learning ability was already at the level where he learned complex potion making in 6 months. He knew this kind of ability could be a disaster and a blessing at the same time. From experience, he knew people in power tend to control those who can shake their position when they matured. If they can't control them, they would simply destroy them to get rid of future trouble, especially if your talent lies in the field of intellect and has ambition. He was still a stranger to this world and its complex power structure. If he let his guard down and relaxed, he might be the next Mr. Observer and Tunny for another Jacob. That's why I was completely ruthless with Tunny, after he buried Tunny beside a tree, which only took him 5 minutes. Jacob picked up his bags and left the area in the completely opposite direction from the rare region at full speed, which was now over 300 Fef. Strangely, he was moving in the Humane Kingdom's direction. After moving for 3 hours at his top speed, he finally started to exhaust himself. He didn't take the long, safe route back because he didn't require it any longer. He was even hoping that some rare animal would jump on him. Furthermore, he found a small water stream and a small natural cave. He decided to rest here for the night and absorb the 10 rare blood essences he had prepared beforehand. This should be enough to cross the 50% threshold, and I'm already prepared for this advancement, Jacob mused as he closed the cave entrance with a boulder. Cursed Immortality. Jacob summons the book and opens the progress page. 2nd level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark. Completion, 48 WO%. He then took out the injection and injected it without any hesitation. Furthermore, this syringe was custom-made with Titan iron because those normal syringes weren't able to penetrate his skin when he crossed the 40% mark 4 months ago. After the heart essence entered his heart, it turned into a stream of warm energy before it vanished within a minute. It was completely absorbed. He glanced at the progress page. Co-sect. 2nd level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark. Completion, 48.202%. Jacob had expected this. Tier 4 to Tier 6 heart essence only provides a 0.2 or 0.3% increase maximum in his heart progress now, and he can absorb them within a minute. He knew after reaching 50%, the rare species will be akin to uncommon species to him. That was one of the reasons he no longer cared about the farm. Uncommon Dark City. He mused after reaching 50%, only if he consumed the entire Dark City could he cross the 60%, which was simply not worth making the organization behind the Dark City his enemy. Jacob didn't stop injecting another heart essence and then another. After injecting and absorbing the 9th heart essence, 2nd level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark. Completion, 49.9%. However, he didn't take the last injection right away. Instead, he speaks, there's no hidden surprise at the 50%, right? After what happened at 20%, he was very careful whenever he was about to cross these thresholds. Why are you such a worrywart? If didn't have any mutant heart essence, then there's no need to worry about anything. Besides, now that you have that potion, is there any need to be cautious anymore? Immortica annoyingly wrote. Do you think Titan iron grows on trees? Now quit your whining and let me advance in peace. Jacob berated and injected the last injection without caring about Immortica's reply. This time, the process didn't just over in a minute. The infinity cursed mark in Jacob's heart suddenly shimmered darkly before it grew inker, and from 1 millimeter in size, it suddenly started to expand. Jacob felt like something had just sown deep within his heart as he clenched his teeth from the pain. Although this pain was at Jacob's bearable level, it was still not something Jacob enjoyed. If it was Jacob of the past, he might have gone insane already. The infinity cursed mark stopped when it expanded to 1 cm from 1 millimeter, and the blurry pattern within the infinity symbol also became somewhat apparent, but it was still not clear. Nevertheless, Jacob did not know about it, and he was now feeling relief since the pain had ended and warmth replaced it. He knew he had successfully advanced, and when a sudden hunger rose, he was 100% sure. He glanced at the progress. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark. Completion, 5101%. The last injection gave me a whole percent. Nice. Jacob was content with this progress. A small vial appeared in his hand, filled with black liquid. It was the Titan Tears. From the Titan iron in his possession, he acquired 85 drops of Titan Tears, and he used 20 drops when he reached the 40% completion rate to quench his hunger by 60%. Now he had 65 drops, and after he felt the hunger of the 50% completion rate, he knew it was a wise decision to move in this direction. He quickly gulped down the entire vial, which contained 30 drops. The hunger was greatly subdued as warm energy seeped into his body. But soon it completely vanished, and Jacob frowned. It seemed now 1 drop of Titan Tear can only quench my hunger 1%. He quickly took out another vial, which had 20 drops of Titan Tears, and consumed all of them. Jacob felt half of his hunger was now gone, and he was far more powerful than he was 15 minutes ago. I should keep the last 15 drops saved for now and try sustaining myself with animals until I reach the Earthen Kingdom and find their load of Titan iron. It was indeed the right choice to visit the Earthen Kingdom before heading to the higher region. In here, no one will be able to stop me from taking that Titan iron, and once I have a sufficient amount of Titan Tears, I'll leave them alone. Jacob's lips curled into a devious smile. He wasn't like Jerry and Tunny or anyone else in Dark City. They never bothered with the affairs of the barren, uncommon region. That's why they missed out on the only Titan iron lode in the uncommon region that exists in the Earthen Kingdom of Hobtroll. Now, it benefits Jacob, and with his current prowess, those Hobtrolls would be courting death if they dared to stop him. E118. Chapter 118. The Cannibal Plan. The Earthen Kingdom was right between the Humane Kingdom and the Oriate Kingdom, and it was the strongest kingdom among the three as well. Furthermore, the Earthen Kingdom had the most fertile lands in the uncommon region. Even the Oriate Kingdom of Green Goblin, which had an allied relationship with the Earthen Kingdom, didn't dare to court the Earthen Kingdom's lands. The reason is extremely simple: strength. Not only the Hobtrolls were physically stronger than any intelligent race present in the uncommon region, but they also had 15 B-rank mercenaries, as well as their army marshal was titled as the strongest warrior of the uncommon region. That's why no one dares to mess with the Earthen Kingdom, especially the Humane Kingdom, which was the weakest of the three and had a poor history in comparison to these two kingdoms. The Earthen City was the capital city of the Earthen Kingdom, surrounded by thick, towering walls. The Earthen Castle was the most eye-catching structure of the entire city, and it could be seen from the city gates. Inside an office in the royal castle, a burly hobtroll in lavishing clothes was currently kneeling in front of 2 sitting capped persons. Tisk, so you were living in this lavishing castle uncovered all these years? A melodious voice clicked her tongue with envy. The hobtroll quickly answered, it was all because of the organization. Without them, I would still be a beggar. His voice was filled with gratitude. Yet you still failed to protect our cause, a deep voice coldly retorted. The hobtroll kept his head low and replied, I won't deny it, and I'm ready to receive the death plenty. His voice didn't waver when he said those words. Hee, look who's talking about failing. The woman behind the cape cackled. The man couldn't help but gnashed his teeth when he heard this and refuted. We both know who is the expert in tracking here, so don't even think about going there. Tusk, if only I could eat you. The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance. The hobtroll was speechless by this strange exchange between these two terrifying existences, but he kept his mouth shut and pretended as if he was a statue. The man took to a deep breath to calm himself down and looked at the hobtroll and sternly said, although the organization didn't hold you accountable for what happened last time, but a failure is still a failure, and if this happened again, I let her eat you, and trust me, she didn't even leave bones. Hey, bones are rather tasty and crispy, don't make them sound so bad. The woman instantly rebutted. A chill run down the hobtroll's spine when he heard those words and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Stop interrupting me. The man was vexed. Tell me, how long will it take for Cannibal Plan to enter the initial phase? The hobtroll thought for a moment before he replied, after our last success, it would only take about 3 to 4 fourth months to make another cannibal. But we required a huge supply of human blood, which is the most crucial ingredient of the cannibal formula. Without human blood, the cannibal won't have any growth potential, and from our research, the stronger a human, the more potential a cannibal has. The previous one was killed by that hidden expert. It was made with C-rank human's blood, and its potential was of a rarer species while it was born as a rare species. Interesting. The man sounded intrigued. Is the human you speak of the uncommon race which had the secret enzyme the organization has been searching for all these years? Yes. Although humans are considered uncommon without any special traits or abilities. But they're like a clean slate, and if they had means they can grow and adapt extremely fast. I had yet to see the extent of their bloodline. That's why the organization even bothered to enter this kind of place, the hob troll answered truthfully. Just some primitives who had some shit luck to catch the attention of our organization. If not for that enzyme, they might be already extinct by you guys. The man sneered coldly. The hob troll didn't retort since it was the truth. Just start the mass production. Since we're here, there's no need to hesitate any longer. The uncommon region is our sanctuary, and it's time to utilize it, the man coldly ordered. The hob troll hesitated for a moment before he timidly said, What about the 3 hegemonies? If we start a mass slaughter, those humans in the 3 hegemonies won't stay still, especially the Black Knight Order and their marshal, who is a reserve Nightmare Knight. Milords already know about the antics of the Zodiac Warriors Alliance. Those guys are always looking for a platform to show off their fighter manual's prestige. The capped man seemed to expect this and chuckled darkly. That group of lunatics are really akin to a hornet nest, but they would only involve themselves if they found a higher being's traces. If it's just an infight between locals, they won't care even if we slaughter some low-level seeds and a talentless reserve. You mean? The hob troll's eyes shimmered in astonishment. Start an all-out war with the humans. The woman giggled with a hint of excitement. The hob troll's lips curled slightly as a hint of ecstasy flashed past his eyes. I'll arrange it right away. The army marshal is already our slave. It would only take a week to arrange the armies. Good, we'll be hiding in the dark, and if someone dares to interfere, we'll deal with them, but don't even think for a second that we are your personal bodyguards. If you were killed by some primitives, this will prove your incompetence, and someone will replace you, the capped man coldly warned. The hob troll wasn't the least bit discouraged by this. He knew better than anyone that only an A rank can threaten him in the uncommon region. I understand. The hob troll solemnly nodded. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang from the outside. Prime Minister, someone had plundered one of our warehouses of the Titan iron. What? The hob troll was astonished by this sudden news. He knew those Titan iron warehouses were the Earthen Kingdom's lifeline, and they were heavily guarded. Furthermore, no one would be foolish enough to raid the Earthen Kingdom unless they lost their minds. But it seemed someone does lose their mind. The capped individuals couldn't help but look at each other at this moment. Call him inside, the man suddenly commanded. The hob troll was confused by this sudden command, but he still does as he was told. Come in. A hob troll in white robes entered the office with a face full of panic. He was about to say something when he saw the 2 capped persons sitting on the side. He shut his mouth. Furthermore, he can tell this kind of information in front of outsiders. How much Titan iron was stolen? The capped man asked at this moment with a hint of uncertainty. Answer him without hiding anything. The hob troll coldly commanded as he was now sitting in his usual position. After the hob troll got the confirmation, he quickly replied, The whole warehouse was emptied. There was over 250 kg Titan iron, and it was gone in a single night without any traces. It seemed those bandits are becoming bolder and bolder since we ignored them for long. The Prime Minister coldly uttered, Do you think it's the same fish who got away? The woman in the cape suddenly questioned her companion. There's a 50% chance it's the same bastard who stole the formula and also killed that rogue skull. The key ingredient is Titan iron as well. If it's him, then he made it easier for us by coming here. We were told that the cannibal plan progress would be much smoother with Titan tears and ordered to bring it here in the first place since they had a Titan iron ore load, the man solemnly stated. The Prime Minister was baffled by this strange conversation as well as the other troll. How many Titan iron do you guys have in the warehouse, and where is the load? The man suddenly questioned sharply. The young hob troll was stumped by this question because it was a national secret and no one would tell this. Only the royal family and some upper echelons of the Earthen Kingdom know about this information. Even the location of the warehouses was a secret, and this could be said to be a terrible coincidence. However, the young hob troll was gobsmacked when the Prime Minister spilled the beans. There are 33 warehouses, now 32 I guess. The load is a few miles away, deep within the Forbidden Forest. Why milords are so interested in uncommon Titan iron? Is there anything I should know? He couldn't help but question. This time the woman replied playfully, It's just a slippery fish who got away before. Collect every piece of Titan iron in the mine. We'll be living in that place from now on. E119. Chapter 11-9. Potion Alchemy. A few hundred miles away from the Earthen City is the Sunset Duchy under the Sunset family. Behind the Sunset Mansion, inside an underground warehouse, 2 men were standing in front of a capped man wearing a black mask. Only his piercing amber eyes were visible. My lord, we just heard the news that the king ordered to move every piece of Titan iron from the warehouses and shift them back to the Forbidden Forest. If not for Duke status, I won't be able to get my hands on this news. A burly troll with a thick beard respectfully told. If other trolls saw him, they would have instantly recognized this troll because he was one of 6 dukes of the Earthen Kingdom, Sunset Duke. But now he was standing respectfully in front of his masked man like he was standing in front of his king. This masked man was naturally Jacob, who appeared in the Earthen Kingdom 2 weeks ago and directly enslaved the Sunset Duke and his eldest son. It was simply more convenient to have the locals working for him while he remained in the shadows. Furthermore, someone like the Sunset Duke would know the whereabouts of the Titan Iron. His guess was right, and just 3 days ago, with Sunset Duke's help, he raided a Titan Iron warehouse and gained over 250 kg Titan Iron ores. He also didn't have to worry about hiding since the Sunset Mansion was quite huge and he could use it as his backyard. No one would think the loyal Sunset Duke was hiding a national criminal in his home. The Sunset Duke was also his eyes and ears in the Earthen Kingdom. Jacob's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Why are they collecting all the Titan Iron at the same place? Aren't they responding excessively? I just raided a low-level warehouse and they're already panicking. Well, since they're going into all this trouble to collect all the Titan Iron in a place, I can simply intercept them and get a sufficient amount of Titan Iron. I can't carry a large amount of Titan Tears with me even if I want to, so there's no point in showing myself. I never intended to take all the Titan Iron in the first place. They can guard it as much as they want. Jacob's lips curled up into a mocking smile. Although he wanted to empty the entire Titan Iron vein of the Earthen Kingdom and convert everything into the Titan Tears, but he knew it was impossible. First, there were 3 more auxiliary materials required to make the Titan Tears: the golden grass, the vintage leaf, and the night dew. Although these materials weren't as rare as Titan Iron, they were still rare in the uncommon region. There might not be enough to make even 2,000 drops of Titan Tears. Second, Jacob can always get more uncommon Titan Iron in higher regions. He wasn't like Jerry or Tunny, who were hunted by the rarer region. No one knows he had the Titan Tears formula. Lastly, Jacob knew the more he progressed, the lesser the uncommon grade Titan Tears affects him, and he would require either a large supply of uncommon Titan Tears or a higher grade potion. That's why he only wanted to make enough Titan Tears that could let him safely pass through 60% and 70% level hunger. In the meantime, he would search for the materials to make the higher level potion. Since Jerry and Tunny can't find those materials in the rare region, it doesn't mean Jacob won't be able to find them in the rarer region as well. He was completely confident in roaming unhindered in the rarer region after crossing the 50% mark, so there wasn't any need for him to bully those trolls so much. Alright, find out the convoy routes and the amount of Titan Iron they were carrying. I need them before they reach the final destination. Now, go. Jacob coldly ordered before he closed the door. The underground warehouse was quite large, and there was an enormous pile of Titan Iron ores. On the other side were 3 different piles of materials, which Jacob made the Sunset Duke purchase at any price. At the other corner of this warehouse was a large stone table with glass test tubes and other stuff required for potion making. It was like creating chemicals in a chemistry lab. From Tunny, Jacob had learned that the potion alchemy was just a minor branch of alchemy, like the Gunsmith Guild, Apothecary Guild, and the Apothecary Alchemy Guild. And these were just the branches that were in the rare and rarer regions. He also learned that if one wanted to learn true alchemy and entered the main alchemy guild, it was compulsory to be proficient in these branches. At least one had to be a Grand Master in at least 3 branches. There were 3 levels of apprentice rank, followed by basic, intermediate, advance. After these ranks were the master rank with the same 3 levels. Then there was the Grandmaster rank, which was the pinnacle of any alchemy branch. There wasn't any single Grandmaster rank present in any branch of the rare or rarer regions. So, to achieve a Grandmaster rank in all these branches was nigh impossible, and many believed that it was just a hoax made by the Alchemy Guild to keep them in check. But what truly made Jacob fascinated and want to learn about alchemy was their knowledge. Although this knowledge wasn't as advanced as quantum physics, the physics of time and space, or algebraic number theories which he was familiar with. Yet, he found their traces in the Gunsmith Guild library, and those low-level books made his foundation more refined. That was why he believed he might be surprised when he proceeded to the higher regions. Jacob now considers this world like an onion. He was just at the first layer of this world, and he had already experienced so much here. That's why he didn't dare to think of himself as superior anymore, just because he had more knowledge than the natives of the uncommon or rare region. His goal was immortality, and to reach that goal, he'll do anything as long as it made him come closer to that goal. Jacob turns on the furnace before he tosses Titan Iron into it. It was the first step in making the Titan Tears. He was required to melt the Titan Iron in the furnace. After it was done, he was required to use the night dew, which was like dark mercury. The night dew would clear the impurity, turns the molten iron state into a pure liquid form, and make its melting point to room temperature. Then he was required to use a mixture of golden grass and vintage leaf. The moment he mixed those two, a huge reaction occurred. Deep black smoke rose from the bicker as if a cloud was being made. This black smoke didn't have any smell. However, Jacob didn't dare to touch it because this black smoke was acidic, and he had prepared a special vacuum to collect the smoke so he could release it in the air at night, or it might draw some attention. After the smoke stopped, only a tiny amount of black liquid was left, which was the Titan tears. Jacob was already at a 65% conversion rate of his body, and he was planning to make it 100% so he could achieve and use the full strength of 50%. Furthermore, he still hasn't activated his fluid acceleration. A part of being he was afraid, and a part was he didn't have any chance or he didn't know how to accelerate his heart rate at 10 Hbps. It was quite risky if he tried a force method, and then had no power left to concentrate to control the fluid acceleration. He also hadn't had the chance to continue his water meditation since it wasn't required any longer after his body had no longer expanded. Nevertheless, he was planning to continue it when he was done with the Titan tears matter. Jacob then spent all day making Titan tears and used 100 kg from that pile. After consuming all the Titan tears he had made, his hunger was completely gone. He was laden with unimaginable strength. He mused he was twice stronger than he was at 40%, and his speed also increased by at least 50 kmph. At this moment, a knock rang on the door. Jacob's lips curled as anticipation appeared in his eyes. He opened the door and saw it was Sunset Duke. Sunset Duke respectfully handed over some paper to Jacob and said, "My lord, these are the convoy's routes. The largest of them is holding over 2 tons of Titan iron, while the smallest one is keeping 100 kilodream." Jacob didn't even look at the reports and coldly asked, "Where is the 2 tons convoy at this moment?" Point 20. Chapter 20 Start of War. The Forbidden Forest of the Earthen Kingdom was the most guarded location after the royal castle. Not only this forest was filled with poisonous animals and apex predators, but a powerful army squad patrolled the central area as well, and they were far more vicious than anything present in the entire forest. The reason being there was an extremely precious Titan iron lode in this area which was discovered a few hundred years ago when the Earthen Kingdom Foundation was established. It was the lifeline of the Earthen Kingdom's economy. But this lode was almost exhausted by the excessive mining. Nevertheless, the Hob Trolls still didn't vacant this place, and they were determined to undermine every piece of ore from this lode. There was a small stone building where the superintendent of this mine lived. At this moment, the superintendent was respectfully standing in front of a capped man with fear in his eyes. He said, My lord, last night 2 tons of Titan iron were stolen." His legs turned into jelly when he felt a ghastly aura from the capped figure. "Useless thralls." A deep, icy voice sneered in anger, and the next moment thereafter, the Hob Troll's head suddenly blew into bits. "It seemed we underestimated this fish. It's a cunning one." A melodious voice sounded with a hint of ecstasy before another capped woman entered the room. The capped man grunted coldly. He had already got 2 tons of Titan iron, and we don't know about other materials of the Titan Tears formula. So, we might have to wait before he runs out of the stolen Titan iron and approaches this place. "Heh, do you think he'll come for more?" the woman suddenly asked playfully. "What do you mean?" the man questioned. The woman catwalked into the room as she said, "He's not coming back for more." "Oh, how can you be so sure?" He was uncertain. "You're just a muscle-brained sigh," the woman lamented. "Tell me in these 2 raids, what was common? Titan iron?" the man coldly replied. "No." "Don't you read the reports that there weren't any traces of a carriage or any vehicle moving the Titan iron in the first raid on the warehouse?" This time, the convoy was completely destroyed, and only the container was taken away. This means whoever stole the Titan iron had used no means to carry it. I can understand the 250 kg even though I can carry it with 1 finger. But 2 tons will take me at least 1 hand while you have to use your full strength to travel with this much weight. The woman's voice went serious in the end. "So, you're saying this person might be as strong as me?" the man asked in disbelief. "Maybe, but he's not far away. So, tell me how much something made with a Tier 3 common material can affect your strength?" the woman asked another question. The man was startled before he blurted, "It won't affect me at all, but if I took in a large quantity, then it might make some difference. But only once. Now I understand that motherfucker won't need this level of Titan iron anymore after consuming over 2 tons of it. Didn't this mean we'll let him escape again?" His voice was filled with indignation and helplessness. "Hehehe, you see, that's why I called you a muscle brain." The woman suddenly laughs in a mocking tone. A dark red light suddenly glowed between the cap as 2 crimson eyes glow with bloodlust. "Now we just have to visit those people who know about the convoy's routes as well as to check their purchases in these past few days. We might catch our little troublemaker fish. I can't wait to eat this cunning fish." A chill ran down the man's spine when he heard this, and a scary proposition surfaced in his mind. Could it be all of this was just a trap set by this crazy bitch? It had been an entire week since Jacob had stolen the entire container of the Titan iron, and he was locked in the underground facility while making the Titan tears. He was almost done, and only a little over 500 kilograms of Titan iron left. If not for the other 2 materials shortage, he won't take a break until he was done. Jacob exited the underground warehouse to get some fresh air. "I have successfully made over 1,500 drops of Titan tears, and with the remaining Titan iron, the grand total would be around 1,700 to 1,800 drops. Well, this much is enough for me to cross 2 more limits. Until then, I'll be able to acquire the materials for the higher level elixir. I can finally leave this place. Jacob looked at the cloudy sky with some expectation. Jacob also absorbed the heart essence of Tunny, who was a tier 7 pine orc, and it only raised his heart percentage from 5101% to 5206%. Which made Jacob somewhat depressed because he was used to getting this much from a rare species, but now the rarer species were adding 15% to the heart's progress. This means by the time he reaches 60%, this number would further drop between 006 to 100. Jacob now had a deep understanding of how percentages would add to the progress rate as he grew stronger and stronger. It seemed I have to skip the rare region, Jacob thought deeply. At this moment, he heard hurried steps and looked in the direction he was the Sunset Duke's son was rushing toward him with a pale face. What is it? Jacob coolly questioned. The young hob troll answered while panting. War. Jacob's eyes narrowed. What war? An all-out war between our kingdom and Humane Kingdom. It was just announced, and everyone was ordered to get ready for the invasion. The hob troll answered while catching his breath. All-out war? Invasion? Did they provoke you guys? Jacob asked curiously. The hob troll shook his head. I don't know, but father has to make a trip to the capital. The king summoned every noble to discuss the invasion plan. I was here to report it to you and deliver the materials Lord ordered. They have arrived. However, the supplier told me that this would be the last batch of these materials, and we have to wait a couple of months for a new batch, and it might even take longer because of this abrupt war. The young hob troll seemed quite excited when he spoke about the war. Not just him, but the entire Earthen Kingdom was in an uproar because of this sudden war declaration. The hob troll species were innately warmonger and savage. They even support this decision and shower their king with praise. However, the Humane Kingdom was completely baffled by this sudden declaration. They never provoked the two kingdoms and even pay taxes and tributes to the two kingdoms as a peace offering and always remained low-key. The king of the Humane Kingdom even sent a diplomatic envoy to inquire about why the trolls suddenly turned hostile and do anything to stop this madness. But on the same evening, the envoy's head was delivered back. It was a silent message, fight or die. Many human cities went into a state of war, and some noble and weak humans fled the kingdom toward the common region without any hesitation. The Earthen Kingdom was the strongest of the three kingdoms, and it would be akin to death by fighting this already lost war, so fleeing seemed to be a better option. However, the trolls seemed to have gone completely mad as they even sent 2/10 of their armies to the common region to hunt down every last human. It appeared they simply didn't want to let any humans live anymore. Jacob was astonished when he heard just how far trolls were going against humans. Something is not right with this war, Jacob thought with a frown, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Nevertheless, he didn't want to be involved in this mess, and he wasn't a hero either. The previous owner of this body was traded as a slave to Decker, so Jacob didn't have any goodwill toward humans as well. It's not like they're only humans as an intelligent species in this world. Jacob shook his head. He ordered the young troll to shift all the materials into the warehouse. He was planning to refine the remaining Titan iron if he could, and then leave this place for good. Just like that, 2 more days pass. As expected, the humans were getting slaughtered by the trolls on the battlefield. Only those mercenaries and knights were putting up a fight, but the trolls seemed to be playing with them as any of their B-rank experts had yet to join the battle. Jacob was completely oblivious to this. Right at this moment, 2 capped figures enter the Sunset Duke's mansion as if they were on a stroll. Hee, see? We caught our fish. The woman chuckled darkly. 121, Chapter 21, Rare Tier? Jacob was refining the last batch of the Titan tiers. With this, he would have 1,754 Titan tiers drops in total. After the smock vanished, Jacob took out a large glass jar, which was almost filled with dark liquid, and he put those few drops into the jar and stowed it away in his pendant again. He then looked at the reaming pile of the Titan iron and shook his head in pity. All of this will be going to waste. Well, I'll let that trolls have it, if he survived the extraction of the parasite gem, he thought. However, at this moment, his eyes narrowed when he heard faint steps and calm heartbeats. His hearing now was extremely sensitive. He could listen to a sound within 100 meters radius, and the closer the sound was, the stronger his hearing. He could tell these heartbeats weren't from his slaves nor any of the members of the Sunset family, but these heartbeats were extremely calm as they moved toward his location. Did I get exposed? Jacob's eyes turned sharper. If there's someone with a brain, it wasn't hard to figure it out. They just have to investigate the people who know about convoy routes and then take out the suspects one by one. I don't know if Slave No. 1 Sunset Duke is still alive or not, since these parasite gem controllers will remain the same even if the slave died or the gem shattered. If that's the case, then I would suffer an enormous loss if I lost that rare-grade parasite gem. Jacob frowned before he looked at the staircase with cold eyes. He wanted to see if this was just a coincidence or if these 2 strangers were really here for him and know about this place. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the uncommon region or even rarer region, so he didn't mind seeing how things were playing out. Furthermore, he was about to leave anyway, so he didn't mind creating some trouble for trolls. Thereupon, when the steps were finally at the door of the underground warehouse, boom, the door was blasted into bits. Jacob's lips curled slightly. So, they knew. What a drag. Footsteps rang as the intruders were slowly descending the staircase as if they weren't in the least bit worried about whoever was hiding in this place. Jacob was the same. He remained static while looking at the staircase. The warehouse was illuminated with lamps, so it wasn't difficult to see each other. Two capped persons appeared in Jacob's view at this moment, while the same could be said to be for the other two. Both sides looked at each other. Jacob suddenly frowned before his calm expression suddenly crumbled when he felt a strange sensation from one of the capped figures, which made his fine hair stand. "I'm feeling danger?" Jacob was flabbergasted as his expression turned grave. He knew better than anyone that if someone could make him feel danger right now, that person had to be at least an epic, or even stronger. Furthermore, there was a helper as well. He couldn't help but cuss his bad luck. Just what the hell are these guys doing here? Jacob was no longer confident in killing them. Even his escape route was blocked by those two right now. Cursed Immortality. Jacob quickly summoned the book. He wanted to know what tier they were and if he could bluff his way out of this mess. While Jacob felt the hidden danger, he remained static without showing anything, while the other party was the same as well. Why is there someone like this doing in this place? Could it be the organization plan has leaked between the upper echelons of one of the three hegemonies? It might be this person deliberately killed the rogue skull so he could lure us here and then get rid of all of us in a fell swoop? Or this is just one terrible coincidence. No, the woman's mind was also working like lightning as my speculation appeared. She never thought the fish she wanted to eat turned out to be just the tip of the tail of a shark. If she knew, she could have at least brought her weapon with her and her fighting gear. But she appeared unarmed since she also didn't think there would be someone who could threaten her life in this kind of place. While she sensed the danger from Jacob, her partner didn't have their strength level and developed that danger instinct. He coldly sneered. "So, you were the one who killed Rogue Skull and stole something that belonged to the organization? You lowly thrall, you really have guts?" The woman trembled when she heard this. "This muscle brain would be the death of both of us. If I knew, I would have eaten him long ago." Jacob, on the other hand, had an extremely sharp hearing. Why is the other one's heart rate increased so much while this guy is as calm as ever? Could it be the other guy can also sense that sensation as well and is now wary of me while this one can't? He quickly reached this conclusion since he was also surprised by the enemy's strength, so this might have been the case for the enemy as well. But it still didn't mean it was enough to make the enemy back off. There are still two of them while he was alone. Wait a minute, if they also think like me, then they're unprepared like me as well. Jacob's eyes shone with a thoughtful light. The Immortica finally replied about the information he asked for as well. Ha 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 ha, this is really a godsend. Wood could have thought you would encounter a rare species so soon. Ha 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 ha, the fuck you're talking about? That guy is nowhere near a rare species. Now give me the information I need without messing around. Jacob tutted the moment he saw those words. Bastard, you dare to ignore, shut up. Before the other guy could complete his sentence, the woman bellowed at him furiously, which startled him greatly. He could feel the extremely icy feeling from her, and he shuddered. He didn't dare to utter another word anymore. I was right. Jacob quickly caught the strangeness between their wording, and this was just enough to make him even more assured about this previous speculation. While Immortica also finished writing, "You idiot, I said rare species not tier, which means literally what it means. Didn't I already tell you that common, rare, rarer bullshit was just, these natives have created themselves so they could feel better and hide their inferiority from others? Let me tell you, the tier 1 to tier 12 ranks were actually called the common tier ranks. I can't tell you that at the time because you hadn't contacted a higher tier being. But now that you did, I can tell you that the common tier ranks are the bottom feeders of the evolution chain and are as irrelevant as ants. Above 12 common tier are the 9 rare tiers, and any rare tier 1 creature can stomp 1,000 common tier 12s like ants. From 2 creatures in front of you, one is a common tier 12 lionhead orc, while the other is a rare tier 1 dark elf. You're also at the rare tier 1. Oh, and a dark elf can use initial level element power as well, which in your term means magic. Ha ha ha. When Jacob read all the information at a lightning speed, he nearly lost his footing when he saw the word magic, which was the last thing he was expecting to come in contact with in this place. Magic was a fabled concept to him even now, and he had no idea just how deadly magic was or how it worked. He was simply clueless about it. Although he felt much better when Immortica told him he was also a level of the rare tier 1, that means he could put up a fight. But the word magic made his heart waver a little and completely toss the idea of even trying to kill the other party. You could have kept the last part to yourself, right? But you deliberately reveal it to me to make things worse, Jacob tutted coldly. He clearly knew just how sinister this book's mentality was, and it wanted nothing but to watch Jacob burn the world down while enjoying itself from the sidelines. May I know, why are you in the common plains? The woman suddenly spoke politely, without any hint of emotion. Jacob had yet to utter even a word as he was just staring at them without any expressions. Common plains? Jacob's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. But now that he knew what kind of existence the other party was, he didn't want to appear ignorant, or he might lose the element of mystery. He coldly said, Oh, you want to know? Then how about you told me what a lionhead orc and a dark elf are doing in this place? How did he know? They both thought at the same time. Since they were wearing masks that could easily hide their racial features beneath their capes, someone couldn't know their exact race. But this mysterious man knew. 122, Chapter 22, Birth of Facials. Ancient the Orc was instantly on high alert and finally understood why his companion shut him down. This is terrible. If he's as strong as this crazy bitch, we'll be at a disadvantage since we didn't bring our battle gears and weapons. Fuck my luck, he cussed inwardly. Should I make an escape? I will only get in her way, but she might kill me if she takes it the wrong way, and the organization won't hold her accountable as well. The dark elf, on the other hand, was much more composed than the panicking orc. Although she was also apprehensive of this mysterious man now, she couldn't escape as long as her life wasn't threatened. Furthermore, with the start of the cannibal plan, she couldn't retreat now. She even regretted starting the war so soon without investigating this variable thoroughly. She was at fault this time, and she might suffer a terrible backlash from the organization for this. If she escaped without even trying, she would be dealt with no matter how good reason she had. It's indeed impolite to not introduce ourselves. She finally spoke. I'm Skull No. A9999, this is my boorish companion, Skull No A$1,000. I apologize for his unsophisticated speech and for barging in like this. We'll compensate for this if you don't mind. It's these guys again. Jacob tutted inwardly when he heard the introduction. But he was as shocked as he was vexed by the Killer Skull Society's prowess and their members. He finally understood why that guy told him that strength doesn't matter in this organization and that the lower the number of members, the stronger they were. There are even 9998 below her, and she's already at my level. It seemed I can't mess with the Killer Skull Society openly, he grimaced. But he didn't lose his composure. He could feel their heart rates were hurried, especially the orc. It also proved that they didn't know about his strength and came unprepared, and they wanted to avoid a conflict that was aligned with his thoughts. But he had an upper hand when it comes to the element of mystery, so he doesn't want to appear too obvious. He coldly sneered, the Clown Society really knows how to act arrogantly when the odds are in their favor while also knowing when to retreat when kicked in an iron plate. Skull number A1000 clenched his fists when he heard ridicule in Jacob's tone and called their organization clown societies without any fear. The dark elf was also displeased with this remark, but she knew they were at fault, and from Jacob's confident tone he wasn't afraid of them as well. She didn't want to fight when she wasn't even had her weapon, so she endured the urge to curse back. We didn't know about Sir's presence in this place, or we would come bearing gifts. It was just a terrible misunderstanding. But I think Sir just went a little excessive with your words. You took something from our agent, but we don't want any conflicts, so we would like to buy it back, at the right price. What do you think? I hope you would consider the goodwill of the Killer Skull Society. Skull NOBA 9999 calmly offered. Since Jacob hadn't attacked, this also put her mind at ease, and now she just has to negotiate with him. Once she acquired the Titan Tears, she will alert society about Jacob's presence here and let them decide what to do next. She just wanted to complete this task and get out of there now. Jacob squinted his eyes. Are they talking about the mutant? No, that thing isn't worth sending someone like Skull NOBA 9999 here. His eyes suddenly shimmered with surprise as he glanced at Titan Iron. Could it be? I pick many things from here and there, so be specific about what you want, Jacob coolly stated. Skull NOBA 9999 replied without any hesitation, you might have come in contact with a rogue skull of our society. He was a traitor and took a precious potion formula and ran away with it many years ago. It seemed he had offended you, and we're glad you took him out. But that formula belongs to society, and we would very much like to buy it back from you. It is called the Titan Tears, and society knows you have it. She deliberately highlighted society's name to make Jacob apprehensive, while society didn't know at all. So, the secret organization after that idiot was the Clown Society, I might have thought. Jacob smiled wryly. I have 2 copies of Titan Tears. One is translated and only has 2 formulas, while the original one is still not completely translated. Even Tunney wasn't able to decipher more than 6 pages despite knowing the philosopher's language. He said that there were levels of philosopher's language available to different ranks. There should be 6 levels of philosopher's language, and Tunney only mastered the first one, and he was required to be a master potion alchemist to get the information for level 2, Jacob mused. In these 6 months he learned the philosopher's language, but he found out that it wasn't complete, and Tunney told him the truth about it. Furthermore, the Titan Tears formula was quite complex, so Tunney could only decipher the first 6 pages accurately, which recorded the formula of uncommon Titan Tears and rare Titan Tears. But when Jacob tried to read it, he found that the first page was filled with unfamiliar words, and only some of them were familiar, which made him speculate that the introduction part wasn't clearly translated and Tunney might have made mistakes. Nevertheless, just the 2 formulas were enough for Tunney and Jerry to reach the peak of common rank. So, they didn't care. While Jacob was different, he was planning on completely deciphering the book. The Titan Tears were very useful to him, and he didn't want to search for a substitute. He was afraid he might not even find a substitute as good as Titan Tears. So, he was planning to research the philosopher's language when the time came. However, he never thought the Killer Skull Society knew about this formula as well and after it, and even tracked him down. Tunney told me Jerry found this book in ruin, and he never let anyone see it all these years. So, they might only know the name but not the contents of the book, Jacob thought sharply. He decided to test it and said, if that's the case, I don't mind giving it back since there are only 2 potions formulas which would be quite useless to me after some time. Your society doesn't mind me using it, right? Skull no. A999 had a silent sigh of relief when she heard this. If Jacob didn't agree, then she might really have to test his strength. But now that he spoke like this, it means he was willing to give it back at the expense of continue using it for himself until he deemed it useless. It also means he was afraid of society. Completely at ease, she chuckled and said, we're not that mulish. Since you do us a favor by getting rid of a traitor, we won't inflict any rules. But please keep this formula to yourself for 20 years and afterward you can release it publicly if you want. You can do that, right? Jacob pulled a snide smile and nodded. Of course, since you guys cooperating, I can't reject your goodwill, right? Inwardly, Jacob sneered, heh, I'm profiting big time. Now that his mind was at complete ease, he said, let's discuss the price. What is your offer? Jacob knew the Killer Skull Society's roots runs deep, and money might be just a number for them. So, he wanted something that only someone in their position could offer, but he had no idea what to ask for. He felt exasperated when he thought about his shallow knowledge. That's why he let them decide first and see what they're willing to offer. Skull number A9999 had no idea about Jacob's ignorance, so she only thought it was Jacob's way to see their goodwill. She pondered a bit before she said, first, can you tell me what were you doing here and your name? She asked this because of the cannibal plan, and if Jacob wasn't here to mess with them and only here for the Titan Iron, then there was no need to turn hostile to him. But if he was investigating them, then it means the 3 hegemonies knew about their plan, which changed their entire plan. Jacob squinted his eyes and suddenly asked, the war was startled by you guys, right? Skull NOA 999 thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, are you intending to stop it? She probed. Jacob chuckled and shook his head. I have nothing to do with anyone in the uncommon region. Don't worry, I won't get in your way as long as you stay out of mine. I was only here for Titan Iron, as you had already guessed. As for my name, call me Faceless Ancient. W23, Chapter 23, Star Watch. When Jacob was about to give his alias, Jax, his eyes suddenly landed on Immortalita's newly written words. Call yourself Faceless Ancient. You'll thank me later. Although he didn't know why he went with Immortalita's suggestion at that moment. As for my name, call me Faceless Ancient. Why did you want me to use this name? Jacob then asked with uncertainty, although he didn't mind using this alias. But it came from Immortalita. He was curious about it, as well as slightly wary. I can't answer that, ha 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 ha. Jacob's expression darkened, and he directly closed the book in exasperation. He knew Immortalita's antics very well. Even though it liked to mess around, it never lied to Jacob, and its words always have some kind of mystery behind them. What an arrogant way to call yourself. Skull number 8000 finally couldn't help but sneer. He has been suppressing his emotions and was on high alert for quite a while now, and since Jacob turned out to be non-hostile, he finally opened his mouth. Can you keep your mouth closed for a moment, or would you like your tongue to rip out? Skull number A999 coldly berated in a threatening tone. Although Jacob appeared to be unhostile at the moment, he might turn hostile if he felt offended because skull number A999 would. She would want to rip apart an idiot orc if he dared to talk with her in this tone. Jacob coldly looked at the lion-headed orc and spoke. I want his life as a part of this deal now. Skull number A1000's eyes contracted when he heard this, and he took a step back. He suddenly felt a murderous pressure on him when Jacob looked at him. He even felt skull number A999 would take this chance to get rid of him, and he was ready to flee. Skull number A999, however, shook her head. I know he's annoying and disrespectful, but this isn't called for a death sentence. Besides, we'll deal with our own people. I'll raise your compensation for this offense. Jacob was startled. He didn't expect this decisive woman would take this stance. He was simply testing the waters to see just how united they were, but he never thought she would risk turning adverse for that idiot. Either she's extremely loyal to the society, or she's bonded by something like a parasite gem that won't allow her to take certain actions. Jacob mused with a sharp light in his eyes. Killer Skull Society, huh? I'll see more of them in the future. Alright, let's hear it. Jacob nodded without forcing skull number A999. Skull number A1000 had a massive sigh of relief when he saw the situation was subdued, and he didn't dare to open his mouth again. The opponent wasn't someone who he could mess with or poke remarks at. Skull number A999 also felt this person was quite sensitive like her, and this kind of opponent she hated the most, because they were too hard to deal with. She spoke in her charming voice. 500 million gold coins for your inconvenience and a rare tier 1 technology of light orb shield for the Titan tiers as goodwill from our organization. Furthermore, if you're willing to leave the common planes, I'll add a common tier 12 haste potion formula. Although skull number A999 didn't have the authority to make this offer, but she knew when the higher-ups of the society heard that someone like Jacob was lurking under their noses and this endangered their entire plan, they will pay even more to make Jacob leave the 3 kingdoms. Jacob's eyes dilated when he heard this unusual offer. Could this be the normal means of trading between the rare kind? A rare tier technology seems quite nice, and I've heard of this haste potion. It can raise someone's speed by 5% in those books, and this potion is quite rare. But she's willing to give me the entire formula just to make me leave this common plains. It's quite generous. Well, it's a good deal for me. If she had told me to wait here so she could fetch those things, I would rather leave than wait for her to bring her weapons or some helpers. But how was she going to give me all this? She didn't even carry a bag? He suppressed his curiosity, nodded, and said subtly, "All right, I won't appear unjust, but I want the complete map. Mine was destroyed. That's why I wandered here in this shithole. I also wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible." Jacob ambiguously demands a map as to what kind of map he'll let them decide for themselves, but he was sure that after observing the scale of his power, they would definitely give him a map suitable for someone like him. Furthermore, he never planned on staying here. He would put a target on himself since society would see him as a threat. He also didn't know if they have more people like the Dark Elf, so he won't give them time to call for reinforcement. So, he would leave the moment this deal was finalized. He was now truly scared for his life and was determined to remain low-key unless it was necessary. Jacob also knew as long as he held the Titan Tier's formula, they won't make a move on him, but the moment the formula left his hands, they will try to hunt him down. After all, in their eyes, Jacob now knew whatever they were doing, and they won't let him spread the news for the secrecy's sake. They were only friends and backed down for a moment. Skull number 9999 eyes shone in understanding when she heard this. So, he appeared here by chance? Well, it does make sense, since it would be far more dangerous to cross to this side without a clear route, she mused. She even felt relief. It also gave her some hints about Jacob's background. Furthermore, Jacob didn't seem to be aware of their cannibal plane, or he won't make a deal like this by handing over the Titan Tier's formula. Nevertheless, she knew the moment Jacob left this place he will be hunted down before he could cross to the other side. Killer Skull Society won't let a variable like Jacob leave this place under any circumstances when it comes to the cannibal plan. However, Skull number 9999 would be completely out of this situation since it won't be her problem anymore. She didn't want to fight with Jacob under these circumstances either, since this might alert that hidden protector of the Zodiac Taurus banks. So, letting Jacob leave the Three Kingdoms territory first and then letting the society hunt him down would be a far better option. Alright, give me your account number. I'll transfer the gold coins, technology, potion formula, and map right away into your Star Watch. But I need access to my Star Watch for this. Can I? Skull No Mort 9999 showed a silver wristband on her ebony wrist. Jacob squinted his eyes when he saw the wristband. Now, what is this Star Watch? Is this an advanced mobile technology? Now, he was really in a dilemma. He didn't know there was something like this, and that these methods of exchange would be entirely virtual. This place was just far behind in technology from the place these two were. But he can't tell them he only has a pager, which didn't even have any signal here, so he made an ambiguous excuse. Do I look like I'm wearing one? He coolly showed his wrists. Skull number 9999 eyes squinted behind the cape when she heard it. It seemed he was telling the truth. Nonetheless, she then looked at Skull number 1000 COZOZOZOZOZO was baffled by this command. Fuck, I spent 50 million to buy this watch, and now she wanted to give it away? But he still reluctantly took off the black wristband from his wrist. He said, "Unbound reset," after pressing a button on the side. The next moment, a screen lit up on the wristband before he tossed it toward Jacob with a resentful grunt. Jacob caught the 4 inches wide wristband. It was extremely smooth and slick. It was like a rubber band. If he hadn't seen the screen with his eyes and a slim button on the side, he would think it was just an ordinary rubber band. "This is my account number." To distract Skull number 9999, he gave his account number. He didn't think she would give him this Star Watch, and now he didn't know how to activate it. But he still wore it as if he knew precisely what he was doing and pressed the button like the Skull number 1000. Skull number 9999 nodded and suspected nothing and thought Jacob was just activating the Star Watch, so she also started pressing on the silver wristband on her wrist, which differed greatly from the one on Jacob's wrist. Jacob saw a screen appear on his Star Watch, which made his eyes contract. Welcome to Star Network. 24, Chapter 24, Star Network. Welcome to Star Network. Welcome to Star Network. Jacobs cocked an eyebrow when he saw the color screen and familiar white color words. The words change into another after the introduction. Starting the bidding process of Star Watch model A05 with the user. Please speak continue for voice recognition. Jacob coldly does as it was written. Continue. A blue scanner suddenly lit on the screen before new words appeared. Voice recognition has been successful. Start the DNA binding? Yes, no. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he touched the yes. He was monitoring Skull number 9999 as he saw her also tapping on the lit screen. The next moment thereafter, he felt a sharp perk on his wrist, right below the Star Watch screen. This thing can pierce through my skin? And where did that pin was hidden? Jacob was astonished when he felt the pin perking on his skin and then vanishing just like that. He looked at the Star Watch profoundly. Another red scanner appeared at this moment. DNA has been collected to Star Network. New user detected. Please select a Star Network username. A small keyboard appeared with an empty name box. Jacob thought for a moment and then looked at the other two. He typed Faceless Ancient. If not, that he had already given this name to them, he hadn't chosen it. He didn't know if they would be able to see his name or not. Just to be safe, he decided to change it after his deal was done with those two. However, he nearly cursed when he saw the next words, "The username is available." The username has been selected and unchangeable for 20 years. Select privacy, public private. Jacob chose private without even looking at the details below. Collecting data on user, profile, name, Jacob Steve race, human sex, male affiliation, ES. Zodiac Taurus Bank, common C-rank mercenaries, alchemy guild, basic gunsmith. Jacob's eyes went wide as saw his information appearing one after another. This information was all that was recorded in the uncommon branches of these two organizations. However, this wasn't the end. The scanning was still active, and the screen changed again. AD Tier Zodiac personal account has been detected. Do you want to connect the bank account with Starwatch Model A05? Just what the fuck is this Star Network? It got everything just by a DNA scan. It is probably even more advanced than the internet. Jacob was vigilant as he tapped on Yez's again. Although this Starwatch has access to his data, it revealed nothing about his special circumstances, so he wasn't a concern anymore. The account. After that, the menu was finally open, and there were only 5 icons with their names: Profiles, Bank Files, Date Transfer, Start Network. However, before he could explore any further, a notification appeared as his bank's icon flashed. Picky Eater transfer 500 million gold coins into your account. Jacob looked at skull number 9999 as she was now looking at him as well. Do you receive it? She asked. Picky Eater, really? Jacob looked at her strangely, but he nodded his head. Picky Eater, I presumed? Jacob clicked on the bank icon, and he saw his bank balance had increased by 500 million. Current balance, 723,890,130. Another notification appeared on the screen. Your D-tier account is eligible for C-tier upgrade. Upgrade later. Jacob upgrades it without any hesitation. This thing is far more convent than that ZMTD. Skull number 999 looked at Jacob's profile sneakily as well. Faceless Ancient, private account. She coldly grunted when she saw this and closed it. Alright, I need to look at the formula of Titan tiers first before I'll transfer the date. Skull number 999 coldly told. In this short time, she had already alerted the higher-ups of Jacob's presence, and when she told them he was willing to hand over the Titan tiers formula and willing to leave this place, they instantly agreed with the compensation. Not only that, but they sent her a new map so she could give it to Jacob. She knew the society is already on the move, and Jacob would be dealt with as long as he followed this exact map. Furthermore, she wasn't worried that Jacob would not follow the map because as long as Jacob stayed in Common Plains, he won't be able to hide from society's eye. She even used the picture function, which was unique to her Starwatch, which was of a higher model. She took Jacob's pictures without even him knowing and sent them back. You could only blame yourself for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. A cold glint flashed past her eyes. She almost believed that Jacob was likely telling the truth about how he appeared here. But for the greater good of their cause, they can't let Jacob leave the Common Plains. Even if he had that Starwatch, he could only make bank transitions, use Star Network's search engine, or buy some virtual staff. He can't contact anyone with that old model or send messages. She thought Jacob wasn't aware of such a function after she saw he wasn't demanding her Starwatch. Even A9999 got that model after spending a fortune in the Society member shop. Jacob thought it made sense, so he took out a book from his pocket. Although Tunney only translated 2 formulas, they still filled this 100-page book. Jacob opened the book in his hand and let skull number 9999 have a look at the contents. He knew she can easily see every word from this distance. After the 30th page, he closed the book and coldly said, "You have already seen the first formula. After the transaction is complete, this book is yours." Skull number 9999 nodded. She had some understanding of potions, so when she saw diagrams and complex algorithms of materials and their components, she knew it was indeed the real deal. She tapped the Transfer Files app on her watch and placed 2 files in the transfer tray. Jacob felt the vibration from his Star Watch. He saw the notification of the transfer and accepted it. The next moment, within 2 seconds, 3 files appear. 2 were complex, while the last one was a virtual map that was extremely large, and his lips curled up when he saw the details. What a fucking big world, he thought with exasperation. This map covered the entire Common Plains, which was divided into epic, rarer, rare, uncommon, and common regions by the natives. But actually, it was just the most insignificant region, and its area wasn't even a tenth of the rare plains, which was the place from where the Dark Elf came. That's why Jacob was shocked by the vastness of this world, and he was longer even thought about how huge this world was, and finally understood why it was called the Zodiac Plains, not Zodiac World. He closed the virtual map and decided to study it after no one was around. He then tossed the book toward skull number 9999, and she caught it. She quickly opened the other half part, and after confirming it was all there, she put the book away. She was finally relaxed, and now even if Jacob turned hostile, she could easily escape. "It's nice doing business with you," she asked in a friendly tone. Now, her entire tone was changed. Likewise. Jacob nodded without any emotions. She then posed another question in a gentle tone. "So, when will you leave?" Jacob coldly replied. "In 1 day, I still have this Titan iron to refine. I can't waste it, right? So please, if you will." Tisk, tisk, alright, I was just being friendly. Let's go, there is no place for warmth in this world. She lamented, but her steps were swift. This two-faced bitch, she's leaving me behind. Skull number 100000 cursed as he fled at full speed. He didn't dare to stay with Jacob alone. Dark elf of elf race, huh? There are thousands of folktales about them in my old world. I never thought I would encounter one in such a situation. Well, she was a dark elf, so I still didn't encounter a real elf yet. Jacob couldn't help but think like this since now he wasn't under pressure. When he was in peril, he didn't care about anything except his life, even if he met a fabled dragon. He would not let his thought wander in such a situation. However, now that he was out of danger, he was curious. Nevertheless, this didn't mean it was completely out of danger since skull number 9999 left. He knew she might have already contacted them through her Star Watch. It was completely possible, so he wasn't planning on staying here for a second longer. Jacob told them he was going to leave in a day to buy himself some time. In fact, he was going to leave right now. Jacob had nothing to carry. He even abandoned his precious distillation equipment. In the deep shade of night, Jacob left like a phantom just like he appeared. 20125, Chapter 25. A Mind Game. Inside a large hall, a few cloaked figures were sitting around a round table while facing a cloaked figure's projection. Do any of you find this faceless ancient background? A grim voice sounded from the projection. One of the cloak figures replied sulkily, no, there's no record in rare planes about such a figure. He must be a nobody who was probably being chased by someone and accidentally crossed to the common planes, as A999 reported. Another cloaked spoke at this moment. I found something interesting, though. Oh, let's hear it. The person in the projection coolly shifted his focus on this small figure, as well as everyone else. From this faceless ancient fellow's Star Network account, I found that he had never made a purchase and wasn't in any of the three hegemonies' private star servers. Although no one can bypass Star Network security, this doesn't mean everyone is anonymous. However, this person is quite peculiar since it's out of the ordinary to not buy or have any contact with the Star Network, despite being a rare rank expert. So, according to you, this person isn't from the rare region but the common region, and he somehow threatened and fooled A999 into handing over everything he required to cross to this side. The person in the projection voice was filled with unspeakable danger. If this was true, then didn't this mean they were just fooled by a native of a common region? It would turn their Killer Skull Society's prestigious into the mud. It's just my speculation. Although there's hardly any case of someone breaking into rare rank from common rank in the common planes, there's still a possibility, and we can't ignore it even if we didn't want to. The person sighed and continued. If we look at the bright side, if he really is a native of common planes and somehow achieved this level of power that could threaten A999, then there's only one possibility. What might that be? Titan tears, he said matter-of-factly. The entire room fell into silence after they heard it. After a few moments, the person in projection impassively said, it seemed you found something which made you quite sure that this is the native of common planes, right? It's indeed true. After I analyzed the Titan Tears 2 formulas acquired by A9999, I found they were written in a first-level philosopher's language. We never paid much attention to this formula unearthed in the common planes and let it rested in the hand of Rogue Skull for years as a keepsake. However, after this faceless ancient crawl out of nowhere, it made me think, what if Titan Tears weren't just a common rank formula, but a rare rank which would make it easier for common species to break into rare species? I have already tested the basic common grade formula, and trust me, with only 1,000 drops a normal lab rat turned into Tier 3 common species, and there's still an intermediate version that required Titan Iron Essence to make, and we'll have the result soon. What? Is that true? Everyone exclaimed when they heard this. Even the person in the projection trembled ever so slightly. Silence. He coldly uttered, making everyone shut their mouth. He then deeply spoke. Sent me the data. I have already mailed you. The man chuckled as if he had already expected this. The person in the projection went silent, and no one spoke anymore. They knew he was seeing the test results, and they wait eagerly for his reply. After a few minutes, the figure in the projection finally spoke with a hint of elation. This is indeed a magical potion. Your theory about that native might be true indeed. The Rogue Skull was simply incompetent. That's why we never found the true value of Titan Tears. Now, I understand you're suspecting that this native didn't hand over the whole formula because it might be written in a higher-level philosopher's language and given us a copy, right? He sharply questioned. Only one way to find out, the person said darkly. But if it's true, then we can't let him escape with such a potion in his possession. Even the three hegemonies would do anything to get their hand on Titan Tears if it can increase someone's chances of crossing the rare rank. Indeed, he must think we won't be able to find out about it just because he handed over a part of it. His thinking process is indeed like a typical Plains native who didn't know the vastness of this world. But he would know soon since he had Star Watch now, and this would make him desperate to hide. Yet, it's to our advantage. The person in projection coldly declared, Order A999 to chase after him and keep track of his whereabouts. She didn't need to engage until the reinforcements arrived. Even if this is all just a speculation, we can't ignore it and have to get rid of him. Sent 1 3-digit skull as well as 2 peak 4-digit skulls. This faceless ancient has to die for his disparaged view of us. A silhouette was moving between trees in the middle of the night at high speed. This person was none other than Jacob, who was already at the border of the Humane Kingdom after he left the Sunset Duke estate an hour ago. He was in a hurry to enter the Humane. He stowed away his star watch since he didn't know if it was traceable or not. If not for that virtual map on the watch, he might have destroyed it. So, he decided to only activate it when he wanted to leave the common plains. Right now, he didn't have such a plan because he would be at the bottom of the food chain in rare plains, and he wasn't confident in crossing the boundary with no harm. Furthermore, since he was now invincible in common plains and only existences of the Dark Elf level could threaten him, he was going to hunt any species that could increase his prowess. One had to know, Jacob was only 50% done with his heart conversion, and he was already at the level of a tier 1 rare being like a Dark Elf. The common plains were now like his hunting ground, where he could increase his prowess to an even higher level taking no risks. But he knew the Killer Skull Society will be going to hunt him, and this will make his life somewhat difficult. However, as long as he increased his heart percentage as well as learned how to control fluid acceleration, even Skull 999 would not be his match. That's why he wanted to use his speed to increase the gap before changing his appearance and lying low in the Humane Kingdom. No one knew he was actually a human, and no one would have believed it either, so he was going to mix with humans and in the meantime learn fluid acceleration. The Killer Skull Society was doing something in the Humane Kingdom, and this would be the perfect time to act as a human and hide somewhere near a random town. If someone like Skull 1000 came scouting the area, he would gladly welcome them with his swords. Now, this was a mind game, and Jacob was quite good at playing them. Jacob easily passed through the army barricade and headed toward the Rainy Mountain Ranges. He was going to choose a spot that was close to the Rainy Mountain Ranges so he could flee any time. The Lionheart City was naturally the place that came to his mind, and that place was quite far away from the war as well. Some people even know him as a C-rank mercenary, so it would be a perfect mirage. Skull A9999 naturally received the order to tail Jacob and didn't let him out of her sight. They even offer her enticing rewards to keep her motivated. They are just afraid they will lose him, and I'm better at tracking. A9999's eyes turn cold, but I really suffer a loss in that fellow's hands this time. I can monitor him, and when the reinforcements arrive, I'll see how he can remain composed and arrogant at that time. She easily held a grudge, and if she wasn't completely confident in killing Jacob, she won't make a move. Now that the orders were only to follow Jacob, she didn't mind, since it was her specialty to track others. She left the cannibal plan to A1000 Nu, who was now much reserved, and left toward the Sunset Mansion. This time she brings her gear and weapon. It's only been an hour, so he was still making the Titan tears. Let's see where you can hide. She chose a spot 100 meters away from the underground facility where Jacob was brewing Titan tears, and she hid within a tree crown. When half the day passed, she felt something amiss. Is he an idiot, or just too confident? He still dared to make Titan tears despite knowing that we are on to him. 126. Chapter 26. Returning to Lionheart City. The Lionheart City was still the same as ever, lively. But the situation because of the raging war between the Humane Kingdom and the Earthen Kingdom had made it even livelier. The reason being, it was far from the front line and closest to the vast Rainy Mountain Ranges. Since trolls stopped the cowardly human route toward the common region, the only way left for them was the Rainy Mountain Ranges. The Humane Kingdom was like a wall between the Rainy Mountain Ranges and the two kingdoms. For decades, the Humane Kingdom had been blocking the stampedes of animals led by beasts for these two kingdoms like a century. Some humans even believed that these two kingdoms left them here for this exact reason, and it was nothing but a curse. However, now it had become a blessing because the trolls couldn't block their retreat route toward the Rainy Mountain Ranges even if they wanted to. Even though the Rainy Mountain Ranges were extremely dangerous for common folks, it was still better than being slaughtered by the trolls. However, unlike the common region, humans weren't hastily to retreat into the Rainy Mountain Ranges, especially those nobles. They were waiting for the news on the front line and hoping that the royals could negotiate with the trolls and stop this unjust war. So, they don't have to leave their homes and wealth. That's why the barren and weakest Gloria country became almost congested. Those who couldn't enter any city or town made camps around them, and most of these people were the actual residents of Gloria country who were forced out of their houses by powerful mercenaries or noblemen. Even the ruling family of the Gloria country, the Gloria family, was rumored to force out of their castle and live in a shed of their own territory, because a marquise-rank figure occupied their castle with his family and other high-ranking nobles. In the middle of the night, a silhouetted wearing a hood appeared on the Lionheart City's wall as his amber eyes were icy cold as he looked at the brightly lit town even in the middle of the night. This person was none other than Jacob, who just reached here. Because the main gates were closed, he had no choice but to climb the wall, which was a piece of cake for him. There were many camps outside, and some tatter camps with people living in famine. He could understand why they were in such shape. He had seen trolls in already conquered human cities, butchering humans, raping women, and abusing children. However, he didn't lend a helping hand since it would only make him expose himself, nor he would even if the Killer Skull Society wasn't onto him. War is part of every nation's history, and without the capability of war, a nation can never be called strong. Even those peace-loving nations are required to have the power to keep the peace, much less a war-mongrel nation like Hobtrolls. Even without the involvement of the Killer Skull Society, the Troll would have started this war because the humans were getting stronger at a terrifying rate, and this wasn't good for goblins as well. They would have done this kind of slaughter to decrease the human population and cut down their experts. But Jacob also noticed something strange on his way here. Those trolls were collecting the blood of every human they killed in large containers and then sending them somewhere. Jacob mused it might be related to the realistic goal of the Killer Skull Society to start this human slaughter, but he didn't want to get involved and looked away. He knew, since they could send someone as powerful as a dark elf here to oversee this propaganda, they would naturally not let anyone like Jacob interfere. However, Jacob also saw an opportunity in all this. But to grasp that opportunity, he required much stronger power than he currently had, and that's why he came straight to this place to mix with the humans and stay far away from the war as long as possible. I wonder if my old house is occupied as well. Jacob looked in the direction of his luxurious mansion and squinted. He could hear many powerful heartbeats around the city, but instead of feeling flustered, his lips moved upward into a cold smirk. He jumped from the wall and landed on the ground. Without stopping, he headed toward Lion Street, where his old mansion was. Soon he reached the destination and saw the closed gate of many E-rank and D-rank mercenaries camping out the gates. It seemed someone powerful had taken over the place after my renting time was over, and they even hired so many mercenary guards. Jacob easily leaped over the 30-meter-tall wall and entered the familiar garden. He saw the lights of the mansion were still up, and without hesitation he headed toward it. Jacob also revealed his face, hid his hood within the collar, and knocked on the door. He didn't mind going from the window, but it would be meaningless since he couldn't remain hidden all the time. Since the new owner was still up, he decided to get it over with taking over this place. Soon, the doors opened, and a middle-aged man in butler clothes appeared. Jacob knew this man. He was the butler of this mansion, Harrison. Harrison was shocked when he saw Jacob's appearance and instantly recognized him with his silver hair. Sir, you? He was bewildered. Jacob has vanished for over a year now, and the new owner appeared recently after his renting contract was over. Even the head of the Gunsmith Guild once comes looking for Jacob, which shocked Harrison, but since he wasn't here, he left without saying anything. They even assumed Jacob was dead in the wilderness. Jacob had a good impression of Harrison and nodded. Who is living here right now? Harrison was snapped out of his stupor and sheepishly replied, Sir, since you hadn't come back over a year, the landlord rented this house to a C-rank mercenary group, and now it's their garrison place. Jacob didn't even frown and merely nodded. Take me to their leader. Harrison was baffled by this comment, but Jacob had already entered the house and walked toward the hall. Harrison hurriedly followed and blurted, Sir, it might not be a good idea. This mercenary group belongs to the Tiger's Den, a B-rank mercenary group under a B-rank mercenary command. They won't take it happily that you barged in like this and might take it as a provocation. Furthermore, I heard them talking that because of the war, the Tiger's Den dominant team might come here with their leader to lie low. You should leave while you can. Jacob chuckled when he heard Harrison's concerning words. He knew this guy was kind and really wanted him no harm. They're already here, Jacob said as he looked at the hall filled with 8 people in their nightclothes while holding different weapons and firearms. They were clearly not expecting some guests and were wary about the sudden knock on their door despite many guards outside. Those fellows were ordered to not allow anyone in, so whoever can break past their detection will not be anybody. 6 of them were women, all of them were city-toppling beauties, and 2 guys were also tall and handsome. Furthermore, they were all C-rank mercenaries. Seeing Jacob's handsome appearance, those women's eyes lit up while the 2 men frowned, watching this unknown fellow walking like he owned this place and their butler following behind him with a worried expression. Harrison, is this your friend? The dainty woman in a white nightgown questioned with her blue eyes affixed on Jacob's cold face. Harrison's heart palpitated when he saw those powerful figures gathering together at the same time. He was about to nod when Jacob spoke. I'm not anyone's friend. I was living before you guys in this place and was away for some time, but instead of waiting for my return, the landlord rented this place out. Jacob coolly stated. The tall man with blonde hair frowned and coldly rebuked. Punk, don't try this nonsense with us. You break into our house in the middle of the night, so you're not here to tell us your punk-ass story, right? He suddenly pointed his rifle at Jacob while his finger was on the trigger. Yellow, don't shoot in the house or I'll throw you out. A tall, brown-haired woman with an hourglass figure and a fierce look on her pale white face threatened the blonde guy named Yellow. Yellow trembled slightly and lowered his gun with an aggravated look on his face as he looked at Jacob. She then looked at Jacob, and her expression became icy. Leave, or I'll kick your ass out of the Lionheart City. Everyone smiled wryly when they heard this, as if they were accustomed to this woman's temper. However, Jacob looked the same and merely said one word laced with a ghastly intent. K. Neal. 127, Chapter 27, What Happened? Neal. The moment this one worded sounded, the 8 C-rank mercenaries' hearts palpitated as their expression went appalled. because they felt death from the bottom of their hearts from the silver hair man standing before them. Every sliver of their being was screaming in their head to do what they were told, or they will die horribly. Thud, the weapons in their trembling hands fell before their legs turned to jelly, and they fell on the floor, supporting themselves with their hands while their heads were down and their pale faces were filled with hazardousness. Harrison's eyes were as wide as they could get as he looked at this scene as if he was seeing a living dream. He didn't feel anything, but he could tell Jacob had used something to have made them kneel without putting any resistance. His entire view of Jacob upturned at this moment, and fear crept into his heart with reverence. Jacob coolly stated, "Now, I'm going to rest in my room. You guys can live here, just don't disturb me. Harrison, prepare my meal and deliver it to my room." Harrison quickly bowed with his back filled with perspiration. He didn't dare to voice out any of his opinions anymore. Jacob nodded before he left toward the master bedroom without caring about those 8 mercenaries, trembling as if they were in the middle of an icy lake. He merely showed his killing intent and a part of his strength, and they were all scared shitless. Even a common Tier 12 orc was scared away by him, much less these common Tier 3 humans. Jacob knew the fastest way to subdue them was to show his might, and it worked like a charm. As a human, he knew very well how a mind of a human in power worked, and they won't simply back off unless they knew the opposite party was far superior to them, unless they were simpletons seeking their death. After Jacob left, the 8 of them felt like the looming death was left with him like a breeze. The woman with a fiery temper had an aghast expression. She looked at the space where Jacob just stood in befuddlement and mumbled hoarsely, what just happened exactly? It was a very fresh experience for them. Even their boss can't do what just Jacob does, and they can tell he didn't use any kind of poison either. What just they felt and still lingering in their hearts was nothing but pure fear. The other man with short hair and bronze skin panted heavily as if he was suffocating and stood up. His legs were still trembling slightly. He bellowed, "Jay, just run." He headed straight toward the door without even looking back for his companion. The others also looked at this back, and without thinking twice, they followed suit. Harrison, who was standing on the side, was shocked when he saw them fleeing without their luggage or weapons. He truly wondered what Jacob just did to make them like rats. A disgusting smell hit his nose all of a sudden as he looked at the spot where those 8 were sitting, and he squinted when he saw 8 wet spots on the carpet. "Ashen," he hollered, "someone quickly threw this thing out before the Lord smells this abhorrence." On the south of the humane kingdom, a graceful silhouette was standing on top of a tall building with an indignant look in her crimson eyes. A999, who finally figured it out that Jacob wasn't in the underground facility after wasting a day and a half, was now fuming with rage. She never thought that fellow would leave behind everything and run away the moment they left the area. Not only that, but he didn't leave behind any traces. Even someone like her, who took pride in tracking others, was completely clueless and failed to find Jacob's traces no matter how and where she looked. In the end, she decided to head in the Rainy Mountain Range's direction, since if he wanted to leave, he had to cross that place no matter what. But there was a possibility he was still hiding somewhere in the Three Kingdoms territory to lead them in circles. Perplexed, she had no choice but to scan through the entire humane kingdom just to make sure he wasn't there. Only then she would go back and search the other 2 kingdoms. If he wasn't here and left toward the rare region's direction, then the incoming members of the society will be able to intercept him. She just has to make sure he wasn't hiding anywhere near the Three Kingdoms, the common region even. Only then did they initiate the cannibal plan. It was also the order from higher-ups. At this moment, the star watch on her wrist vibrates, drawing her attention. There's no user in this area. She squinted her eyes with exasperation. She was using her star watch to find Jacob's star watch's corresponding signal. Since he was the only one with a star watch in this region, it was quite an effective method. Furthermore, she was confident that Jacob would not abandon the star watch with the map in it and the knowledge she transferred. Even if he did, she had to find the star watch to make it absolutely sure. As for the possibility of destroying it, everyone knew even if you burn a star watch to ashes, you can still find the last place it was activated before it got destroyed. That's what makes the star network scary and unfathomable. Nevertheless, she still took out another scanner, which was like a black box. Although this thing burns money, it was the most effective way to differentiate between species without them realizing it. Unless humans have set anti-radar systems in this place, no one will hide their species from this device. Even if you grow wings, you can't hide from me. A ruthless glint flashed past her eyes as she activated it. The next morning, Jacob opened his eyes when the first ray of sun hit the world. He wasn't feeling any fatigue and was refreshed after he got to take a break from all that traveling and potion refining. He exited his room without wearing his shirt and headed directly toward the pool area. I should be able to do it this time. Expectation shone in Jacob's eyes as he thought about the 2 hours limit of water meditation. The last he practiced the water meditation was exactly in this place, and never thought he would continue it in this place again. If he hadn't found the Dark City and crossed into the rare region, he might have never returned to this place. But it seemed he still had some kind of fate with this place, which just won't allow him to leave. Without caring about the water temperature, he dived straight into it and started the water meditation. He crossed the 1-hour threshold with little difficulty, and the 10G pressure on him now felt like normal gravity with his current prowess. As he reached the 2-hour point, he still had over half his breath remaining. The moment the 2 hours threshold was crossed, just as Jacob expected, the G-force increased the very moment and he finally felt the pressure. Even the floor below him began to crack. So, this is 20 G-force. Jacob could still handle it, and it wasn't enough to make him alarmed. But it was enough to make him finally feel suffocation. Nevertheless, Jacob knew he could last 30 or 40 minutes more, even with this suffocation and pressure. However, when the 5 minutes passed, Jacob felt a strange tingling sensation around his body. But this sensation only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before it vanished, and the next moment the pressure on Jacob also vanished completely. Jacob's eyes snapped open with a hint of bewilderment. He stood up. What happened? Yet at this moment, thereafter, the water in the pool suddenly started to turn into smoke and discharged into the air. Jacob instantly knew what caused this sudden change. The oxygen was completely removed from the water, and now hydrogen had nothing to bond it together, so it turned into its natural state. As for what caused this change, it might be that sensation I felt, and the G-force also broke because of the oxygen's exhaustion. I have already run some tests in my old life, and the oxygen indeed got exhausted every time we practiced water mediation. Or there's something more to it. Did this mean if I want to continue this technique, I need a vaster water body with every increase in gravity? That sensation made my cells cheer for a moment, which meant it was good for even someone like me. Just what kind of technique is this art of nature, and what is its end goal? Jacob mused with a grave expression. He no longer dared to belittle this unknown technique from his old world. However, his thought process stagnated with a deafening roar. Bastard, come out. 28 Chapter 28 Tiger's Den. Samuel was one of 4 B-rank mercenaries of the Humane Kingdom and enjoyed status as high as a Duke of the Kingdom. Unlike most people, Samuel's family was an Earl rank family, and with their support he joined Star Mercenary Agency. He was extremely talented and ambitious. In 3 decades, he finally broke into the ranks of B-rank mercenaries. After he was granted his own fief close to the royal capital like other B-rankers, he then made his mercenary group Tiger's Den into a self-sufficient company and started annexing talented mercenaries all around the kingdom into the company. Unlike other B-rank mercenaries who wanted to live a carefree life, Samuel wanted to leave the uncommon region and head to the rare region to see the other side. But he didn't want to join the Black Knights despite the Marshal's personal invitation. He likes freedom and the person being in control. So, he started to nurture his own team and wanted to make them all B-rankers, so their journey would become smoother. He was extremely cautious and didn't dare to underestimate the path toward the rare region. Everything was going great before this unjust war happened with the Earthen Kingdom, and after experiencing the Troll Kingdom's prowess himself. He knew it was hopeless for the Humane Kingdom, so, like others, he retreated into the Gloria Contrary in the sham of a fake injury. Furthermore, from his company informers, he found one of the 4 C-rank mercenary team under him had a vast mansion in the Lionheart City, which was close to the Rainy Mountain Ranges. So, he instantly went there and summoned every C-rank team there as well. He was planning to bring everyone into the Rainy Mountain Ranges to raise his own survival chances when he traveled toward the rare region. However, when he came this morning, he found out some punk used a strange trick to scare the mercenary team under his company and captured the mansion, which made him and other members of Tiger's Den's dominant team infuriated, and with over 100 members in tow, Samuel barged into the mansion with killing intent. He let loose a deafening roar, "Bastard, come out!" Every member behind him was holding cold weapons and firearms. Amid this group was a team of 8. Their expressions were filled with lingering fears as they looked at the mansion with uncertainty. These 8 were naturally the ones who Jacob scared silly into peeing in their pants and made them flee despite didn't want them to. They were called the Fiery Lake Mercenary Group, a famous C-rank mercenary group that joined the Tiger's Den a few years ago and become more famous. Their leader was a brown-haired woman with a fiery temper. Everyone called her Fiery Lake because of her enthralling beauty and fiery temper. But that bold, fiery look couldn't be seen in Fiery Lake's beautiful eyes anymore, as she vividly remembered what happened last night. However, she was still uncertain about what happened at that time, even though she believed that Silverheadman tricked them and made a fool of themselves. But she was still fearful for some reason, and if not for Samuel's presence, she would never return here, even if she was uncertain about the last night's events. At the very front, a 6'1" tall, burly man donned skin-tight armor, and 2 battle axes attached to his back were coldly looking at the mansion with his black eyes. His square bronze-skinned face with short black hair gives him a handsome look. He was Samuel, a B-rank mercenary and boss of Tiger's Den Company, whose dog is barking in the wee hours. A sulky voice rang at this moment before the mansion's door opened. Jacob appeared wearing an unbuttoned white shirt and black pants. When the ladies in the group saw Jacob's appearance and his tone-ripped pale body, their eyes lit up. He was hundreds of times more handsome than Samuel. A long black hair woman was standing right behind Samuel. It was as if she was carved out of flawless snow-white jade. Her slim and supple waist was exposed slightly under her tight, soft armor. Despite that armor, her towering chest and sexy exposed collarbone were a sight to behold. With a height of 6 feet, she looked completely out of place, as if she was placed in a group of swine. She was no doubt the most beautiful woman in this group and aloof. She was the vice president and vice captain of Tiger's Den, Alice. She was very close to entering the B rank. Alice was quite interested in the person who dared to chase out the members of Tiger's Den and still didn't run. However, when she heard Jacob's arrogant words, she instantly thought this was some idiot who didn't fear death or didn't know who he was messing with. But now that she saw him, even she had to admit he was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. She was a duke's heir, and she met with princes. They weren't Jacob's match. He's going to die. It's a pity he's a fool, she thought coldly. When she was Samuel trembled when he heard Jacob's words. Samuel has a hideous expression after being called a dog by this pretty boy, and now he's showing off his body while pretending he doesn't exist. It intensified his killing intent, especially when he felt Alice's gaze. He already considered Alice his personal property and someone only he could court, so now it was personal. Since you dare to snatch my thing, I'll send you on your way. Samuel coldly uttered while he moved his hand toward the axes on his back. Jacob's expressions were impassive as he looked at Samuel and let him draw his axes. How about this? I'll take one of your arms because of the disturbance you just caused. Jacob uttered as if he was giving an absolute verdict. Harrison and the other servants watching this drama were gobsmacked by Jacob's words, as did everyone else. A skinny guy with revolvers in his hand bellowed while pointing his gun at Jacob. Boss, let me rip off his sharp tongue for you. He was Shooter, another vice captain of the Tiger's Den mercenary group. Heh, vice captain, don't you see the boss's expression? He's going to chop that guy into mincemeat. Just enjoy the show. Another member of the Tiger's Den sneered darkly. Alice remained expressionless while she looked at Jacob with uncertainty in her watery emerald eyes. D-I-I, Samuel roared as he charged at Jacob with 80 mph speed and hacked his axe toward Jacob's shoulder with an icy smile. He now wanted to make Jacob beg for death, not kill him directly. Jacob was also unarmed, which made him even bolder, and he didn't feel any kind of danger from Jacob, or he won't charge like this. Although it looked like Samuel was rash, the fact was he had already probed Jacob's prowess in his behavior. Well, in his mind at least. However, what happened next made everyone's jaw drop in the group. Thud, Samuel's axe suddenly landed right between Jacob's index and middle finger and was stuck then and there. Samuel's eyes went wide as his face started to turn pale when he comprehended what had just happened. He tried to retrace his axe, but it didn't even budge. He quickly used the second axe to chop down on Jacob's forearm. Furthermore, he wanted to cut it off. However, to his surprise, Jacob didn't even move his finger to black it and let it land on his forearm. But what happened next made Samuel and everyone watching gobsmacked with horror. They saw the axe powerfully land on Jacob's forearm, and it should be enough to chop his arm off, but not only his arm was as sturdy as ever, but the blade only cut his shirt and barely grazed his skin. Is that all? Jacob's snide voice sounded, sending chills down everyone's spine while making Samuel scared silly. Samuel finally understood at this moment that Jacob wasn't an idiot, but he was. From the start to finish, Jacob didn't show any fear. It wasn't because he didn't know about him or he had a screw loss on his head, but Jacob didn't consider him a threat at all. He was probably like a child throwing a tantrum in Jacob's eyes. Appalled, Wahu-ar, before he could speak another word, Jacob's other hand moved like a blur at this moment and grabbed Samuel's other shoulder. Jacob coldly uttered, I'll be taking this arm as I said. Before Samuel could struggle, he felt gripped by an iron claw, and the next moment, ah ha ha ha, his blood-curdling hysteric shrill rang and was heard by the entire Lion Street. The mercenaries of the Tiger's Den witnessed a ghastly sight with pale faces at this moment. Their valorous leader's hand was torn like a rag doll by this terrifying guy. And blood flowed like a small fountain from Samuel's mangled shoulder while he was screaming in pain like a pig. 129, Chapter 29, A rank? It was a gruesome scene, as they watched the silver-haired man impassively holding the severed arm with bloodstains all over his white shirt and body while his victim was screaming right before him. He looked nothing less than a devil. Samuel shrieked with bloodshot eyes as he suppressed the appalling pain. The Tiger's Den mercenaries snapped out of their stupor, and their faces were ghastly pale. They all hesitated because Jacob was more powerful than Samuel. No, he was too powerful. What if he decided to kill them all if they retaliates? Right now, Jacob only tore Samuel's arm and didn't kill him, which he easily could. No one doubted it anymore. But if they really went on this road, there will be no return for them anymore. Furthermore, when everyone saw the devil was just standing there calmly and looked at them with his icy eyes without any hint of panic, they all felt palpitations in their hearts. But if they didn't shoot, didn't Samuel won't let them off? Just as some of them collected their courage and starts raising their firearms, Alice's crisp voice rang, Stand down. Her face was paler than anyone on the scene because she had this astonishing yet impossible proposition in her mind. He's an A rank. Because of her background, she was far more informative than anyone, and she heard lots of legends about an A rank expert, and this man in front of them was nothing but like those legends. The moment Jacob tore off Samuel's hand like he was tearing a dry leaf, this realization hit her. She never thought there was someone with an A-rank mercenary strength hidden among humans. Since Samuel dared to offend him, he was courting death, but what about them who came with him? Her heart beat wildly just at the thought of it, and now Samuel had given a suicide command. She knew just how shrewd Samuel was, and he might have already guessed what she does, and he wanted to use them as a distraction so he could escape. But when she noticed Jacob remain expressionless and remained in his position, she was even more sure these kinds of bullets would not work on him, and they would be seeking their own death once they start firing. So, she instantly stopped those fools. Jacob's lips suddenly curled into an amusing smirk as he looked at the tall beauty. He had to admit she was probably the most beautiful woman he had seen from the day he was born in this world. But what aroused his interest was her decision-making in this chaotic situation, and she was thinking about her survival just like this fool who wanted to take everyone with him for a chance to escape. Although Samuel and Alice were the same kinds of people, Jacob could tell this woman was 10 times savvier and calmer than Samuel. Well, since she'll be more obedient, I don't need this one. Jacob's eyes turned cold as he looked at Samuel, who was seething in pain or pretending to as his bloodshot eyes were darting around. Since Alice blocked his life path, he won't let them live either. He roared hysterically, "Bitch, do you really think he'll let you all go? Don't listen to her attack. Attack for me." Alice had already noticed Jacob's smirk, and her heart was beating like a drum. When she heard this and couldn't help but cursed out loud, "This scoundrel dog wanted us to die with him. Don't listen and drop your weapon. We're not matched for this gentleman. He's an A rank." A rank? Everyone's minds jumbled when they heard A rank, and they finally understood why Samuel was beaten so miserably. Compared to a B-rank Samuel, who had already offended an A-rank expert, they would choose to surrender and earn this powerhouse's forgiveness. Even the most loyal original Tiger's Den members have the same thoughts, and the very next moment, they all dropped their weapons without any hint of hesitation. We surrender. It was Samuel's fault, and they were also the ones who took him here. Everyone turned and pointed toward the Fiery Lake team of 8 with indignant eyes. If it wasn't for these 8, would they come here? The answer was yes, because Samuel had already considered this mansion his hideout until the war with the trolls would decide, and even bought it from the original owner, so they would have come here even without them, but to save their own skins, they put all the blame on them and hoped Jacob would spare their life. They never thought there would be an even scarier existence than the entire earthen kingdom residing in this barren country, and they just had to offend him. It was all because of one fucking mansion. The Fiery Lake team's faces were ashen when they saw everyone pointing at them and distancing themselves from them. Despair filled Fiery Lake's beautiful eyes at this moment. She regretted reporting this incident to Samuel and deciding to stay here. Now it was all over. Their comrades had abandoned them. Samuel also found hope amid darkness when he heard this. He quickly blurted, "El Lord, yes, it was all them." At this moment, Jacob annoyingly spoke, "Enough." The scene felt deadly silent. Jacob scanned through the crowd with his cold eyes before his eyes paused for a moment on the Fiery Lake team, and then he stopped at Alice, which made her shudder. He impassively asked, "You will be the leader of these clowns from now on, and if anyone dares to run, your end will be," just as his icy voice trailed off. His hand blurred again, only this time when it appeared again, it was coated with blood and it wasn't empty, but there was a beating heart in his hand. Everyone felt terror when they looked at the heart, which, beat by beat, turned dormant. Thud. When they heard this sound, a chill ran down their spine because Samuel was laying in his own blood without any hint of life, and there was a hole in his chest. Squish. Jacob clenched Samuel's heart and coldly said, "This could be any of your heart, so I'm suggesting to not try anything funny, or I'll hear you." Alice, who was looking at Samuel's corpse with an appalled expression, also felt terror and didn't dare to look Jacob in the eyes anymore. "You'll be salve number 1 from now, and your first task is to make the pool in the backyard 100 meters deep with a solid platform in the center and build a dome over it. Is that clear?" Jacob coldly uttered while glaring at Alice. Without waiting for her reply, he turned around, about to leave before he left one last line. "Every woman will live in the mansion with me from now on, while men can make camps outside and be in charge of security. If anyone approached, tell them to fuck off." Harrison looked at the incoming Jacob with daze and terror, as well as the other servants of the house. They all thought it was just a dream. They never thought they were serving someone so powerful all this time. Jacob looked at Harrison meaningfully, which made the latter shudder. "You'll be in charge of those people and the materials they required, and if they resist your orders, tell me." Harrison felt like his knees were trembling and urged to release the pressure between his legs, but he didn't dare, afraid he will be lost Jacob's goodwill, and had his heart crushed like Samuel's. "As your command, my lord." He quickly bent his head 90 degrees. Jacob didn't mind and left. The entire purpose of putting this show in everyone's eyes was to put fear in everyone's heart, as well as announced his existence among humans. Furthermore, he really required some labor to make the pool deeper so he could continue practicing water meditation. These people happened to be just what he needed, and Samuel delivered them to him. Now, I just have to remain here and wait for their reactions. If I thought correctly, this might really work. An astute glint flashed past Jacob's eyes as he headed toward the basement. Alice looked at the empty space where Jacob was just standing a few moments ago. Slave number 1? Those words rang in her mind like thunder. She, a proud daughter of a duke, was proclaimed a slave, and she can't even put up resistance or word out of her protest. It was simply a tremendous blow to her pride and confidence. Everyone has complicated expressions on their faces. They never thought their entire understanding of power would be upturned by coming to this place. Although Jacob called their vice captain and slave, what about them? He called them clowns. They weren't even considered slaves to him, and all the pride and achievement they had accumulated in these years turned into smoke. As for escaping, did they have the ability? 130 Chapter 130 Silver Tyrant. The incident with Tiger's Den wasn't something that could remain hidden. Some of the neighbors around Jacob's mansion witnessed the entire incident played out with aghast expressions. No one thought a B-rank mercenary, the symbol of power in the humane kingdom, would die so tragically. But the biggest news out of it was the possibility of an A-rank expert present between humans. In this state of hopeless war, this news was like a windfall for the humane kingdom. Because if this was true and they really had an A-rank expert amidst them, then trolls would be the first ones trembling in fear. One had to know between the three kingdoms there wasn't a single A-rank expert present, and neither did they know about the existence of Dark City. Very soon, this news spread like wildfire from Lion Street to Lionheart City. Then, within half a day, the entire Gloria country was shocked. In one day, Jacob's existence was known to every person with status. Since no one knows his name, everyone starts calling him Silver Tyrant because of his eye-catching hair color and for his tyrannical display with Tiger's Den. Rumors have it that the Silver Tyrant would crush anyone's heart who opposed him with his bare hands, while he was also a debaucher, and every night he slept with hundreds of women. The proud daughter of Duke Riley and the most beautiful woman of the humane kingdom, Alice Riley, was captured by Silver Tyrant and now had become his personal slave. More and more exaggerated rumors spread between humans, and Silver Tyrant became even more famous than the war between the two kingdoms. The throne hall of the Humane Kingdom Royal Palace was bristling with activities at this moment. Just a day ago, this place was gloomy because of the impending danger of trolls. However, today the atmosphere was filled with hope, and many high-ranking officers who were secretly planning their desertion were also present. Even some already deserted nobles were back. On the golden throne, a handsome middle-aged with long, shining golden hair supporting a matching golden crown was sitting with an expressionless face while his light blue eyes have a hint of exhaustion. He was the third king of the Humane Kingdom, King Philip III. With a platform below Philip sat three princes and a princess as well as their mother, the queen consort. The entire main royal bloodline was present today. There were also two tall men clad in golden armor standing right behind the king's throne with expressionless faces, but the aura they were giving was extremely imposing. Philip slightly nodded his head while looking at the bristling throne room. The next moment, the royal guard behind him loudly stated, "In the name of His Majesty, I command everyone to be reticent." The next moment, the entire throne hall fell into silence, and they all looked toward their king with myriad emotions. They all knew today was going to go down in the concise history of the Humane Kingdom. Philip expressionlessly scanned through the entire throne room and looked at every person present today. Many nobles lowered their head when they felt Philip's cold eyes on them. Philip, however, didn't bring up those skedaddle acts and looked at the burly man who has a fierce face and sat straight at the very front of the left row. He impassively asked, "Marshal Gallant, you have a report to make, I presumed?" Marshal Gallant was the strongest person in the Humane Kingdom and the commander of the royal army. He was even more respected and famous than the Humane King. With Gallant's prowess, he could have easily dethroned the Grover family from their royal status, but he was always faithful to the crown. Not only that, but he was their biggest supporter, and that's how the Grover family was still in a commanding position, or with rising powers of different factions. The Grover family would have lost their hold on the Humane Kingdom long ago, especially the Riley family under Philip's younger brother's control. The Riley Duke not only roped in the B-rank Samuel into his household with his charming daughter, but that daughter was extremely talented, and she was very close to entering the B-rank herself. It could easily upturn the entire Humane Kingdom's political structure. However now, Gallant politely replied with a complicated glint in his eyes as he looked at his king, who seemed to have grown older after the last time he saw him. "Your Majesty, this subject indeed has an important report." He took a deep breath and continued, "The trolls suddenly stopped attacking our borders and even abandoned our already conquered cities and territories last night. Right now, their armies are on standby at their border. While we also noticed all the B-rank trolls were summoned back to protect their king. They're even willing to talk now." Gallant was really marveling right now as he reported these astonishing reports. It was like he was repeating a dream. He never thought that the stubborn troll army who wanted to exterminate every human backed off because of a simple rumor. Philip didn't have any emotions when he heard it, as if has expected this. He said with acerbity, "All of this just because Silver Tyrant's appearance, yes?" The entire throne room was deadly silent when they heard this name. They all knew about it before coming here. The trolls retreat because of the possibility of an A-rank expert appearing amidst humans. It might change the entire power structure of the Uncommon region. Although it was still unclear why the Silver Tyrant showed his face only now, one thing is clear. Just his presence was enough to make humans the strongest power between the three kingdoms. At least that is what everyone in this hall thought. That's why some cowards dared to crawl back from their hideouts. Everyone knew things were going to change in a very prominent way for humans. Gallant sighed and lowered his head before he said, "Yes, Your Highness." Both goblins and trolls were now secretly inquiring about Silver Tyrant, and many spies were found. Gallant was also one of the few who know just how difficult it was to enter the A rank and what kind of status these beings had in the rare region. He was a reserved member of Nightmare Knight's Legion, and he wasn't even qualified to become a full-fledged member. Now, this A rank expert appeared out of nowhere, and he also was quite young. He was really baffled by this news and almost spat blood in frustration. He was used to revering by everyone here, but after the Silver Tyrant appeared, those who knows about his prowess no longer looked at him as an absolute being anymore. Even he's also afraid of Silver Tyrant because he clearly knows how difficult it was to beat Samuel even for him, but this monster killed him like he was killing a chicken. Many people witnessed this scene while the entire Tiger's Den powerful experts were working like constructors at Silver Tyrant's place obediently. There's no room for doubting this information. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a great resemblance to Philip stood up with a grave expression on his face. He said while deeply looking at Philip, who was already expecting this, "My king, we all wanted to hear, what is your stance on this matter?" Philip's lips suddenly rose slightly into a mocking smile. "First, I want to hear Duke Riley's stance. I heard Silver Tyrant kill your son-in-law as well as enslaved your cherished daughter, and many terrible rumors about her are all over the kingdom. Do you intend to march your army there and seek justice? If yes, I'll lend you a hand, since she's my niece as well." Everyone's expression stiffened when they heard this and lowered their heads. If there were another hot topic besides the Silver Tyrant, then it would be Alice Riley. She was already crowned as the kingdom's most beautiful woman, and now she was raised to be a mere slave of Silver Tyrant. It was an enormous blow to her and Riley family's reputation. Duke Riley's expression went rigid when he heard this, and clenched his hands tightly. How could he not want to march his entire army there and save his daughter? But whenever he thought about how dangerous that fellow Silver Tyrant was, that even Samuel was toyed to death by him, he felt chills on his spine and didn't dare to think of revenge anymore. Although he had ulterior motives when he sent Alice to the Tiger's Den company to win over Samuel, Alice had proven to be as talented as Samuel in these years, so he no longer belittled his daughter. However, Samuel had gone and sought his own death, and now Alice fell victim and he could do nothing, which made him indignant. He suppressed his urge to punch his brother in the face and stiffly said, "I won't dare to cause my king trouble. It's Alice's fortune to catch the interest of our kingdom's first A-rank expert." A ruthless glint shimmered in his eyes at this moment. "Now, I would like to know how my king will approach Silver Tyrant." 131, Chapter 131, Infamous in Uncommon Region. The Earthen Kingdom, the Prime Minister was looking at the capped A1000 Dowson, who was holding some papers in his hands with uncertainty. He didn't know why A1000 Dowson had the already marching troops retreat just because of a measly A-rank mercenary appearance among humans. He was also confused about the disappearance of A9999, but he didn't dare to poke his nose into these scary existences matters. At this moment, A1000 placed the reports on the table and said coldly, "Are you positive this person is a human and not a high-ranking member of 3 hegemonies?" After he encountered Jacob, A1000 was feeling extremely apprehensive since A9999 left him alone here to watch over the cannibal plan. When he acquired reports that an A-rank human had appeared out of the blue, without even a second thought, he had the Earthen Kingdom retrieve their armies and found everything and anything on this variable. He didn't want to experience another incident like Jacob, and he even thought this human was that faceless ancient who was playing with them, but these reports were all telling another story. The Prime Minister replied, "From our spies, it's completely confirmed that this person is a hidden ascetic, and he registered over the years ago as a C-rank mercenary in a small town, and he's also an advanced apprentice gunsmith. Although he looked young, my guess is he might have stumbled upon some opportunity in the Rainy Mountain Ranges, and that's how he managed to become A-rank. Probably some potion or other medicine. Now that he's an A-rank, he decided to show himself, and it's quite clear that he doesn't know about our existence, or he won't dare to be so reckless. He might have already considered himself the king of the uncommon region now, and humans' morals will soar because of it." He sneered in disdain when he thought about how this brat showed off his power and acted like a tyrant. Furthermore, he even wanted to personally go there to teach him a lesson. But alas, A1000 was acting with too much caution. A1000 Nowzen had already seen these details in the reports, but he was still feeling somewhat doubtful. What if he's that protector you encountered that day and pretending to be human to lure us out? The Prime Minister replied with uncertainty, "There is a possibility that it's him since the Lionheart City is close to the old lab's location, but we can't find out for sure without probing his strength." He had already thought of this possibility, but he felt this wasn't the guy since that person was much calmer and didn't strike him as a type who would reveal his whereabouts like this and act like a debaucher tyrant. The possibility was there nevertheless, and they couldn't ignore it. "Nah, he's pure human." A snickering voice rang at this moment which startled both of them. "You finally back?" A1000 called out with a thrill in his voice. He never thought he would be so glad to see this crazy woman. A9999. Tsk, I don't want to, but I had to. A999 annoyingly replied. A1000 was still glad as he quickly asked, so you checked this silver tyrant fellow? A9999 seriously replied this time, indeed. The moment I heard the rumors, I went to that area and investigated thoroughly, and he's a human. I could have crushed him, but I'm afraid he might have some connection with 3 hegemonies, so I'll leave him to a native. The Prime Minister quickly bowed. I'll deal with him. Don't worry, my lady. No, let him enjoy his short-lived glory for a while. A9999 chuckled darkly before she continued. How many cannibals can you make with already accumulated human blood? A1000 blurted with anticipation. So, he left? He didn't dare to go out until that faceless ancient was still in the uncommon region. He was afraid that fellow would hold a grudge and hunt him down when A999 won't be around to protect him. A9999 sneered disdainfully. Look at your cowardliness. He's indeed not in the humane kingdom, but I'm going to scan the entire place just in case he's still hiding here. In 5 or 6 months, our reinforcement would be here, then we don't need to worry about him. But this doesn't mean we can show our faces as we please. Now let him answer my question. This conversation baffled the Prime Minister since he didn't know what they were talking about. Nonetheless, he quickly answered A9999's question. With the blood we already collected, it's enough to create over 100 cannibals, same as the first one's level and many low-level ones. My lady, do you want me to start? A9999 thought for a moment. Start it, and then release those cannibals to grow and multiply between goblins and cut off every news about this. Let humans live in delusion for now. We'll secretly create a farm of cannibals. You, trolls, will be a mist to cover this farm. I'm going to personally oversee the further research on cannibal. The Prime Minister's eyes lit up and quickly agreed. I understand. We'll start working post-hastily. But what if humans decided to attack us? Now that an A rank appeared among them, they will be bolder and unafraid. Heh, they'll be delivering the blood themselves then. No, this is perfect. A999 eyes shimmered with ghastly light. I heard these humans can quickly adapt to changes, right? Since an A rank appeared amidst them, more will follow in his footsteps. It means we'll get more high-level blood. I want those humans to start another war and confident, but we'll be manipulating behind them while letting them think they are the ones in control and getting an endless supply of human blood. The Lionheart City, Lion Street, the Tyrant Mansion. Yes, the mansion where Jacob lives is now known as the Tyrant Mansion by everyone. The Tyrant Mansion had gone through some changes in the past 3 days. One could see many small bunkers in the vast garden of the Tyrant Mansion, while the backyard was now completely covered in a doom-like shade and blocked everyone's vision. The only way in was either from the mansion or by creating a hole in the shade which no one would dare. Furthermore, in these past 3 days, many high-ranking officers of the Lionheart City came to pay a visit, but they were rejected at the main gate. Among those rejected officers, the City Lord, the Mercenary Branch's leader, the Vice Leader, the Gunsmith Guild leader, and even the beautiful Apothecary Guild leader rejected with many other nobles. However, no one dared to show any displeasure, and they politely left after leaving some greeting gifts. Even Samuel's heart was crushed by Silver Tyrant, and Alice was turned into a slave. They didn't want to antagonize such a person unless they wanted an ending like those 2 famous figures. The Gunsmith Guild leader Drew was feeling the most complicated among everyone because he had spent some time with Jacob, and he benefited the most from him when he let him take the credit for Magnum. Now that he thought about how he once wanted to protect Jacob, he laughed in self-mockery, and even felt fear when he thought about how Jacob had killed Samuel. As for the Vice Guild leader, Olaf, who schemed against Jacob, he had long vanished from the Lionheart City the very night news about Jacob being an A-rank expert surfaced. Lastly, the Star Mercenary Agency's leader had already found out about Jacob's registration with them. He was thrilled and wanted to approach Jacob and form a connection, but was rejected mercilessly. The last person who was affected by Jacob's identity as an A rank was none other than Rose of the Lionheart family. When she thought about how she tried to be bold with Jacob and even wanted to use him as a meat shield, she nearly had a mental breakdown. Right now she was hiding while in constant fear Jacob would come one day and make her his slave. Her father still didn't know about me, or he would have a heart attack. As for the man who was the Eye of the Storm, the Silver Tyrant, Jacob did not know about what was happening because of him in an entire uncommon region. Even if he'd known, he would have merely scoffed since he had already anticipated this. Right now, he was currently sitting on a stone platform in the middle of the newly built pool and just crossed the threshold of 20G force, and the oxygen in the water again got absorbed in his body's pores. He now felt it even more clearly than before, and all of a sudden Jacob felt a strange sensation that was still hard to describe, and not only that, but his heartbeat started to rise as more oxygen entered his body. So, it can indeed raise my heartbeat without me using some excessive method. Jacob solemnly thought, but I never expected it would be this effective. As if this water meditation was created to practice fluid acceleration. Amortica also told me at that time that I would find a way very soon, I-832, Chapter 132, can you prove it? Immortica also told me I would find a way very soon. Jacob connected the dots as he felt like Immortality probably knew about the art of nature's true effects, but it didn't bother to say anything, nor did it comment on it when Jacob inquired about it. Nevertheless, this also strengthens his belief that he should keep practicing this technique and not slack off. As his heartbeat increased with more and more oxygen entering his body, Jacob was fully focused on his heart rate and didn't dare to miss a single heartbeat. After over 10 minutes, Jacob's heartbeat was at 4 BPS when he felt the sensation suddenly staggered while the gravity also vanished. Jacob's eyes snapped open and frowned. Even over million-gallon water can only sustain water mediation over 2 1000 ml. What about the 24-hour limit? Didn't I need to enter a vast river at that time? His expression was grave as the liquid suddenly started to turn vapors again. Although, with my current capacity, I might hold on for over 2.5 hours. But I required over 300-meter deep bore, and the aquifer is over a mile deep, according to Harrison. A mile-deep bore should be enough to cross a 3 hours mark, but it would also put me in danger since the gravity would be 30 G at that time, and this stone pillar might not be able to spot me and break. Well, I let them reinforce this pillar with metal, but I required more labor for it if I want it to be done quickly. Jacob looked toward the round platform he was sitting on, which was only deep enough to cover his head with water, but actually it was a pillar connected to the bottom, which was formed by digging around it. Jacob had given the command, and those mercenaries didn't dare to make any mistakes. But it turns out even this 100-meter pool wasn't enough. Jacob suddenly thought about the raging border river between the uncommon and rare regions, and he knew that was the perfect place for practicing water meditation. But he won't have this pillar in that river, and he might really drown within that river's depth. So, until he was absolutely sure of his ability to swim under that pressure, he won't try it no matter what. Instead, this method was far safer as long as he could reinforce this pillar and have those mercenaries dig just half of the surface from now on, just enough for more water to fill it. While the other half can be easily reinforced with iron, he won't have to worry about this pillar's breaking at that time. But he required some laborers and forgers to start the reinforcing process, and if possible, he wanted to fill the half pool with iron to create a solid iron platform. At that time, he just let them dig as deep as he wanted. As for finding people who were up for the task, Jacob knows where to find them, and he was the most powerful person in the humane kingdom, so no one would dare to reject him. Jacob finally stood up and looked at the gorgeous woman in maid attire which revealed her voluptuous figure, holding a towel in her hand with a bewitching look on her face as saw the water dispersing at an alarming rate in astonishment. Jacob paid little attention to her attractiveness and jumped toward her and landed on the poolside, snapping Alice from her stupor. She instantly looked down when she saw bare-chest Jacob walking over her with a tingle of red on her pale white face. She didn't dare to look him in eyes anymore. Since Jacob had turned her into a slave as a war trophy, she thought Jacob was after her body like others and would rape her and torment her by any means possible because of the tyrannical image he displayed that day. She simply could not resist and didn't want to die either after reaching this point, so she thought it in another direction. If Jacob was attracted to her and if she could seduce him, who would dare to mess with her? Jacob differed completely from Samuel. She acted normally around Samuel since he wanted to play a gentleman to win over her heart, and he was also aware of her talent and required her help once she entered the B rank, so he didn't dare to force himself on her. However, Jacob didn't seem to care about her beauty status or talent, and by his looks, he was probably younger than her as well. That's why she had to use another approach with him, so she decided to willingly become his slave and do anything he wanted her, even warm his bed and slowly earn his goodwill. Although this situation looked disadvantageous and disgusting, for her, it was a tremendous opportunity to exchange her body for the most powerful man in this kingdom. Not just her, but all those ladies were sure that Jacob was a debauched man like others because he has every woman living with him and wore maid clothes. But everyone was surprised because they didn't even see Jacob's shadow, much less summon them or come into their quarters. Even Alice, who had complete confidence in her looks and was ready to spring into action that night, was never called, which made her uneasy. As for approaching his room on their own, they didn't have the guts to even look at him, much less barge into his room without his order. Only today, Jacob emerged when Harrison reported the news of pool completion, and he didn't summon Alice here either. But she took the initiative to come here and wait for him obediently. Yet, it surprised her when she comprehended what Jacob was doing when he didn't pull his head out for breath for over an hour. At first, she thought he was dead, but then she shook her head since it would be too foolish. Nevertheless, if she hadn't noticed small bubbles appearing occasionally, she might have believed it. Then she thought of another possibility. Could it be the secret method to enter the A rank? Alice felt she stumbled upon an enormous secret when she thought of how Jacob was so serious about this pool and covering it. She even thought of slipping away, but then she thought about how Jacob had already killed 8 mercenaries who tried to escape every time. He could really hear everything as he said, so now no one dared to escape. So, she also didn't dare to move and stay there and pretend to be an idiot and hope Jacob would believe it, because if it was Jacob's secret of power, then he will kill her to make sure she won't reveal it ever. However, when she saw the water turning into vapors, she was completely stunned and felt this was really the secret of Jacob's power. Now, he was coming this way, so she did her best to act shy and attractive so he won't notice anything. Jacob looked at the alluring Alice, and his lips curled up. You know how to adapt. I don't mind, but if you think for a moment that you could escape your fate of being a slave by this, then you're dead wrong. Jacob's eyes turned cold, which made Alice shudder and thought he was going to kill her, but to her surprise, if you truly serve me well, I won't mistreat you either, even making you an A rank within 1 day is a possibility. But, Jacob smiled meaningfully, can you prove it? Alice finally looked up with shock and disbelief about what she just heard, and her lips parted. Why, you can make me A rank in on 1 day? She didn't dare to believe it. Jacob merely chuckled mysteriously, took the towel from her hands, and, without caring about her expression, moved on while saying, summon Harrison. Alice's heart was almost in her throat as Jacob's words rang in her head continually like a broken record, but she quickly calmed down and her eyes shimmered with resolved, I just have to prove it then, although she didn't completely believe Jacob's words. While he didn't kill her despite her comprehending his secret, which meant Jacob didn't care at all. Now, more doubts grow in her head, and when she thought about what Jacob just offered her, she now wanted to see if he could make her an A-rank mercenary. Besides, it wasn't like she was losing anything, so she quickly followed Jacob's order and headed to summon Harrison, who was the only one Jacob called by name. Thereupon, Jacob calmly sat on a table full of dishes. He looked at perturbed Harrison and said, I want you to call the guild leader of the Gunsmith Guild as soon as possible. As your command, my lord. Harrison quickly left to complete this mission as if his life depended on it. At this time, Alice quickly picked up a dish and started serving Jacob without even him telling her. As she served, she suddenly looked into his cold amber eyes deeply and said in a dreamy tone, I'm yours from now, 1333, Chapter 13.3 Meetings, Drew again. In the evening, the Tyrant Mansion welcomes its first visitor, who was granted an audience with the Silver Tyrant. Many people who were paying close attention to the Tyrant's mansion quickly reported this to their superiors. When they found the identity of this visitor, it was none other than the guild leader of the Gunsmith Guild of Lionheart City, Drew. Because of Jacob's significance, his background was naturally checked by many. Although his real identity, or from where he hailed, was still a mystery. But his official record at the Start Mercenary Agency and Gunsmith Guild was now an open secret. Everyone knew he first appeared in Raintown and then lived in Lionheart City. But this also made him more mysterious. Because except for these two locations, Jacob appeared nowhere else in the huge, uncommon region. Most people believe that Jacob's appearance was actually a disguise to hide his real background, but when the records of the two organizations mention no one sounds sure anymore. Those C-rank and above-rank people knew DNA couldn't be changed, and this is what made them dread the mysterious Silver Tyrant even more. Since he had accepted no visitors before, the information on him was even more precious. Now that he finally accepted a visitor who happened to be someone connected with him, this would arouse much attention. However, Jacob didn't care about it at all, as he was sitting on a comfortable divan while facing him was a burly old man with a stiff expression. He was none other than the guild leader of Lionheart City's gunsmith branch, Drew. Alice appeared, holding a tray with an exquisite red whiskey bottle and glasses. She gracefully put on the glasses and poured the translucent red whiskey without expression. Drew was shocked when he was this cold yet alluring maid. He naturally knew who this person was and the reason behind her current appearance. Nevertheless, it still shocked him when he saw how obedient Alice was behaving. She had accepted her identity as a mere slave, and no shame could be seen in her behavior. He looked at the handsome man with awe and trepidation. When he heard Jacob was looking for him, his first thought was why he was looking for him after he didn't meet him when he visited. But he didn't dare to reject, and he also wanted to meet Jacob for another reason as well, so he dropped everything and came here post-hastily. Alice, at this moment, placed the whiskey glass in front of Drew with no expression. Before, she took the other one and handed it to Jacob with a captivating smile. However, Jacob merely took the glass with an unimpressive glance at Alice, which made her somewhat flustered inwardly. But she maintained her smile, and like an obedient maid stood behind Jacob's divan. Since he didn't tell her to leave, she would remain here and observe. She was also interested in Jacob's past, or what kind of person he was. It was crucial in winning Jacob's trust. Jacob also didn't mind Alice, since he had already planned for her. He smiled faintly when saw Drew's stiff expression and said, I heard you visited before? Drew felt his heart rate increase slightly, but when he saw Jacob still had that arrogant yet confident smirk on his face when they first met, he felt somewhat relieved and politely nodded. Yes, but your excellency was busy, and I won't dare to disturb you. Jacob took a sip of whiskey which had an intoxicating smoky and malty flavor. He didn't know where Harrison bought this, but it was at least 2 or 3 decades old. He was an adorer of good alcohol, and this whiskey was only subpart but still good enough for current human civilization. Furthermore, he chuckled, there's no need to be polite with an old friend. Just call me Jack. So, why do you want to visit before? I was occupied with something at that time. You can speak freely. Drew was familiar with Jacob's tone. Is this really the cold-blooded Silver Tyrant everyone is talking about? He thought with uncertainty now. Nevertheless, since Jacob still behaved like his old self, he was more at ease and spoke. To tell you the truth, I didn't want to disturb you, and I wasn't even sure it was you, actually. but your portraits had been spreading all over the kingdom, so I know it was you. Jacob cocked an eyebrow. I didn't know I'd become so famous within a week. He sounded surprised, but he wasn't, actually. On the contrary, he was unimpressed. This is the real disadvantage of medieval technology. After you killed a B-rank mercenary and made a duke's daughter slave, you're still acting in surprise? Drew smiled wryly and didn't want to comment on this and changed the topic. Nevertheless, it didn't take long before your information was dug out, especially within the agency and the guild. It's very easy once someone provides them with your registration name, and I think it was that old bastard Olaf who revealed your registration name to the information broker. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. I knew what he did back then when you suddenly vanished, but I don't have proof. But that bastard ran too fast the moment you appeared this time. Alice was shocked by this revelation, and she looked at Jacob, who was calmly sipping on his whiskey as if he was listening to trivial things. Did someone try to scheme against him when he was keeping a low profile, or he wasn't as strong as now before? She thought. I don't care about this small matter, even if they know about my identity. Do you think they can do anything to me? Jacob asked with a wintry smile, which made Drew shudder slightly. He knew Jacob merely stated the fact. No one would dare to mess with Jacob right now unless they have a death wish like Samuel. He was the strongest person in the entire kingdom. Furthermore, he sighed, Forgive me, I just made a fool out of myself. The important matter why I was here was because I received a message from the Guildmaster of Royal Humane City. His expression turned serious as he said, He'll be visiting you personally, and I think you should hear him out since it might be beneficial to you. But of course, if you didn't want, you could simply reject him. Drew sighed inwardly. The gunsmith guildmaster of the capital city was an extremely prominent figure. But now he was coming here personally to meet with Jacob, and he even required someone like him to introduce him to Jacob. Drew knew Jacob was actually a basic gunsmith, and his attainment might be even higher than this, and he was hiding it. So, the visit of this eccentric guildmaster was not a surprise to him, since he would do the same after finding out about Jacob's talent in gunsmithing. He was a freak in his eyes. As long as Jacob announced his relation with the Gunsmith Guild, their status would sour, surpassing the Apothecary Guild. But the person in question was the Silver Tyrant. If he rejected them, would they dare to push their luck? The answer was a huge no. As long as there wasn't someone stronger than Jacob backing them, they couldn't force Jacob to do anything. The Alchemy Guild behind them won't care for their lives as long as no external force intervenes or if they poke a hornet nest themselves. Jacob's eyes flashed with a subtle glint as he nodded. I'll consider it. Now is the reason I call you here. Drew held his breath. He was even more nervous than the time he took his basic gunsmith exam. I need your assistance in 2 matters, Jacob stated coolly. First, I want a gunsmith workshop and a proper smithy in the basement of this mansion. Is it possible? Money is not an issue. Drew's eyes widened slightly and fell into deep thought before he answered, It can be arranged since you're a basic gunsmith. I can even send a message to Capital, and the Guildmaster will provide the most advanced equipment we currently have. All right, this will work as well. Jacob agreed quickly. As for the second thing, it's about the pool in the backyard. I want to create an iron platform. Look at this. You'll understand what I'm talking about. Jacob pulled out a paper from a pocket and tossed it toward Drew, who caught it and opened it with uncertainty. Alice was also quite curious about what Jacob was talking about, but she remained expressionless and only observed. She was astonished when she heard he was also a basic gunsmith. As a daughter of a duke, she knew those gunsmiths of basic level were all bunch of old men, and their strength was meager, but they were all respected by the kingdom, because of the firearms they developed and made their military power strong. Drew saw the design and was slightly shocked, but it was a simple matter for him. He folded the paper, put it in his pocket, and solemnly nodded. Consider it done. 134, Chapter 34, King's Move. The next morning, Jacob opened his eyes and then looked at the pale white delicate hand over his muscular chest. A naked beauty was sleeping right beside him, revealing her lascivious assets. She was naturally Alice who tasted the forbidden fruit last night. There wasn't any ripple in Jacob's expression. He was like usual, as if it wasn't a big deal for him. But he can't deny the fact that Alice was the first woman he slept with in this world, and she was a noble princess regardless. Yet he felt nothing besides the transient pleasure, and all that time he was controlling his strength, or he knew what would have happened if he let himself loose with his current physique. Alice was important to his plan, and he couldn't have her die right now, or it would be hard to find a replacement. That's why he let her get close to him in the first place and give her hope amid despair. He was making it clear she could only rely on him here, and her resistance was meaningless. He could have easily made her a slave with a parasite gem. Furthermore, he still has 6 low-level parasite gems. It wasn't hard. But he didn't require a puppet this time like the Sunset Duke. After wearing his clothes, Jacob left the room and headed toward the pool, which has been filled again. He was still working on increasing his heart rate with water meditation, and he felt he might learn how to control it with it, but it was still just speculation. He couldn't even start it yet, nor he was in a hurry. This ability was a double-edged sword, and he was to be on the receiving end of this sword, so he'll take advantage of this situation. Since the pool size wasn't dangerous to him, he'll practice it until Drew's men arrived and started the pool's renovation according to his design. Once it was done, he won't have to worry about it until the 3 hours mark was crossed, although it seemed he was wasting time by staying here and not leaving toward the higher region. But Jacob didn't think so, not after he left the Sunset Duke's estate that day and considered it. If anything, he would lose an opportunity if he left now. After Jacob left, inside his room, Alice, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, suddenly opened her beautiful emerald eyes filled with difficult emotions. When she thought about how bold she was last night, she blushed profusely. Is he still not convinced that I'm no longer resisting? She thought as she looked at the place where Jacob was a few moments ago. Well, how could it be so easy? That man is not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Although he looked young, his eyes are as tranquil as an old wise king. I don't know if I'm lucky or pitiful. She thought for a long time absent-mindedly. No matter how cold or indifferent she had been in the past, she was still a young lady with a sky-like ambition. In the afternoon, many people entered the tyrant mansion with big horse-drawing carriages, which again aroused the spy's attention. After some investigation, it turned out that these people were from the gunsmith guild and some were blacksmiths. The carriages were filled with iron and many blacksmith equipments. As for what they were for, only the people inside that mansion knows, and no one dared to step in it because it was too dangerous. Jacob's every move was monitored because of his current status, and he still hadn't left the mansion yet, as if he had made that place his base of operation. No one could tell what he was planning, but with all these materials and blacksmiths, it was clear he was making something. It draws attention to gunsmith guild leader Drew, who had visited the tyrant just a day before this large movement started, but Drew also remained silent and indifferent. Just like this, 3 more days passed. This day, the tyrant mansion received a visit from another noble, but it wasn't just any noble. It was the Marquis who had previously occupied Gloria City and the Baron of Gloria Country also with him. The Lionheart City Lord and many other bigwigs of the Gloria Country also followed them. They all wanted to pay respect to the Silver Tyrant who was hailed presumably from the Gloria Country, and the Marquis even wanted to invite Jacob into his fief, even handing over the entire fief as the matter of fact. Yet, they were all rejected at the gates. In the end, they had no choice but to leave since this person wasn't someone who they can push around. However, the Marquis was a shrewd fellow. He didn't leave. Instead, he ordered vacant the entire Lion Street and bought it the very day. Since he can't have an audience with the tyrant, he will show his willingness to meet him by living on Lion Street and paying his respect every day. No one thought that this action was foolish because if he earned Silver Tyrant's goodwill or just his attention, who would dare to mess with him openly again? The Silver Tyrant was even more famous than the king. This action made many nobles panic since they were a step behind. Now, the Marquis, the Gloria Baron, and the Lionheart City Lord all moved on the Lion Street and completely closed off the area, which also rooted out the spies of different nobles. This act made many furious, but no one caused a commotion since this Marquis wasn't someone to trifle with and only a duke could overpower him. Just like that, an entire month passed without any big moments from the Silver Tyrant except for some carriages going in or out. This day, however, a large movement was reported, but not from the tyrant, but from the capital city which has been dormant from the start. A large entourage left the humane city with many powerful figures. Even the humane king and knight marshal were included, and their destination was none other than Gloria Country, and this entourage was like a small army nonetheless. Everyone thought that all this time the king was preparing, and now that he was done, the king was finally going to announce his dominance. Although the Silver Tyrant is portrayed as invincible. But can he fight with an army of knights? No one knew the answer, but one thing was clear, they were going to find out soon. This news also reached Lionheart City and the people staying in it. Their first reaction was to vacate the entire city since it will be going to be a colossal mess if the knights fought with Silver Tyrant. Those nobles with Marquis also left the city to a safe area until the result was out. Although they all wanted to form goodwill with Tyrant, they didn't want to burn the bright with the royals either, since it was still unclear who would win. The Tyrant was, after all, just a single person in the end. Besides the members of Power Square and the Tyrant Mansion, the entire city was deserted within 2 days. Jacob, who was looking at the almost done metal pool, naturally received the reports of this movement. Everyone seemed tense, including Alice, who was now even more charming and always stayed at Jacob's side like a shadow. Although she didn't know the limit of Jacob's power, she didn't know if Jacob could fend off an army of trained knights, especially Knight Marshal Gallant, who was also a Nightmare Knight. The Nightmare Knight Legion was a fable entity between the higher-ups of the humans, and they had too many astonishing legends surrounding them. The Zodiac Warriors Alliance was famous for its unmatched strength, so its members won't be a pushover either. However, Jacob remained calm and aloof. He didn't show any worry about their movement, which made many doubts Jacob's mentality again. At night, Alice lay naked in Jacob's arms with perspiration all over her charming body while her breath was slightly stiff, and she looked at Jacob's impassive face with worry. "Are you really not afraid of the king? I heard Philip III is a very astute and wily ruler, and he's someone who enjoyed being in power. He won't let you take away his control so easily." She spoke with worry. It was the only time she could speak and approach Jacob freely, without fear or restraint. She still didn't know if she had won his trust or not, but she was doing her best to earn her spot. Jacob glanced at the alluring beauty who now looked like a mature woman, not a young lady anymore. However, his expression was still apathetic even after spending a month with her. He suddenly said at this moment, "I heard your father might be in this group. Tell me, will you kill him if asked you to?" Nus 135. Chapter 135, Gathering at Tyrant Mansion. On this day, a large regiment of armored knights surrounding many big carriages entered the Lionheart city, which was completely deserted at the moment. At the very front was a golden chariot, and its coachman was none other than the Knight Marshal of the Humane Kingdom, Gallant, clad in his black armor. Garrison the city, his loud, solemn voice reverberated in the vicinity. A small group of knights quickly sprang into action and took the abandoned posts of the Lionheart city gates. Except for this small group, the main group continues to travel toward Lion Street. Many people were paying attention to this from a distance. They knew today the fate of Silver Tyrant or the royal family was going to be decided, and whoever comes out on top will be the de facto ruler of the entire Humane Kingdom. The king was here with his personal royal knights and the Knight Marshal, as well as many high-ranking nobles with their personal guards were also following him. There were 3 more people who were of superior status in this lineup: the Star Mercenary Agency Master and the strongest B-rank mercenary, Loop, before Silver Tyrant appeared. The second was the intermediate gunsmith and the face of the gunsmith guild, Isham. Lastly, the guild leader of the Apothecary Guild of the capital city's branch and also known as the Miracle Hands, Blake. Just these 3 were enough to stir a tremendous storm in the Humane Kingdom, but they never appeared together. Now, not only the members of Black Knights with the Nightmare Knight, but all the representative main guilds in Humane King have appeared together with the king himself. No one knew how Silver Tyrant will react or what these people were going to do today, but it's going to be history for sure. Soon, the marching knights and carriages entered Lion Street and approached the Tyrant Mansion without stopping. In the Tyrant Mansion, the atmosphere was as tense as it could get. All those Tiger's Den mercenaries were extremely anxious since they knew an army was coming, and they might become the very first ones to suffer if the Silver Tyrant didn't yield. They were all living constantly in fear of the Silver Tyrant all this time because every time they tried to escape or sneak out of the mansion, the Silver Tyrant would mysteriously kill them and leave their corpses for everyone to see. So, they knew escaping was impossible under an A-rank expert. But now the entire kingdom's experts were coming, and they were even more appalled because they all knew what kind of personality Silver Tyrant had, and there was over 80% chance that he will start fighting than compromise. At this moment, sounds of powerful footsteps rang in the silent vicinity of Lion Street, and those mercenaries knew they had arrived. "What are you doing?" "Since the army is here, do you still think he has the time to care about us? That motherfucker is treating us like minors and killing us without batting an eye. Besides, I don't think he can survive an army attack. He's just one person." A short man with bruises on his face whispered to the man beside him who was all filled with bruises. They had all been digging constantly every day for the past month and only had been excused 2 days ago. If they weren't C-rank, they might have died of the workload and suffocation. Nevertheless, this still affects their mental states greatly, and all the pride they once had long been shattered. But they still didn't submit completely and wanted to be free and required just a small opening. Now that the chance was here, if they didn't use it, they would either be killed or be used as cannon folds in this upcoming event. After thinking for a moment, the man beside the short man decisively nodded. The moment the army barge in, we'll flee from the east side. Not only these 2, but almost all the Tiger's Den men have these thoughts. As for women, they were living comfortably in the mansion, and they would see them now and then working as maids, which was far better than mining like slaves. As for their Vice Captain Alice, she had completely changed and submitted to Silver Tyrant, or it could also be just a sham until she had a chance to escape or even backstabbed him. Whatever the case was, everyone was for themselves right now. At this moment, sounds of hooves suddenly stopped at the main gate, and everyone saw a golden chariot stopping in front of the mansion, while the black armored Gallant gazed at the mansion coldly. At this moment, he opened his mouth, and a powerful voice reverberated in the vicinity. The King of Humane Kingdom demands an audience with Silver Tyrant. However, he wasn't the only one. Another voice rang from a carriage. The Star Mercenary Agency seeks an audience with Senior Silver Tyrant. Another followed thereupon. The Gunsmith Guild seeks an audience with Senior Silver Tyrant. Lastly, the Apothecary Guild seeks an audience with His Excellency, Silver Tyrant. Everyone was dumbfounded because they all thought they would barge in and then demand Silver Tyrant to come out, but it didn't happen. Besides the king demanding an audience which seemed quite appropriate for his status, the other 3 bigwigs were very polite, as if they would turn back if the Silver Tyrant rejected them. Now everyone was waiting for the Silver Tyrant's reply, and if he acted unreasonably, he would lose his reputation and make it even worse than it already had been. They didn't have to wait for long, though. At this moment, the closed door of the mansion parted, and a middle-aged man wearing butler attire with an expressionless face appeared. He was Harrison, and right now he was as famous as Silver Tyrant under the title of Silver Tyrant Butler. However, unlike in the past, Harrison didn't seem as old or timid while facing such pressure, and his eyes were filled with boundless confidence and hidden might. He walked toward the gates followed by a group of beautiful maids who were former C-rank mercenaries of Tiger's Den. Gallant's eyes narrowed when he saw Harrison, and for some reason he felt slightly threatened by this butler, which made him somewhat baffled. But his expression didn't change at all and remained stoic. Harrison eyed the legendary figure and the former strongest expert of the Humane Kingdom, and a peculiar glint flashed past his eyes. But he didn't lose his bearing as the butler of the tyrant and bowed lightly before he uttered in an impassive tone, "My lord, welcome everyone, and he invites anyone with the status of duke and higher inside." As for the three organizations, he would only welcome B-rank mercenaries and basic apothecaries, except the Gunsmith Guild is granted entry as a whole. As for everyone else, Harrison suddenly straightened his back and coldly looked at the marshal and said, "They didn't have the qualification to meet my lord." The atmosphere became icy all of a sudden when Harrison's voice faded, and those mercenaries looked at the butler, baffled by his guts. Gallant squinted his eyes as he looked at Harrison coldly. He didn't know why, but this butler was really making him uneasy. By the way, he was staring at him with no fear. It made him even more sure that this man wasn't simple. The Star Mercenary Agency agreed. The Gunsmith Guild gratefully agreed. The Apothecary Guild agreed with His Excellency's arrangement. Soon the representatives of the three organizations quickly agreed with this arrangement, and only the king was left to agree on behalf of the kingdom. Granted, an imposing voice sounded within the golden chariot filled with authority, but there was a hint of resignation mixed within. Harrison's lip curled up slightly and bowed again before he ordered, "Open the gates." Soon, 15 carriages entered the Tyrant Mansion with the golden chariot. 9 out of 15 carriages belonged to the Gunsmith Guild, while others were from different organizations and Duke rank figures. The other carriages waited outside with the knights. Gallant disembarked the chariot and opened the door respectfully. Soon Philip III disembarked the carriage wearing Silver King's robes, and a handsome young man followed suit who was the Crown Prince of the Humane Kingdom, Jude. From behind, Riley Duke appeared with a somewhat anxious expression. Another Duke disembarked his carriage. He was the youngest brother of the king and the second Duke of the Humane Kingdom, Duke Nathan. Then 3 mercenaries appeared, 2 tall men and a mature, beautiful woman. They were all B ranks, 2 basic apothecary and 3 basic gunsmiths with some other important members of the Gunsmith Guild. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." Harrison signal. "That butler isn't simple. This trip might be more advantageous than we thought." A tall, middle-aged mercenary softly uttered to his companions before they followed behind Harrison like everyone else. Before long, they all entered the mansion under many eyes, and the gates were closed. No one knows what they're going to discuss with Silver Tyrant. But everyone was now waiting for the end result. 136. Chapter 36. King Philip I.E. Harrison led everyone toward the main hall where sitting was arranged beforehand. However, no one cared about the decoration or any other thing, but everyone's focus was on the tall, long, silver-hair man with a devilish appearance wearing black. He was calmly sitting on a throne chair while looking at them impassively. He was none other than Silver Tyrant. They all had seen this man's portraits and heard the stories about his prowess and tyranny, but in person he looked nothing like the rumor. Alice also stood behind Jacob with no emotions on her gorgeous icy face, but if someone observed her closely, she was slightly taller and her appearance was more mature and alluring. She also didn't wear her maid outfit today, but a beautiful black dress, outlining her mature, captivating figure. Even the expressionless Philip couldn't help but glance at Alice twice with some ripple in his eyes. The most astonishing was naturally Duke Riley, Alice's father. From the spies' reports, Alice was working as a maid, but now she didn't look like a maid or slave at all. On the contrary, he could tell his daughter was even more beautiful and seemed more confident than her past self. As for those B-rank mercenaries, including Gallant, they couldn't tell if Jacob was dangerous or not because he didn't have any kind of dangerous vibe around him. On the contrary, they felt danger from the charming woman standing behind Jacob. Jacob looked at everyone, and he didn't have any intention of moving from his position. He impassively spoke, "Everyone, please have a seat." His deep voice was filled with authority. "Please." Harrison gestured for them to pick a seat. There was a total of 50 seats facing Jacob's. No one makes a fuss, even Philip, and they all sat down according to their status. The more important ones were sitting in front, while the ones with lower status were at the back. Jacob looked at everyone, and before anyone could speak, he again took the lead. "How about we start with introductions? I'm unfamiliar with everyone, but I know everyone here knows me. But as a host, I'll introduce myself properly. I'm Jacob Steve or Silver Tyrant, whichever you guys prefer." No one hesitated afterward and introduced themselves well except Philip. He remained silent while looking at Jacob emotionlessly. His introduction was done by Gallant. Jacob merely nodded at everyone's greeting. While he also felt some ill intent from 3 people, he was extremely sensitive to danger because of his heightened senses, but he said nothing. After the introduction was done, Jacob spoke. "Since the pleasantries are out of the way, let's come to the main topic. I don't enjoy talking in circles, and I know everyone here is for something, including me. He then looked at Philip, who hadn't spoken since the start, and calmly said, "How about we start with the king? What did his majesty want?" The room was silent as everyone looked at Jacob, who seemed completely fearless. He never showed any gesture or respect toward Philip from the start, and neither did Philip utter a single word. No one knows why Philip even agreed to meet with Jacob, who could kill him if wanted and not remain hidden within his army. Although there were 4 B rankers present in this hall, 3 of them had no desire to fight with Jacob, and they will not act even if Philip's life was threatened. Only Gallant was his shield. But when they looked at the butler and the charming woman standing by Jacob's side, they knew Jacob wasn't the only threat here. He was more mysterious and unfathomed than any of them have thought. They couldn't even sense danger from Jacob, which means he wasn't a danger but death itself, which can't be sensed or gauged. Even those 2 dukes keep their mouths shut and just observe. Duke Riley also kept a lid on it, or he really wanted to question Jacob about making his daughter a slave. Slavery wasn't legal in the Humane Kingdom, well, at least on the surface. But Duke Riley didn't have the guts to say those exact words anymore, and he couldn't even tell if his daughter was really a slave or if all this was just a sham. But he will let his brother take the lead this time and test the water. King Philip finally spoke under Jacob's cold eyes. "Since, sir, Jacob is so straightforward, it would be rude for us to not do the same. As Sir said, I was indeed here for something, and that was to see if you were strong enough to fight with an army or not. I want to see if you could be tame." Everyone looked at Philip as if he was a madman at this moment, and they wanted to get further away from him. He was simply crazy to say those words out loud before Jacob. Either he didn't want to live anymore, or he was simply confident in walking here alive. Philip's blunt provocation flabbergasted even the 2 dukes. He would never do this normally. They wondered if he lost his will to fight after meeting Jacob and now wanted to drag everyone down with him. Gallant was also tense when he heard this and subconsciously tightened his muscles. If Jacob attacked, he'll have no choice but to act as well. Harrison's expression also turned slightly dangerous at this moment, while a ruthless glint flashed past Alice's eyes. However, Jacob didn't appear angry at all. On the contrary, he suddenly smiled amusingly and said, "So, what do you think now? Is it possible to achieve?" Philip shook his head and said, "No, you're far more powerful than anyone in this room. I never thought the human kingdom will have an expert like you, so I'm willing to submit the throne to you with no resistance." Another astonishing silence descended after Philip's declaration. "Your Majesty," the Crown Prince, Jude, Gallant, and 2 dukes were abruptly shouted because this was too crazy. Philip never said anything about handing over the kingdom's throne to Silver Tyrant. However, Philip completely ignored them and smiled. "But even if I'm willing to give away the throne, you won't take it since it isn't what you want. So, can you tell me what you want now?" Jacob couldn't help but look Philip in a new light. "So, this is the current king of Humane Kingdom, huh? A wise and ruthless ruler indeed. If the Killer Skull Society hadn't been involved, he might lead the kingdom in some unexpected direction." It was his view of Philip. He was really a politician and knew how to read situations well. Jacob replied, "Indeed, I don't want your throne nor kingdom, but my goal is not something you guys should know." Everyone looked at Jacob and Philip with uncertainty. No one knew what was the other party thinking. They were evenly matched in this psychological game of words. But the difference was Philip was bound to lose in the end. Jacob continued, "I will give you advice before you leave. Don't start a war with trolls unless you want a complete annihilation of your people. I won't interfere no matter what. I'm just a passerby, and I'll leave this place any time I want, and no one will be able to stop me." Philip looked at Jacob deeply before he frowned. "You know something, don't you, about that abrupt war?" They all looked seriously at Jacob now. It was completely unexpected. Jacob merely chuckled and didn't hide. "I know enough, and trust me, you'll be doing the trolls a favor if you start the war. My discussion with the members of the 3 hegemonies was also related to this topic, but I don't think anyone who isn't a member of the 3 hegemonies should hear it. It's for your good. Now that you have got your answer, you should leave. I won't interfere with your kingdom politics, and I don't want any kingship either. I would leave once I achieved my aim. This place is nothing but countryside for me." The members of the royal family were all baffled by Jacob's ambiguous answer and the way he was talking. While the members of the 3 hegemonies were startled, it appeared there wasn't the only one with motives to approach Jacob, but he had his motives as well, and this motive might be even bigger than theirs. Philip really didn't like this situation because he could guess something was amiss with the trolls from the start, and Jacob knew, but he didn't want to leave when he was so close to the truth. But Jacob had already clarified that it would be dangerous for them to know while giving a subtle warning. "Will the Knight Marshal be part of this discussion since he's a member of the Nightmare Knight Legion?" he asked. "Yes, that's why I said 3 hegemonies." Jacob merely chuckled. "Very well, I'll be waiting outside for the Marshal." Philip gave a meaningful look at Gallant before he stood up. Duke Riley seemed to hesitate as he glanced at Alice. Jacob coldly said at this moment, "You 2 leave as well." 137, Chapter 137, A Secret One. After the meeting with the nobles of the Humane Kingdom, which only took about 10 minutes of Jacob's time, only the members of the 3 hegemonies remained. Jacob even sent Alice and Harrison out because it would make everyone more serious about what Jacob was about to tell them. He didn't even let King Philip hear it, so it naturally drew others' attention. Jacob looked at the top members of 3 organizations and coolly asked, Before I start, can I ask why the three of you wanted to visit me together? I can understand the Mercenary Agency and Gunsmith Guild, but what about the Apothecary Guild? I had no ties with them. Jacob looked at Ebony Faceman, who looked ordinary and calm, but he was actually the Miracle Hands, Blake, the top apothecary of the Humane Kingdom, and beside him was a middle-aged man with noble bearing. He was the vice leader of the Apothecary Guild, Dylan. Blake had observed Jacob's conversation with Philip and knew how hard it was to deal with Philip, but even that man seemed helpless against him and could only give up. Nevertheless, Philip got what he wanted, and there was no need for him to push Jacob around. All he wanted was authority over the Humane Kingdom, and since Jacob wasn't interested, he had no reason to make an enemy of Jacob. As Jacob said, this place was like the countryside to him, and he would leave when the time comes, and everyone believed him. Blake smiled politely and said, "I'm Blake. Your Excellency is far more extraordinary than the rumors describe you to be. I also didn't enjoy beating around the bush, nor do I know how. I'm just a public servant and here for this exact matter, which will increase the variety of our servers. My two fellow associates from the Gunsmith Guild and Star Mercenary Agency might have the same purpose as me." Blake suddenly looked toward the tall, middle-aged man with a handsome appearance, wearing light black armor. He was Loop, the Mercenary Agency leader, and then Isham, who was an old man with bronze skin and white hair. Blake smiled meaningfully at them, which made both of them glare at him. This revelation did not surprise Jacob, and neither was Gallant, who was silently watching. Since Loop and Isham didn't retort to Blake's claim, he continued, "Your Excellency, the thing is, since you're the first A-rank mercenary among the humans, this signifies something extraordinary for the entire human society." "Oh? I'm listening." Jacob was slightly intrigued. Blake nodded and spoke. "As you may know, humans are known for being an uncommon species since we originate from an uncommon region. But this is not our actual rank, or more clearly, this rank is not perpetual." Jacob's eyes narrowed when he comprehended the hidden meaning behind Blake's words. "You mean, the uncommon rank is like a price tag that can be changed by the quality of the goods at any time? But who put this price tag, or put it simply, who decided the rank of the human species?" Jacob clearly had no idea about how a species' rank was decided, and after he found out about the bloodline limit break, this also means a species' rank wasn't permanent. They can evolve with limit breaks, and the Titan tier's existence was proof of this. Meanwhile, the 12 common tiers and 9 rare tiers sound more like some level system than species classification. It would be more accurate to say that beings were divided into levels with countless possibilities to reach a higher level. As for the threshold of these levels, it might be the real scale to separate species. Nevertheless, it was still unclear, and Jacob wasn't strong enough to know about these levels yet. As Immortality said, with his meager strength, it won't make any difference, even if Jacob had all the knowledge of this world. But what Blake just said also straightened his theory about the levels of individuals and that nothing was permanent besides one's own limit. Blake couldn't help smiling profoundly when he heard Jacob putting a complicated thing in such a simple way. As His Excellency just said, it's a mere tag that can be changed by the quality at any time. But it's not so simple either. We were given an uncommon title when we joined the ranks of intelligent species. Although even those mindless animals also have the uncommon tag, as an intelligent species we have the right to change it as long as we complete some certain conditions. At this time, Loop spoke. Guild leader Blake, as always, left some important details. Let me fill them up to make it easy to understand. Blake merely glanced at Loop, but didn't stop him. Loop also won't let Blake stool the limelight and quickly say, the uncommon species rank was given to humans on the base we can only remain in uncommon ranks. To gain this rank, we have to show our ability to adapt and prove that we were worthy of this rank. But even that wasn't enough unless we could draw the attention of someone with the power to give us this rank. More than 100 years ago, when we were hunted down by the goblins and trolls like livestock and still live in rural tribes, we didn't just acquire the kingdom title of our own. But with someone's help, who happened to be the person who had the authority to grant us the uncommon rank, Loop stated mysteriously. Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed I was right about humans having the protection of someone from the upper regions, or those trolls and goblins won't let them establish their kingdom so easily and then let them grow. This might be the biggest secret of the Humane Kingdom, and even the Killer Skull Society didn't know about it, and if they continue to push them around in that war— Gallant coldly spoke at this moment while meaningfully looking at Jacob. I think you have already guessed it. Verse 13:8, Chapter 13:8, A Secret 2. Jacob calmly looked at Gallant and asked, So, you guys have a backer, and if the trolls really wanted to exterminate humans, you guys will contact that backer, am I right? Gallant didn't hide and nodded, yes. But Jacob suddenly smiled. But you guys didn't and let thousands of people die and almost lost your capital. Let me guess, you can only contact this person once, and it might not be for help either. This call is for something else, and after listening to you guys, I reckon it has something to do with the rank change. Did I guess right? Gallant and everyone else in the room's eyes widened when they heard this because it was exactly the case. It was a core secret that people with the same status inside this room could only know, but Jacob had guessed it with little clues. The threat of this man in front of them reached another level higher. Isham spoke for the first time at this moment. Your Excellency really deserved to be the strongest in the entire uncommon region. You have guessed almost all the truth and the biggest secret of humans, which didn't know by many. This method of communication was indeed for us to increase our rank once the time comes. We also weren't sure if that benefactor would help us solve this crisis. It has been over hundreds of years already, and that person might not be alive anymore. That's why we were hesitating for long, but then you appeared, and the war stopped, and we didn't have to waste that chance at all. But not only your appearance solved the crisis, but it also completed one of the conditions to raise our rank from uncommon to rare. Jacob was quite curious about these conditions now. What are the other conditions? Loop answered. The most important one is someone with A-rank strength, which will prove our bloodline potentiating. Then we required an advanced level figure in any profession, either an advanced gunsmith or an advanced apothecary. Lastly, a nightmare knight. Once these 3 conditions were complete, we were told that we would be granted a safe passage and a piece of land in the rare region, and our species would then upgrade to the rare species as well. The entire process wasn't described, but the 3 hegemonies have a very important part in this. That's why we were here to discuss these with you, and King Philip also knew about it. But under the pretext of testing your strength, he led the army here, but it seemed we were underestimating his excellency. Gallant flashed a sharp glance at Loop when he heard this timid fellow who always hid whenever he saw him in the past, now had become brave enough to badmouth the king in front of him without having any fear. But he knew he couldn't do anything to Loop with Jacob here, and Loop knew that too, so he could only pretend he heard nothing. Isham ignored Loop's content expression after getting back at Gallant and sincerely looked at Jacob. From His Excellency's record, you're also a basic gunsmith, but Drew said you might have the skills of an advanced gunsmith. It means all the conditions can be met, and we can upgrade our rank and leave this place for good. Didn't your excellency want to go in the rare region also? This way, you can take your entire race with you and don't have to be afraid of being lonely. Not only that, but I heard the resources in the rare region were also ample, and every species with an A-rank expert had many advantages over those without any. Even if you don't want to be a ruler, as long as you help us upgrade our rank, we'll be eternally grateful in all the future generations for this immeasurable kindness. Everyone looked at Jacob with hope in their eyes. They were all here to persuade Jacob to agree to this, and he didn't have any reason to say no because he wasn't losing anything. On the contrary, once they enter the rare region, he would have millions of loyal followers under him. It was far better than being alone. Jacob's expression didn't change at all, and looked at all of them somewhat amused, and said, "If only it was so easy. Since you guys said your piece, let me say mine now. It was also the reason I sent the nobles out." Everyone looked at each other with uncertainty. They were forgotten for the moment that Jacob also had something to tell them that required the absence of the nobles. Gallant also looked at Jacob with some suspicion, because Jacob didn't seem to be moved at all, as if this was a trivial matter. Jacob coolly said at this moment, "I'm warning everyone, if any of this information leaks from this room, trust me, no one will remain alive. Not even me, and we all have to be extremely secretive about it. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded with grave expressions when they heard this. Even an A-rank expert like Jacob was afraid. "First, I would like to break your illusion. I'm not the only A-rank expert in Uncommon, but the trolls also have one, and they had one far before my appearance," Jacob said matter-of-factly. "How is that possible?" Gallant rebutted without hesitation. He knew this was nothing but a joke, because they won't be alive if trolls had an A-rank expert, and they also won't back down if they had one since they won't fear Jacob at all. Everyone thought the same. Jacob expected it and calmly said, "See, you know nothing about anything. Let me ask you again, do you know about the Killer Skull Society?" Again silence, and everyone looked at Jacob with doubt since they had never heard of this name before. Jacob sighed ruefully. "Yet, you still dare to think of entering the rare region? How laughable. I want everyone to contact higher region branches, and if you can't, then use that opportunity to contact that person and tell him that the Killer Skull Society." Hull 1, 13-9, Chapter 13-9, Retreat. In the Grand Room, the nobles were waiting for the meeting between Jacob and the members of the 3 hegemonies to get over. It had already been over half an hour. Philip was deep in thought without showing any expression, while Duke Riley wanted to have a private chat with his daughter alone, so they have also gone somewhere. Harrison stood on the side of the west corridor, which led toward the meeting hall with an expressionless face. He was guarding this place so no one could disturb Jacob. At this moment, the sounds of footsteps from the corridor sounded, and everyone looked over. They knew the meeting was over, and Philip was very curious about what Jacob spoke about in private. Philip knew Gallant won't hide it from him. That guy was loyal to a fault. That was why he wasn't worried when he left the meeting hall. Thereupon, Gallant, followed by the Loop, Isham, Blake, and others appeared, but everyone felt something wasn't right because their expressions were ashen, as if they had seen a ghost. Philip squinted his eyes with curiosity. He really wanted to know what made those high and aloof members of the 3 organizations lose their composure, including Gallant, who seldom shows such expression. However, before Philip could ask or say anything, Gallant said with a pale expression, "We should leave post-hastily, Your Majesty." Philip looked deeply at Gallant before he nodded. "Let's go." He then looked at Harrison and said, "Please deliver my gratitude to Sir Jacob for giving us his personal time, and he's welcome at the palace at any time he wants." Harrison bowed slightly in acknowledgement without saying anything. Luke with his other two vice leaders and Blake with his vice leader also didn't want to stay and followed behind. Isham was the same, but he didn't just leave and looked at the burly middle-aged man and ordered, "You'll stay here with 4 others and arrange the equipment to His Excellency's preference. I have to leave. This matter is too serious and doesn't even whisper about it or let the others. Because even if an iota of what we just hear is true, then we're really in a huge predicament and we can't have our enemies alert." The middle-aged man was the Vice Gunsmith Guild leader Keyshawn. Keyshawn was still incredulous and didn't want to believe what Jacob said, but they couldn't ignore it either because once they contact the upper regions they will find out if it was true or not. If it was really true, then they won't just need the rare or rarer regions' help, but they needed even stronger help to escape this crisis. Keyshawn nodded and quickly agreed with Isham's arrangement. Although they were here to meet with Jacob and also delivered the best equipment they had for a gunsmith, this turn of events was unexpected. So Isham had to leave now, or he was planning to set up the workshop himself to earn Jacob's goodwill. Duke Riley also appeared at this moment with a somewhat listless expression, while Alice didn't appear. Duke Nathan looked at Duke Riley and sighed ruefully. He had guessed that his niece wasn't like the past, and now he was sure of it. But it seemed Duke Riley's problem was meager compared to those bigwigs. He was also curious about what Jacob revealed to make them in such a hurry. At this moment, the crowd outside was waiting for the result of this meeting, and when the closed door of the mansion opened, everyone looked with anticipation while holding their breaths, especially those enslaved mercenaries of Tiger's Den. They wanted Silver Tyrant to fall off with the Humane Kingdom, which will make the army outside attack, and they will have their chance to escape. However, to everyone's surprise, every bigwig quickly approached their respective carriage without showing any intention of attacking the tyrant's mansion. King Philip also embarked on his chariot, and Knight Marshal Gallant took the rein with a solemn expression and drove it toward the exit. Gallant opened his mouth at this moment. "Retreat march." His voice was loud and clear. All those knights surrounding the mansion were somewhat bewildered by this order, but they quickly followed the order, and just as they appeared, they surrounded the carriages and retreated back. The other nobles in the carriages were also baffled by this retreat order, since they all knew King Philip wasn't someone who would retreat like this when his position was in danger. They were now curious about what had happened in the tyrant's mansion. Only the carriages of the Gunsmith Guild have remained in the mansion now while everyone left. King Philip looked at Gallant and spoke. "What happened?" Crown Prince Jude wasn't in the chariot at this moment, and this was deliberately done by Philip to make sure this conversion won't be heard. He wanted to know what Jacob discussed with them, and if has agreed to be the face of humans for the upgradation process. Gallant didn't turn around, but his grave voice sounded, which could only be heard by Philip. "Your Majesty, if what that man named Jacob said is true, then our lives might not be ours anymore, and we're just livestock in a terrifying existence. I need to contact the Legion in the Rare region and confirm this as soon as possible. If it turned out to be true, then we should just use that device to report this and hope they are strong enough to save us, or I don't think humanity will ever be free anymore." Philip's eyes contracted when he heard Gallant's ambiguous answer, and his calm expression contorted for the first time. He knew Gallant would never say those words, which means this was really a serious problem and much greater than trolls or Jacob. "Just what that man revealed?" he asked sternly. Gallant suddenly gnashed his teeth before he uttered 3 words and no longer talk anymore. Killer Skull Society, 140, Chapter 140, Everything is Set. At this moment, Jacob still sat on his throne chair with a faint smile on his face, as if he was in an excellent mood. The closed door suddenly opened at this moment, and a graceful woman entered who was none other than Alice. Jacob looked at Alice and said impassively, "So, how did it go with your father?" He still remembered when he asked her if she could kill her father for him. Her answer was very decisive and out of Jacob's expectations. She answered, "I won't kill him, but if he stood against you, I'll do it." Although Jacob's question was to test Alice's mindset and just how far she was willing to go for power or his favor. After getting this answer, Jacob was content with Alice and was qualified to be his pawn. Alice catwalks toward Jacob as her icy expression breaks into a charming smile, and she stated, "He's as selfish as ever and wanted information on you. But I just made it clear I'm no longer his tool anymore, and he won't say such a thing anymore." This answer did not surprise Jacob, as he had already expected this. "A trivial matter then. What about your new strength? How confident are you in defeating the kingdom's marshal?" When Alice heard this, couldn't help but remembered the 2 black drops Jacob made her consume after she gave him that answer. She first thought Jacob was poisoning her since she didn't like her repose, but the moment she consumed those 2 black drops, she felt a strange energy, and soon she felt her power increase by a large margin. Then Jacob took out a strange device that could measure her strength. She was shocked when she heard she was already a B rank, and after trying some exercises, she knew Jacob wasn't joking and was completely convinced that Jacob could help her achieve a rank strength in a day if he wanted with that mysterious black liquid. She was even more shocked and sure when Jacob made Harrison achieve the same strength as her, who wasn't even an F rank the next day. Her doubts had completely vanished, and she knew Jacob had many secrets, and his prowess might not be just at A rank. Now, she didn't even think of double-crossing Jacob. She truthfully answered, Marshal Gallant is still stronger because of his vast experience in the army, and I heard he had practiced the fabled fighter manual of the Nightmare Knight Legion. That's why even those 3 B-rank mercenaries leaders can't do anything to him. There was a hint of respect in her voice for Gallant. Jacob nodded because he also thought Gallant was almost an A-rank and he just needed some kind of push, and if he gave him just 1 drop of Titan tears, he would break into the ranks of A-rank experts. Just like Alice, who was at the peak of C-rank, easily achieved B-rank after consuming just 2 Titan tears drops, while Harrison required 81 drops to achieve B-rank level strength. As for why Jacob chose Harrison and was willing to spend this many Titan drops on him, only Jacob knew for now. But Harrison was also now quite loyal and wanted to learn the fighting skills from Alice so he could use his strength more accurately. Jacob looked at Alice, who was already standing in front of him, and said, I have a mission for you, and if you complete it, you'll receive 10 more drops of black liquid. Alice's eyes shimmered in ecstasy when she heard this and blurted, Tell me, I'll do anything. Jacob's lips curled and told, Make a trip to the Oriate Kingdom and keep an eye out for anything strange there. If I'm not wrong, trolls might be up to something, and since they withdraw from here, they might seek goblins for trouble next. If a war started there, I want you to observe if they're collecting the blood of goblins, and if they did, there's no need to get involved and come back without alerting any. But I'm warning you, there might be an existence as strong as me present there if the war started, so don't get caught or you'll be dead. Alice's expression changed when she heard this. Just what is going on with these wars, and why are such powerful people appearing here? She was naturally curious about this like anyone else, and Jacob seemed to know more. But what truly made her aghast there were more existences, like Jacob, involved here. I also wanted to find out what was going on, and this war might answer some questions. Now prepare. Leave whenever you're ready and hide your tracks. You don't need to serve me. Report back in a year if nothing happened. Jacob sternly ordered. Alice said nothing before she left with a stern expression. She knew this mission was going to be very difficult, but she was willing to take the risk since it was only about spying, and once she completed it, she would be closer to becoming an A rank or even higher. Jacob watched Alice leave as an astute glint flashed past his eyes. If I'm not wrong, this war and blood collection is related to that mutant which I discovered in that forest and that underground lab. There's something in human blood that draw Killer Skull Society here, and it might not be replicable, but it remained to be seen if it was only humans or the uncommon region which interested the Killer Skull Society. But I'm 80% sure this is all related to that mutant and lab. To get an accurate answer, I just needed to find that mutant body. I knew where it was, and they even had some research data on it. Once this becomes clear, and the Humane Kingdom does as I said, everything will be set in place, I would reap enormous benefits without getting under anyone's radar, and no one would ever know this. I need to act in 3 months just to be on the safe side and make sure to get rid of future trouble. Now that the pool project is complete, I need to learn and control at least 1x fluid acceleration. 141, Chapter 41, Achieving 1x Acceleration. After the visit from the Kingdom's army, the Lionheart City returned to its normal state. Since no dispute between the king and the Silver Tyrant appeared, many thought they both reached some kind of conclusion in secret. Or Silver Tyrant simply yielded to the king, or it might be the other way around. Nevertheless, those nobles didn't dare to make any kind of rumors since both parties were strong, especially the king who had influence over the entire kingdom, while Silver Tyrant was still garrisoned in Lionheart City without showing any kind of movement. Those enslaved mercenaries also experienced peace after they were no longer required any minor work, and their duty was just to guard the mansion. The gunsmiths also returned after setting up Jacob's personal workshop in 3 days. However, Jacob never appeared, and all these things were handled by Harrison, his trusted butler. Harrison has also undergone a change in his personality, which had turned from timid to overbearing. He was no longer polite with those mercenaries anymore and acted like a real tyrant's butler. Jacob was sitting cross-legged in a meditative state on an iron platform while his head was completely submerged in water. If one looks at the other half, one will find a dark, deep chasm that is probably over 500 meters deep. At this moment, a faint mist was forming around Jacob and absorbed by Jacob's body. He was already in water meditation status for over 2.5 hours, and the water's oxygen was seeping into Jacob's body without any resistance. However, Jacob's focus was on reaming breathing and his heartbeat. After Jacob started water meditation in his new pool, which was like a deep well now, he no longer experienced any lack of oxygen, and his heartbeat increased steadily. However, Jacob didn't want to just increase his heartbeat with the help of water meditation. He wanted to control it at will so he could step into 1x acceleration at will without requiring any medium. After practicing day and night for over 3 weeks now, he finally bore results, and he can now increase or decrease his heart rate up to 8 BPS without water meditation. However, to decrease it, Jacob needs to sit in a meditative state. He can't decrease it while walking or doing some tasks. Nonetheless, this was still tremendous progress, since it would decrease the chances of his heart rate going berserk in an acceleration state. His biggest problem was how to exit from fluid acceleration, so he wouldn't die once it started. Today, Jacob can finally control his 9 bps heart rate and was ready to enter the 1x fluid acceleration for the first time. As more and more oxygen seeped into his body, the more his heart rate increased and made his blood pump at high speed. If it was any normal human, their heart would have exploded, and only Jacob could remain expressionless with no hint of worry. It also revealed a new aspect of water meditation to Jacob, which was one required an extremely strong body to reach the end of this technique, and an extensive lifespan was related to the oxygen absorbed by the body. Although he didn't know the exact changes this oxygen brought to the body, it wasn't harmful, and he even felt energized after exiting his meditative state and no longer needed to drink water at all. At this moment, Jacob's closed eyes snapped open as the surrounding water suddenly rippled slightly. His heartbeat was finally 10 beats per second, and he could feel the strange effects on his body and was much more vigorous. Suddenly, he could feel the blood in his veins circulating at high speed and his heartbeat increasing. Without wasting even a second, Jacob stood up, breaking the water meditation effect, and exited the pool, and quickly sat down in a meditative position again. His perspiration was dripping with water drops from his body, and his heart rate was already at 13 bps within 10 seconds. He finally understood why this ability was so dangerous if he didn't know how to control it. He quickly calmed down, but the blood circulation was making it very difficult. But Jacob had ample experience of over 3 weeks, so he didn't panic. Furthermore, he could feel his heart rate no longer increase from 13 bps after he wasn't under 20 G pressure, and after spending 10 minutes the heart rate finally decreased. But Jacob was filled with sweat, and his body looked slightly skinny. After 15 more minutes, the heart rate finally decreased from 10 bps and slowly returned to its normal state. Jacob's expression was now pale as he opened his eyes filled with lingering fear. Just to return from 13 bps to normal, I burned so much energy. If I were fighting, it would be a huge problem if I didn't finish my opponent, or I'll die under my own heart. Jacob suddenly felt like being bulky wasn't a bad thing, or he required Titan Tears or something like this potion to replenish his depleted energy. Nevertheless, he still has a huge jar filled with Titan Tears, and he can spare some to control the fluid acceleration. Once he got complete control over it, he could enter and exit 1x acceleration at will without wasting any excessive energy. But one thing was obvious. The Titan Tears were going to play a huge part in learning the fluid acceleration of higher levels, and this made the elixir even more precious in Jacob's heart. After replenishing his energy with 1 Titan Tears drop, this time he tried to enter the 1x acceleration without water meditation help. Just like that, 30 more days pass as Jacob never exited the pool area all this while without caring about what was happening in the mansion or in the uncommon region. On this day, Jacob finally left the pool area. He looked pale and skinnier, but his eyes were filled with calmness and vigor. This time, he headed toward his new workshop in the basement and started working on upgrading the Titan Sniper and new bullets. 142. Chapter 142. Do you want to be Silver Tyrant? Somewhere in the Zodiac Plains, in a dimly lit room, a being with a black horn was kneeling in front of a blurry projection. An aged voice sounded at this moment. I contact you for an urgent matter that could only be handled by you guys. For obvious reasons, we can't get involved in matters of this place. The kneeling being said nothing and remained silent and continued to listen attentively. Send some people to the outer common plane. The Killer Skull Society is doing something there, and their target happened to be our branch, so make sure to make it clear. Also, migrate our branch into the central common plains with our other branch in that place without notice of anyone. This one seemed more promising than that one, and once they have Star Network assistance, they might have the potential to cross the common plains. Make sure no one found any connection with us, and as for the branch in the central plains, tell them to take care of this branch like their own people. Just to be on the safe side, wipe the entire outer common plains, including the Dark City there, and put the blame on Killer Skull Society. Since they dared to touch our people, they should suffer the consequences. The being solemnly nodded. I'll personally arrange everything. At the border river between the uncommon and rare regions, a small black ship without sails was moving on the opposite of the water current without any resistance or air. The black ship docked at the side of the uncommon region lands, and 3 cloaked figures disembarked this black ship. 2 of them were over 2 meters tall, while one of them was only 2 feet tall and walking with a small white beanpole in his pale green hand, which only had 3 sharp fingers with long nails. Alright, maggots, since we didn't find our target in the marked area, he should still be hiding in this place somewhere. We'll separate into north, west, and south and slowly circle toward the east, which is our last destination. That maggot won't be able to remain hidden if he is still on this side of the river. If you found anyone suspicious, kill them. We also can't rule out the Dark City. Use your authorities to check who had entered or exited in these past 6 months and then kill them all. Inform Maggot A999 of our arrival and tell her the cannibal plan is the priority. She can leave this little maggot to us. We'll be there in 8 or 10 months to scan that area. The short person spoke in his cold, husky tone filled with authority. He was clearly in charge among them. At this moment, Jacob sat with an expressionless face while Harrison was reporting the events that transpired while he was not present. It had been 5 months since King Philip and the others had visited him, and besides some trivial things, nothing changed much. The uncommon region returned to peace after the war ended. However, Jacob knew it wasn't the case at all. Because half a month ago Alice returned from the Orient Kingdom and reported something unexpected. She told Jacob that some strange humanoid beasts had appeared in the Orient Kingdom 3 months ago, and they were killing goblins and eating them en masse. Furthermore, these strange beasts were almost impossible to kill, and each time they kill and fed, they come back stronger and stronger. Right now, half of the goblins' kingdom was killed by these vicious beasts, and they look quite helpless against them. But the strange thing was these beasts remained in the Orient Kingdom and didn't move in Earthen Kingdom's direction, as if they had some kind of grudge against goblins and wanted to kill them all. Not only that, but the trolls were silently watching, and any kind of plea for help was ignored by the trolls despite their friendly relationship for centuries. If Alice didn't have B-rank strength, she might have not returned and instead discovered by those beasts or trolls when she was returning. When Jacob heard this, he was naturally shocked, and then he thought about the mutant again. He was sure that the blood collection had something to do with the mutant creation. However, he wasn't in the least bit angry by this. On the contrary, he was thrilled because if those mutants were like the last one, then he could collect their heart and blood and increase his strength again. Jacob felt his decision to stick around was really wise. Although the mutants were unexpectedly surprised by it, didn't change anything. It made Jacob want to head there and start hunting those mutants. But he knew he couldn't be hasty with this, and this was just a trivial benefit in the face of what he truly wanted. He then gave Alice 10 drops of Titan Tears since she still had her uses and sent her on another secret mission. Although she was curious about how Jacob knew this would happen, she didn't question him and left happily after taking the Titan Tears. As for if she could achieve an A rank after consuming them, only she knows. Harrison didn't know this. He only knew Alice was sent on some mission by Jacob, and that's it. He also wanted to show his worth, so he also worked hard and learned combat while Jacob was away and collected any information that could interest Jacob. Today Jacob finally came out, and he quickly appeared to make his report. However, Jacob seemed uninterested in these reports. Alright, this is enough. Jacob stopped him and deeply looked at Harrison. I heard some mercenaries whispering the other day that you killed 3 mercenaries while sparing? Harrison's eyes dilated as his heart palpitated and quickly kneeled and pleaded, My lord, it wasn't my fault. It was just an accident, and those guys were the ones who wanted to spar with me. Jacob's lips curled up and mocked. Lying, huh? Well, it doesn't matter. They were expendable to begin with. Even if you kill them all, it doesn't matter to me. We can always get more. I just want to know how much are you confident in winning against other B-rank mercenaries? Harrison felt cold sweat forming on his forehead when Jacob saw through his lies but didn't seem to care, which gave him some comfort. He quickly replied with extreme confidence. I can crush them now, my lord. Just give your words. Jacob nodded and coolly stated, Good. Send that second vice leader of Tiger's Den in. I want to have words with him. You go prepared. We're leaving tonight on a mission, and I required your assistance. If you did well, you'll get more black liquid as a reward. Harrison was startled for a moment before his eyes shimmered with ecstasy. He quickly thanked Jacob for giving him a chance to prove himself and left to fetch Shooter, the second in command of the Tiger's Den. Jacob didn't have to wait long before a skinny middle-aged man with fear in his eyes entered the room, and Harrison left afterward to prepare for the mission. Jacob looked at the skinny man, who seemed to have suffered torturous beatings from his appearance. He said, Do you want freedom? Shooter's listless eyes quickly showed a hint of light as he finally looked at Jacob, who had this faint smile on his face, but he whiffled his head and fell to his knees. I'm very happy as I am. Thank you for your generous offer, my lord. He didn't dare to say yes. He thought it was Jacob's trick to see if he still had any thoughts of rebellion. Furthermore, he had been the target of Harrison's beating for a few days, and he finally felt the mining was far easier than sparring with Harrison, who was sadistic and liked to torture them. They all thought it was Jacob who commanded Harrison to teach them a lesson in his place. Jacob looked at the trembling Shooter with no expression and coolly stated, I'm going to leave this mansion tonight, and I won't be coming back, so you guys will naturally be freed. However, I want you to pretend to be me for 2 years. You can do anything under the name of Silver Tyrant, but for 2 years you can't abandon this identity. What do you think? Shooter was again staggered when he heard this and couldn't help but ask in a quavering voice, Why? Jacob chuckled. My goal was never to live here forever, and when the time was right, I would have left, just like now. But my sudden disappearance might not be a good thing. So, I want someone to take over my identity as the Silver Tyrant. Since Harrison is leaving with me, you are the only person with enough power and ability to handle those mercenaries, and they won't reject you either. As long as you play well, you can forever be the Silver Tyrant, living comfortably here with all those beauties and even collecting inducement from nobles who wanted to have a close relationship with Silver Tyrant. Jacob looked at the dazed Shooter and temptingly asked again, So, do you want to be Silver Tyrant? 143, Chapter 143 Jacob's Scheme. A few days later, in the Earthen Kingdom, deep within the Forbidden Forest, black smoke could be seen rising from a newly built stone building. Within this building was sitting Skull number 8000 inside a room watching a couple of hob trolls operating different equipment. He shifted his eyes and looked at the stone table. There was a 10-liter glass jar more than half filled with pitch-black liquid. His eyes shimmered with a hint of uncertainty. This Titan Tears elixir really had a miraculous effect on those mutants, and with half a liter, it could help them reach Common Tier 8. According to A999's observation, if the quantity of this would double, they could even reach Common Tier 9. This is the effect of just the basic common grade Titan Tears. There is still the intermediate common grade Titan Tears formula, which required intermediate grade Titan iron and other auxiliary materials. That elixir might be enough to make a Common Tier 9 species a peak Common Tier 12 species. If that bastard Faceless Ancient really had an advanced version of this elixir, it might be enough to help someone break into rare rank. Greed surfaced in his eyes just thinking about it. The effect of Titan Tears was no longer a secret among the upper echelon of the Killer Skull Society, while Skull number A1000 and A999 also found the miraculous effect of Titan Tears when used on those mutants. That's why the Society informed them to keep a tight lid on the matter, especially until they found that Faceless Ancient and confirmed if he really had higher-level Titan Tears formula in his possession or not. Nevertheless, the cannibal plan was far more important, and to make sure nothing goes wrong within this period, the Society first cleaned the Uncommon region from any more variables like the Faceless Ancient. Only then they would widen their search toward other lands of common plains. If even after then they couldn't find the Faceless Ancient, then it meant that guy was far more capable than they thought and probably fled their detection. However, at that time, even if Faceless Ancient alerted someone about their movement in this place, they would have already achieved their goal before anyone would take it seriously. After all, this place was a barren area, and no one cared much about it as long as it didn't affect them directly. A1000 watch a small pile of Titan iron being processed into Titan Tears and smile. This is the last pile of Titan iron present in this place, and this much Titan Tear is enough for the remaining first-generation cannibal to reach their peak and capability of reproduction. Afterwards, I just have to pay a visit to the rare region and make intermediate common grade Titan Tears. It would make the progress faster, and we'll leave this place before anyone found out what we were doing. Boom. Right at this moment, the closed door of the building blasted apart by a powerful force, startling everyone present. Who? A1000's expression fell and growled in rage. Who dares to barge in, and what are those thralls doing outside, fucking each other? At this moment, a figure appeared extremely fast wearing a long black jacket with a hood and started killing the trolls with a single punch by blasting their heads into bits. The moment A1000 saw this figure and the outfit, his expression changed. When the hooded figure looked toward his direction, A1000's eyes dilated, and his heart trembled when he saw that faceless black mask that had left a ghastly impression on him recently. Faceless Ancient. He's here for revenge. This abrupt thought surfaced in his mind, and without hesitation he picked up the glass jar and ran toward the rear exit and blasted the door with his body. He was completely appalled by Faceless Ancient appearing here suddenly, and from his appearance, it didn't seem he was here for a friendly visit. Moreover, A999 wasn't here to protect him either, so he had no choice but to run in the direction of the mines and hope those trolls could keep that guy occupied until he was deep within the mine's maze. Those troll guards were already charging toward the building with bloodshot eyes to deal with this unexpected intruder, and A1000 knew it was the only chance of survival. Afterward, he just has to wait for A9999 arrival and then call for those senior members sent by the Society. Just wait, once those three arrive, I'll skin you alive, he mumbled maliciously. Is that so? However, a nonchalant voice filled with ridicule made A1000's heart palpitate because it was a very familiar voice. Right at this moment, before A1000 could react, a powerful fist struck behind his head, and which was akin to a sledgehammer, he felt a piercing pain before everything turned into darkness. The jar of Titan Tears also fell from his hand, but before it could land on the ground, a hand grabbed it. I'll take this gift. The jar suddenly vanished from this person's hand. This attacker was naturally Jacob in his usual black outfit and his faceless black mask. After he left the Tyrant Mansion a few days ago with Harrison, he headed directly into the Earthen Kingdom to find the traces of A1000 and A999, and it wasn't hard to find them either, because it was quite clear that the Earthen Kingdom was controlled by the Killer Skull Society, which also means the royal family was under their control. So, all Jacob did was observe the royal castle, and it didn't take long before he noticed the unusual behavior of the royal family. In the end, those trolls led him right to the Prime Minister, who also happened to be the same troll he encountered in the Lion Forest's underground lab. He easily identified him with his voice. Afterward, Jacob just had to torture that fellow, and he told him about the whereabouts of A10,000 and A999 as well as what they were doing with those mutants. However, he only knew those mutants were called cannibals by the Killer Skull Society and that they were part of the cannibal plan. As for the very goal of the cannibal plan, that troll didn't know, but he knows those mutants were extremely important to the cannibal plan. But Jacob was little interested in this cannibal plan. He was here to collect some special hearts and blood. So, he dealt with the Prime Minister and destroyed those parasite gem controllers, which would either kill those victims or make them vegetables. It would throw the entire Earthen Kingdom into chaos, which was just what he wanted. Afterward, he directly came here to abduct A1000 and gain some more information about A9999 and the other members sent here by the Society to deal with him. More importantly, he wanted A1000's heart and blood, which was a peak common tier 12, and it would give Jacob an enormous boost in his strength. Jacob's entire plan was very simple from the moment he met with A1000 and A999. He wanted to kill them both for their hearts and blood, especially A999 who was a rare tier 1, because once he absorbed these two, he would get a huge percentage in his heart's progress, which would normally take him many years and many more hearts and blood. So, he decided to remain in the uncommon region as a human and see if he could really kill them and those sent after him by society. Not only that, but he was planning on killing more species who were sent here by the three hegemonies after the humans alerted them with the information he provided that day. He was going to keep killing while the blame would fall on the Killer Skull Society, and the Society might suspect him first, but then they would have no choice but to turn their focus on the others, since his prowess couldn't advance so much within this short period of time. Even if they suspected him, they would have those enraged organizations to deal with first, although his plan was crazy, reckless even. But as long as he didn't leave behind any proof, who could blame it on him? He was going to devour everything, much less leave anything behind as proof. He was going to turn this uncommon region into his hunting group until he was satisfied. As for the natives, he cared less even if they were all exterminated in the crossfire between all these organizations. At this moment, a figure approached Jacob at a fast speed before he halted his step just a meter away from him. He was dressed just like Jacob and wore the same mask. It was none other than Harrison. Jacob was using Harrison as bait to see if A999 was here or not. In the end, she wasn't, so he acted before 80,000 could escape. Poor Harrison did not know about it, nor Jacob was planning on telling him. In Harrison's eyes, they were cleaning trolls, and Jacob was nurturing his fighting skills by letting him take the lead. Jacob told Harrison, who looked at the unconscious cloaked A1000 curiously, "Pick him up. We're going back." 144 Chapter 14-4 Common Tier 12 Heart Essence. Inside a cavern a few miles away in the Forbidden Forest, Jacob had Harrison put the still unconscious A1000 on the floor and then tell him, "Go and wipe out every troll in this forest and then patrol this area. If anyone approached, kill them without asking. Here's your reward. You did well. Now go." He tossed a small vial filled with black liquid toward Harrison, who quickly caught it with shining eyes and bowed. "Thank you, my lord. I won't disappoint you." He then quickly left to complete this mission given by Jacob. Jacob's eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint as he watched excited Harrison leave to hunt trolls and maybe absorb the black liquid as well to increase his strength. But all Jacob actually wanted was to send him away since he didn't want to let anyone see what he was about to do with A1000, and sending Harrison in the open was also another part of his plan. Jacob started a fire. Everything was prepared, even his newly built distillation equipment, which was smaller than the old one but more advanced. In his time in his privately built gunsmith workshop, Jacob prepared everything before coming here. He knew he didn't have time to waste if he wanted to hunt down powerful members sent here by the Killer Skull Society and the three hegemonies. He needed to raise his strength with every hunt. Jacob chose this spot because this was well hidden and it was closer to the Earthen Kingdom's capital. After Jacob was done with the fire, he moved toward the A1000 with his sharp short sword in his hand. "Let's walk you up." The next moment, Jacob slashed his sword at A1000's legs. A1000 abruptly opened his eyes wide, and shrill screamed at top of his lungs. He looked at his cleaved legs with an aghast look in his bloodshot eyes. "If you don't stop screaming, I'll cut your hand next." Jacob's nonchalant yet perplexed, a voice rang. But how could A1000 stop screaming with that horrifying pain in his legs which nearly drives him insane? But with his strong willpower, he still managed to suppress it and felt sluggish with all that blood overflowing. Jacob spoke again. "I just want to know where is the Dark Elf and when she will come back. As well as, who are the other three people you were mumbling about, as well as, where are they right now, and what is their strength? If your answer satisfied me, I'll kill you without any pain, or I'll throw you in that fire and cook you alive." A1000 looked at Jacob with an appalled look in his eyes. But he knew death was inevitable, so he conveyed with some difficulty, "She's in a secret lab behind a waterfall in the west of Silverwood Forest of Oriate Kingdom, conducting experiments on cannibals. She would come to, collect, Titan tears in 2 days. The information about 3 seniors is only known by A9999, and I only know one of them is a 3-digit skull, which could only mean a rare tier 6 probies, and nay, now, kill me, and I'll wait for you on the other side." A1000 looked at Jacob with madness and hatred as if he won't be able to live this time. Jacob, however, remained expressionless and nodded. "You might have to wait forever on that side since I won't be coming there, ever." The next moment, Jacob's sword turned in a dark streak and flashed through A1000's neck, cleaving it clean. He gave him a painless death. When A1000's head rolled on the ground, the mask on his face fell, and a lion-like face with slightly human features appeared. Lionhead orc indeed. Jacob remembered the appearance of this species since he won't get anything out of them in the future. Without delay, he cut open Ada-1000's chest and pulled out his heart and then started the distillation process. He knew his time was short and needed to raise his power before hunting A999 down, because it would still take some time before she noticed the situation in the Earthen Kingdom and came looking for what happened. He won't completely believe the time frame of 2 days A1000 given him. He then skinned A1000's body, and he decided to keep his skin to make a vest since it was sturdier than his tiger's bull hide. Soon, gutted A1000 was skewered on top of the fire, and it would be ready for eating with the heart essence. Jacob smiled contentedly when he saw both high-tier meat and heart essence getting ready, and he felt his decision of staying was indeed right. Cursed Immortality. The last time he summoned Immortality was when he inquired about A1000 and A999 species and ranks. The moment it appeared, he saw a string of haha and instantly felt perplexed. Jacob ignored its delirious laugh and asked, how much percentage will this common tier 12 will give me and then rare tier 1? Jacob wanted to be ready in case the percentage was much greater than his Titan tier supply. Right now, with his own jar and the jar he got from A1000, he had over 8 thought drops of Titan tiers, which were enough to sustain all the way up to 100%. Because last time, at the 50% completion rate, 1 drop of Titan tier quenched his hunger by 1%. If at 60% it took 2 drops at 1% or even 3 drops at 1%, and if he added the meat of corresponding quality, then achieving a 100% heart process without any hitch should be possible. Immortality replied, ha ha ha, and here I thought you would run away from this golden opportunity, but you didn't disappoint me at all. So, as a reward, I'll tell you, this Lionhead Orc will add approximately 16% or 19% to your current progress rate. This will take you 68% or directly to 70%. Then, if you hunt that Dark Elf, she should be able to give you over 20% progress rate. But as a fair warning, if you inject a rare species heart essence, the heart essence of common tier species will no longer have any effect on you. This means you will have to complete the reaming percentage with another rare tier species. But I guess it didn't matter anymore since more prey had arrived. Ha 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 ha. Jacob's eyes shimmered with glee when he read this, and can't help but state, what if I absorbed the mutant's heart essence first and then the Dark Elf's will? It affect the percentage of her heart essence. The effect of her heart essence will decrease by 5% every time you cross a 10% limit. Furthermore, if those mutants were created with the same method and genes, simply put, if those mutants were created with, let's suppose, humans and hob trolls, then after you absorbed one of their heart essences, the other mutants with the same gene structure won't work on you anymore. But if these clowns created mutants with unique combinations, then they might work. Besides, after you absorb this Lionhead Orc's heart essence, the effect of common tier 9 or below will only give you 3 or 4% maximum, so I suggest not wasting more time and stop being a worrywart. After you reach a 90% completion rate, your strength should be around rare tier 4 or 5, and if you add 9x fluid acceleration in the mix, you can crush a rare tier 9 like crushing an ant. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he read this, and won't help but think about what Immortality just suggested seriously. But the problem was, he wasn't confident in controlling even 3x acceleration, much less 9x. His limit was 2x. Well, I'll think of it after I reach 90%. I would get enough information from the Dark Elf, and if I can really hunt someone from that group, I won't hesitate. This way, I could leave much sooner without risking my life, Jacob mused. This new revelation opened more paths in front of Jacob, and he discovered he didn't even need to sow discord anymore. Nevertheless, he still didn't know what kind of step arrived after he completed the second level of Cursed Heart Emergence, so it was better to be on guard. After a few hours, the heart essence was complete, and the meat was cooked. Without further delay, Jacob injected the warm heart essence of a common tier 12 species. The moment the heart essence simmered in his heart, the heart rate suddenly started to increase, and he felt his blood turn scorching hot. Within seconds, Jacob was already on the verge of entering 1x acceleration. He quickly tried to meditate to calm his nerves, which was extremely painful and difficult. But he knew better than anyone that if he didn't take control, it would be extremely dangerous if his heart rate kept rising without any restraint. However, he had underestimated a common tier 12 species heart essence, and he entered the 1x acceleration in 5 minutes and his heart rate was still climbing. 145, Chapter 145, Enemy Alert. Although entering the 1x acceleration brought Jacob danger, it also unexpectedly hastened the process of the heart essence's absorption. It brought Jacob pain, but he could feel the power coursing through his body with every passing second. The 1cm energy curse marked within Jacob's heart suddenly stirred and started expanding little by little. This process hastened even more when Jacob entered the 2x acceleration after 10 minutes of endurance. However, Jacob could feel the process was almost over and was completely focused on calming his heart rate. The cursed mark also finally stopped when it expanded 1 inch from 1 cm, and the blurry pattern within the infinity symbol also became apparent. Despite their blurry state, they were 2 symbols, O and X. Jacob also felt a strange energy released within his bloodstream from his heart, and without any effort, his heart rate suddenly dropped until it returned to its normal state and harmonious. What just happened? Jacob opened his eyes in bewilderment as he looked at the cursed immortality which was still hovering in front of him. There were still over 10 minutes until his daily limit of summoning reached its end. He opened the progress page. Y, second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark, completion, 70W1%. So I do cross 2 limits at once, again. Jacob was delighted as that strange energy was still coursing through his body, making him feel like he was in a hot spring. At this moment, the writing in the book changed, which was clearly Immortica's doing. You should wolf that potion while you still had the chance, he. Jacob's eyes dilated and didn't hesitate. He took out the jar he got from A10,000 and drank 2 mouthfuls of Titan tears. Although he didn't know why Immortica had written those words, he didn't dare to ignore it, because he knew this delirious book would never lie. Just as the Titan tears entered his body, Jacob felt his skin stiffening before he looked at his hands. He was shocked when he saw them visibly getting skinnier until his skin was tightly wrapped around his bonds and nerves. It was like there weren't any meats in his body. He finally understood what Immortica meant by that warning. It was a side effect of fluid acceleration and hunger of 70%. Jacob just burned a huge amount of energy, so it was only normal for his body to burn his muscles for that energy, and if he didn't react in time, he might have fallen unconscious because of exhaustion. Simply put, he could have died if he didn't consume the Titian tears to appease the burden on his body. Sometimes I wonder if you're supposed to lead me to immortality or sudden death. Jacob's hoarse voice sound filled with indignant. Ha. I told you the way to immortality isn't easy as you think it is. You can die when you think you're the safest. It's just a matter of simple omission. Jacob didn't refute and closed the annoying book, but deep down he was still feeling grateful since Immortica just saved him. But he won't say it unless he wanted to make it more annoying. Because of the Titan tears, his energy was 10% replenished while hunger was also gone by 5%. But he started feeling dizzy and quickly gulped down 2 more mouths full of Titan tears before he moved toward the cooked A1000. Although Jacob now looked like skin and bones, if he unleashed his prowess, he was 10 times stronger than half an hour ago. Jacob starts eating without any restraint. He was so immersed in it that he unknowingly started crunching a common Tier 12 species bones like it was a cracker. The strangest thing was Jacob found it quite flavorful, and no longer cared about bones or meat and ate everything without spitting out anything like a savage. As he eats, his body quickly absorbs the nutrition, and he finally regains some meat over his bones. In the end, his hunger was 65% decreased while he was still skinny and needed more common Tier 12 meat to regain his masculine physique. Nevertheless, Jacob was now out of danger and more powerful than ever. He drinks 1 liter more Titan tears to quench his reaming hunger and finally felt the full power of his 70% synchronization body with his heart. The Titan tears of this quality are only enough up to 90%, or it might exhaust at 80% since the hunger will increase. Jacob frowned as he again had a deeper understanding of his own condition. Before, he thought this many Titan tears were enough until he reached 100%, but now that he experienced hunger and energy consumption after entering 70%, he was no longer delusional. He required that second Titan tears elixir, and to make it he required to go into the rare or even rarer region. Well, if I killed the Dark Elf and those 3 other members sent here by Killer Skull Society, I might enter 100% without any problem. Jacob's eyes shimmered with dark light. He then closed his eyes to rest for a while because his next target was A9999. However, Jacob did not know that the moment he killed A1000, a signal was emitted from his brain, and within 24 hours, the Killer Skull Society was alerted and another emergency meeting was called out. As a result, inside a spacious stone room, many pieces of lab equipment were placed neatly while there were 3 glass cells filled with green liquid, and inside those cells were 3 gray humanoid monsters, slumbering. On a side, a curvaceous figure with long black hair was standing while holding a book and pen in front of another gray monster on a metal stretcher. But the difference was this humanoid monster's entire torso skin was removed, and its organs were visible in front of this figure. At this moment, the silver wristband on her wrist suddenly vibrates, breaking her focus. Her beautiful crimson eyes narrowed before she pressed on that silver wristband. The calm expression on her breathtaking, beautiful, ebony face suddenly crumbled as her eyes dilated when she read the message on her star watch. Skull number A1000 had been killed, and the culprit might be the mysterious, faceless ancient. Stop doing everything and rendezvous with skull number A995's team and get rid of the variable as soon as possible. Failure won't be acceptable. This was the entire content of the message. A999's eyes shimmered with killing intent as her red lips curled into a strange smile. So, you still didn't leave, huh? Although I don't know what your end goal is by coming back and daring to hinder our plan, you won't survive this time though. Somewhere in the rainy mountain ranges, A995 was walking with his small beanpole in his hand while holding an active scanner in his other hand. Yet, at this moment, his black star watch suddenly vibrates. He was startled for a moment before he opened the message. It was the same message as A9999. He coldly sneered, "That maggot is courting death." He tapped the white beanpole in his hand in anger at the group, and the next moment a slight earthquake jolted the area around A995 and blasted some trees close to him into smithereens. Jacob did not know that he had been discovered by the Killer Skull Society, and currently, all 4 members present in the Uncommon region were coming toward the Earthen Kingdom to find him. Today, he left the cavern and found Harrison, who was a few hundred meters away from his location. Harrison had already gotten rid of every troll in the Forbidden Forest, and as per Jacob's order, he was keeping an eye out for intruders, so no one would disturb Jacob. After getting more black liquid, Harrison was even more confident and wanted to earn more black liquid, so he was doing his duty sincerely. When Jacob appeared while holding a 3-meter-long bag, he felt Jacob was somewhat slimmer than the last time he saw him, but doesn't question him, neither he asks what Jacob did with that trolls. Jacob looked at Harrison, whose build was just like the past him, and said, "Let's go back to the mines. I acquired the information from that trolls that the secret agent who wanted to harm humanity will come in a day or 2. So I want you to confront that agent. But I'm warning you, his strength might be A rank. Are you ready to go into the last phase of your training? If you last 5 minutes against that agent, it'll prove your abilities, and I'll give you enough black liquid to enter A rank. As for danger, you don't have to worry about it since I'll be watching your back." Jacob confidently declared like a teacher to his student. Harrison's eyes glowed with resolution when he listened to this. He was moved by Jacob's care. He finally understands. Jacob was nurturing him as his personal student and teaching him the way of a hero. Harrison thumped his chest with extreme confidence. "I'll do as my lord command and get rid of the vile villain." 146, Chapter 146, Who Trapped Who? 1. On the periphery of the Earthen Kingdom. Inside a small cave, 4 capped figures were gathering here, 3 tall and 1 short, spotting himself with a beanpole. "So, according to your scout, that maggot is still in this Forbidden Forest's facility close to the Titan iron mines?" A995 sharply questioned. "Yes, I have made a parasite slave and have him scout the capital city of the Earthen Kingdom and the Forbidden Forest to see the conditions there. I didn't dare to go myself, since it might alert the enemy if he was still there." Anyhow, the scout brought back grave news. Not only the killer of 8,000 rendered the entire royal family cripple and left the kingdom in chaos. It's clear he isn't aware that we already knew about his presence. So, he was probably planning to draw me in with this chaos. I think 8,000 might have revealed that I'll come back in a few days to pick up Titan tears so he could escape torture. My scout had spotted him close to the mine setting up some traps, so I'm sure of it. He wanted to kill me as well. A9999 respectfully replied, her arrogance was nothing in front of this small person, and she even feared him. A995 sneered coldly, "What an arrogant maggot. It seemed he might have contacted his superiors, and they wanted him to hinder our plan until they sent someone else as a backup. Or he's just a greedy native and here for more Titan tears so he could increase his strength to a higher level. Or there's also a possibility he wanted to capture you to gain our attention and then negotiate with us his freedom. There are other possibilities, but whichever his motive is, we'll just have to capture him to find about it. Since he wanted to reel you in his trap, let's use this trap to reel him into our trap instead. He probably won't have the technology of our caliber, and we're already prepared, so there's no need to be afraid of this bumpkin maggot. Let's start at dawn and capture ourselves a maggot," A995 declared. "Yes," the 3 of them replied in unison. At dawn, Harrison, dressing as Jacob, was sitting calmly a few meters away from the bloody building where he massacred trolls 3 days ago. Jacob had told him to wait here like this without any fear of any bullets or ambush until the agent arrived, and he had a match with him. However, he had also set up many traps around to weaken his opponent by Jacob's order yesterday. He was extremely confident in dealing with the agent, now and then winning himself a ticket to A rank. After tasting the power, his previous belief crumbled, replacing new beliefs which were simple: power is equal to rule. He started longing for more power, and that's why he was willing to do anything to gain it. Right now, he knew he could only gain power by following Jacob, and after following him to the Earthen Kingdom, he discovered Jacob was quite noble despite his tyrannical image. He had crushed the noble family of trolls, which was the biggest threat to humanity, and then this lab, which was also a threat to humanity, and now he was going to kill the mastermind behind the war. Although Harrison admires Jacob's nobility, he doesn't agree with Jacob's method because he does it for free and without anyone knowing it. He didn't know why Jacob didn't want to tell everyone that he has gotten rid of such a huge threat alone, but he doesn't dare to ask because he didn't want to give Jacob the impression that he had changed from the past and now harbor ambition. He was afraid Jacob would stop nurturing him and won't pass on his secret to that dark liquid to him. Jacob was extremely strong, so overpowering him for that black liquid was akin to court death. So, he decided to act just as Jacob wanted and win him over. The more Harrison becomes obedient, the more thing Jacob gave him. Just like that green liquid that can quench his hunger and thirst, it was miraculous. So, he acted more submissively. He also believed that Jacob wouldn't let him die after nurturing him to this stage. At this moment, Harrison snapped out of his thoughts when his ears picked up faint footsteps quickly approaching him. His hearing also increased after he entered the B rank, so he instantly became alert. 500 meters away from Harrison's position, on a large 3, a figure sat wearing a hood. In front of him was a 3 meters long heavy sniper rifle, completely black, resting on its stands on a thick tree branch. Just the barrel of this rifle was alone, 2 meters long, and a long scope was on top of it. The person was calmly looking through the scope toward Harrison and all the clear mining areas. This person was naturally Jacob, who was prepared to kill A999 with his newly built Titan sniper. After Jacob used his knowledge to modify the Titan sniper and created special bullets, he called it the Friction Killer. He brings some materials from the Dark City that made it possible to complete this new Titan sniper and bullets. Jacob was quite confident in this new sniper rifle because it could now shoot bullets at Mach 10 speed. However, with such speed, the rifle will be blasted apart after 6 shots, so to be safe, Jacob kept the limit to 3 or 4 rounds. As long as A999 didn't have an energy shield that could activate before the bullet blew her head, she was dead the moment Jacob pulled the trigger. However, Jacob was completely vigilant because yesterday he found a troll loitering around the vicinity of mines. Harrison didn't notice him since it was quite proficient in hiding its footsteps, sound, but how could Jacob miss him with his current hearing? But he didn't kill that person and let him go after he scouted Harrison. He wanted to draw A999 in open, and if that scout was hers, he didn't mind revealing that he was there. Because in Jacob's thought, A9999 still didn't know A1000 was dead, and she might think he was holding him hostage, so she will come out to test his motives. That was why he didn't leave the Earthen Kingdom after thinking about the other 3 skulls in the Uncommon region as well. If A9999 alerted the other 3s and have them come here to overpower Jacob, they will still have to come in the open, and this was a chance he won't be going to miss. Even if she came alone after overestimating Jacob and misunderstanding his motives, Jacob would still kill her and then hunt those 3 skulls down after raising his prowess. In any case, Jacob mused, he didn't have to do much if he played his cards well and used Harrison as a perfect bait. That guy had no idea what he was getting into, and he was completely blinded by benefits and took Jacob for a kind, noble person, while the reality was completely different. Jacob had long known about Harrison's change in nature at the Tyrant Mansion. He also sensed Harrison's ambition increasing, but Jacob doesn't stop him at all, and even encourages it and then manipulates the old guy with his own ambition. From the start, Jacob was growing Harrison into a perfect bait that would be hard to not get noticed by a big fish. If that scout was sent by the Dark Elf, he had notified her that Harrison was setting up traps when he saw him, so she would be even more confident in approaching him while thinking she was completely prepared. Jacob's lips curled into an astute smile as he heard faint footsteps from his position. She's deliberately making her footsteps loud enough to be noticed by me. She came prepared. How could someone like A9999 make the rookie mistake of not hiding her footsteps? Jacob knew if he wanted, Harrison won't even notice him before he slit his throat, so he guessed A9999 really wanted to have a negotiation with him, or she was bait sent by the other 3. Whatever the case was, Jacob wanted A999 heart and blood. At this moment, a capped figure appeared within the woods as it moved slowly toward Harrison, who had already stood up as his eyes shone with confidence. This capped figure stopped 50 meters away from Harrison since the trap field was ahead. A999's jeering yet coquettish voice sounded, "So, my dear faceless ancient, care to explain why you came back? Could it be you missed me? If you hadn't killed A1000 Yuso, one have let you spend a night or 2 with me, but now that you did, you will still spend nights with me, albeit not in the pleasure chamber, but in the torture chamber." Harrison was baffled by these words and looked at the capped figure in confusion. Is she pretending to be an idiot to lure me out of the trap field? However, Jacob, who had heard everything, clearly felt his heart turn cold. They knew I killed that lionhead orc, but how? 147, Chapter 147, Who Trapped Who? Ch. Jacob instantly felt something was wrong, because only he and Harrison knew that he killed A1000, but for some reason A999 also knew. Which could only mean one thing. Could it be some device in their body that could alert others at the moment of their death? I was just wondering how they could tell Jerry was dead, but I thought it was just because they were monitoring him. But it turned out I was looking at it in the wrong way all along. Their technology is far more advanced and unpredictable. Jacob's expressions were grave. Then this could also mean the other 3 members are here as well, and they knew about my plan to draw them here. Jacob looked at A999 with an icy glare, and he felt there was something wrong with her, and then it accrued to him. Fuck, she can feel the danger from me, but it shouldn't be possible with 50 meters distance. Should I kill her, or wait and see why she was stalling? But that idiot might jump the gun too soon and give me away. I have a chance to kill her now. But what if the other 3 are planning something and they had more advanced trackers to track me down? The moment I kill her, I won't get the chance to retrieve her body before the other 3s will charge in this direction. One of them might already be somewhere here already. Jacob felt like he shouldn't take the shoot and wait to see what these 4 were planning. He was hidden completely, and his breathing and heartbeat were almost non-existent. I should wait before the strongest between them appeared and kill that person to get rid of that danger, Jacob decided and waited. Because right now, exposing him was not a good thing. Since they already knew he killed A1000, they won't be here just to talk with him, but to eliminate or capture him for information. So, he would see what they were truly planning, and if the others showed themselves, only then he would risk exposing himself. Harrison looked at A999 50 meters away and couldn't help but sneered coldly, "Are you going to use your mouth to defeat me?" A9999 suddenly felt that this voice was somewhat different. She can only feel danger from Jacob when she were only 20 meters away from him. Right now, she can't tell if this is the real person or not. However, when she looked at the mask and stature, she thought it was indeed Jacob. She would never forget his physical appearance, and that person also seemed to be quite confident and gave an air of arrogance, which means he couldn't be an impersonator. He was extremely confident in his prowess. Why am I even worried? I just have to capture him to see if he is real or not, and if he is indeed an imposter, then the real one will be here somewhere, lying in ambush. If he thinks he can trick me with these traps, then he's already dead, she thought, and finally took out something from within her cape. It was a palm-sized red chrome ball, and she suddenly pressed her thumb on its smooth surface before it glowed, and then, "Here's a meeting gift." She sneered before throwing it toward Harrison. Harrison was shocked, and before he could react, the red ball was already only an inch away from him. The next moment, it suddenly exploded in red liquid and engulfed him before he could react. The red liquid completely wrapped around Harrison like rubber, and then before he knew it, he had turned into a red mannequin, and he struggled to come out of this rubber substance. A9999 eyes narrowed as she mumbled, "It was too easy." She knew if it was, she could have dodged it, but this guy didn't even react in time. It was just a probe, but it was already over. She knew it was a fake. She suddenly shouted, "It's a fake! Stop focusing your scanners in this area," and, whiz, splash, A9999's head suddenly blew into bits like a watermelon before she could even react, or anyone else as a matter of fact. She died without even feeling anything, and the trees behind her also blasted in a long line with this bullet. Bang! A sonic boom sounded in the vicinity at this moment when A999's headless corpse touched the ground, and a dark brown energy barrier appeared this time on her body. The bullet was so fast that it hit the mark before making any sound or giving the enemy a chance to activate their shield. What just happened? A cloaked figure 200 meters away from A999's corpse holding a scanner mumbled in bewilderment without even realizing it. However, making a sound was the biggest mistake he does, which was enough to be heard by Jacob, who had already entered 1x acceleration, and his hearing was double that of before. The next moment, bang. The head of this cloaked figure was also blasted into bits, and he died just like A999, clueless and without even realizing it. Boom, another sonic boom rang in the vicinity. Jacob loaded another bullet, which was 1 foot in size. Its bullet head was black and only 3 inches long, while the shell was white and 9 inches in size. He was completely focused while holding his breath, and his acceleration was still at 1x. The moment he saw Harrison getting trapped in that strange red liquid, he knew it was impossible to draw others, and they will know Harrison was a fake. He never thought even a bait would have to be on the same level as the prey. Nevertheless, he decided to act and took the shot at A999 without hesitating anymore because dealing with 3 was much better than 4. He also activated his 1x acceleration, increasing his hearing sense. He knew the other 3 will make some kind of mistake after A999's uncanny death, and he was right. Her death was so shocking that one of them even uttered words that were enough to give Jacob his location, and he took the shot. To not get affected by the sound, Jacob had prepared special noise-canceling earbuds, and before the sound was made, he would put them in his ears or he would harm himself with this ear-piercing sound wave. 2 more. Jacob's heart was beating wildly, and he entered 2x stage at this moment, and his hearing raised again. At this moment, the barrel of the sniper was red with heat and a faint crack could be seen on the tip. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't care, and at this moment, a tiny sound entered Jacob's ears of some dry leaves getting crushed in the 300-meter southwest direction. The other party was clearly much calmer and trying to escape the vicinity while moving within the shades of trees so he won't get hit by a bullet. However, Jacob was prepared for this and pointed his rifle in the escapee's direction. After making sure about the direction, he pulled the trigger before 2 dark earbuds appeared in his ears. The bullet blasted some trees in its way and then landed on a shadow that just stepped in the bullet's direction and shattered the dark brown barrier like glass before piercing through his spine and blasting apart his stomach. Boom. Jacob saw the cracks in the barrier and the sniper's body appearing, but he loaded another bullet without caring about it. Only a single person left. He was close to killing all 4 high-ranking skulls and acquiring enough hearts to enter 100%. Right at this moment, an enraged voice sounded filled with malice. "Sneaky maggot, die, earth shatter." Jacob was shocked when he heard this voice. It came from over 50 meters behind him. It meant this person had snuck up on him despite his hearing, and he still couldn't detect his presence, as if he didn't have a heartbeat or breathing. Yet, he didn't have time to think about it because the ground beneath the tree where he was hiding suddenly started to crack as if an extremely strong earthquake had just appeared. Jacob didn't hesitate, picked up the rifle, and quickly jumped toward the other tree, but the area of this sudden earthquake was 50 meters and the ground was shattering apart. So, Jacob didn't have time to think as he was bussing running this area. However, that malicious voice rang again. "Do you think you can escape after killing my people? Earth spikes." Before Jacob could find the location of this voice, magically sharp spikes rose from the shattering group and quickly approached Jacob's potion. Jacob's heart palpitated as he understood something. Magic, this is fucking magic. He never thought he would get the chance to experience fabled magic firsthand. It was unexpected, and he didn't have time to admire it because he was in an extremely dangerous situation now. Cursed Immortality, tell me, what is this species and where is his position? He knew this person was hiding his traces extremely well, and even with his hearing, it was impossible to locate him, so Immortica was his only hope. 148, Chapter 48, Magic Core? Tell me, what is this species and where is his position? Jacob quickly questioned while dodging the incoming spikes with difficulty, but he was spooked because he didn't know what kind of trick the other party had since now magic was involved. It's a rare Tier 5 Earth Goblin with 1-star initial level Earth element, affinity, and power. He's at your 7 o'clock hiding underground 10 meters deep. You have hit a jackpot if you could acquire its heart. Ha 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 ha. Jacob ignored the last line and pointed his rifle when Immortica pointed and pulled the trigger. How? A panicked voice sounded when Jacob pointed his gun in the same direction, and before he could react, the bullet was already fired. Jacob felt the entire Titan sniper boiling, and without even thinking, he threw it away. Boom. With the gunshot sound, the sniper rifle also blasted apart, and Jacob was naturally within the blasting range as well, but he threw it before it was blasted, so he only suffered with shockwave and some metal debris piercing his skin, which wasn't a big deal. But he also lost his balance and was sent flying and landed between trees. However, Jacob didn't have time to lie down since his heart was already at the 3x stage of acceleration, and he still didn't know if that goblin was dead. But when he saw the ground stop shaking and no more spikes came out, he sighed in relief but made sure he looked toward Immortica. But he was shocked when he saw, "Idiot, what are you looking for? Go and dig that goblin out." He had the material you needed for the last level of Cursed Heart Emergence. If you leave him underground for half an hour, you'll lose that material. Jacob was startled and didn't dare to hesitate and quickly sprang into action before drinking a mouthful of Titan tears. He quickly discovered the bullet hole in the ground and quickly dug along the bullet line. Digging wasn't hard for him with his current prowess, so it didn't take long before he was 10 meters deep into the group and suddenly dug into a small opening in the ground. He saw a small figure laying there in its own blood and gore as the bullet blasted apart its entire right chest, as well as he spotted a small beanpole in its mutilated right hand. Jacob didn't have time before he took a heart box and started filling it with its blood, and he thanked his luck that the heart was intact, so he quickly placed the heart in the box as well. Only then, now, what is this material you spoke of? He questioned impatiently. There were 3 more bodies he required to collect hearts and blood from laying outside, and if he was late, the blood might run out or go bad, so he was in a hurry. Relax, just this heart is enough to let you complete the 100% cursed mark, so you need no more hearts, just eat them all to quench your hunger. As for the material I'm talking about, just open its stomach, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Jacob was ecstatic when he heard he didn't need to collect those damn hearts anymore, so he was more relaxed, but he was still under 3x acceleration, so he needed to calm himself down. Afterward, Jacob cut open the Earth Goblin, who looks just like a typical Jibing with a sharp long nose, long ears, and long teeth. The difference was there was a green mark between his eyebrows. The moment he opened the goblin's stomach, Jacob was shocked because something was glowing in the greenish light, and he instantly understood what he was looking for. Without caring about the mess, he took out the glowing thing from Earth Goblin's stomach. It was connected with a strange green membrane, but the moment Jacob touched it, the membrane burst like a bubble, and a 2 inches shining green stone appeared in Jacob's bloody hand. What is this? Jacob was astonished as he looked at the shining stone, which was smooth and warm to the touch. Hehehe, it's a 1-star initial Earth element core, or you can call it a magic core. Once you complete the cursed mark, I'll give a proper explanation of magic and what this core is used for. Just store it in the infinity pendant for now, or it'll evaporate in the air in a few minutes, and you have no place to cry. Jacob was shocked and didn't dare to be careless with this thing and store it away. Afterward, Jacob collected the small staff, which was probably a magic wand in his eyes, and stored it away as well. He was going to check it later. He then picked up the goblin's body, which was his nutrition, and headed toward the other 3 to pick up their bodies and equipment as well. When he reached where A9999 had died, he looked at Harrison, who was probably choked to death in that red liquid and didn't care about him, and picked up A999's headless body as well. He quickly collected the other 2 bodies and stored small pieces of equipment in his pendant. From Immortica, he found that the other 2 deceased were a rare Tier 2 orc and a rare Tier 4 troll. Jacob then left the area, leaving behind the mess for others. He was going back to his man cave to start the distillation and grilling process as soon as possible. After encountering a magic user, he knew just how dangerous they were, and even with his powerful body, it wasn't certain that he could win against them. If not for the newly built Titan Iron, he would have never been able to kill all 4 of them. Especially the Earth Goblin, who only died because of Immortica's help, and without it, Jacob would be forced to flee. Since it's going to be his last injection, Jacob put all 3 bodies of nutrition on 3 skewers and finally has the time to deal with the 3x acceleration. He had already lost the little bit of meat he had put on the other day and returned to being skinny again. He drank another mouthful of Tish and tears before he closed his eyes and starts meditating to calm his heart rate. After half an hour, Jacob finally managed to make his heart rate calm and break the meditation. He looked at Bonnie Limbs and smiled wryly. I still have a long way to go before I will be able to exit 3x acceleration without going into a mediation state. The energy consumption is just too great. After lamenting about his ability, Jacob finally looked at the small pile of equipment he collected from those four and moved toward them. There was only 2 intact full-body armor. One was from the troll, while one was a female armor from A9999. These armors were made with special materials and were much stronger than anything Jacob had seen in this place. But his friction killer bullets still pierced these armors. The armors worn by Earth Goblin and Orc were proof of it. Nevertheless, these armors were still better than what Jacob currently had, and he could wear the troll's armor under his long jacket. Then there were 2 more of the red liquid explosives he got from A9999, and there was also a device that was some kind of scanner and radar. She was also carrying a pair of silver guns, which were clearly far more advanced than common plains guns. Then there was a dark green energy shield belt which was much stronger than Jacob's. The troll and orc were carrying cold weapons, a long sword, 2 battle axes, and 2 automatic guns. Everything was high quality. Jacob also found some explosives and flash grenades. He also got 2 more scanners that had the same functions as the one A999 was carrying. But when he fiddles with those 2 scanners, he found a virtual map of the uncommon region. There were 2 marked places on them. Could it be their hideouts, where they stored their other equipment as well as the research data from mutants? It's quite possible since they weren't carrying any large firearms and they were only here to capture me. If they had come prepared and wanted to just kill me, I don't think they didn't have sniper rifles in their place. Or these could be just their labs. Nevertheless, I should check them. I might find something useful, Jacob mused as he stowed away the scanners. Even without this map, just their other functions made them priceless in Jacob's eyes. Strangely, there were 4 palm-sized white cubes which Jacob discovered within everyone's pocket, and by the looks of it, they were a set. But he didn't dare to fiddle with them since he didn't know what these cubes were for and stored them away until he found out. Lastly, there were 4 star watches he got from each person, and all of them seemed quite high quality, at least compared to the one he has. 149, Chapter 49, Surfing. The Star Network. Jacob tried activating the Star Watch of A995 but was shocked because there was a red letter message with a timer and an option in Start Watch at this moment. User Earthslayer life signal has vanished. Please wear the Star Watch and sign in within 24 hours, or the Star Watch will be reset and any unsaved data will be gone. Time before the reset, 23:11,039, new sign in. Jacob's eyes narrowed and looked at the other 3 watches, and there was the same kind of message which made Jacob astonished. This watch might not be as simple as I thought it would, and I think it might not be traceable as I thought it was. These watches are even more advanced than the one I had and need information about Killer Skull Society. They could tell I killed that orc, and this star network is the only thing that might help me, Jacob thought before he put on Earth Goblin's black start watch. The next moment, a new message appeared on the Star Watch. New life signal detected. Sign in? Note, this device is already bonded with Earthslayer, and it will be reset upon new sign in. Jacob did not know what a life signal was, but he could tell it wasn't something that a dead person could emit, so he pressed the sign in. He was more interested in this Star Watch and Star Network now. The moment he pressed that option, a 10-second timer appeared which indicated the time it would take to reset it. After the times ended, Jacob saw a colorful screen with a familiar notification. Welcome to Star Network, starting the bidding process of Star Watch model A11 with the user. Select the binding process old users, new users. Jacob didn't see these options in his model A05, so he tried selecting the new user since he wanted to create a new account. Then the process was the same as the last one. He had to speak for voice recognition. However, the moment he did, another option popped up which made Jacob frown. Start the DNA binding? Yes, back just like the last time. He felt a sharp perk on his wrist, right below the Star Watch screen. A red scanner appeared at this moment. DNA has already been registered with the Star Network. Please select old user to continue. Jacob's frown deepened when he saw the menu return to the first screen again. He reluctantly pressed on old user then. This time, the voice scanner and DNA scanner were skipped since the data was already collected and a new option appeared. Analyzed user life signal? Skip's note, with life signal, the user account will be 100% secure and without the life signal, the device cannot be used. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he read the note, although he didn't know what this life signal was. But from the looks of it, it had something to do with security, and it was really secure. This security function didn't exist in the old model of A1000WZLs. In the end, Jacob didn't skip it and chose to activate it. He was even more sure now that this thing wasn't hackable, but not 100% sure though. Nevertheless, he no longer dreads this technology anymore because there was no more threat to Jacob's life in the uncommon region. A green scanner appeared, and it remained activated for an entire minute before it vanished. This time, another unfamiliar option appeared, transfer date from Star Watch. Jacob thought for a moment before he didn't skip this part as well. He still had a map in that Star Watch, so he didn't want to discard it just like that. Please place the Star Watch banded to you close to model A11. The Star Watch appeared in Jacob's hand, and the moment it suddenly lit up on its own when it came in the range of model A11 detection, Jacob saw a transfer screen appearing on both watches before the date transfer was finished within 10 seconds. There wasn't much data to transfer to begin with, so it went quickly. Profile has been activated. Bank account has been activated. The Star Network is in sync. User Faceless Ancient, welcome back to Star Network. After this series of notifications, the menu finally appeared, which had far more options than Jacob's old watch. He even discovered message and camera functions, which made him grimace, because these two were not present in his old Star Watch. At that time, he thought they were applications he would get in some app store, but now that he looks carefully, it wasn't the case at all. That bitch tricked me, Jacob instantly guessed as he threw an icy glance at A999's stewarded body and sneered before looking at the Star Watch again. This time, Jacob explored every function of the Star Watch so he won't get tricked by others in the future. It was just like a degraded mobile phone, but Jacob guessed that there might be more advanced Star Watches that have call functions as well. Nevertheless, just this message function was enough for now, and he could even send an MMS and receive one. However, when Jacob saw the price of just sending a single message without any attachments through the Star Network, he was astonished, because it was a whopping 500 gold coins. As for an MMS, it was even more absurd, 10,000 gold coins. Is this some kind of joke? Jacob couldn't help but cuss whoever set up this ridiculous price. One had to know that with 10,000 gold coins, someone could buy the entire Lion Street of Lionheart City. In the end, Jacob didn't have anyone to who he wanted to send any message, so he finally opened the last application, which was none other than the Star Network, which was the main purpose of this thing. A typical browser screen opened in front of Jacob. There was a search option, and other built-in options like Star Information C, Star Market, Private Star Servers, and Star Bookmarks. It intrigued Jacob as it was just like the internet with slightly distinct features. Curious, he clicked on the Star Market, and a notification popped up. Your Star Watch model can only access the Rare Plains Star Market. Then a new window appeared in front of him. There were many options like search, materials, weapons, potions, firearms, and so on. Jacob was started when he saw that message and then all those options. He couldn't help but open the firearms. The next moment, a menu appeared, and on the very top of it was a long-barrel automatic rifle with its picture and price of 1 million gold coins and contact info of the seller. There were sniper rifles, bullets, spare parts, and even RPGs. When Jacob's eyes fell on a missile, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Which lunatic put this cluster bomb on sale?" He couldn't help but look at the price and took a deep breath. It was 100 million gold coins, and the seller was even selling 10 of them. Jacob couldn't help but wonder if these rare plains were like a war zone or with no laws. Despite that, he was still quite elated when he saw all those familiar weapons on sale, which means the rare region was like the modern world and looking forward to going there. He then closed the market since it was useless to look since he couldn't get anything on the common plains even if he bought anything. However, he didn't find any of these scanners or these liquid-type bombs on the market, which means they were not common and might be more precious than he thought. Neither did he find any information regarding magic or any wand like the beanpole of A995. Then Jacob opened this Star Information C, which gave him the same notification that the information he could gain was only at the level of the rare plane here, not higher. A panel appeared with only the search engine, Star Information C, nothing else. Jacob then tried typing Killer Skull Society. He was most curious about them since he came into contact with it the most, and was his enemy at the moment. When the result came, many files appeared regarding the Killer Skull Society, and these files had different price tags ranging from 1 gold coin to millions. Jacob frowned when he saw so many files and wasn't sure if this organization was really secretive or not since so many people have information about them. But most of it might be just random bullshit. There was even an option to create his own information file and then release it in the Star Information C like a blog. He even has the option to release it for free or for money as much as he wanted. Jacob instantly felt this site was a scam, but he still kept looking for something which might be useful in this pile of shit. Then Jacob noticed a particular file that was free and posted by a person called The Society Killer, Su 150, Chapter 150, Important Grace 34. This file's name was Kill Skulls Without Consequences, which was quite interesting in Jacob's eyes. He clicked on this file, and since it was free, it got downloaded right away. After he opened it, there were only 2 pages. On the first page was a strange introduction. It wrote, "If you're interested in killing skulls for the greater good of the world, please kill with caution and as many as you can. I'm the biggest hunter of the Killer Skull Society. If you have anything on them, please share. I'll buy it at a very high price as long as you have proof." Contact me at any time as long as it is related to Killer Skull Motherfucking Society. P.S. The Society Killer. As for on the second page, it wrote, although I know killing the skulls is doing good and getting rid of evil, this will also put a target on your head if you killed a high-level skull with a brain chip inside his head. Remembered the motherfucking society always plants a special brain chip into the head of their important pawns and any member with C-rank skull or higher rank officers. These brain chips are specially designed to remain activated by brainwaves, and the moment these brainwaves vanished, these brain chips will automatically be melted into the brain without leaving a trace. These brain chips also have another function. They all serve as restraints that will keep the members of society in check and monitor their brainwaves all the time and stop them from revealing any core information to outsiders. The moment they speak something that is considered forbidden in the brain chip's data module, which can alter or update at any time from the main data frame, the brain chip will explode within the brain and kill the traitor in the process. This process can be done remotely as well. Nevertheless, it will also send a signal toward their main data frame, which will alert the society in 24 hours about the member's death. They can even tell if the death was caused by a brain chip self-destruct or by melting after the brainwaves were gone. Even if someone digs out the brain chip, it would still self-destruct, and they know. Jacob had a deep frown when he read to this point. So, this is the reason why they always know about the death of their members. But who is this person who has such a deep understanding of Killer Skull Society? Even though he wasn't sure about how much information was true, but he was quite convinced that this brain chip might be true. He read the reaming part. After going through so much trouble and experiment, I could finally find a solution to stop these brain chips' death signals. Yes, I finally got it, you motherfuckers. If anyone is reading this and a motherfucker skull, then wash your neck because that motherfucking society won't be able to avenge you anymore. More ironic that you can do nothing about it at all, despite wanting to chop me into 1,000,000 pieces. If you have guts, then I dare you to remove this file from the Star Network and come find me, you motherfuckers. Jacob couldn't help but smile wryly and continue to read. Ahem, sorry I got emotional just now, and that previous words were not meant for you, my fellow society hunter. So, note it carefully. The method to stop the brain chip death is to use aluminum foil to seal the head of a skull within half an hour of his death and then buried it at least 10 meters underground, and I can guarantee that the Skull Society would never know the skull was dead unless they look for him purposely. If you have a better method, please share. The price is negotiable. P.S. The society killer Jacob closed the file and shook his head. This is the most primitive method to block an electromagnetic wave. If this brain chip only emits an electromagnetic wave after someone's death, then I can make an anti-electromagnetic field jammer and destroy the electromagnetic wave entirely, Jacob thought. Nevertheless, this information was still helpful since it revealed the nature of the brain chips to him. Furthermore, since he no longer has any need to hunt for hearts, he wasn't planning on antagonizing the Killer Skull Society anymore. After injecting this heart essence, he'll leave this place for good, and what happened next had nothing to do with him. Afterward, Jacob searched for maps, and he found many detailed maps of rare planes, even some specific maps that have safe passages between common and rare planes. In the end, Jacob bought 2 maps, spending 50,000 gold coins. He also searched for some more detailed information about rare planes and spent another 50,000 on many different books, which include beasts of rare planes, terrains, flora and fauna, power hierarchy, and some more important knowledge. Jacob understood that this star network would be more useful than he thought. But he was shocked when he tried searching for Zodiac Plains or Zodiac Plains maps because nothing appeared and he won't be going to believe that no one had ever tried to search for it before. Star Network was like the internet, and it was probably essential to advanced civilization like the rare planes, so this information might be far more classified and above the level of the rare planes altogether. In the end, Jacob didn't dwell on this matter since it was out of his scope and check other options of the star networks, but suddenly, a notification popped up, which startled Jacob. Important Grace 34 wanted to add you as a friend. Accept cancels. Jacob's eyes narrowed. He had already learned about how the friend function works on the Star Watch. The profiles serve as a contract, and you could search for anyone's profile as long as you have their username on the friend search function. This function wasn't present in the A1000's watch, so Jacob's profile didn't have an add friends option either. However, after he upgraded the Star Watch, this function and the sent message function appeared on Jacob's profile, so now anyone could add him as their contact or send him a message. Furthermore, the friends could send messages and MMS at a 50% discount, which was an unusual aspect. Nevertheless, Jacob knew his contact. Faceless Ancient was quite unique, and few people were free enough to search for it as well. So, the only people who would be interested in him and know about this name were the Killer Skull Society. It's only been less than 2 hours since I killed those 4. Could it be their brain chips are high level, and the society already received the reports of their uncanny death and then suspect me? Jacob mused. Suddenly, another notification popped up before he could decide what to do with this sudden friend request. Important Grace 34 has sent you a message. Jacob opened it without hesitation, since it was just a message he could see the contents without alerting the other party. As for replying afterward, it solely depended on him. The message was brief. Important Grace 34, if you don't want to be forever hunted by society, then hand over the research data and we'll consider letting your insolence slide this time. Jacob's lips curled into a wintry smile. It seemed they knew, and now whatever this research data is, it is quite important to them. Their high-level members probably won't make it here in time, and the lower-level members in Common Plains will only be sending themselves to death if they came after me. So, they chose a soft approach. But if they think I'm gullible, then they're still underestimating me. Another message appeared. Important Grace 34. We'll even compensate you with 100 million gold coins, and the price is negotiable. Jacob sneered as he typed a message. Faceless Ancient. I don't know what you're talking about, and who the fuck are you? Somewhere far away from Common Plains. Bastard, he's still pretending to be not to know me. Do you think I'm a fool? An enraged holler filled with hatred and frustration rang in the room. The sound of teeth grinding together could be heard as a masked person stood with a hologram display above his covered wrist. There was a message box that had a chat open with Faceless Ancient. This mysterious person was Important Grace 34. A few minutes ago, Important Grace 34 received the grave news that all the A-rank skulls sent to oversee the cannibal plan were dead, and he nearly vomited blood in anger. Because it was too sudden, this had thrown their entire plan into shamble, and whoever killed those members was clearly much stronger than them. So, sending lower-level skulls after him would be a waste. As for who killed them all, he naturally thought of the only person who could have done so, but it was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he tried to search for the person on the Star Network, since it was the only clue they had. But when he saw a message option appearing on Faceless Ancient's profile, which clearly wasn't there before, Important Grace 34 instantly knew it was definitely this bastard who did it. Chapter 151, I'm done playing with your rules. Jacob looked at the swamp of incoming messages from Important Grace 34 as if that guy had gone bonkers in anger by losing those skulls. There were all kinds of offers to make him give up the research data. They were even willing to let him join their ranks, which Jacob would never agree to because he didn't want any kind of chip inside his brain, and neither he would trust his enemy. So, in the end, Jacob muted the annoying prick since the block option wasn't present and then tried to store the Star Watch inside his pendant to see if that reset message will appear or not. Because anything stored in the Infinity Pendant will remain as it is when the time it was stowed like time stops, whether it was living or non-living. And just as suspected, no reset message appeared, neither he got any more messages from Important Grace 34. He mused that it was probably because the Star Network couldn't detect the Star Watch and connection with it, nor the Star Watch. So, as long as it was stowed in the Infinity Pendant, no one will be able to trace him even if this watch was traceable. Furthermore, he could summon it on his wrist directly, and it appeared as it was when it was stowed away. After doing some more tests, he stowed away the other Star Watches because they were freaking expensive. When he tried to see their prices, he discovered that this model A11 wasn't even on sale. He could only find a model A99 which considers the latest model in rare planes with a price tag of 500 million gold coins, and it did not have a camera function. So, Jacob knew if he put these Star Watches on sale, then he could instantly become a billionaire. After he was done with the matter of Star Watch and the loot, it was time to start the final injection. Jacob looked at the warm injection in his hand, which was filled with the heart essence of an earth goblin. What irony. I started the injection process with a fucking goblin, and now I'm ending it with another goblin. I wonder if the goblin race is my lucky charm, or if I'm just their nemesis of sorts. Jacob ridiculed himself with a bitter smile before his expression turned stern. This is definitely going to hurt, and I might enter over 5x acceleration while crossing the 30% altogether. I know I should have done it in steps, but any rare heart will give me at least 20%, so adding another 10 won't make much difference. Let's cross this last hurdle, and get 100 years of youthful life and move on. After giving himself a pep talk, Jacob placed Titan Tears jars in front of him just in case he needed energy, and then took a deep break before his hand moved with the metal syringe. The next moment, the metal syringe was completely pierced into his heart, and warm heart essence started to submerge within his heart. Thereupon, Jacob waited for the pain to come, but to his surprise, he felt only a warm, strange energy coursing through his body. He knew this energy appeared right at the end of his last injection. Although he was glad that the pain didn't come, he didn't let his guard down since it might be just the calm before the storm. As time passed, more and more of this energy started to simmer in Jacob's body little by little before it completely filled every part with him, and the whole process lasted for 2 hours. Yet, Jacob did not know about it as he was calm and didn't lose himself in this wonderful feeling. But the moment his body was completely brimming with this strange energy, his heart rate suddenly sped up, and that energy started to gather into his heart, or more accurately, it was getting absorbed by it. If someone cut open Jacob's chest, they would be shocked because at this moment, a pitch-black haze was surrounding Jacob's heart as it beat wildly. Furthermore, the infinity cursed mark within Jacob's heart was glowing darkly, as all that dark haze was getting absorbed by it. Not only that, but as the haze was getting absorbed, the infinity cursed mark's exterior was expanding while the symbol remained of the same size. For the first time, Jacob felt the condition of his heart as he could feel something gently gripping and engulfing it. As a result, Jacob didn't feel any pain but emptiness, as if something was stripping away from him slowly. Although he didn't know what it was, he could tell it was something essential, something that was part of his very being. However, within this feeling of emptiness and loss, there was also something that was slowly being born. At this moment, Jacob lost the concept of time and his surrounding. He was completely submerged in that strange emptiness. Right at this moment, why do you seek the immortality? You'll be alone, empty, despite, hated, villain, give up, stop, turn, around, stop, now, stop. A faint voice started to ring into Jacob's mind like an alarming bell. Come join me, come to you. You, promise. All of a sudden, Jacob's body started to flutter before dark blood gushed out from his orifices. Despite this ghastly scene, Jacob was completely expressionless as his eyes were completely closed like he was unconscious. At this moment, the dark infinity pendant on his neck suddenly glowed in the dark sheen before the white infinity symbol in the black ring started rotating while emitting a faint white glow. Immortal's perplexed voice rang at this moment. Old dog, don't even think about it. The next moment, the snake's eyes of the infinity pendant lit up before the white sheen from the spinning infinity symbol suddenly engulfed Jacob. As a result, the dark blood and his oscillation stopped, and he seemed stable again. Immortal's eerily guffawed rang in the cave, but it was filled with rage and hatred. Damn. This time I'm not going to sleep ever. I'm done playing with your rules. Ha 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 ha, rumbled. A deafening thunderclap suddenly rang outside the cave at this moment. However, Immortal eerily laughs and never stopped. In contrast, it became even more exasperating. A day and night passed by before Jacob's eyelids trembled slightly as he opened, his amber eyes gleaming in a golden hue. He suddenly frowned when he saw a faint white mist in the cave and a distinctive refreshing scent in the air. What happened? Did I fall asleep just now? Jacob's eyes shone in confusion since he clearly remembered being in the middle of absorbing heart essence, and everything else was a blur before he just opened his eyes. He clearly did not know what had transpired when his mind was in an unconscious state. Nevertheless, Jacob paid little attention to it since there were more pressing matters at hand. Did I succeed? Jacob looked at his body, and his eyes went wide suddenly because he was butt naked. Not only that, but his bony body was now filled with carved muscles, and his pale white skin was glossy. What the hell happened? Jacob was completely bewildered because he was wearing his black clothes made with tiger bull's hide, but now they were completely gone, and he looked like he took a beauty bath. However, he was even more baffled when he saw the jars will tighten tears were completely empty, as well as the 4 meat skewers. Only the equipment and the cold stone stove with wood ashes remained in the cave. Jacob was completely spooked for a moment before finally noticing, I'm not feeling any hunger? He then again looked at his muscular toned body and then at the empty stove and jars, and a strange possibility surfaced in his mind. Could it be all those things got absorbed into my body somehow when I was asleep? Is this some kind of special effect of reaching 100%? Heck, did I even reach 100%? How much time has passed? Jacob then stood up and found his eye level had increased by 3 or 4 inches, and the surrounding colors seemed brighter and more precise. He could also feel just how powerful he had gotten as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds, but he did not know just how much power he had gotten. Jacob then donned the full-body black armor he looted. This armor was quite comfortable and was made with a flexible material that completely fit him. After getting dressed, Jacob finally opened the cavern's mouth, and the bright sun greeted him, which made his eyes narrow. I clearly remembered when I started the process and closed the cave mouth. It was evening? Don't tell me I slept for over 12 hours or even more. Only one way to find out. If it appears, then it means I was in that state for over 1 day, and if it did not, then this means it's only been less than a full day. Jacob's eyes turned sharp. Cursed Immortality, 1522, Chapter 522, Cursed Mark, into Cursed Heart, Cursed Immortality. The next moment, Cursed Immortality appeared, hovering in the air like usual. Jacob's eyes squinted. So, it's really been over a day. I should be more careful in the future. If I fell into that state again and someone tried to sneak up on me, I would be completely at others' mercy. The next moment, anticipation shone in Jacob's eyes and he moved to the main page. He wanted to see for himself if he really crossed the 100%, despite having the answer. Cursed Immortality, Cursed Immortal Physique, 9 phases, current phase, first phase, body transformation, stages of body transformation, 3, first stage, Cursed Heart Emergence, current stage, second stage, compete first stage, third stage, compete second stage, inheritor, Jacob Steve, current phase, first body transformation. First stage progress, 75%, lifespan, 18 3 years, 100 youthful years. Jacob's eyes contracted when he saw the newly emerged lifespan section on the page, which could only mean one thing. He completed the second level of Cursed Heart Emergence and gained 100 years. But the other 83 years surprised him. I might be my actual lifespan. It was the only explanation that came to Jacob's mind at the moment. He was ecstatic nevertheless, and felt like all that killing and trouble was worth it. He then turned the page to see the details about the last level. First phase of body transformation. Cursed heart emergence. First stage. Cursed heart emergence. 3 levels. First level, formation of immortal mark. Inside the modify heart complete. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark complete. Second leave. Third level, cursed mark into cursed heart description. 1. Collect 4 primary elements. Fire, water, earth, wind, element, cores, magic core. From 1 star to 9 star. Fire, 0A9 water, 0A9 earth, 1 wind, 0A9 description. 2. After collecting all 36 element core, create the following ritual array formation. Description, 3rd, sat in the middle of this ritual array formation. Completion of this stage will cause agelessness of heart. Jacob's eyes went wide when he saw the last level details, especially about the collection of 34 different element cores, which by no means was going to be easy. He experienced just how tricky someone with a 1-star Earth element core was, and he needed to collect up to 9 stars, which simply meant even scarier opponents. As for the second description, there was a diagram given below, which was quite detailed, and he just needed to arrange those 34 element cores according to this diagram, and the last was even simpler. Nevertheless, Jacob still felt it would be even harder than collecting the heart's essence. As for the strange reward, he could only guess what an agelessness of heart could mean. For more answers, he finally turned the last page and asked the book itself. First, tell me what happened to those bodies and Titan tears. Jacob still hasn't forgotten about the mysterious absorption of those bodies and Titian tears, so he could only ask someone who might know. However, he was destined to be disappointed. He, that's all you're doing, and it's not related to the scripture, so I can't answer anything about it. And here I thought you would be happy after gaining 100 years in your life cycle, but you're grumpy as ever. Jacob frowned not because of the antics of Immortica, but because of its ambiguous reply. Even though it said it couldn't tell him, it still mentioned that it was his doing, which meant no mysterious power or Immortica interfered. It gave Jacob some insight into the matter, and he decided to scrutinize it. Right now, he had a more pressing matter at hand. However, before he could ask related to the 3rd level, Immortica revealed something startling. Before you start, and then I forgot, let's be done with this matter first, shall we? I have 2 announcements that could be only done by me. First, my summoning time has been increased from half an hour to a full hour. Second, the Infinity Pendant's 1 cubic meter space has been increased to 10 cubic meters. Jacob was astonished when he read it, and without stopping, he tried to look into the Infinity Pendant, and just as Immortica said, the small space had really been increased. Nice, right? I told you as long as you keep completing the levels, you'll never be disappointed. Now worship me. Ha ha ha. Jacob's excitement was only fleeting, as he could quickly calm down for some reason. He then sneered coldly when he read the last phase. Don't flatter yourself. So now give me a detailed explanation on this 3rd level, especially these star-level element cores, and what kind of beings I'm going up against. Tusk, still grouchy as before. Alright, I'll tell you, it's not like I had any other choice. First, you need to know what an element is and how it is formed. It's not so complicated, actually. Anything abstract could be called an element, and this is all you need to know for now. There are 4 primary elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, and most of the rare-level species could awake one of these 4 elements. Then there are rare elements like wood, ice, lava, sand, and so on. There are also scarce elements like lightning, light, dark, and legendary space, time elements, and so on. An element affinity could be awakened by any being on the rare level, and some species at the peak common level have such potential as well, but they're extremely rare. When these beings awakened their element affinity, they could faintly sense their respective elements in the atmosphere they had an affinity with, and the rarer the element, the harder it was to sense it. And when a being could sense their respective element, this level is the very first step toward the realm of magic. Any element has 3 primary stages, sensing, using, and storing, and whoever masters these primary stages can be called an initial level element user. An initial level element user can only use a tiny amount of their respective element within the atmosphere and store a tiny amount inside their body pores. However, to use that element power, they need quite a time to prepare, so they are basically cannon folds. But they're still geniuses, and godly being in the eye of those who couldn't even awake an element, much less master 3 primary stages. That dark elf was such a being, but her bloodline was too thin to even call her a true dark elf, or you won't even have the chance to land that bullet on a true dark elf with dark element affinity. Jacob felt his heart turn cold when he read to this point because it was simply unbelievable that even a Mach 10 speed bullet couldn't hit a real dark elf, according to Immortica. Anyhow, after the primary stages are the star stage, which has 9 star levels, and each level is divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. To be called a star-level expert, one needs to nurture their ability to store the pure element power into their body, and once they reached a certain level of mastery, an element core formed within the body. This element core will then help one to connect with the surrounding element more easily and store a large amount of pure elemental energy, which then could be used with instant spells like earth spikes through different element mediums like that beanpole wand. You have to research spells and element mediums yourself. If I start to explain it, the hour is not enough. On to the main topic. As you have already experienced the power of a mere 1-star initial level, you should know that a 1-star advanced level in the same element could have easily sensed that Goblin's position at that range and crushed him right there and then. As for 9-star level beings, you can imagine by this that they could sense that Goblin underground from a mile away and bury him within. The spell Earth Spikes would also have an area of 1 mile, and you might not be able to react before you're dead. To make a star rank simpler, you could put it in this way. The higher the reserve of elemental energy one has, the higher their star levels. It all depends on elemental energy, or the being here called elemental energy, mana. In 9 rare tiers, you could only find up to advanced 3-star level race. There's never been a rare race that had an element core above 3-star. It's virtually impossible. Jacob's eyes were filled with astonishment, and a hint of fear as this otherworldly information was revealed to him. He took a deep breath and grimly asked, "You mean to say I need to hunt species above rare rank, right?" Ha ha ha, isn't it obvious? Or how would you find the reaming cores while being this ignorant? You needed 1 core of each primary element's star ranks. It didn't matter if it was initial or advanced, but you require all 9 stars elemental cores. The rank above rare rank is 5153, chapter 53 toward the hideout. The rank above rare rank is known as extraordinary. Like 12 common tiers and 9 rare tiers, the extraordinary rank also has different tiers. There are 6 extraordinary tiers of extraordinary rank, just like the remaining rank of 4 to 9 stars. Any being that could form a 4-star core was known as an extraordinary, and these kinds of existence could crush any rare rank like bugs. This also ends the explanation on the element cores and their ranks. Jacob's brows were knit together after reading the information about the extraordinary rank. He then asked sternly, "Then can I fight against an extraordinary tier 1 species right now?" Right now your body is as strong as a peak tier 8 rare expert, and not every rare tier has powerful bodies. Every species has its perks and weaknesses. Some might not even awake an element in their life but still have the prowess of rare tier 9, while some reach 3-star element core despite being a rare tier 1 species. However, to be called an extraordinary species, not only does one need a body as strong as a peak rare tier 9, but an element core of 4-star rank as well. Without completing these conditions, no one could call an extraordinary. As for how strong a rare tier 9 body is, that friction killer bullet made with the basic grade Titan iron couldn't even cut a rare tier 9 skin despite its speed. It might only leave a scratch. Those 4 fellows you killed didn't even have a rare tier 2 body among them, so you could sly them like chickens. They were all at the very bottom of the rare rank. There is a more accurate way to measure physical strength, but you have to look for them yourself. I'm not a strength measuring machine after all, heh. Jacob cocked an eyebrow, but he still accepted this vague assessment, and he got some useful clues as well. Like he was physically as strong as a rare tier 8 species, while common grade Titan iron wasn't enough to kill someone with a rare tier 9 physique, but the speed was still fast enough. Then Jacob asked another important question, which was about himself, and deep anticipation shone in Jacob's eyes. "You said any being in rare rank can sense elements and create an element core? Then this means I have that too?" "Of course you do. But I also mentioned that the rarer the element, the harder it was to sense it and cultivate it into an element core. Sensing the element is also the hardest part. As for your element, you're on your own. I'm just a book that could lead you to immortality, not toward the path of magic, so don't expect anything from me," Immortica wrote. Jacob merely grunted in exasperation at this. "This much is enough. As long as I have the ability, I'll find a way." "Then what about this agelessness of heart? What is this?" "It's exactly what it means by those words. Your heart will no longer age ever, and time has no longer effect on it. But don't even think for a second that the other part of your body will not age, or you'll become immortal with just an unaged heart. It's not everlasting. The moment the 100 years of youthful lifespan end, you'll start aging normally again except your heart, and it could have different consequences on your body." Immortica mockingly replied, "I'm not that delusional. Since I have got everything I want to know, for now, I'll be going if you had nothing to add." Jacob sneered. If it was another time, he would have closed the book after getting his answers before this book could annoy him, but today he has given it a chance to say its piece this time. It was Jacob's way of showing appreciation for the information. You're not ungrateful after all. So, I'll give a piece of information as a gift for completing the 2nd level and keeping me entertained. Nurture that thrall of yours into a star-level being. Jacob squinted his eyes and inquired sternly, "You mean Alice? But why?" Although Immortica didn't name the person, he could easily guess who it was directed toward because right now the only thrall he had was Alice since Harrison was dead and he didn't have more, nor he required. This came as a surprise as well because he was planning on leaving Alice without any prior notice. He no longer required her help anymore and was useless to him. But now he was thinking otherwise since Immortica's words couldn't be taken lightly. Ha 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 ha, who knows what I said? I've already forgotten. Did you forget I'm bound by, fuck off. Jacob instantly closed the book in exasperation before it could repeat the rules. Bullshit, which clearly wasn't applied to it at all, but it just won't admit. Nevertheless, Jacob no longer plans on leaving Alice behind anymore. He then picked up the things in the cave and stored them all in his newly upgraded infinity pendant. Before, the space was quite limited, so he always had to store small and important things, but now it was more than enough to store everything. He could even store a living person inside the pendant. The only things left in the cave were the equipment Jacob no longer needed. Suddenly, a large scanner appeared in Jacob's hand. He still hadn't forgotten about the marked location in this scanner. One location was in the Oriate Kingdom while the other was somewhere on the border river. So, Jacob was first planning on raiding this location before going to find Alice and then leaving this place. The second location would be in his way. Jacob also wore his mask and one of the capes of 4 skulls, which was made with a special material as well. He was now 6'5" feet tall, and when he tried running at full speed, he blurred, and then he was shocked because he covered 1 mile per second and nearly destroyed everything in his path. This speed. Jacob was shocked as he barely managed to stop himself. Furthermore, he noticed that his heart rate was still calm despite his absurd speed. It seemed there are more details that Immortality didn't mention a rare tier 8 physique. Like my hearing is now spread into a mile radius, as well as my vision radius. I need to test and then should learn how to control my strength. It'll be easier to trick someone, Jacob thought with a devious smile on his lips. 3 days later, with a blur, Jacob appeared at the foot of a mountain in the Oriate Kingdom. If not for Jacob learning about his newly advanced body, he would have reached this place within half an hour at his full speed, but he was delayed by 3 days. But Jacob has learned many things about his new physique, as well as the huge energy consumption that came with it. Even though it was as bad as the hunger of his second level, but it was still not something Jacob could ignore. Furthermore, Jacob also discovered that he could control up to 2x acceleration at will. He can enter and exit at will without going through any trouble of meditating. Most of the time Jacob spent was on hunting for meat, and he started to miss Titan tiers because they were more convenient when it came to energy restoration easily and quickly. But it was a pity the Titan iron vein was emptied by the skulls, and his reserve was used. Jacob looked at the scanner in his hand as a red dot was blinking a few meters away from his current position. As he followed the virtual map in the scanner, he finally reached the location, but there was nothing but rocks and a plain rocky surface, nothing else. At this moment, a beep rang on the scanner. Open the door of base number 2? Jacob cocked an eyebrow and pressed the open on the screen. The next moment, the rocky surface below Jacob suddenly trembled before a small crack appeared, and it slowly opened inside, revealing an underground passage. A small map also appeared on the scanner at this moment. Jacob's lips curled upward, seeing the change. Now, this looks more like a dark organization's secret base. This scanner has more function than I think. With this thought, Jacob entered the passage, which was a stairway toward an underground facility, and as he suspected, with the scanner in his hand, the facility started to lit in lights, and he could see everything clearly. It was a long corridor that led toward a metal door, which was also opened by the scanner, and when Jacob saw what was behind that door, his eyes dilated. There were glass cells filled with hibernation liquid, and inside those glass cells were hideous humanoid monsters sleeping. Mutants. Jacob instantly recognized them since they weren't much different from the ones he encountered in the lion forest except for their skin color and horns. They looked quite similar. Besides those glass cells, there was a working desk, and many files and books were neatly placed on it as well as a small instrument. Jacob smiled coldly. So, this is the date that the prick was talking about. Or 15-4, chapter 15-4, don't tell me. After half an hour, Jacob's figure appeared outside the secret underground stairs while holding the scanner in his hand. After exiting the passage, he pressed the scanner screen a few times before he activated the self-destruction protocol without hesitation. He took whatever he deemed important from this facility, which included the data on cannibals and a jar of Titan tears which were clearly saved for the cannibals. Although the effect of basic grade Titan tears almost none exists on Jacob in his current state, it was still better than nothing. As for other things like firearms, Jacob didn't need them anymore, not of common region quality at least. To make things difficult for the Killer Skull Society, he decided to destroy this facility. But he wasn't going to kill those mutants roaming freely in the uncommon region since it would be quite cumbersome, and the more time he wastes here, the more danger he'll put himself in. After knowing about the star ranks and extraordinary ranks, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could fight on equal ground with a dark organization like Killer Skull Society. Who knows just how deep their roots are. After he activated the self-destruction protocol, a 5 minutes timer appeared, and Jacob stowed away the scanner and left the place without looking back. His next destination was the capital city of Humane Kingdom, where he sent Alice to monitor the movement of royals. As for his reason, it was simply because he didn't want Alice to come with him and Harrison on this venture. She would have only gotten in his way, and Harrison would be suspicious. Jacob's actual plan was to use Harrison to bait A999 before absorbing her heart essence and then fetch Alice to use both her and Harrison if he had survived this venture as bait to hunt down those other 3 skulls in Rainy Mountain Ranges. But the presence of that brain chip made all his schemes in disarray, and all the skulls appeared together. Nevertheless, not only he was able to hunt all of them down, but he even acquired a 1-star core in the process. If not for Immortica's subtle suggestion, he would have left Alice alone since she served no more purpose and only got in his way in the place where he was going. This time, it took Jacob only half a day to reach his destination, which was the territory of Duke Riley. Alice had told Jacob that if he wanted to find her before their impending meeting, she would be in the secret hideout she had created many years ago as a backup if she ever had a falls out with Samuel. Jacob entered a town named Brighttown in the west of Riley Duchy's fief. Since it was already night and Jacob was too fast for anyone to notice him, he easily reached the town lord's mansion, which was the place where Alice should be. The town lord of Brighttown, Yisrael, was an old man and a baron-rank noble. He was a trusted aide of Alice. Even her father didn't know about it. Yisrael was in his study when an icy voice sounded, nearly giving him a heart attack. "Where is Alice?" Yisrael yelped and nearly fell from his sitting position, and when he saw the cloaked man standing behind him, his old face went pale with fright. How could he not be spooked when this mysterious man appeared in his study without even alerting anyone? However, finding Yisrael was quite easy with Jacob's current hearing, and there weren't many people in there. To begin with, the door wasn't locked either, so Jacob easily found Yisrael with his described appearance. Yisrael's voice trembled as he shouted, "W, who are you? Do you know who I am?" Jacob coolly said, "Do you think I care? Where is Alice?" "I'm here to pick her up. Don't waste my time." A hint of astonishment shone in Yisrael's old eyes before he couldn't hear Jacob's words clearly in his shock. Now that he heard Alice's name clearly, he was somewhat at ease, because if this man was Alice's associate and knew about him, then he couldn't be here to assassinate him. Yisrael replied after inhaling deeply, "Sir, if you're looking for young miss, I'm afraid she's not here. I haven't seen her in years, but you should look for her in the Tyrant Mansion. She worked for Lord Silver Tyrant now." Jacob's eyes narrowed because Yisrael was probably telling the truth. He could easily tell the difference with his heartbeat. Don't tell me she fled after getting Titan tears. Could it be she broke into A rank with just 10 drops and decided she didn't need Titan tears anymore and fled this place? Or she was planning this from the start? A dangerous glint flashed past Jacob's eyes as again asked, "Are you sure she didn't come here?" "Why, yes. You can check the secret base in the Willow Garden. I'm not lying." Yisrael felt his heart palpitate and break into a cold sweat. He didn't know why, but this person was giving him a feeling of death which he never felt from even a B-rank mercenary he met one time. Jacob still doesn't find any lying in Yisrael's voice, even under his faint killing intent, so his conjecture about Alice was probably true. Alice most likely had fled after she deemed there wasn't a need for her to have Titan tears. She might be planning this from the start, but she hid it too well, not like that idiot Harrison. I should have given her the black potion instead of the Titan tears like Harrison's as well. I miscalculated her intentions and let her grow out of hand just to make her powerful cannon fold, but this cannon fold seemed to become a cannon instead. If not for Immortica's suggestion, I won't even bother coming here and then found out about this. Well, this is what I get for trusting and not enslaving someone with an astute mind. Even if she's hiding in the uncommon region, it would be akin to searching for a needle in the haystack. Sigh, I would take it as another lesson to not trust a woman again. Jacob sighed ruefully, but a faint smile appeared on his lips the next moment. All right, I believe you. Before Yisrael could react, Jacob had already vanished from his spot like a phantom, making Yisrael fall on the floor with an appalled look in his eyes, as if he just escaped death. Somewhere in the Rainy Mountain Ranges, a woman with fairy-like beauty sat in front of a bonfire with an expressionless face as she watched the burning flames in deep thought. It was none other than Alice, who was heading toward the border river to cross into the rare region after she fled the uncommon region. She didn't have an accurate map, so she was still far away from the border river, but not lost either. She had long planned to flee the uncommon region after she got Titan tears from Jacob's hand. Her reasons were simple. First, after she saw those humanoid monsters wreaking havoc in the Orient Kingdom, she knew something was amiss with the uncommon region. Furthermore, the presence of Jacob and other people like him was enough proof that people like her were mere cannon folds and ants in their eyes. Second, she would never accept subjugation and wanted to be one who subjugates others. She knew Jacob was using her, and once she served her purpose, he might discard her despite showing consideration toward her. She never believed for a second that just because of their physical intimacy, Jacob would consider her anything but equal. As long as she didn't have power equivalent to Jacob, he would never think of her as an equal, and she would always be a tramp in his eyes. So, she decided to make an escape while she had the chance. She knew the people behind those monsters, and Jacob might be scheming against each other, and she would be the first one to die at that time. Alice had already made preparation before she reported the situation of the Orient Kingdom to Jacob. If he sent her on another such mission or somewhere else, she would have escaped no matter what. Her entire plan would have been destroyed if Jacob hadn't sent her on another mission, but the temptation of Titan tears was too great for her to take such a risk. In the end, her gamble paid off. Although she was still some distance away from being an A rank despite consuming those 10 drops of Titan tears, but she was not far away. She was confident in crossing the uncommon region and border river, which was a dream of hers. However, even after she escaped Jacob's clutches and a new adventure awaits here in the rare region, she felt empty for some reason while being all alone in this vast wilderness. She always thought about her time with Jacob and how he appeared in her life like a storm. Suddenly, Alice's cherry lips curled upward into a mesmerizing smile as she mumbled coldly, "Next time I'll subjugate you, Jacob Steve. Just you wait." 155. Chapter 155, Black Ship. Black Ship. After getting disappointed in the Humane Kingdom, Jacob didn't stay for long and left toward the border river. He was going to check the second hideout in the scanner before he ventured on his journey toward the rare plains. The path led toward the rare plains was quite far from the common plains. These two places were separated by an ocean called the Star Ocean, and the border river was the only source that connected with the Star Ocean in the common plains. However, the border river is also known as the Common River. It was also quite huge as it runs all over the common plains, and finding a correct pathway that directly led toward the Star Ocean was easier said than done. The Common River not only connect with the Star Ocean, but also led to the rarer region and even epic region if someone was daring enough to start that voyage. However, without a map, one would only be wasting time and might even end up back where they started. But just the boats needed to travel in the Common River and enter the higher region were quite hard to make, much less a boat that could travel in the Star Ocean, which was filled with beasts. Not only does one needed resources, but also subsequent strength to travel toward higher regions, much less crossing the Star Ocean. That's why Jacob was hoping to find these skulls' means of transport, which was probably quite fast since they could cover years of distance in months. After he saw the map and some details on the Star Network about the Star Ocean, he knew just how difficult and dangerous it was to travel in the Star Ocean, especially crossing two plains. Because there was a strange gray fog between the border of two plains, which the natives called the Despair Fog. This fog wasn't poisonous, but it affects others' six senses, and the strange thing about it was the stronger a person is, the greater this fog will affect their senses. Navigating in the Despair Fog was almost impossible without special equipment. It spreads over miles, and there was no way around it if someone wanted to cross the boundary between plains. That was also the reason very seldom someone tried to enter the common plains. It simply wasn't worth it. As for the common plains, they were even more miserable since it was most difficult for them to cross into the rare plains. When Jacob got all this information in the map, he was quite worried about how he would be going to cross to the other side. It was then that he thought about how these skulls were to keep coming here without any problem. So all he had to do was to find their means of transport, which should be in the uncommon region, because they should have come straight here without making any stop. But if he didn't find any means to transport in this hideout as well, then he would have no choice but to go toward the epic region first and build a ship himself. Or he could just wait around the common rive until the reinforcement of the Killer Skull Society arrives and then snatch their means of transport. It would naturally make the Killer Skull Society's leader hate him to the core, but he knew this time there might not be just a one-star being present. They might even send an extraordinary, so wasn't willing to take this risk. Nevertheless, Jacob was quite confident in this second hideout, which was close to the common river. Following the safe and short route, it took Jacob a mere week to cross the rainy mountain ranges this time, and if he didn't need to stop occasionally, the time would have been much shorter. Afterward, Jacob just needed to follow the scanner's direction, which was a few miles away from the dark city and deep within the forest. Jacob finally stopped in the middle of nowhere. This place was surrounded by trees like any other part of the forest. No one would even think that there was a hidden hideout underneath. Just like last time, the scanner was the key to open this place, and the same function activate the moment Jacob came inside its range. Although he didn't know how they made these hideouts or they were here, to begin with, he didn't think much about it since they were no use to him after he left this place. After he unlocked the door, which also led to an underground passage, but unlike the last hideout, it wasn't a spacious lab but a warehouse. When the light was up, Jacob was astonished when he saw high-tech firearms, gears, scopes, and cold weapons. There were even those red liquid explosives as well as a blue color one. Half of the warehouse was filled with weapons, and on the other side was something that made Jacob's smile widen. There was a small black ship without sails. Jacob couldn't help but exclaimed, "Jackpot." He quickly approached the black ship, which didn't have any sails. It looked completely ordinary. The interior of this ship was also quite plain. There was a large ship cabin separated into two floors. Jacob headed toward the upper floor, which was clearly the control room of this ship, and when he saw a large screen and a black screen panel below the screen, he knew this wasn't a typical ship. Curious, he tried to turn the black screen panel below the large screen, and the moment he touched it, the panel lit up before a string of words appeared. Star Watch, Sirius above A10 model required to activate Black Ship AEER 9322. Jacob cocked an eyebrow. So, even if someone found this hideout and this ship, they won't be able to use it without a high-tech Star Watch. It also means this ship is not ordinary. The next moment, a black Star Watch appeared on Jacob's wrist, and the promotion changed on the panel. Star Watch model A11 has been detected. Connecting with Starwatch, Jacob's Starwatch also lit up as a promotion appeared that this ship was trying to connect with it, and after he gave the confirmation the panel suddenly changed and many functions appeared. A new black color ship icon also appeared on his watch. Jacob first saw there was a power meter on the side which was still 75% filled. Then there was the control panel, but what drew Jacob's attention was the map of routes. When he activated it, the big screen above was also activated, and an already installed map with a route appeared. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he saw the route of this map and quickly opened the map he was given by A9999. After studying it carefully, they're the same. Jacob's eyes went cold. From the start, he suspected that these map routes were probably wrong, but he never thought they were not wrong, but trap. If he had followed this mapped route, he would have bumped into A995's party and it would be game over for him. Jacob then sneered, and after searching in the map menu of the black ship, he found the option to reinstall a new map and route. He could even navigate remotely, but he wasn't an idiot. All he had to do was to open that black ship app on his watch and then install a new map in his watch which he already had bought from the Star Network. Then Jacob accustoms himself to the controls of the black ship. He wasn't planning on leaving unless he knew this boat was completely safe. What worried Jacob the most was which power this ship ran, and he was astonished when he found it ran on batteries and they could be charged on their own while moving on water. It made Jacob again reevaluate the foundation of Killer Skull Society, and his urge to leave became even more hurried. It took him half an hour to master everything on the black ship, and now he just needed to take it into the water, and he would be ready to sail. Jacob also doesn't forget about all those weapons and equipment in the warehouse. He changed into a new black gear and changed every weapon he deemed useless with the new ones and stored them into his pendant while the ones with less use to him were loaded all in the ship which had more than enough space. They were probably shipped here in the same way as well. When Jacob was done emptying the warehouse, he tried picking up the black ship which was probably over 200 tons, and he succeeded. Jacob again has a deeper understanding of his strength and just how scary a rare tier 8 physical strength was. Thereupon, Jacob put the black ship inside the raging common river, but the water current didn't affect it at all since it had already been activated. Jacob was content with this ship, and without any hesitation he embarked on it. He looked at the uncommon region with a reminiscent look and mumbled with a faint smile, "Live life with no excuses, travel with no regret, end of first volume, a delightful curse." D156, Chapter 56, Arrival of. Months after Jacob's departure, dark clouds covered the bright sky, and rain was pouring down in the Rainy Mountain Ranges, a typical day in the Rainy Mountain Ranges. Tap, 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 tap. At this moment, a slim figure wearing a tight black outfit and cape stepped out of the deep forest and looked at the sizable raging river a few hundred meters away with its emerald eyes filled with ecstasy and glee. I finally made it to the famous border river between uncommon and rare regions, and alone at that. A melodious voice rang behind the cape, filled with elation. This person was none other than Alice, who had finally crossed the Rainy Mountain Ranges and reached the border river. How should I cross this river, though? The water flow is too strong for me. Should I wait for the rain to stop, and this water flow might slow down, or there's another way? Alice mused as she looked at the raging river. However, before she could investigate further, a native. Our luck is not bad. A jeering voice sounded, making Alice's heart palpitate. But before she could even react, a cloaked person appeared in front of her like a phantom, and she felt an appalling strange pressure on her and couldn't move from her place at all. Furthermore, when she saw the size of this person, she felt despair. This person was over 5 meters tall, giving the feeling of a mountain. The pressure coming from this giant was so massive that she couldn't even breathe properly. Thereafter, more cloaked figures started to appear around her, which made the air suffocate to the extreme as all of them were emitting horrendous pressures. As a result, Alice fell on her knees while panting heavily for air, as if she was choking. "All right, number 42 and others, stop throwing your mana pressure on him, or we won't even have the chance to ask anything before you killed him." A powerful voice rang, filled with authority. "Tsk, and here I thought we caught that troublemaker escaping. It's just an ant." A disdainful voice chuckled. Alice suddenly felt like all that mountainous pressure vanished, and she could finally breathe while coughing. Who are these people? They're even stronger than him. Am I going to die? Why, I have to die before I get the chance to prove myself, to take my revenge on him. Myriad thoughts started to rage in Alice's head. He's going into a post-traumatic shock. What a weak shit. One of them sneered disdainfully before he kicked Alice right into the stomach and sent her flying like a rag doll. Now, don't break him before we got our answer. No, 23, go do your stuff." The same powerful voice commanded again with a hint of contempt. At this moment, a 5 feet tall cloaked figure moved toward Alice, who was laying in mud while blood was dripping from her cape as the rain continued to fall. The mysterious figure, number 23, didn't tarry and suddenly pointed his gray sharp finger toward Alice's head. The very next moment, thereafter, the finger shimmered in gray sheen before the nail on the finger expanded, turning into a sharp pin, piercing into Alice's head. The sharp nail shone in gray sheen as a childish voice sounded from number 23. "He's under my hypnosis completely, Captain. You can ask anything. Good girl." A tall, burly figure walked over as he patted number 23's head. Then he turned his head toward Alice and coolly asked, "What are your name and species?" While laying in the mud, Alice's eyes were completely listless as she opened her mouth and replied like a puppet without caring about blood or anything. "My name is Alice Riley, and I'm a human." "Human? Aren't they the livestock we are raising?" The captain sounded astonished. He asked, "What were you doing here?" "Going into rare region," she replied. "Why?" "Because I want to become strong." "Why?" "To prove myself." "Oh? To whom?" "Jacob Steve." "Who is Jacob Steve?" "Is he also a human and stronger than you?" "He is Silver Tyrant." "Yes, he is human and much stronger than me." He. Interesting. Her power is at the top tier in this region, so this person is stronger than her. Then this means he's probably a hidden expert, and by her answer, she didn't know his background at all. The captain stated. "Do you know who is Faceless Ancient?" he questioned. "No." "Then do you know about the Killer Skull Society?" "No." At this moment, the giant, number 42, spoke in his deafening voice. "Captain, this native is useless. Can I eat him?" "Well, it seemed like it. We should start with this Jacob Steve next. We needed to clear all the variables this time before searching for this Faceless Ancient. But I don't think he's here anymore since the warehouse is empty, so he most probably fled long before our arrival. There shouldn't be any problem, even if the problem arrives or this Faceless Ancient is scheming again." The capital's voice turned icy cold as the falling rain above his head turned into steam. "Everything is meaningless against absolute power." Just as his voice trailed off, you got that right. Everything is meaningless against absolute power. A powerful voice reverberated in the vicinity, startling the skulls. "Who?" The captain's voice rang in the vicinity as his aura spiked, and the others went on high alert as well. Hey, I never thought the Killer Skull Society will send an extraordinary in this barren place. You must be ranked within the top 10 in A-ranking skulls, right? The voice mockingly asked. "Coward, show yourself, and I'll tell you." The captain roared as a fire burned on his body. Ha, I know you. You are Skullnabordo 7, the fire fiend, who massacred 8 cities and had a 10 billion bounty on your head. Not bad. You guys are really up to no good here. But it's pity I couldn't claim your bounty, or any of you as a matter of fact, since I can't leave any proof behind. Don't blink or you won't even know how you died. The voice warned as if it was going to act. Ha, what an arrogant coward. Let's see how you kill us. The giant laughed manically, making the surroundings tremble. However, none of these skulls noticed that Alice's body had already vanished from her spot. Every skull entered its battle stance while shimmering in a strange light. Ignorance sure is bliss. The voice guffawed as if he was watching a clown show. Let me broaden your horizon before you all died. The voice turned icy at this moment. Mercin? Spell? Ice domain? Fire Fiend's crimson eyes suddenly widened when he heard the name, and he hollered at the top of his lungs, "Run, you idiots! This person is a—" "So late," the voice taunted. Thereafter, strange cold energy flowed in the air before the raindrops suddenly turned into ice drops before everything froze, turning into ice at an alarming rate. All those skulls didn't even get the chance to know what happened as they all crystallized into ice sculptures. Even the fire around Fire Fiend couldn't stop this strange freezing, and he became an ice sculpture like the others. This strange freezing process not only affected them, but the surroundings as well, before it spread all the way into the common river, freezing it as well. Over 2 miles of the area turned into an ice field before it stopped expanding, and it took only 10 seconds. The rain also started pouring normally at this moment. At this point, footsteps sounded on the other side of the ice field, and a few figures in long robes and masks appeared as they walked on the frozen surface of the common river. A person in the front was holding a white sword that looked like it was carved with crystal. This crystal sword was shimmering in a blue sheen at this moment. They all crossed the border river and approached those ice sculptures of the skulls. At this time, another figure wearing the same robes as these mysterious newcomers appeared. Still, this person was holding a body over its shoulder, which was none other than the unconscious Alice. The person holding the crystal sword's voice sounded. "How's the girl?" The other person replied. "Fine, my lord. Good job." "Heal her. She's a special one. I never thought we would find someone like her in this barren place. Our trip wasn't a complete waste." He chuckled happily. "What about those skulls? It seemed they were really up to something here, or a person like Fire Fiend would never show up in this place." The person holding Alice questioned. It was a woman's voice. The person holding the sword coldly chuckled as he looked at those ice sculptures. They would be wonderful evidence to put all the blame on the Killer Skull Society. They could only blame themselves for targeting someone they shouldn't have. His voice turned stern at this moment. "Heed my orders, start the migration, and be ready for the extermination. I want everything done in a month." 157 Chapter 157 The Eastern Star Ocean. Of rare plains far away from the uncommon region, a black ship was floating on the calm surface of the water under the bright light of the sun. Surrounding this black ship was a vast body of blue ocean, and as far as eyes could see, there was nothing but water. Suddenly, ripples started to appear on the calm water's surface as if something was coming out. Splash! A silhouette shoots out from the water before it landed on the black ship deck. This person was wearing a tight black diving suit and was 6 to 5 feet tall. His face was exposed as he was extremely handsome with pale white skin, sharp amber eyes, and a chiseled jawline. He had a masculine build like an athlete, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his long silver hair and sword-like silver eyebrows. Who could it be but Jacob? Jacob threw 3-feet-long fish with a long black horn on its head onto the deck as it was already killed by him. I might go sick eating this hornfish regularly. Just where the fuck is that despair mist? I should have reached there a month ago, but here I am still wandering in this place. I wonder if this map is even accurate or not. Jacob mumbled with a sharp look on his face. It had been over 10 months since he started his voyage toward the rare plains, but after he entered the Star Ocean and left the common plains, he just kept moving forward without knowing where he was. He just had a virtual map to navigate, and he had more than one, so it was impossible for all of them to be wrong, but for some reason, the famous despair mist didn't appear according to the map. So, Jacob became restless after an entire month passed, but he didn't dare to change the route on the black ship because this would reset the coordinates, afraid he might lost in this ocean. Not only he didn't encounter any vicious aquatic beasts on his journey, but he even had to hunt for food. However, according to the map and route he was on, he had already entered the eastern Star Ocean of the Rare Plains, and in a week he would reach the shore of the Rare Plains. Even after searching the star network, he got the same result, and the map was completely accurate, so he guessed that the famous mist was just a hoax, or all those maps were. Either way, he knew going back wasn't an option, and he decided to wait for 2 weeks to see if he reached the shore or not. While on the common plains, he had already experienced and tested the accuracy of the black ship's autopilot and the map again and again, so he knew they were not with any issues. It had something to do with the Star Ocean, probably. If he really reached the rare plains without encountering the famous despair mist, then he would consider himself lucky and move on. But if he was lost or there was something wrong with the navigation function, then all he could do was get ready for the worst. Anyhow, in these past months, Jacob wasn't just idle. He continued to increase his knowledge about the rare plains and anything that could interest him in the star network. Furthermore, he had more refined control over his strength as well. He could even hunt this hornfish, which was a common tier 12 species now, and inside the water at that. Jacob discovered that for some reason he could move in the water like an agile fish, and as he stayed in the water, his speed would increase. He mused that it might have something to do with water meditation, which he hadn't practiced since he left the Tyrant Mansion, and he won't even think of trying it in this deep ocean unless he wanted to commit suicide. When Jacob was about to gut the hornfish, he suddenly turned around, and his eyes widened slightly because he saw a silhouette a few miles away from the black ship moving in his direction. There shouldn't be any ship in this barren part of Star Ocean which leads toward the common plains, or they're going in the common plains. Well, they could be from the common plains for all I know. I have no confirmation except that map that I'm on the rare plains. Let's see if they're coming my way and friendly, Jacob thought before he headed back to gear up. He won't take chances within the Star Sea. This black ship was even more precious, so the moment he senses hostility from them and they were not as strong as him, he'll act with no hesitation. Soon, the silhouette became clearer as it was coming in the black ship's direction. Jacob stood on top of the cabin's roof, dressed in black armor and a long jacket covering his equipment. He also wore his black mask and covered his silver hair with a hood. He squinted his eyes when he saw the ship headed his way. It was a medium-sized battle sail ship colored navy blue, and the sails were painted gray. When his eyes fell on the top where a black flag was swaying with 2 crossed golden swords emblem, a glint of astonishment shone in his eyes, because he had seen that emblem in the books related to the rare plains. Unlike the common plains, which were separated by regions and many powers ruled different territories, the rare plains were completely different. The rare plains weren't completely conquered and explored. The explored area was known as Rare Freedom Plains. Just this explored area alone was 10 times bigger than the entire common plains combined. The rare freedom plains were occupied and divided between 4 powers: the Golden Sword Country, the Light Nation, the Iron Sierras, and the Ice Nation. Also, unlike the common plains, the racial factor in rare freedom plains was almost non-existent, and the only factor that mattered was power and potential. The information on the evolution system of species was deep, and as long as one showed a considerable amount of potential, they could join the ranks of these 4 powers and gain access to unimaginable resources to which the public had no access. The 3 hegemonies' influence was also not to be underestimated in rare freedom plains because they all still stand above these 4 local powers but stay out of any local conflicts. As long as no one provoked them, they won't interfere in other business. On the contrary, the role of the 3 hegemonies was even more essential for the 4 powers of rare freedom plains because they all rely on them to nurture experts and gain knowledge and conquered more lands. One could say the 3 hegemonies were like experts making factories for these 4 powers. The Golden Sword Contrary was closest to the eastern Star Ocean of the rare freedom plains. So, seeing the flag of Golden Sword Country naturally startled Jacob as well, giving him the confirmation he needed that he was indeed in the eastern Star Ocean. But this also raises the same question. Why doesn't he encounter the famous despair mist? Where did it go? He would never believe that he was lucky or someone cleared it for him just so he could pass safely. Nevertheless, since he was already on the rare plains, he no longer cared and focused on the matter at hand. He has to remain cautious about how he deals with Golden Sword Contrary. He didn't want to fall out with local power before he could even reach the destination. This place was far more advanced than the common plains, almost at the level of modern civilization, and experts of peak rare rank ruled this place. Even with Jacob's current strength, he was far from invincible in the rare plains like the common plains, so he didn't want any trouble for himself. Then there was still the Killer Skull Society, which might be searching for him like mad dogs. When the ship of Golden Sword Country was only tens of meters away from Jacob's black ship, a deep voice rang. "Stranger, show your identity, poof, permit of this ship, and sailing license. If you have none, then surrender peacefully and accept the detention according to the laws of Golden Sword Country." Thereafter, the ship cannons were instantly locked on Jacob's black ship. If Jacob resisted, they would really shoot him down. Just with these words and movements, Jacob knew this wouldn't end peacefully. He didn't have any of those things they demanded. He wondered if he had taken a route that was under surveillance by following the other map instead of the society's map. It was very possible. Jacob also saw a man in a navy blue uniform walking at the edge of the deck and looked at Jacob coldly. This man was 3 meters tall with a burly build and long blonde hair. There were strange black symbols tattooed carved on his entire bronze skin face. A bigot barbarian. 15-8. 15-8 exposure and invitation. A bigot barbarian. Jacob wasn't ignorant about the species of the rare freedom plains like he once was about the common plains. He had remembered every intelligent and local species of rare freedom plains. They were ample information on the star network. He instantly recognized those unique racial features of the barbarian race, which were just below the giants in comparison to their physical strength. The barbarian race was born with monstrous strength like giants, but every barbarian was born with strange markings on their bodies that look like tattoos. The bigot barbarians were a branch of the barbarian race and one of the few intelligent species present in the rare freedom plains. Anyone could recognize them with bronze skin and blonde hair, as well as their unusual heights and massive builds. The bigot barbarian was a rare tier 6 species and fell in the category of fighter-type species with over 600-ton physical strength. From rare tiers, there were 2 different categories of species because not every rare tier species has such physical strength. These 2 categories. The first one was fighters who represent pure physical strengths. The physical strength measuring system for the rare fighter tier category was in tons. Any species with at least 100 tons of pure physical strength could be called a rare tier 1 fighter type species. With every 100 plus tons, the tier increased all the way up to the rare tier 9 with over 900 tons of strength. The other categories were known as wiser, and the strangest thing was there was no information on the rare wiser tier category at all, but just a name. Jacob instantly guessed that it might have something to do with the elements or magic Immortality told him about, because for some reason there wasn't any information on element power, mana, or magic cores on the star network. The only clue he had was this mysterious wiser species. Anyhow, Jacob can be considered a rare tier 8 fighter with over 800 tons of strength, and this bigot barbarian might not even take a punch from him. A rare tier 8 fighter was so rare that Jacob had yet to find even one clue on them, or his star network was just too limited. Still, this battleship was not going to be enough to stop him, but he didn't want to turn hostile, or if those over 50 cannons were fired at once, his precious black ship will be blasted into bits. Although the ship also had an energy defensive barrier installed within, Jacob wasn't sure if it was enough to block so many cannons. So, he thought for a moment before he said while looking at the bigot barbarian, who was still waiting for his reply. "I'm afraid I have none of those things you want, because I'm a star oceanographer and adventurer who likes to study and explore the mysteries of the star ocean. I think I wandered into the Golden Swords country's territory unknowingly. I don't want any trouble, so I'm willing to pay any type of fine for breaking this law, and I'll leave immediately," Jacob stated. There were many star oceanographers out there who liked to explore, so his reason wasn't a complete lie. However, the bigot barbarian wasn't a fool as he coldly uttered, "I don't care who you are or what your reason is for wandering in Golden Swords country's territory. Either you accept the detention peacefully, or I'll happily send you permanently inside the ocean and let you explore the ocean forever." Jacob deeply looked at the bigot barbarian, who was also staring back at him with cold eyes. Jacob's eyes suddenly become emotionless before he vanished from his spot with a blur under bigot barbarian's flabbergasted expression. Where did he go? He was shocked because he couldn't even see the man's movement at all. "I'm here." An icy voice sounded from behind, making bigot barbarian startlingly turn around. There were other people in the same navy blue uniform on the deck as well, and all of them were gobsmacked by how this man appeared on the deck like a ghost. "Still want to do this? I don't want any trouble, and we can all be on our way." This time Jacob's words were more like a threat than a persuasion. Since he was already on the other party's ship, he had already decided to kill them all if they still did not back down, even after seeing his capability and continued being ignorant. But killing them might set some kind of alarm, or if they were not returned within a set period of time, more ships might come searching for them. Jacob was still far from the shore, so he didn't want to fight with fleets and become an enemy of Golden Sword's country. Since even a scouting or patrolling ship had a bigot barbarian instated, then they clearly weren't a pushover. Interesting. A skull hesitated to kill while he had the chance? You're not from the Killer Skull Society, are you? At this moment, a mellow-aged voice rang from behind Jacob. Jacob's expression turned serious when he heard this voice and looked back. He saw another bigot barbarian, but he was 3-4 meters tall and had a wizened face. His blue eyes were without any fear or agitation as he faced Jacob. On the contrary, he seemed glad. Jacob instantly felt amiss when he heard the work skull and the old bigot barbarian's smile. He didn't know why he said those words or why he wasn't afraid of him, but he sensed no hostility from him. So he decided to reply, "No, I'm not a skull if that's what you think." The old bigot barbarians smilingly replied, "Care to explain how that stolen black ship by the Killer Skull Society's Earthslayer came into your possession?" Jacob's heart turned cold when he heard A995's Star Network's ID. They knew, but how? The old bigot barbarian's smile widened when he noticed some ripples in Jacob's cold eyes. He coolly said, "You're an aesthetic expert, right? Why do you think that?" Jacob had many questions now, and he was feeling on edge because they all knew about the black ship background, and from his old man's tone, he could tell they might be specifically here because of the black ship. Then this also means they came prepared. It's because you're traveling with a stolen good without even knowing it was stolen, which could only mean you're not registered with any private star servers of 4 powers. Neither you have a permit for that black ship, or you seem to know just how expensive and hard to get that ship from Black Sea Company. Furthermore, you do not know that the Black Sea Company can easily track down that black ship without the help of a stealth guard. A skull would never make such a rookie mistake, so that guy met with the misfortune to encounter you. The old bigot barbarian explained without hiding anything, and the smile on his face never faded. Lastly, you have prowess above Tier 6 fighter, and still have no idea what kind of naval force Golden Sword's country had, and still dared to resist the detention in the middle of Star Ocean. Unless you're overly confident that you could swim all the way back, or you're an ascetic or an aboriginal who lived on some island and came all the way here after encountering an idiot skull. And I'm willing to wager that you're the second case because you don't even know that the ID we were asking for was your Star Watch's ID. And I don't believe you didn't have a Star Watch since that black ship won't work without it. So, tell me, stranger, who are you? The old bigot barbarian questioned again with a smile. Jacob again fell silent because he did not know that there was such a thing, and it also appeared that he was still ignorant about the customs of rare freedom planes. He also got to know the Star Network's importance and why his private star servers were empty. It might be where the true function of the Star Network lies. But right now, he had to find a way out of this mess because the other parties seemed to be quite confident in handling him. The old bigot barbarian spoke again as his smile vanished. "Let me suggest something. What might that be?" Jacob questioned, but was quite interested in this old bigot barbarian since he was so calm about the situation and almost told him every flaw he had. "As long as you show me your Star Network ID and your private star servers, if it is empty and you're really what I just said you are, I'll let you join the ranks of our Golden Swords country. We always welcome new experts like you and will not mistreat you. On the contrary, you'll get a huge reward for finding that missing black ship from the Black Sea Company as long as we told them that our personal found it and was just on his way to submit it. From then on, you'll be a member of Golden Sword's country. What do you think?" The old bigot barbarian solemnly expressed. THPC 159 Chapter 59 Acceptance. Jacob was really astounded by the offer of old bigot barbarian, which was by no way just as trifled as it sounded. "May I ask, why would you do that? I still have an unknown background, and who knows, I'm really the guy you were looking for and just fooling you. Aren't you afraid of accepting a skull within your ranks?" Jacob questioned. The old bigot barbarian coolly replied, "That's why I want to see your Star Watch, because if you are a skull, then your Star Network ID would have the infamous Killer Skull Society's skull symbol badge within your personal profile, which could only be gained after you registered with their private server and you have the strength to enter their private server unless they're blind. Similarly, if you join any servers of 3 hegemonies, you'll have their symbol badges as well. These badges are like identity proof and could never be removed unless you could hack into the Star Network or get kicked out by the server owner. As for a skull leaving their private star server, it means a certain death. Now you understand why I want to see your Star Watch and why it is considered identity proof. Once you registered with our country database, you'll naturally get invited to our private star server, which will grant you the level 2 symbol badge of our country citizen as well." The old bigot barbarian explained patiently. "As for your other identity, as long as you're not an enemy of our country, then we don't care. Since you have strength over Tier 6 fighter, we'll welcome you with open arms, and all we ask for in return will be your help whenever needed. The Star Network profile as an identity and the badges. It's really just as he said. It is nearly impossible to fool someone if they're not primitive and never came in contact with the Star Network. To survive on rare planes, the Star Network is essential, and no one seemed to doubt that this network could be hacked, which alone is enough to make this network like an omniscient in everyone's eyes." Jacob thought without replying to old bigot barbarian. He had to admit that he really required an identity and more information about these private star servers. Joining the ranks of Golden Sword's country was the easiest way, at least until he was ready to be independent again. Or he could just simply trick them and escape after he reached the lands. No one could stop him at that time. But if he wanted to do that, he still needed to show his personal profile, or he had to kill all of them to leave this place with an intact black ship. However, it was the most foolish plan because just as the old bigot barbarian said, he had underestimated the naval forces of the locals, and now he could either abandon the ship and swim toward the lands, or try picking a fight with him. Both choices led to him being hunted down by the Golden Sword's county, at least until he was in the water. Jacob gave a deep look to the old bigot barbarian, who still had that calm, amiable smile. What a wily punk, he sneered inwardly before he nodded. All right, I'll agree to join your ranks. Old bigot barbarian's smile widened. All right, follow me. We'll talk about official business in my cabin. Let those men take care of your belongings and ship. He then shoots a meaningful glance at the bigot barbarian behind Jacob, which made the former shudder, and he quickly sprang into action. Jacob didn't mind since there wasn't anything worthy in that ship because anything precious was already in his pendant, so he calmly followed the old bigot barbarian inside. Oh, I forget to introduce myself. I'm Deputy Admiral of Golden Sword's country, Milan Wo Bigot. Milan introduced himself with his rank. Jacob plainly replied, just call me Jack and I have no title. Milan didn't mind as he asked curiously, so where did you find that bastard Earthslayer and where are you from? First, can you tell me how you know that this ship was on Earthslayer exactly? Jacob was confused about this because if the Killer Skull Society stole the black ship, then how did they know currently it was in Earthslayer's hand? Could it be they had some kind of surveillance function on the ship as well? However, Jacob vanquished that notion since they were surprised by finding him instead of Earthslayer, and they were probably hoping to capture him alive since they try to speak first, not shoot on sight. Milan chuckled. You might not know, but the Killer Skull Society is made with a bunch of misfits and twisted bastards. They all believed in equality and loathed the current civil system. Yet their actions are completely different. They plunder, kill, rape, and destroyed cities for the sake of their foolish cause. Not only that, but they like to show it off and rub it on everyone who tries to oppose them. His voice turned icy. They would make video files or take pictures of their glorious deeds and then post them in Star Network News. Your watch didn't have that Star Network News feature in your Star Network, right? Jacob grimaced and nodded. Indeed. Don't worry, as long as you complete the final verification with the Destiny Star Corporation, it will appear on its own, and then you'll get all the news related to the Rare Freedom Planes. Anyhow, I was briefing you about how we know this ship was with Earthslayer of Killer Skull Society. Over 2 years ago, a shipment of 12 black ships was heading toward the Ice Nation, but it was intercepted by a bunch of skulls. Then, like before, they posted this news with great pride on the Star Network News and the names of skulls who were involved in this. Jacob was speechless by this and couldn't help but ask, aren't they afraid they would get caught by doing this kind of foolish action? I mean, aren't a dark organization like Killer Skull Society would be more secretive about their members' details and what they do? That's the thing, Jack. They do this to promote their organization and draw more hot-blooded youths or some poor souls who were once mistreated by the system or simply didn't want to follow it or the rules. While it is almost impossible to track them down because the Star Network is very strict with its freedom policies and privacy of their users, and it is completely flawless. So, organizations like the Killer Skull Society could use it openly to recruit more skulls and multiply their numbers. Even though the Star Network is helpful for our civilization and brought revolutionary changes, but nothing is without consequences. Nevertheless, we could only blame ourselves for being so weak that we couldn't influence the likes of Destiny Star Corporation. Ah, I'm being sentimental again, and drifted from the main topic. Milan smiled wryly with a hint of lamentation. The black ship AEER 932-2 you were using appeared over a year ago when the Earthslayer posted a picture of him driving it in the Star Ocean and taunting the authorities to not be able to capture them. Earthslayer was quite infamous for assassinating many influential figures, so his ID was a black ID in our database. Every news regarding him was a top priority. When the Black Sea Company alerted us about the ship signal being found in this area in the morning, they naturally sent me to make sure of capturing that prick alive, or at least bring back his corpse, Milan revealed. At this time, they finally reached a cabin and entered. It was far more spacious than Jacob's and more lavish. After they sat down, Milan continued. But instead of that bastard Earthslayer, I met you, and it was a good call to not bombard the ship when I saw you standing on top of the ship. Or I'm afraid we all have been dead already, right? Jacob merely responded, I would indeed kill anyone who would try to kill me, and that Earthslayer was the same case. I was living in an isle for many years far away from this place, and that fellow happened to be testing his firearms on that isle, and that's how I came in the possession of that ship and this Star Watch. But I won't lie to you by saying that I was unaware of the rare plane's existence. It's just that I have no means to travel here with all those dangers in the Star Ocean. However, I took the chance presented, and this is all I have to say about my background. Jacob made some hoax story that sounded somewhat absurd but still in the realm of reality. As for how he got there or what he was doing there, it's on them to figure it out, and he could tell they might really not care as long as his slate was clean. 160, Chapter 160, Chapter 60, Golden Swords Country. Milan merely gave Jacob a meaningful glance before he nodded smilingly. As I said before, as long as your Star Watch profile is clear, your background doesn't matter. Now, if you please show me your Star Watch so I could report this to higher-ups. Jacob thought for a moment before he slid his sleeve and revealed the black Star Watch in front of Milan and opened his personal profile. Milan watched without blinking. He knew more than Jacob about Star Watches, and with just a glance he could guess that Jacob might not be a newbie to Star Watches as he thought. Furthermore, he wanted to see Jacob's profile from his Star Watch because those identity badges would only show if someone showed them on their profile, and one could even decide on a specific badge to scan through their identity check. As long as it's valid, they didn't need to show more identity proof. That's also how the Skulls breach passed the identity check, and there wasn't any policy to make them show their Star Watches as long as there wasn't any felony on their username. Because the identity scanners were from the Destiny Star Corporation, which was part of the Star Network as well, and as long as a user wasn't a criminal in their database, the Star Network scanner would never reveal their personal information, even usernames. It would only give an approved sign after a scan, and that was enough to bypass any city gates. As for stopping using the Star Network for identity scanning, it was nigh impossible because there was an even bigger threat than the Skulls in the rare planes, and the Star Network was the only thing that could make sure that threat won't become a killing blade. Moreover, anyone who had tried to make their own personal security system had failed miserably and always got hacked by misfits like the Killer Skull Society or the Threat. So, these four powers had no other choice but to accept the Star Network profiles as their identities. As for making someone a criminal under the Star Network's UI was even more difficult than searching for them, because the Star Network would only make those criminals who break the Star Network laws, not the laws of some natives. So, those four powers had no way to know who was who without them showing their profile willingly, and even then, it was quite hard to find the criminals because many applications could show a fake profile, and the others would have no way to verify it without Star Network revealing it. However, getting one's hands on such applications was also difficult because anything related to the Star Network was handled by the Destiny Star Corporations, and their employees would seldom help develop such applications in the dark, or if caught, it would be over for them. Nevertheless, these kinds of applications were still existing and could be bought as long as people know where to look for them and have the right amount of money. However, Jacob still had little knowledge about the Star Network and the loopholes in the network. Even if he searched the Star Information C, he won't be able to find any information if he tried writing Star Network hacks, Star Network loopholes, or any word that was related to Star Network privacy and threatened it would never appear in Star Information C because the network would never approve it. However, Jacob would not care even if he knew about the loopholes. Not for now, because he really had nothing to hide except he was from the Common Plains. But when he saw how calmly Milan reacted when he glanced at his profile, this confirmed his guess that they might really not care about his background, but his prowess only. When Milan saw there wasn't any kind of badge below Jacob's username or profile name, he had already seen all the basic applications on Jacob's Star Watch, so he knew it was a real profile. So, he didn't have him scroll down to see his species or age, and merely nodded with a friendly smile. Alright, you can close it. Since you do not belong to any power, there's no need to suspect you anymore. This is also proof of what I said earlier. We welcome experts like you with open arms and only required your assistance if needed. As long as you have the identity of the country's citizen, we won't care about your race or background. The Golden Swords country is much laxer in this department of species, and many races live together in harmony. Because even if your race is titled as Rare Tier 9, it doesn't mean every member of that race will reach Tier 9 or remain at Tier 9. The ranks and grades are just set for those who want it to look superior because of their ancestors' achievements. Just like us bigot barbarians who are considered a rare Tier 6 fighter-type species, but it's been over 100 years since we have an actual rare Tier 6 clansman. So, don't worry about anything. As long as you are strong, everyone will revere you whether you're from the goblin race or those arrogant elves or giants. Everyone knew better not to mess with a rare Tier 7 or above rank fighter. Milan candidly revealed with no shame when he talks about his own species' shortcomings. Jacob felt that this old man was too open-minded, but he also agreed with his view because he had seen himself that the limits were something people set on themselves. He nodded before his voice turned stern. All right, as long as the Golden Swords country won't show hostility, I won't either. So, care to explain what I need to do to join your ranks and what will be my position and where? You and I both know that I won't be appointed to some general rank or some important rank from the get-go, so just tell me the truth now. I don't want any misunderstanding later. Milan merely smiled. You're a sharp one indeed, but you should know I'm not in the position where I could appoint you as I wish, and even if, I won't, because everyone has to earn their spot or those who work hard for it won't be able to accept it. I'll vouch for your identity, and afterward the country assembly will be decided where to appoint you and in which position. But don't worry, because of your prowess, they won't dare to try something funny and make you unhappy. You just have to work for a year or two before you might reach my rank, or even higher if you know your way around. By doing this, everyone would be satisfied, and you'll earn far more than you could imagine. So, I still have to work for them until they let me have a high-ranking position. This will also make me a target of some people who don't want to let a cannon loose and like to keep it under control. However, they didn't know my actual capacity. I could use them instead to fill my knowledge gap and acquire information on wiser species and element cores. The rare freedom planes are just part of the rare planes, and I could leave anytime. Jacob thought deeply before he nodded in agreement to Milan's words. Even if he hadn't encountered Milan, he was already planning to join one of the 3 hegemonies after testing the waters of the rare freedom planes. But this unexpected turn of events wasn't as bad as he thinks, and he wasn't someone who would be swayed by power, fame, or riches. As long as it was necessary to reach his goal, he was willing to do anything. He had already decided to get the information on some alternative names he heard from Milan, like the Destiny Star Corporation, which was related to the Star Watches and Star Network. There was also some kind of verification he lacked. Lastly, his goal was to find information on star ranks and extraordinary species existence. But foremost, he needed to get off this damn ocean with no hitch. All right, I hope what you said was not just your words, Jacob coldly uttered. Milan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, we bigot barbarians are not despicable and always keep our word. Let me arrange a room for you. We'll reach the shore in half a day by following the Navy route, and this ship is far faster than that black ship. Jacob agreed with Milan's arrangement, and he never asked him to reveal his face all this time, which was also quite unusual, but good for Jacob. So, he left Milan's room with a soldier who escorted him to his room. Milan's amiable smile vanished when Jacob left the cabin as his old face turned emotionless. He then unexpectedly spoke, "So, what do you think, Admiral?" A mild voice with a hint of indifference rang from the shadowy corner of the cabin. Just some arrogant clod who didn't know the immensity of rare freedom planes. 161. Chapter 61, Golden Swords Country 2. The Golden Swords country had a foundation over 1,000 years old and was divided into 5 provinces named East Golden Sword Province, West Golden Sword Province, North Golden Sword Province, South Golden Sword Province, and the Center Golden Sword Province. The Golden Swords country was under the control of Golden Swords military dictatorship, and each province was governed by a governor-general, and different districts of these provinces have many ranking army officers overseeing them. In fact, calling the Golden Swords country a military country won't be an understatement. The Golden Swords country was mostly famous for its naval forces in the Star Ocean, and no one dared to mess with them in the waters. The White Ocean Navy Base was one of the 3 biggest naval bases of East Golden Sword Province and closest to the Star Ocean. It was the entrance toward the Golden Swords country from the Star Ocean. If someone wanted to go further into the plains, then there was the Great Star River, which was 20 times larger than the common river of the common plains, and it spread all over the plains. But unlike the common river, the Great Star River was still mysterious and wasn't fully explored. Anyhow, a medium-sized battleship entered one of the bays of White Ocean Base while dragging a small black ship behind it. Many seaman recruits were standing straight on an empty dock to receive this battleship. There were also 2 figures standing at the end of the dock wearing completely different uniforms than those seaman recruits and looking at the incoming battleship. "Here they come, Senior Chief Officer." A being with a gray, malevolent wolf's head snarled. His height was 19 meters tall and furry humanoid body. He was a wolf-head orc. "Do you think I'm blind, Chief Officer?" The Senior Chief Officer sneered coldly. He was a middle-aged bigot barbarian. There were many intelligent and unique species on the Rare Freedom Plains. But the species with the most populations were orcs, barbarians, trolls, goblins, gnomes, and such. These races produced the fastest, while they weren't the most powerful ones because their bloodlines were mixed and thin, so their offspring seldom reached the potential of their parents. While there were those races who seldom mate with those outside their races and kept their bloodline pure like giants, elves, dwarfs, kobolds, and such, but they have the smallest population since it was hard to produce offspring for them because of their strong bloodlines. Nevertheless, these races were still terrifying despite their short numbers, and no one dared to mess with them since they were also overprotective of their own. But seriously, did they really find a stray rare Tier 7 fighter out there? The orc asked curiously. At least that's what the report says, and he's going to join our ranks as well. The barbarian coolly answered. "Do you think he'll be appointed in our department since we found him?" The orc questioned again. "Do you take me for an answering machine? Ask the Deputy Admiral yourself." The barbarian answered with exasperation. Thereupon the ship finally docked, but no one noticed a dark blur jumping on the other side and vanishing in the shade of night. Soon, Milan, followed by Jacob, disembarked the ship before the others. Milan had an amiable smile on his face as he was saying something to Jacob. "So, this is the White Ocean base one told you about. What do you think?" Jacob looked around and saw many battleships, even larger-sized battleships, were docked there, so he had to admit Milan wasn't joking when he said it would be foolish to pick a fight with them in the water. Although those ships were much more advanced, he was more apprehensive about the people driving them. No bad, but I don't want to work in here. I had enough of ocean adventure for a while. Jacob plainly uttered without hiding his true intention. Milan chuckled. Heh, and here I thought we'll be seeing each other more. It's a pity then. Jacob merely glanced at the old man, saying nothing. He could feel this old guy wasn't simple and amiable as he seemed, and he didn't dare to let his guard down around him. In a sense, Jacob felt they were the same kind of people because they knew how to hide their intentions pretty well. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't feel any hostility from Milan, so he wasn't too much worried and just wanted to be done with this registration and get out of this base as soon as possible. He also saw the huge metal gate in the moonlight which was closed, and he could guess it was probably the way to the Great Star River. When they stepped on the stone dock, the orc and barbarian approached them, which made Jacob somewhat startled when he saw the wolf-head orc. He still wasn't used to seeing people with animal heads walking around. They both respectfully perform an army salute. Deputy Admiral? At ease, at ease. Milan amiably replied, Chief Officer, this is our guest, sir. Jack prepared the best food and a room for him. He then looked at Jacob and said, You were on a long journey, my friend. I'm sure you're sick of eating seafood, especially those hornfishes which taste terrible. Rest for a night here and enjoy our hospitality. We'll talk about the official business tomorrow. If I haven't had to report this, I would have loved to join you. Jacob also didn't want Milan around him, so he nodded. I understand. Please follow me, sir. Jack, the orc politely uttered as he was looking curiously at Jacob's mask which he was still wearing. Soon he led Jacob away, and Milan headed toward another military jeep with the barbarian senior chief officer. Jacob wasn't too shocked seeing those vehicles since he had already read about them, and he knew rare freedom planes were already advanced into the engine age. He was even glad to see a familiar means of transport since he wasn't used to those horse carriages. Where to, sir? Senior chief officer asked while taking the wheel. Milan coolly replied, To the main office. I'm sure there's a meeting waiting for me there. Senior chief officer solemnly nodded and drove toward the main office of the base. The main office was in the center of the White Ocean base, and it was a tall 20-story building. Even though it was night, but the building was brightly lit with military lights like the day. Inside the top floor's meeting room, 3 people sat around a table in military uniforms, as well as giving off a suffocating aura. At this moment, the closed door suddenly pushed open, and a 6'4" tall figure entered wearing a navy uniform. His face was extremely handsome, with glossy white skin and long golden hair. His eyes were also golden but icy, and only his pointy ears were out of place, or he looked completely like a human. This was one of the strongest species present in the rare freedom plains, the Golden Elf. Those 3 figures quickly stood up seeing this elf and performed a military salute. Admiral Xavier. Xavier merely nodded and took the chief's seat. Sit down, gentlemen. The 3 figures slowly took their seats. Xavier spoke again before they could. Let me give you a summary of today's events before you ask meaningless questions. First, the Earth Slayer is most likely dead, and this person, Faceless Ancient, killed him and took the black ship for himself. So, we didn't get the chance to capture a high-ranking skull this time. Second, this Faceless Ancient is clean. I saw him operate his Star Watch, and he didn't have any badges of 3 hegemonies, so we can make use of him with no worry. Third, his species is probably new in Rare Freedom Plains, and I haven't found any traces of magic on him, or he would have sensed me. So, he might be a pure fighter type as well, but it is still yet to be seen until we put him through some tests to make sure he had magic potential as well. Now, expect this information. You can ask any question, Xavier coolly stated. Since the identity isn't a problem, then all that is left is to appoint him into a department. One of the 3 stated in a rough voice. I want to hear the Admiral's thoughts on how we should use this new asset. A sweet voice rang in question. Xavier plainly replied, Let him go through the Nightmare Knight Legion entrance test. They will do everything for us and measure his true potential. As long as he is appointed as a 1-star Nightmare Fighter Knight, we'll send him to the military base on the border of the Wild Nation to kill those pests. But if he had the magic potential and assigned as a rank 1 Nightmare Magic Knight by the Nightmare Knight Legion, we'll send him to the Central Province to nurture him properly. Indeed, an excellent suggestion. We need magic users, not meat shields. West Golden Sword Province agrees with this proposal. North Golden Sword Province also agrees. South Golden Sword Province agrees as well. Xavier nodded. This meeting is settled then. 62, Chapter 62, Golden Swords Country. The night passed peacefully, and the next morning Jacob's eyes opened in a spacious bedroom. Although he looked asleep, he was on high alert, and the moment he sensed something, he could instantly react. He had formed a habit of sleeping like his in the ocean. He could even sleep in a meditative state now. He still wore his mask and hood since no one asked him to take them off, but he knew he had to show his face eventually, and his appearance was quite catchy. So, he decided to make it less catchy. He went into the bathroom and then took off his mask, clothes, and armor, revealing his face, long shining silver hair, and body. The next moment, a sharp knife appeared in his hand, and the next moment, he started shaving his head until he was completely bald. But he wasn't done. He then started making scars over his head and face like battle scars. Although they looked fresh, he knew with his current recovery ability of his body, they would soon start to fill and look like old wounds. Until they're completely filled, he would be long gone from here, and everyone would think he was just a scar-filled warrior, just like the picture he painted in front of Milan. After he was done with the makeover, his entire body was dyed red in his own blood, but he remained expressionless. He then took a bath, washing all the bloodstains, and just as he thought the bleeding was already stopped, now he looked in the mirror and saw his own hideous scarred face and head. He looked nothing like before. But he was still not done as a small vial appeared in his hand which was filled with a dark, inky substance. He opened it and painted his eyebrows black with it, and now no one would suspect that he had silver hair. He was planning this for a while, and this was the easiest way to fool any authorities. Even if he fled this place, he could easily restore his appearance, and no one would guess who he was as long as they didn't check his Star Watch profile. Knock. A knock rang on the door at this moment. Jacob donned his armor and clothes, as well as his mask and hood. He looked just like yesterday without revealing his face. Then he opened the door and saw the wolf-head orc standing outside in his uniform. He politely said, "Sir Jack, Deputy Admiral, invites you for breakfast." "All right," led the way. Jacob nodded and followed the orc toward the exit of the building. They soon embarked on the military jeep and drive toward another large group of buildings. The White Ocean base was quite large, and there were many buildings and barricades around to stop intruders from invading and no army personnel from wandering. Soon they entered a military compound where many army guards were patrolling. The orc chief officer led Jacob to a large building that was filled with Golden Sword's navy officers. Jacob looked around the building, and it was just like a typical army building with many corridors and rooms. When they reached a closed door, the orc chief officer knocked before Milan's voice sounded, "Come in." When they entered the room, it looked like a dining room, and a table full of different dishes with stemming oozing from them was there. Around this table sat Milan and another creature. He had dark gray skin and a brawny build with a menacing face with a deep old scar on his bald head. Jacob instantly identified this creature as the mountain troll, which was quite famous in the rare Freedom Plains. Furthermore, this mountain troll was probably more powerful than Milan, as Jacob could feel slightly threatened by him, which he never felt from Milan. "Chief Officer, thank you for bringing our guest. You may leave now." Milan amiably smiled toward Jacob. "Come, my friend, I put together this feast for you since I wasn't able to join you last night." Jacob nodded in acknowledgement and took a seat around the table. But he wasn't in the mood to eat because he could feel a faint hostility from that troll who was glaring at him for some reason. Milan also sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly introduced the troll. "My friend Jack, this gentleman is from West Golden Sword Province, District Secretary Douglas. He'll be your handler for your appointment in Golden Sword's country." "Secretary Douglas, this is friend Jack one told you about. He's an ascetic expert far from here and will be joining our big family. Please go easy on him for my sake." Jacob nodded in plain greeting. "Secretary." Douglas also nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Jack, pleased to meet you." Milan smiled in satisfaction when he saw the introduction go well. "All right, let's have breakfast before we talk about official business." Douglas merely grunted in agreement, while Jacob's lips curled slightly under his mask. "So, they wanted to see my face while putting up this fa-aude of friendly breakfast? If I don't show my face, they might think I'm hiding something and become suspicious about my intentions." No one knows if that was what they truly were aiming for, but Jacob came prepared for this. Even last night he didn't dine with others to not reveal his face. If Milan had asked to see his face when they met, Jacob would have had no choice but to reveal it since he was caught off guard at that time. Furthermore, he was already in the other party's home ground now, and even if they asked directly to show his face, he wouldn't be able to reject it unless he wanted to turn hostile. Only upon coming here did Jacob understand he might only just scratch the surface of the rare Freedom Plains 4 powers, and Tier 8 fighters like him might not be as rare as he thought them. Nevertheless, as long as they didn't have an extraordinary act, he didn't mind playing along with them for now. Jacob took off his black mask, just as though Milan and Douglas's eyes flashed with light as they glanced at him simultaneously. But when they saw Jacob's scare-filled face, they were astonished and wondered just what kind of experience he had gone through. "What? Never seen a warrior's face before?" Jacob sneered coldly before he started eating without caring about the other two. "Heh, you're more like us barbarians with those glorious markings on your flesh." Milan laughed happily as he also cared little about appearances. Douglas also nodded as he also cared little about appearances. Since they both confirmed that Jacob wasn't some wanted man and didn't belong to any known species, they were more at ease since this could make Jacob's vagabond background even more solid. Douglas suddenly spoke. "Mr. Jack, if you don't mind me asking, what are your species? If you don't want to reveal it, please pretend I didn't ask. I'm just curious since your skin color and trails were like elves, but your hair and ears are different from theirs." Jacob expected this kind of question, so he was prepared in advance and said, "I also didn't know what my kind is since I was born and grown in a small village far away from here in the wilderness. But we all called ourselves Faceless Ancient, so it's all there is to it." Jacob knew there weren't any humans present in Rare Plains, so he just pretended to be ignorant about his race and used that annoying name as a sham to trick them. His name had already been revealed, and he knew it wouldn't be long before society would know he was here. But when he thought about how the Golden Sword's country hated them, he didn't mind letting them take care of those skulls for him. They won't let them attack one of their personnel within their territory, or they would turn into a laughingstock of the rare Freedom Plains if the news got out. I see. Douglas nodded in understanding, but it wasn't clear if he believed Jacob's story or not. Afterward, no one asked questions, and they all have a peaceful breakfast before Milan led everyone to his office, which was right beside the dining room. After they all sat down, Douglas finally spoke business. Mr. Jack, since you don't want to be in the Navy, we won't force you, and that's why they sent me here as well. But first, I want to make one thing clear to save us the future misunderstanding. Please speak freely. Jacob nodded. Douglas said, since you were not born in Golden Sword Country and didn't have any family or species living or registered in our country, we have to register you as a new species and will give you level 2 citizenship, which we only give to a family member who had lived in our country for at least 50 years. But according to the new species citizenship law, you have to serve the Golden Swords country for 50 years as well. 163 Chapter 63 agreeing to demands. But according to the new species citizenship law, you have to serve the Golden Swords country for 50 years as well. Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, can you explain this serves in detail? Jacob had long expected this coming because he knew they wouldn't just give him freeway in their ranks without restraining him. Jacob would be more suspicious about their true intentions if they could let him join and then leave as he pleased. Although Milan had also told him about this level 2 citizenship, but that old fox didn't reveal the details and let Jacob enter their base first, where he had no choice but to agree to their conditions. Furthermore, things were moving quite fast, as if they had already decided how to handle him, and this also revealed another cunning aspect of Golden Swords Country's upper echelon. Douglas plainly replied, when I say serve, it meant your service in the army before you could retire or continue with your rank. But 50 years service is a must for you. If it was an entirely new tribe of new species who wanted to join the ranks of our country and benefit from us, then they had to serve in the army for 100 years before they would allocate a territory in our country. Furthermore, this service is not slavery if you have this concern, and we won't work you to death. You just have to complete army assignments sporadically. You will be given corresponding rewards and many more benefits that the army provides its excellent members. Jacob went silent for a moment before he asked, you have another option for me, right? Douglas's eyes widened ever so slightly when Jacob quickly saw through him. He was indeed right, since this was just a hard choice before Jacob would give an easy option. This would raise his chances of choosing that easy choice tremendously that the country had already selected for Jacob and wanted to manipulate him into it. Milan smiled wryly on the side. He had already experienced Jacob's sharp intuition, and he warned Douglas not to play with words so much, or he might get seen through. Jacob wasn't a wild stray, as they made him just because he never came to the rare region. Just his strength alone was enough proof of his survival capabilities. Douglas nodded. Indeed, Mr. Jack had guessed right there is another chose which won't require you to serve for 50 years in the army or face any danger, and you'll earn full backing of the country and resources. What do I have to do? Jacob asked curiously. You just need to go through the Nightmare Night Legion entrance test, and if your result is satisfactory, we'll gladly offer you this choice and even more, Douglas stated impassively. So, you're saying this second choice depends on this test result? But what if I didn't get the results you expect me to get? Jacob questioned. He knew what kind of place the Nightmare Night Legion was, and this was the only power between 3 hegemonies with whom he had yet to come in contact. So, he could guess this test might reveal something about this true potential, or something related to his species, which he didn't want at all, not without knowing what they were planning or what this test actually did. Douglas had expected this question as he said, in that case, you have to serve for 50 years before you're allowed to retire with a level 2 citizenship. Let me explain about our citizenship first before you decide. When level 2 citizens have offspring in our country, they are considered level 1 citizens, and they are required to serve in the army for 10 years to raise their citizen level the same as their parents. However, to rise from level 2 to level 3 citizen required excellent merit and a level 3 citizen offspring born as a level 2 citizen, which means they didn't need to do any services in the army and live a life free from worry. As for level 4 citizenship, it's the most difficult to acquire, and only a few people have it, and they're all leaders of our country. If you manage to get those expected results, then you'll be given a level 2 citizenship directly and even have a chance to acquire level 3 citizenship, Douglas explained patiently. Jacob wasn't moved in the least bit by this level bullshit since he wasn't planning to spend his life here. So, getting this citizenship or not matters little to him. What about if I don't want citizenship in your country at all? I mean, let's be clear, I didn't commit any crime against you, neither I have any grudge against you, and I'm a free man. So, you can't force me to join your ranks, and that's why you gave me these excellent choices, and I'm flattered. But I'm more adventurous, and 50 years of my life is far too long for me. Since you guys give me a passage and show your hospitality, I'm in your debt, but it won't be called for 50 years of my life now, are they? Jacob sharply questioned. Although he was willing to lower his head, it might get cleaved if he lowered it too much. Furthermore, since they're talking about law, he wanted to see how much regulation they could bend when it came to their benefits. Douglas's eyes narrowed when he heard Jacob's unexpected response because in Rare Freedom Plains, anywhere someone goes, they had to abide by these rules unless they didn't want to live in safety of Rare Freedom Plains. Mr. Jack, I agree with what you just said, and we won't own you just because we give you a lift. However, I would like you to reconsider this choice because they would have the same conditions even if you join some other power. Unless you want to live in the Rare Wilderness Plains, which are filled with unknown dangers and those vile evil creatures who are enemies of all living beings like us. This unexpected comment left Jacob baffled because he did not know what they were talking about. Douglas sensed Jacob's confusion as he plainly said, "It's only natural that you didn't know about those evil creatures since they exist on the Rare Plains, and we've all been fighting them for centuries. However, I can't reveal this top-secret information before you join our ranks, and if you still want to leave, then you're free to go, but you can't enter our cities without our citizenship." Jacob fell into silence when he heard this because he could feel Douglas wasn't lying about this danger or whatever he was talking about. But he was definitely lying about his inability to enter their cities. After all, there were still 3 hegemonies, and he didn't believe that those high-ranking members were their citizens as well, but the question was, would they let him come in contact with them? Furthermore, he was now absolutely sure that they didn't want to let him come in contact with 3 hegemonies, and he wasn't sure if he could leave here in one piece if he really tried to escape. So, Jacob chose the most straightforward option and saw what happened. It seemed I was being ignorant and too arrogant, so, alright, I'll choose the 50 years service. Douglas was again baffled by Jacob's choice since going through the second choice won't put Jacob at a disadvantage, but if he succeeded then he would gain an advantage. Milan, who was silent for all this time, finally spoke. Jack, don't choose too soon because if you really choose this option, then you're not allowed to join any branch of 3 hegemonies until your 50 years service is over. Why is that? Jacob's voice turned somewhat cold, as if he was angry. This was utterly cutting him off from their knowledge. It's also in the contract that no citizen below level 2 could join 3 hegemonies, so you can see these laws in the other 3 nations as well, not just us. But if you agree to the second option, we'll let you join the Nightmare Knight Legion, and you can also gain access to their resources. Douglas revealed. What the fuck is with these twisted laws? Jacob was exasperated by all these strange laws and why those 3 hegemonies were putting up with all this in the first place since they were all high and mighty. They were simply letting these 4 nations control them as they pleased while taking advantage of them. This made Jacob even more curious about what was going on here. I don't know how they will hold these contracts, and if they're valid in other nations as well, then I can't just desert them. I need a clear graph of the situation, and the Nightmare Knight Legion might give me some leeway. Jacob sighed and agreed in resignation. Alright, you have convinced me. I'll take this test. 164, Chapter 164, On the Road to. After Jacob agreed to take this entrance test, the meeting ended. Afterward, Jacob and Douglas bid Milan farewell since Douglas was about to lead Jacob toward the largest city of East Golden Sword Province, where he would be taking the entrance test of Nightmare Knight Legion in 2 days. But this was just a temporary stop for Jacob because whether he passed or failed, he'll be instated in another province far away from the Navy. However, Jacob didn't know that the East Golden Sword Navy was the safest army unit of the Golden Sword country, and only a few even got the chance to enter the Navy, which he rejected without knowing. While in a moving military jeep, Jacob questioned Douglas sitting beside him. Since I agree to join your ranks, can you tell me what those evil creatures you were talking about? When Douglas revealed this strange secret, Jacob was curious and wanted to know what could make the 4 nations fight for centuries. Douglas glanced at the soldier driving the jeep and coolly said, Let's wait until you finish your test, Mr. Jack. There's no hurry. I don't want you to lose your focus. Jacob's eyebrow spasmed slightly, but he didn't raise this topic anymore. So, he changed the subject to anything he was curious about. Then, can you tell me about the Nightmare Knight Legion test and what ranks they had and what kind of rank I needed to pass this test of yours? Although Jacob knew the Nightmare Knight Legion existed in the Common Plains, he still hadn't had the chance to come in contact with them and what kind of ranks they had. Furthermore, those mercenary ranks of Common Plains also didn't apply in Rare Plains, so he was curious about how they measure power level here and if they have different grades for those with magic. Although Jacob hadn't met anyone with magic power yet in Rare Plains, he knew they weren't strange to this concept, but hiding this information from those who didn't need to learn about it. This time, Douglas didn't dodge the question and asked curiously, I seamed the place, sir. Jack came from didn't have Nightmare Knight Legion? You could say that, but I do hear about their fame and name. Jacob nodded. There wasn't any information about the 3 hegemonies on the Star Network as well, so admitting it would only make it more transparent that he was just a bumpkin and let others underestimate him even more. Douglas's eyes shimmered in realization as he said, That also explains why Mr. Jack didn't have any identity badges of the 3 hegemonies. Well, it doesn't matter, Mr. Jack. There's no need to worry about anything. Although Nightmare Knight Legion is the most difficult to join, it shouldn't be a problem with your current power. As for their ranks, there is the lowest rank, the Reserve Nightmare Knight, and after it is Rank 1 Nightmare Knight to Rank 9 Nightmare Knight. But all these ranks are for common tier species. For rare tier fighter species like us, the ranks changed into star ranks. To achieve 1-star Nightmare Fighter Knight, one needs at least a physical strength of 500 tons, and the age should be below 100 years. The threshold to cross the 1-star Nightmare Fighter Knight is having a strength level in kiloton, 1 kt 1000 tons, but it's too hard to achieve. We only know that there are up to 9-star Nightmare Fighter Knight ranks. The most powerful Nightmare Fighter Knight record in our rare Freedom Plains is 4-star, and that person is the current spokesperson of the entire Nightmare Knight Legion in all 4 nations, and he's belonged to the Iron Giant tribe of Iron Sierras. Douglas's voice showed a hint of reverence as he revealed the open secret to Jacob. Jacob was astounded when he heard this because he didn't dare to imagine just what kind of physical strength this 4-star Nightmare Knight would have, and all his confidence of having the physical strength of over 800 tons vanished into smoke. He felt his decision to remain submissive was an absolutely right one. He also discovered something from Douglas's speech as he questioned while pretending to be ignorant. You said these ranks are for fighter species like us? I have read an article on the Star Information C that said there are 2 specific categories, fighter and wiser, and there's no information about wiser species. So what is this all about? Douglas wasn't surprised by this question since he knew this kind of information was really on the Star Information C, and anyone could find them as long as they were curious about the ranks. Furthermore, the Nightmare Knight's Legion entrance test will expose this exact element about Jacob to them, so he had to explain this no matter what. Besides, when Jacob joined their private Star server, he was bound to come in contact with that information. Since Mr. Jack will soon join our ranks, I don't mind revealing this classified information. The wiser species has something to do with supernatural powers which we called magic. To be called a wiser species, it required sensing the presence of magic, which is, in fact, elements like fire, water, soil, wind, and such around us. Therefore, the higher tier a wiser species is, the more proficient they are in controlling magic. We measure this magic power with something called Magic Measuring Device, but that device could only measure the presence of magic that has already been awakened. It could not tell if someone had the potential to be wiser or not. However, the Nightmare Knight Legion had such a device, and now you might understand why we want to take the entrance test. Douglas meaningfully stated with an impassive expression. I knew it. Jacob's eyes flashed intensely, but he pretended to be surprised. I never thought such powers existed in this world. I was too ignorant and arrogant. He took a deep breath before he said with a hint of anticipation, so, as long as I have this magic potential, I'll get level 2 citizenship directly? Douglas wasn't surprised seeing Jacob's expression since anyone would be excited after learning about magic. However, he also knew the more disappointed one would be when one found out they had no destiny with this fable concept. Nevertheless, it was still yet to be seen if Jacob's species had such potential, so some essential figures of the country were secretly paying attention to Jacob. Douglas replied impassively, Indeed, a wiser species is quite rare in rare Freedom Plains, and they're considered strategic resources, so they were also given the most lavish treatment as well. I hope now Mr. Jacob won't hold back on us. We all are doing this for everyone's sake. If Mr. Jacob also has the potential of magic, then you'll be appointed as a rank 1 Nightmare Magic Knight instantly. Even the Nightmare Knight Legion treated a Magic Knight quite generously and trained them with everything they had. As for higher ranks and deeper knowledge of wiser species, you'll know if you become a Magic Knight, or this information would only be meaningless to you. He stated plainly, I understand. Jacob pretended to be pumped while, in reality, he was feeling confused. Immortality said every rare species could awaken element or something like that, but this guy saying this device could reveal 1 magic potential, yet they're still rare. Immortality won't lie about something like this, so this device is clearly flawed. I wondered if it could detect my yet-to-be awakened element, Jacob mused gravely. Now that he had confirmed his doubts, he knew there was ample information he wanted out there, and all he had to do was to acquire it. It also made Jacob quite hopeful about collecting those magic cores. Now all was left to take this test, acquire those identity badges, and join those private Star servers. As for what the end result will be, Jacob wasn't too worried about it. Even if the final result ends up with him not getting the Nightmare Magic Knight rank, he would be glad since this would make all those unwanted attentions disappear, and no one will pay much attention to him anymore. Afterward, Jacob asked some common questions about the provinces and cities they were going to for this test, and Douglas answered as long as Jacob didn't stir up some sensitive topic. After 12 hours of driving and passing many plain fields and some small forest roads, they finally reached a place where Jacob saw more gas vehicles moving on a vast road that looked just like the modern civilization he remembered. Soon, they reached a checkpost where many troll soldiers were holding firearms. But seeing the military jeep, no one stopped in their tracks and let them pass when Douglas's flashed a badge on his star watch. After passing this checkpost, Jacob buildings, and some skyscrapers on the horizon, they reached the biggest city of East Golden Sword Province, Easter City. 165, Chapter 65 attest. It was already starting to get dark when Jacob reached Easter City, which reminded him of a German city in the late 1900s. But the only difference was that it was already developed in technology, as there were electric street lamps and road cars. It's just that Jacob wasn't used to seeing all those creatures and not humans driving and walking on these streets. He even felt somewhat sad for his own kind, but it was just a fleeting feeling. Suddenly Douglas remembered something as he revealed, "Oh, I almost forgot, Mr. Jack. Please give me your account number so I can send you your reward for bringing back the Black Ship and the bounty on Earthslayer. As for the weapons in the Black Ship, we had already turned them into gold coins as well, since you won't be needing those inferior goods." Jacob's eyes gleamed when he heard this. He also forgot about the promised reward Milan had told him about. At least they knew how to keep others satisfied, so Jacob thought before he told him his bank account number. Douglas then pressed on his Star Watch before transferring the amount to Jacob's account. When Jacob's Star Watch vibrated, he knew the transfer had been successful. He opened the Star Watch, and when he saw the message from the bank, his eyes widened ever so slightly. Troll of Just has transferred 15 billion gold coins into your personal bank account. No. Another message soon followed. Congratulations, your account balance had been crossed 1 billion. Your account no. Jacob never expected the reward would be this huge for returning the Black Ship and killing a skull. However, if he knew the price of the Black Ship was 50 billion and it couldn't even be bought with the money, he won't think it was unreasonable at all. As for the Earthslayer he killed, that guy had a bounty of 450 million, and the other 100 or so millions were for those weapons in the Black Ship. This was also a way to shock Jacob with just how generous the Golden Sword country was, and it would only benefit him more if he stayed loyal. It might have worked on someone else, but it did not affect Jacob. Thanks. Jacob still thanked the man and closed the Star Watch. Because of his purchase of the Star Information C, he was running low on credit, so this amount just came in time. Douglas found Jacob's calm and unexcited reaction strange because anyone who becomes a billionaire out of the blue would have a much more intense reaction, especially if a person were like Jacob, a rustic. Yet, he reacted like a billion wasn't even a thing in Jacob's eyes, so Douglas thought that Jacob might not even know what a billion was, or he simply didn't care about money since he was from the wilderness and their money didn't matter. Afterward, they soon stopped in front of a grand building which named the Grand Holiday Inn. I guess Mr. Jack would be quite tired after our long journey. So we'll stay in this inn, the best hotel in Easter City. I hope it will be up to your taste. Douglas chuckled as he exited the jeep. Jacob's eyes flashed mockingly before he exited the military jeep. He looked at the grand entrance where a goblin was standing as a bellboy and led them inside respectfully since Douglas was a mountain troll. Douglas booked 2 large rooms for themselves and handed a key to Jacob before saying, "Please head first, Mr. Jack. I'm going to meet a friend before I would join you for dinner." Jacob didn't care much and merely nodded before he was led by the goblin bellboy on the 2nd floor where his room was stated. After Jacob reached the room, he asked the purple-skinned goblin, "If the person with me came looking for me, tell him I'm retired for the night and don't want to be disturbed until morning." "Yes, my lord." The goblin quickly agreed respectfully. Jacob nodded and then tossed a gold coin toward the goblin. It was good that the currency was the same in the common and rare regions because of the Zodiac Taurus Bank, or it might pose a problem for Jacob to collect money from scratch again. His room was luxurious if he compared it to anything he had ever seen after coming into this world. But Jacob wasn't too concerned about the room. Instead, his eyes flashed in a peculiar glint as he thought, "Cursed Immortality." The book appeared, hovering in front of him the next instant. Jacob coolly asked, "What is the strongest species around me right now? What do you take me for? I'm your danger detector or something." Immortica wrote in a perplexed tone as if it was annoyed for some reason. "Just tell me if that extraordinary golden elf is still around or not." Jacob was also annoyed. How could he not know about the golden elf haunting him like a pest? On that day, when Milan confronted him calmly and collectively, he instantly summoned Immortica and asked it to tell him what was the strongest species around him. When he discovered a hidden extraordinary tier golden elf on the ship, he knew if he showed hostility he would be dead. So, he pretended to play all along and as act if he didn't know anything. Although last night and in the morning when the meeting was held, the cooldown period of summoning was still not over, so he didn't know if there were someone there monitoring him. But he didn't dare to risk angering an extraordinary. He behaved as it was expected of him. When the cooldown period was finally over in the jeep, Jacob decided to save it until he reached the Easter City and then see if that golden elf was still following him or not. Only that rare tier 8 mountain troll is hiding at the end of the corridor. What are you going to escape? Immortica questioned with great interest. As long as Jacob's question was right, it would answer it. Engaging the tier of a species was something it had never rejected before, and this time wasn't any different. That laying fucker. Jacob's lips curled in a cold smile as he answered, "No, I'm not going to escape, and why should I? They're still testing me, although I don't know what kind of range you had. I'm sure there would be an ambush waiting if I tried anything funny. I can even bet that this room is also being monitored right now, and it was all just a setup to see where's my loyalty lay and if I could be controlled or not. On the contrary, I'm going to be a loyal slave they all wanted me to be, and the moment I'm done with them, they look away. Heh." Jacob sneered coldly before he moved toward his bedroom and did as he said he would and didn't try anything. Interesting, this mind game of yours is to my liking. But what if they decided to send you on a suicide mission after not getting the result they want from that so-called magic test? Immortality questioned in excitement. I'll decide when the time comes. I just want to get into their information network for now, and the Nightmare Knight Legion will significantly help me. They clearly couldn't control the three hegemonies' actions, but for some reason, they could place those restrictions on their citizens to stop them from joining the three hegemonies without initiating their wrath. Something is going on here, and I need to find out what before I decide my next move. Unless, Jacob's eyes turned sharp as he looked at the book meaningfully, unless you could help me spy on them or infiltrate their database so I could be on my way to collect those element cores. Ha ha ha, it's still too soon for you to trick me into doing something like this, but nice try though. Immortality instantly saw through Jacob's true intentions. Tysk, I was worth trying. Jacob snorted without being much shocked since he had expected this much and didn't pay much attention to the book anymore and lay down on the comfortable bed. Since those guys didn't intend to get rid of him as long as he behaved, he didn't have to worry about getting attacked for now. Douglas, who had put an excuse to make Jacob show his true intentions, was still hiding inside the ceiling while coldly looking at the star watch in his hand. There was a live scene playing of Jacob lying on the bed. Suddenly, a message popped up on the live feed, mightily soared. It seemed we were wrong about this little bumpkin's ambition. He's as obedient as a dog. He. Douglas's eyes narrowed in uncertainty because he also thought that Jacob would escape the first chance he got, and this was just the chance he needed. He even gave him over 1 billion gold coins to make him reveal his fangs. Yet, here he was, sleeping, without even caring about being attacked, much less escaping. 166, Chapter 66, Nightmare Knight Legion, 1. On his remaining day of stay, Jacob didn't tour the city. He only came out just for his meals, and even that was because Douglas invited him. Although this behavior raised some suspicion in Douglas's mind, but he couldn't just condemn the guy for his lack of interest. Nevertheless, Douglas never stopped monitoring, and people behind him were also on high alert. If Jacob had tried to escape or left a certain perimeter, it would have not ended well for him. The Easter City was highly guarded, and escaping it was nigh impossible with the city magistrate present and on high alert. However, since Jacob didn't show any strange movement, nothing happened. Finally, the day arrived when he was again led in another black army jeep with a newcomer joining Jacob and Douglas. This person was another mountain troll named Nathaniel, but he was slim, unlike Douglas. Yet he gave Jacob a feeling of apprehension with that nasty smile on his face and the way he talked like he was a servant of people. However, Jacob could tell this person was dark from the inside, as if he was suppressing his true self, and Jacob knew too well about it. So, Mr. Jack, are you prepared? Nathaniel asked with a smile as he glanced at masked Jacob from the front seat mirror. According to Douglas, Nathaniel was his friend in Easter City and also a ranked captain in the Golden Sword Army. He was here because he also had something to do in the Nightmare Knight Legion. Jacob impassively replied, I'm always prepared. Haha, that's the spirit, my foreign friend. We should always be prepared for the worst. That's the way of a warrior, Nathaniel warmly stated. Indeed, Jacob plainly replied. Although he didn't know why this guy was with them, he didn't like him from the moment he saw him and even wanted to kill him. Afterward, Nathaniel didn't ask more questions since he could feel Jacob wasn't a chatterbox and neither could he get something out of him. He was just too indifferent. Douglas was also having some misgivings about Jacob's actual personality now. They were headed toward one of the city's tallest skyscrapers in the center of Easter City. When they reached closer, it was a 100-story black color building. It was structured like a broadsword, and a large golden emblem was in the center of this black building. It was a golden shield pierced by all sorts of cold weapons in black colors. It was the emblem of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, a shield that could remain intact after piercing by various weapons. But what astonished Jacob was the large black arena beside this building because it had huge crimson letters on top of it, Warrior Nightmare Arena with the Alliance emblem. When he saw Jacob looking at the black arena, Nathaniel said, It is one of the specialties of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, the Warrior Nightmare Arena, where anyone could fight and win unimaginable wealth. There is one arena in each province of our country located in the most prominent locations like the Easter City. Furthermore, the biggest attraction of the Warrior Nightmare Arena is the death match, where anyone can kill without being worried about the consequences. He flashed a meaningful smile at Jacob at the end. Jacob merely glanced at Nathaniel before he nodded without giving any reply. Everyone knew the Zodiac Warrior Alliance was a battle organization, and all their members were trained fighters. So, seeing the Warrior Nightmare Arena didn't give Jacob much shock. From ancient times, warriors liked to compete with each other to see who was the strongest, and this arena just gave them a chance to find out while also winning wealth. Furthermore, conflicts between warriors were also quite normal, and sometimes death was the only solution. The Warrior Nightmare Arena was an excellent way to make it all legal so the others won't scheme against each other and drag others down. There was a large wall which was surrounding the whole Nightmare Knight Legion's territory, which one could only see when they were a few miles away. There were also large black gates with the shield emblem, made with a strange metal that could glow in the dark and glittered in the day. Right now, the gates were opened, and all kinds of people were going inside because today was the monthly entrance test of the Nightmare Knight Legion, and many wanted to become Nightmare Knights because they had too many perks. Unlike the common planes, there weren't any Black Knight academies in rare planes because there wasn't any need for them. Even though the population of common tier species was more significant than the rare tier species, they were far more powerful than those at the common planes because of the environmental difference. Although Jacob hadn't noticed it because of his powerful physique, but just the gravity in rare planes was 5 times heavier than the common planes. Furthermore, these 4 powers of the rare freedom planes were like the 3 kingdoms of the uncommon region. Anyhow, any means of transport wasn't allowed to enter inside, even the military. So, they had to park the jeep half a mile away in the underground parking lot. Afterward, they just walked like other people. Nathaniel and Douglas weren't wearing any military uniform, so no one paid much attention to them. Jacob also observes the people around him. They all give off powerful feelings, and some are as strong as Douglas. According to Douglas, most of them were retaking the entrance test, making him wonder what could make a rare Tier 8 fighter fail a mere entrance test. However, what Douglas didn't reveal to Jacob was that the entrance test of the Nightmare Knight Legion wasn't just about physical strength. There were some other aspects involved. They just wanted to see if Jacob had magic potential or not, and afterward pass the test on "Not all depends on Jacob." However, if he failed to pass the entrance test, he won't get another chance unless he became a level 2 citizen like these people around him. In fact, they hid more than half of the information from Jacob, which wasn't on the Star Information C. So, Jacob had even less chance to come in contact with this information. But Jacob never believed in everything they said as well. He had asked Douglas if he was also a 1-star Nightmare Knight, and his answer was simple, no. So, he had assumed that either Douglas wasn't interested or he didn't have the skills to pass the test. Both things had 50-50 chances. But now that he saw some fighters on the same level as Douglas, he knew it might be the latter case. As they entered the gate, they were blocked by a burly barbarian with a fierce face, an emblem of the Alliance with 1 golden star attached to his chest armor. He also holds a black device in his hand. It was clear he was a 1-star Nightmare Knight. He moved the black device in front of them and coldly said, "Registered your Star Network ID." Nathaniel suddenly took out the same kind of emblem the barbarian was wearing from his pocket and said with an amiable smile, "You look new, comrade, but only my little friend is here for the entrance test." The barbarian was startled for a moment before he nodded. "You may go inside with one visitor." "All the best. We'll be rooting for you," said Nathaniel encouragingly before he and Douglas left Jacob alone and walked toward the main building. "Your Star Network ID." The barbarian demanded coldly again. Jacob felt much better when he was alone, and just like others, he pressed his star watch on the device before that device scanned his star watch and his ID appeared on the device. "Your exam type, common or rare?" he asked Jacob coldly, since many people were here for just the rank 1 to rank 9 Nightmare Knight exam, which was for common species, not for 1-star Nightmare Knight rank, which was specific for rare tier species. However, others could still choose to either take a lower rank test or jump to a higher rank. There wasn't any restriction by the Alliance. But there was a significant difference. The rare entrance test involved a magic talent test. Jacob was astonished, since no one told him about this choice, and he was only informed about taking the 1-star Nightmare Knight rank exam by Douglas. Despite his discontent, he still replied, "Rare." The barbarian nodded and pressed on the rare type. The next moment, a black paper ticket with golden words was generated from the device, and the barbarian handed it to Jacob. "All right, your participant number is 97. Head toward the Warrior Nightmare Arena. Your exam location is on floor 2, area E30. Just show them your participant ticket and they'll guide you." Done saying, he ignored Jacob and started registering other participants. There were tens of such people registering those who were here for entrance exams. It was done to make the registration process quicker and make the place less crowded. Furthermore, some of these people were here just to try their luck, so this first test was the fastest way to separate them from those with true potential. 167, Chapter 167, Nightmare Knight Legion 2. Jacob followed the other participants toward the Warrior Nightmare Arena. A fierce mountain troll was standing at the big entrance of the arena holding a long blue spear, giving off an imposing aura. "Those who were in the common type move left on the first floor, and those who are in the rare type move right toward the second floor," he coldly stated. Jacob didn't react much and moved as he was told, and the large crowd turned into a small group when he moved toward the second floor. Because a rare type of exam wasn't a joke and very few would take it every month, the passing rate was even more miserable. When everyone reached the second floor, it was pretty spacious, and there were name tags like the place where Jacob entered the second floor was Area C10, while his destination was Area E30. Keep moving until you find your allocated area. If someone were in the wrong area at the start, they would be deemed failed. A cold voice resounded in the spacious hall, which was coming from a speaker. Those with arena below C moved to the right pathway, and those above Area C moved to the left pathway. Another voice sounded at this moment. Afterward, Jacob didn't have to wander long and quickly found Area E30 after crossing Area D20, which was actually just a spacious corridor, and some participants were gathering there. As Jacob approached that small group, an orc who was standing in the area E30 suddenly drew Jacob's attention. He was startled when he saw the appearance because it looked exactly like Pigface except for its dark gray fur, and he was taller. Realization dawned upon him at this moment, and he finally understood Pigface's background. I still have that centipede in my pendant. Now that I'm in rare planes, I should find a way to use it and keep it under control. Jacob suddenly thought of Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff, aka Brain Hunter. That Brain Hunter was clearly not something that could leave alone, so Jacob never tried to use it since he wasn't sure to control it, nor he knew how it was being controlled. So, he left it in the Infinity Pendant before finding a way to control it completely. Now that he saw that Pighead Orc, he remembered again and started thinking about how to control it properly without being worried about it escaping his control. Nevertheless, Jacob decided to mull over it after he was done here. He found an empty corner and silently waited like others. No one was interested in talking with each other since they might turn into enemies in this test. On the 5th floor of Nightmare Night Legion's 100-story building, at this moment, there were people entering this spacious room with a giant screen and rows of chairs in front of it. Douglas and Nathaniel also appeared at this moment and picked a seat before sitting down without making a sound. Douglas spoke in a whispering voice. "What do you think about him, Jacob?" Nathaniel looked at the blank screen with an ambiguous smile. "He's indifferent, but not a fool. This is all I can say for now. Let's watch his performance first." If he didn't have magic potential but became a 1-star Nightmare Knight or not, then he'll be under me. It had already been decided. But I'll be out of here in disappointment if he had magic potential. He revealed smilingly. Douglas's reaction was calm as if he had already known. But isn't it too early to send him into your unit? He still has to go past basic training before sending toward the Wild Nation, or we'll be just losing an asset because of our own vacuity. Nathaniel didn't retort and subtly replied, "If he became a 1-star Nightmare Knight, then there's no need for the basic training. Trust me, this kind of person learns from the experience much more quickly. He's a wild breed. He had no place in the here but the battlefield." Douglas sneered at this moment. "You just want a new toy for yourself, and I'm quite surprised that they let you even have that guy despite knowing your previous conduct." Nathaniel didn't seem angry. Instead, his smile widened, which was no longer amiable but appalling. Douglas sensed a cold chill in his spine and shut his mouth, no longer speaking anymore. At this moment, the screen suddenly lit up as a cold voice sounded in the room. "Dear observers, the Nightmare Night Legion entrance test is about to begin, and to make it fair, we'll live broadcast it to our Legion's members and their guests present." In the area E30, the same voice sounded, including Jacob. There were a total of 53 participants present in the area E30. "Dear participants, the test is about to start, and whoever will be appeared after this will be deemed failed, even with a participant ticket without any exception. The present participants, please enter the Arena E, where the test of potential will be conducted by the test inspector." After this announcement, a door that led inside the Arena E suddenly opened, drawing everyone's attention. Without any fuss, they all entered one by one. When Jacob crossed the door, he appeared under a large dome, and there was a 100-square-meter transparent glass square in the center, which was clearly a fighting ring. Then there were empty spectator stands 20 meters away from this ring. All right, everyone gathers around in 2 queues. On the right, those who had taken this test before, and the left, newcomers. A strong voice drew everyone's attention. A 3-meter-tall barbarian in silver armor and a broadsword sheathed on his back was standing on the left side on a small platform. He was also a 1-star Nightmare Knight. Those participants followed his instruction and formed 2 queues while keeping a meter distance from each other. To Jacob's surprise, he was the only one in the left queue, which meant everyone was retaking this exam except him. Everyone stared at him like an anomaly at this moment. Even the barbarian was looking at him with great interest. He spoke again. "My name is Jason, and I'll be your inspector in this entrance exam. Since we have a newcomer, which is quite a rare sight around here, I'll have to explain the first test rules." Jason chuckled as he glanced at the masked Jacob, who looked emotionless. Some participants also grin as they look down on Jacob because he is a newcomer with no idea what he is getting into. Jason didn't delay and spoke. "The test of potential is as simple as it could get. As everyone could see this crystal ball behind me, you're in the way. We can't see it." Someone snickered in the crowd. "Oh." Jason quickly reacted and instantly sidestepped, revealing a 1-meter-long pillar. On this pillar was a white crystal ball that was 4 feet in diameter. Jason continued with his explanation. "Ahem, so as everyone can see, this is a magic detection crystal, and if anyone had magic potential, it would glow, and that person may directly pass this exam and become a Nightmare Magic Knight. Since the lot of you are repeating this test, then this means you have no magic potential, so we should have moved to the second test. However," his eyes landed on Jacob and smiled, "however, since we have a newcomer, the test of potential had to proceed. All right, newbie, give me your participant ticket, place your hands on this crystal, and then pray that it lit up." However, no one laughed because they all knew how it felt when that damn crystal lay dormant and crushed their dreams of coming in contact with fabled magic. They all thought this newbie would suffer the same thing because magic knights were just too rare, and those races with such potential were all in the central provinces. Jacob's eyes also shimmered with anticipation because magic was something he wanted the most after immortality. After all, it simply meant unimaginable power and possibilities. So, he moved toward the platform, handed his ticket to Jason, and then moved toward the white crystal. Even those in spectator rooms were closely watching since Jacob's figure was showing on the screens right now. Under everyone's sharp eyes, Jacob took a deep breath before placing his hands on the crystal. Everyone intensely stared at the white crystal with complete silence. Even Jason's playful expression had changed into a solemn one. However, when a full minute passed and there was still no light, everyone sighed because this meant this newbie also didn't have any affinity with magic, and he was now probably so depressed that he won't be able to move for a long time. Yet, Jacob simply removed his hands and chuckled, as expected. He then looked at Jason and asked, "What now?" Jason felt like something was wrong with this guy's head, or he simply didn't know what kind of opportunity he had missed, and he would be mediocre his whole life. However, right at this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly went wide as they looked behind Jacob. 1168. Chapter 118 Nightmare Night Legion 3T. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he saw everyone's startled expression, including Jason, and he twisted around toward the magic detection crystal. What he saw made even him shocked. Surprisingly, the white crystal was begun to crack, and they were spreading on the crystal-like spiderweb. Thereby, the crystal suddenly burst like glass thrown to the wall, falling on the floor in pieces. Jason's eyes were narrowed into slides because he had no idea what happened himself since the magic detection crystal was never broken in the history of the potential test. The spectators were also bewildered because the crystal didn't glow but broke, and they were as confused as anyone watching right now. Jason finally looked at Jacob and sternly said, "What is your kind? Lose that mask right now." Jacob felt a bad feeling from Jason at this moment, completely different from his jolly self earlier. But he also wanted to know what this phenomenon meant, so he summoned Cursed Immortality instantly, as well as he replied to Jason since he didn't want any misunderstanding in the middle of the Legion's headquarters. "I'm only here to take the test because I was told. I'm new in these lands and have no idea what all this means," Jacob stated while he took off his mask, revealing his still scared face, which looked hideous. While he asked Immortality in his mind coldly, "What just happened?" Although Jacob wanted to find magic within, he wasn't optimistic about it since this crystal might not work on him like so many other species. However, this situation where this anomaly appeared was the last thing he wanted when he was right in the middle of the wolf's den. Now he could only cooperate as much as he could and hope that whatever it was not put him into some dangerous situation. Jason's eyes narrowed when he heard Jacob's explanation, and on his face he could clearly tell Jacob wasn't lying and even cooperating without raising any fuss. Immortality also replied to Jacob's question, which wasn't much of a reply and more of a sarcasm. "Ha ha ha ha, it's not my fault that flawed glass shattered, right?" Jacob cursed inwardly when he saw this note, and he knew this was really going to be a pain in the rear. "How many strong species than me or on my level are around me?" He changed the question. "Enough to keep you company unless you died of exhaustion. Ha 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 ha." Jacob grimaced when he read that, so he gave up on the plan of escaping if things went awry. At this moment, the same cold voice rang from the speaker again. "Participant number 97, please head toward the meeting area." Jason's lips curled when he heard this, and he handed Jacob his participant ticket and pointed toward the metal door on the left side. "Go. I think you might get the opportunity of life," he told meaningfully. However, Jacob would never believe it. Yet, he still moved since he didn't have a choice. But in his heart, he had already decided to vanish at the first chance he got. Even if this incident doesn't raise any red flags, it was enough reason for Jacob not to be able to relax completely. Under everyone's eyes, he entered the bright passage behind the door. He also wore his mask and kept Immortality open. Soon, he reached a cross pathway. At this moment, he heard light steps from one of the pathways, and soon he saw a tall, slim figure approaching. She was another barbarian, wearing sink-tight white body armor, raveling her curves and big chest. She was like a wild beauty with sharp blue eyes filled with a fiery glint. She coldly looked at Jacob and said, "Follow me." She then turned around and walked away without caring about Jacob. Jacob also wasn't in the mood for a chat and followed silently. To Jacob's surprise, they cross another corridor before they exit the arena from a door, and in front of them is a bridge connected with the main building. "Where are we going?" he finally asked as they walked on the bright, which was connected with the second floor. "To meet the Nightmare Knight Commander," she coldly replied without hiding it. This is really not a simple matter. Jacob was gloomy because he knew the Knight Commander was actually like the Guildmaster or branch manager of the Nightmare Knight Legion. However, Nightmare Knight Commanders were only appointed in branches like Easter City, which had a Nightmare Warrior arena with it, and other branches were controlled by Nightmare Knight Vice Commanders. It was because any Nightmare Knight Commander had at least a 2-star strength. So being called by the Nightmare Knight Commander of the Easter City was really a big deal, and Jacob didn't even know how this meeting would bode for him. Soon, they entered the main building, and Jacob was greeted by the sight of a closed door and a birdcage elevator. She moved toward the elevator without any hesitation and looked at Jacob before saying in disdain, "This is an elevator, don't freak out. Just stand your ground, and it'll be fine." Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he heard it. She's thinking, I don't know what an elevator is. This piece of old junk is not something that could make me shocked. He sneered inwardly but didn't reveal his thoughts and obediently stood beside her. Jacob could guess even these elevators were luxury in rare planes, so anyone who had seen them first would be shocked and marvel at them. The barbarian woman locked the gate and then put a metal key into the keyhole in the button panel, and after twisting it around she pressed the bronze button with the number 100 on it, and it brightened up as the lift started to rise. However, when he looked at Jacob to see his marvelous expression, she was disappointed as he remained static without showing any hint of surprise. Pretending to be cool, she thought disdainfully before stopping paying attention. It seemed things were moving quite smoothly, huh? Ha ha ha. Jacob read that line in the book with exasperation. He knew this damn book was just enjoying his misery while knowing precisely what was happening. You're sure you don't want to give me any hint, or I might die today, or even worse, they might turn me into a test subject. At that time, you might not be able to enjoy yourself anymore. Jacob tried to trick the book for some hint about this situation. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Whatever, I couldn't help you no matter what, even without any restriction. I'm just a book, not a weapon. Violence is not my forte, so you're on your own. Don't make me laugh by saying, violence is not your forte. You're probably made for violence. Jacob coldly refuted in his mind. You found out, but how? Ha 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 ha. Jacob ignored the hateful book. If not for because he needed it to detect strong species around, he would have already made it disappear. The elevator was relatively slow, and it took over 5 minutes to reach the 100th floor. When they both stepped outside, there was a spacious long hall with 10 doors on each side, while only a single pair of doors was currently opened at the end of this hall. There were also 2 more birdcage elevators in the center of this hall. The barbarian woman led Jacob toward those open doors, and he followed. When they entered the room, Jacob's eyes narrowed because he saw 2 familiar faces sitting on chairs around a rectangular table. They were Douglas and Nathaniel. Finally, a muscular person was sitting in front of these two. His skin was filled with small diamond-shaped blue scales, and there were 2 small purple mounds below his snake-like cold eyes. Immortality revealed the detail about this person at this moment. He is an extraordinary Tier 1 purple poison snake man, one of the demi-humans, quite a rare breed between a snake-man race. He also had intermediate level 4-star poison element core. TSK, useless to you I guess, still deadly though. Jacob's heart turned cold as he didn't dare to mess around with such a person, so he remained quiet and decided to see why he was summoned here. The barbarian woman respectfully speaks to the snake man at this moment. This is the person you requested for commander. This snake man was none other than the Nightmare Knight commander, Nixon. Nixon coldly looked at Jacob with his snake eyes, and suddenly his pale lips curled upward. Thank you, Allie. Please give us the room. Mr. Jack, please have a seat. Allie didn't question and left before closing the doors. Jacob suddenly noticed Douglas and Nathaniel's expressions at this moment, and they were somewhat cold and ugly. Nixon spoke in a friendly tone. Let me officially introduce myself. My name is Nixon, and I'm the current Knight Commander of Easter City's branch. Mr. Jack, I already know about you from Secretary Douglas. As for why you were called here after that strange incident in the arena, I'll explain everything, but first. He looked at Jacob meaningfully and questioned smilingly. Do you want to join Nightmare Knight Legion, permanently? 169, Chapter 69, a blanker. Do you want to join Nightmare Knight Legion, permanently? Jacob was startled by this sudden, unexpected question from Nixon. Douglas suddenly slammed his hand on the table at this moment as he coldly uttered, Commander Nixon, you're going too far. Nathaniel also had an ugly expression since Nixon was poaching their men right in front of them. He clearly was talking them for wind and didn't give the Golden Sword's country face. Nixon was a demi-human, and demi-human didn't live in Golden Sword's country, but in the Ice Nation, so he wasn't the person of Golden Sword's country. The top positions of the 3 hegemonies were all occupied by the personnel of the different nations so that they won't be biased toward their homeland and make decisions in favor of the 3 hegemonies. It was done deliberately, and it worked like a charm. That was why these 4 powers couldn't control or force those high-level members of the 3 hegemonies to do anything which implicated the 3 hegemonies. This was the same case for Nixon. The Nightmare Knight Legion appointed him in the Golden Sword's country from the Ice Nation, and he did not belong to them, nor was he afraid of offending them. Because offending him would mean offending the entire Nightmare Knight Legion of Rare Freedom Plains and Golden Sword's country would never take this suicidal path or any other power, as a matter of fact. Although the 3 hegemonies allowed the 4 powers of Rare Freedom Plains to make all those laws and let them control their members, it didn't mean they were their thralls. This was the same case when it came to poaching members from the 4 powers into their own ranks as long as they were talented enough. But it seldom happened, and they never forced those people to join them. It was entirely the other party's choice. Those who were loyal to their nations would never accept these kinds of offers to break free from their roots, and only those ungrateful ones jumped the ships. But so, what? Those 4 powers could only watch helplessly and kept their resentment to themselves and hated that person. They couldn't afford to fight with them or harm that person openly. However, whoever got these offers were all highly talented individuals. and if they decided to choose this path of separating themselves, they were all sword of the sky, and those powers behind them couldn't do anything about it. Nixon was such a person and had no loyalty toward his own nation or any power. He was loyal to the Nightmare Knight Legion only and always made decisions for their benefit. That's also what is happening right now. Nathaniel and Douglas knew about it when they saw Jacob breaking the crystal, so they rushed here to see whether or not Nixon was trying to poach Jacob from them. But they never expected he had already summoned Jacob before they even reached here, and they were just trying to make him understand that Jacob was an important asset of their country and hope he could give their country a face this time. However, when they heard footsteps, they knew this guy wasn't going to sway by their bribes, and it became even more apparent when he invited Jacob right in front of them. So, Douglas naturally couldn't take it sitting, and he also wanted to show Jacob that they weren't weaker and timed in front of 3 hegemonies. Nixon coldly smiled as he looked at Douglas with a frosty expression. Do you want to interfere when I'm inviting someone? Do you forget where you are and who the fuck your true owner is? I dare you to utter another word right here and right now and prove that you are not our servants. Jacob was astounded by this guy's overbearing attitude and the ghastly pressure he had just released, which made even him flinch. He suddenly felt like he was in the presence of a cold predator without any chance of escaping. One could only imagine those two who this strange pressure was locked onto would be feeling right now. Douglas and Nathaniel couldn't even breathe as their expression turned pale. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as he looked at those snake eyes staring at them like they were prey. Nathaniel quickly spoke in a hoarse voice. "See, Commander, please, forgive us. We went too far." Douglas couldn't even breathe, much less speak, but anyone could tell from his pale face that he was suffocating and wanted to make it stop. "Humph, good dog. Now fuck off and wait outside. You don't deserve to be in the presence of your master." Nixon menacingly sneered without hiding his contempt anymore while retracting that pressure. Those two felt like they had just escaped death and quickly stood up and left, but both gave Jacob a sharp, meaningful look before they exited the room. Jacob acted as if he didn't see them, as he was mulling over what he had just heard and saw. This might not be a bad thing after all, he thought. Nixon finally looked at Jacob, which made the latter flinch and smile amiably. "Please forgive my conduct just now, but they don't know their places, and sometimes it became important to teach others their places. Please sit." Jacob looked meaningfully at Nixon before nodding and walking toward the empty sits. He didn't feel any hostility from him, and it was pretty clear this guy favored him for some reason. "Let's continue where we were interrupted," Nixon stated with a meaningful smile. "First, can you tell me what joining you permanently means and why I was selected?" Jacob questioned with uncertainty. Nixon plainly shook his head. "I can't tell you unless you join. It's a core secret only permanent members should know, albeit we won't force you, and it's your choice entirely. All I can tell you is that if you didn't choose, you would still be given a 1-star Nightmare Knight rank its perks, but you will also be taken into the core of the Golden Sword's country after this. Although they will pour resources on you like mad, but they will also make sure to own you fully before letting you out, which they will hide behind their honey-corded words. While here, you will still be free but no longer the member of any 4 powers or the other 2 hegemonies. You could join the other 2 hegemonies' ranks but can't be their permanent member. You could see it like a permanent nationality of sorts." Jacob was intrigued by this sublet reply, and he got some idea about what this permanent member was about. "Will I be restricted by some other rules like those countries?" he asked. "No, those fools just make those rules for their own benefits. You would be restriction-free but just bond by our laws, which are quite lax as long as you won't betray us," Nixon replied. He had already gotten the information on Jacob from those two, and he knew this guy had about a 90% chance of agreeing to their offer since he had no belonging to any power. Jacob still didn't agree too quickly. "At least tell me why that crystal was broken, and I'll give my exact answer." Nixon suddenly smiled as he looked at Jacob in light. "He's too cautious. We need someone like him in Freedom Plains." So, he decided to reveal it as he had a good impression of Jacob since he didn't blind by the benefits in front of him. "It was broken because you didn't have magic, but you're on the verge of awakening it. This kind of phenomenon appeared 1 in a million, and we called these people blankers. A blanker is someone who had a 99% chance of awakening magic potential, and the most fantastic thing about a blanker is that they are like a blank paper that could be colored in any color. Simply put, exposure to rare elements could make a blanker awake that element." Realization dawned upon Jacob at this moment. This was simply too ridiculous. "Is this true?" He quickly questioned Immortality, who was still hovering in front of him. "Ha ha ha, they're simply taking you for something entirely different. The concept he just mentioned is relatively easy to create as long as you have the proper knowledge, and this way you could change someone's yet-to-awake element into a different element, but there's a limit to it. It can also develop naturally, and those guys indeed have a chance to awake some rare element, but it's not a big deal as this guy is making it. All they are just lucky little ants, nothing worth mentioning. But I guess it is normal for these inferior beings to have no idea about it, and they took it as a miracle. Anyway, all you need to know is you are not this blanker thing." Although he got an answer this time, it left a bad taste in his mouth for some reason. Since it wasn't the case for him, then didn't this mean he was even more worthless than ants? Nevertheless, he had a more pressing matter to deal with. He looked at Nixon. Since this guy was taking him for a blanker, it was a good thing for Jacob. 170, Chapter 70, Permanent Member. Jacob nodded. All right, I'll join as a permanent member. This decision was quite obvious, especially after he saw the difference in status between the 4 power of Freedman Plains and the 3 hegemonies. Furthermore, he had already seen through the controlling nature of Golden Sword's contrary. He knew what Nixon said about if he went with them, he might not get out, and he believed they might even use something like a parasite gem to control a blankers like him. On the contrary, the Nightmare Knight Legion had the strongest Zodiac Warrior alliance behind them and didn't need to beg or control a mere blanker. It was just an opportunity presented by them, and if someone didn't want to, they could simply reject it. Lastly, Jacob didn't have time to play around with Golden Sword's country. He wanted to start his hunt for those magic cores, and he knew the information network of the Nightmare Knight Legion would be a massive help to him. As for Nightmare Knight Legion's laws, they won't be as petty as the 4 powers. Nixon smiled winded when he heard Jacob's reply and said, "You won't regret this choice. Let me get rid of those fleas now, and they won't pester you anymore." Nixon smiled coldly before sending Allie a message through his Star Watch to get rid of those 2 outside for good. Since Jacob had decided to become a permanent member, he was no longer in the jurisdiction of 4 powers anymore. Although it will make the Golden Sword's country indignant, so what? Could they come here and demand an explanation? Absolutely not. Since the 3 hegemonies let them put all those laws, they also expected them to back down when they broke those laws every now and then. It was much better than ending those laws for good. After sending the message, Nixon opened a compartment of his desk, took out a 1 square meter scanner, and put it on the table in front of Jacob. All right, you just have to register as a permanent member before I explain it to you, Nixon stated before he placed his hand on the black screen. Thereby, a red scanning line started to scan his hand, which only had 4 knives like sharp fingers filled with scales. Words appeared on the screen after the scanning was successful. Registration for membership in Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Nixon pressed it without any hesitation, and another scanning screen appeared. He looked at Jacob and ordered, "Place both your hands on it." Jacob thought for a moment before he placed his hands on the device before scanning started, and a static voice suddenly began to ring. Life signal test pass. Species classified as unknown in the Rare Plains database. Species rank is unknown. DNA scanning start. DNA is not registered in the database. A new member has been detected. Searching for Star Network ID and other information, ID detected, faceless ancient, bank account detected, detected. Detected was astonished when he heard information on his species, and when he saw Nixon's eyes narrow, he knew this guy was as surprised as him. How did my species turn into unknown, or did they simply didn't have any information on humans? Jacob frowned slightly because having an unknown species meant he was unique, and this might draw some unwanted attention if news got out. "So, you really are from the Star Ocean," Nixon commented meaningfully. Before, he didn't believe that Jacob had come from some random island, but now that even their database didn't have Jacob's species, it meant he might really be from a faraway place. This was a rare case, since no new species like Jacob had appeared in the Rare Plains for hundreds of years. It was even bigger news than a blanker appearing in Rare Freedom Plain. Furthermore, Jacob also had magic potential, which might cause some inconvenience for Jacob if those races with magic potential found him an eyesore. However, it would only happen if Nixon leaked this information. "I already told you guys, but no one seemed to believe me." Jacob merely shrugged his shoulder as if he had no idea what it meant to be a new species. "Scanning has been completed. Faceless Ancient, you have been registered as a member of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. You have been appointed as Reserve Zodiac Warrior. Your Rare Plane rank is 1-star Nightmare Warrior Knight. Confidential information about membership has been sent to your Star Watch account. Please don't share it with anyone. Reserve Zodiac Warrior and Nightmare Warrior Knight?" Jacob was startled when he heard these unfamiliar terms. His Star Watch also lit up at this moment as message after message started to appear from the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, and there were 5 messages. Nixon spoke as he put the device away at this moment. "Congratulations, you're now a true member of Zodiac Warrior Alliance, not a branch member." Jacob looked at Nixon with uncertainty. He wanted an explanation. As he revealed, Nixon didn't hide it anymore. "Although you already got the information about the membership in your Star Watch, I'll still explain some basic information. As you know, the 3 hegemonies had branches all over the plains. Those members who joined those branches are actually branch members. The permanent members are those who truly join the main power behind those branches. We also called ourselves permanent members to not reveal the true meaning behind permanent members to the public or those 4 powers. They only thought that permanent members had joined our branches permanently, but it's not the case. The ranks applied to the permanent members are also different from the branch members as they were given the proper ranks of the leading power. Our Zodiac Warrior Alliance ranks started from the reserve ranks like the Legion, and then rank 1 to rank 9 before the star ranks. However, the threshold for those ranks is not something we could imagine. You can say they are investing in us because we had the potential to evolve into those ranks." Jacob's eyes shimmered with understanding. "So, you're saying if we could cross a certain threshold, they can help us leave the Rare Plains?" He wasn't a fool and instantly caught the true meaning behind Nixon's explanation. Nixon smiled with a hint of excitement. "Exactly. Although the rare plains are enormous and still unexplored, it doesn't mean there is nothing above them. It is just that we are too weak to explore that place. You could say the three hegemonies are omnipotent like existences, and they were here to help those who were worthy of their help. But those four powers didn't know about this truce because they simply didn't need to know. As for the one-star Nightmare Warrior rank, it was rank for us Rare Plains natives and wasn't any different from a fighter or magic knight. As long as we cross all 9 Nightmare Warrior star ranks, we can become a rank 1 Zodiac Warrior, and that is the threshold to leave the Rare Plains. Nixon's voice was full of yearning as he said it. Realization dawned on Jacob at this moment. So the three hegemonies are here to found those people who could cross extraordinary rank? Just what is the rank above it? He was quite curious about it since this rank could make those three hegemonies go through all this trouble just for the possibility that such a person might appear. Nixon then looked meaningfully at Jacob. And don't even think for a second that anyone could obtain a permanent member slot. Even magic knights might not be able to catch our commander's eyes. We, the knight commanders, only got 10 slots every 20 years, so you could imagine just how precious these slots are. I invited you because you are a blanker, which means you have the potential to evolve. In the history of Rare Freedom Plains, only a single person had ever managed to cross the Rare Plains from our alliance, and he happened to be a blanker. You're expecting too much from me, Jacob calmly stated, but he was still not convinced that it was only why Nixon gave him a spot. Nevertheless, he won't make it look like he was ungrateful and let Nixon think he was in debt. I know. I'm willing to take this chance. Nixon smiled amiably. Don't worry about anything while you're here. You were given a personal training room on the 100 floors, as you may have seen those 10 doors. 8 of them had already been occupied by excellent members of our branch. More importantly, you couldn't reveal that you are a permanent member to anyone. It's in your contract sent to you by headquarters. You can read it later. There are also perks to being a permanent member you'll know once you open those messages, and if you have any questions or want to leave for a mission, you could find me first. Nixon seriously expressed the last part. Jacob nodded in agreement, and then Nixon told him some more critical things to Jacob before he was given a key to his training room. 71, Chapter 71, Motives and Assumption. Inside the military jeep, Douglas and Nathaniel had hideous expressions on their faces, as if someone had killed their parents. What now? Nathaniel spoke coldly. He was infuriated by Nixon's sharp words, but alas, he wasn't his match, nor could he afford to provoke the Nightmare Knight Legion. Douglas's eyes flashed with killing intent. Let's visit the magistrate. This matter was out of our hands the moment that Guy's talent as a blanker became apparent, and that Nixon is going too far just because he's a knight commander. He thinks he owns this place. Nathaniel sighed ruefully. Who would have thought another blanker would appear in a century, and we let it slip because of our own foolishness? Douglas sneered. It's too late to regret. But since that guy dared to jump ship, we must make sure he regretted it. He couldn't live in the safety of Nightmare Knight Legion's building. Let's spread the news about him being a blanker to all over the Freedom Plains. I'm pretty sure those arrogant clans won't take it sitting and try to rope him in, or try to eliminate him if he was a threat to their position. Nathaniel frowned. Won't we provoke Nixon? So what? We'll be in the safety of our country, and the Legion will not side with him since he had no proof that it was us who did it. A ruthless glint flashed past Douglas's eyes. Don't forget, the Legion is not as united as it looked, and they might take that guy as an eyesore and try to eliminate him before he could even mature. Nathaniel's lips suddenly curled up. You're even more vicious than me, Secretary. No one can provoke the dignity of our country and then get away with it, Douglas coldly scoffed. Nixon, who was standing in a small white space, was facing a blurry projection at this moment. He came here right after Jacob left. Nixon's arrogant and cold expression was nowhere to be found as he stood respectfully while facing this projection. A blanker, you say? What is his kind? A husky voice sounded from the projection. He replied respectfully, he's unknown in Rare Plains database. Unknown? A hint of surprise appeared in this husky voice. All right, send him here. I'll find a way to help him awake a rare element. Nixon frowned as he said, I don't think it would be a good idea to give him everything so easily. This way, he won't be grateful and won't know our kindness. So? He's like that deviant prick from the Alchemy Guild? The husky voice sneered coldly. It's still unclear, but we couldn't be too careful after what happened with the Alchemy Guild. I also think he's worth nurturing, but we have to be absolutely sure we make the final decision. He's too careful. A wily glint flashed past Nixon's eyes as he continued. That's why I let those 2 dogs of the country go, so they could spread this news about a blanker appearing in our Legion, and he's a permanent member. Although others might not know what a permanent member is, but the permanent members know what it means. Ha 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 ha. You wanted him to experience the harshness of the 4 powers, as well as the suppression of those permanent members, before giving him a helping hand like a savior. The husky voice laughed in satisfaction. Excellent, Nixon. You're indeed good at manipulating people. All right, do as you see fit, and contact me as soon as the time is ripe. But don't let him die, or someone else snatched him from us, or I'll blame you. Please rest assured he's too important for me to let him die or get poached by someone else. I'm sure he might not even dare to leave once he learned about the terror of Wild Nation, much less join other knights. Nixon smiled slyly as he reassured the other party. It was as if everything was under his control. Jacob entered the training room at this moment, the fifth room on the left wall. The moment he entered, a spacious hall appeared in his view, and many advanced training pieces of equipment were arranged, some of which he had never seen before. There was also a training ring in the center. But Jacob wasn't in the mood to admire this place because he was more concerned about the message he received from the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Although Nixon had given him some idea about the whole situation, he still wanted to be completely sure. Furthermore, he had displeased the Golden Swords country, which would not end well for him. Although Nixon told him not to tell anyone about him being a permanent member, yet he invited him in front of those two, so it wasn't hard to guess that he had done it purposely. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't reveal it and pretended he was oblivious to it. He then found the bedroom, sat down, and quickly opened the first message, which was about the rules and regulations of the Alliance as well as the ranking system, which was the same as Nixon described it. Furthermore, he also noticed that in the Alliance ranking system, there wasn't any information on Fighter Knight or Magic Knight at all. The only information he got was for the 9 Nightmare Warrior star ranks, which were specific for the rare planes, and were the same as the star ranks of the Nightmare Legion, and there were only names of the rank above, not detailed information. Lastly, he discovered that the 9 Nightmare Warrior star ranks weren't divided into Fighter and Magic. Hence, it became apparent to Jacob at this moment that he was suspecting after he met with Nixon. So, that guy is hiding his magic potential from the public. I was curious why he was only known for being a Fighter Knight while he had a 4-star magic core. They might not even know he's an extraordinary, so a permanent member can also hide this fact about their magic power and true strength. I'm pretty sure they couldn't be a permanent member without magic power. 172, Chapter 172, The Benefits. Jacob smiled coldly as he opened the second message, which made his hypothesis completely accurate. He was given 4 identity badges, one for Reserve Zodiac Warrior, which was his real identity. The second one is for the Nightmare Warrior Knight, which will be used in the rare planes. The third and fourth were identity badges of both Fighter and Magic Nightmare Knight, and he could even increase their stars to 3 stars. They were mainly given to him so he could hide the fact of being a permanent member from the public. Those 4 powers are pawns in 3 hegemonies' hands. Jacob sneered coldly as he installed the badges into his watch, which will be forever installed in his Star Network ID, and he could equip any badge he wanted from his profile. So, he equipped the 1-star Fighter Knight's badge, which solved his identity problem for good. In the third message, he received something called the Zodiac Credit, which shocked him again because this Zodiac Credit was the true currency of the Zodiac Planes. Furthermore, his personal bank account had automatically changed into another account called the Type 0 Zodiac account because he registered with the Zodiac Warrior Alliance directly. Right now, he has 10 Zodiac credits, which he received from the Alliance, and he will receive a corresponding reward in ZC as long as he enters a new rank. His golden coins were still there, and he could convert them at any time into ZC, but the conversion rate truly baffled Jacob, which was 1 billion gold coins for 1 ZC. And same goes for ZC to gold coins. This also means he was dirt poor in the Great Zodiac Plains and could only smile wryly. As for the true benefits of having a Zodiac account, he needed to open his bank account application, which he decided to do later and open the 4th message. In this message was a Star Network web link, and the moment he opened it, a scanning panel appeared on his watch before a voice started to ring. Confirmed life signal. Congratulations, the Destiny Star Corporation has approved your Star Network account. You have successfully joined the private star server Rare Zodiac Warriors. You have successfully joined the private star server Freedom Nightmare Knight. Legion, the Rare Plane Star Network news has been unlocked. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he saw that notification after notification. He never expected just by joining the Zodiac Warrior Alliance he would gain so much, and he didn't even need to do anything or go anywhere. He decided to check them later as well and opened the 5th message. He saw another Star Network link and opened it without hesitation. This time an application started to get installed in his Star Watch, and soon he saw the emblem of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance appearing in his Star Watch, and he opened it. Welcome to Zodiac Warrior Alliance mission application. Now corresponding missions according to your rank can be chosen from the Star Watch application, and a warrior rank can be improved directly through the Star Watch. The next moment, Jacob's profile appeared on the application screen. Zodiac Warrior Alliance ID, Faceless Ancient current rank, 1-star Nightmare, Warrior Knight Reserve Zodiac Warrior next rank, 2-star Nightmare Warrior Nightmare, missions. Jacob curiously clicked on the mission section. Mission promotion mission available, 3 note, complete any one of these missions to promote. 1. Sent a recording of you, Faceless Ancient, defeating a 2-star Nightmare Knight, Fighter or Magic in Nightmare Warrior Arena. Reward, rank promotion, 10 ZC, a 1-star Rare Fighter Skill Star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Sent a recording of you, Faceless Ancient, killing a rare Tier 9 beast. Reward, rank promotion, 5ZC, a 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Sent a recording of you, faceless ancient, killing a rare. Tier 9 dark being, reward, rank promotion, 15ZC, 2 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. Reward missions, rare planes, difficulty 1-star nightmare, warrior knight. 1 sent a recording of you, faceless ancient, killing rare, tier 9 dark beings. Reward, 1ZC per being star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2 sent a recording of you, faceless ancient, killing extraordinary, tier 1 dark beings. Reward, 25ZC per being star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3 sent a recording of you, faceless ancient, killing extraordinary, tier 2 dark beings. Reward, 100ZC per being, 1-star rare fighter manual, 1-time achievement reward for 1-star nightmare, warrior knight only, star recording. Note, only recording taken with this application will be accepted. Jacob squinted his eyes when he saw dark beings because the ordinary missions were about killing these dark beings. Furthermore, those fighter skill and manual also drew his attention since he had no idea the difference between them. Since the messages were all opened, Jacob decided to see what those private star servers were about. There was also a new option within his Star Network right now, Star Network News Rare Planes. But first, he directly opened the Rare Zodiac Warriors private star server, which was exclusive for permanent members in Rare Region. 4 further options appeared. Alliance Information, see Rare Planes, Alliance Market, Rare Planes, Exchange Market, Rare Planes, and Party Search. It was just like the main network, but the only difference was it was private, and everything here belonged to Zodiac Warrior Alliance. So, that's what these private servers are about. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding as he finally understood how the accurate information and items were being controlled. He opened the Alliance Information C and tried to search for dark beings, which was possibly some hated enemy of the Alliance and all the living beings, just as Douglas hinted. Unlike Star Information C, he only got 3 results which were all authentic and posted by the Alliance, not some random nobody. Basic info about dark being. 500 gold coins, type of dark beings in rare planes. 1 UC dark being's weakness. Rare plane vol, 3 UCs. Jacob frowned when he saw those exorbitant prices. 173, Chapter 73 Dark Beings. Jacob never thought the basic info on the dark beings was so expensive, and he only had over 1 billion gold coins and 10 ZC Zodiac credit. In the end, Jacob decided to buy type of dark beings in rare planes for 1 ZC. Since there was a method to earn ZC by killing dark beings, he thought of it as an investment. Thereby, the information file was downloaded onto his Star Watch, and he opened it to see what made these dark beings earn this price and hatred of Zodiac Warrior Alliance. As Jacob read the introduction, he started to frown, and soon after, shock surfaced in his eyes as he read more and more. It turned out that the dark beings are the natural enemy of any being with life signal because they wanted to devour them. As for what life signal was, it was described as an aura of life, or the proof that someone is alive, and every being had a unique life signal, and a dead creature didn't have a life signal. The dark beings didn't have a life signal either, because they weren't alive in the first place. They were like undead. Although it wasn't described how a dark being was born or from where they came, it was made clear that every dark being had a natural tendency to devour living beings. Because the more life forms they devour, the stronger they become, unlike any normal being, and the stronger species they consume, the stronger they grow. Not only that, but they were intelligent and had their own nation on top of that, and it was called the Wild Nation. It was as large as the 4 powers combined, since no one had ever managed to go deeper into their territory and come back alive. The Wild Nation was also the exact reason the 4 powers couldn't annex or explore any more territories of the Rare Planes. The Rare Freedom Planes were special because those dark beings couldn't step foot into the territory of the Rare Freedom Planes for some strange reason. That's why the level 1 natives didn't know about the Wild Nation, and it was kept a secret not to cause panic. Only by joining the army those natives came in contact with the dark beings and know the true terror of Rare Planes. That's also where the 3 hegemonies came into the picture because, without them, the Rare Freedom Planes would not be able to develop so much and fight with the Wild Nation. That's why they were indispensable. Although the dark beings threatened all living beings of the Rare Freedom Planes, they were also good for nurturing warriors, and their bodies had rare resources which fetched a high price in the market. Wild Nation, the nation of dark beings, and there were still rare wilderness plains. This place is simply too big, and Freedom Planes didn't have the power to explore it. Jacob frowned as he presumed. This place was simply too dangerous even for someone like him, and these dark beings were not something he wanted to trifle with for no good reason. But they were declared the common enemy of every living being, and killing them gave lavish rewards. When the introduction was finished, a picture appeared with information that widened Jacob's eyes slightly. It was a skeleton holding a rusty sword with information on the side. Skeleton soldier, rare tier 1, fighter category. One of the most common dark beings of Wild Nation. Their intelligence is low, they listen to any order and have simple attack patterns. But killing is most cumbersome because only by crushing their skulls could they truly be killed or will continue to attack even if they had to crawl. They're really undead, Jacob exclaimed in his heart. He never thought he would come into contact with the undead creatures of all things. He then continued to look, and more skeleton soldiers appeared with different tiers holding weapons and armor. At this moment, Jacob finally sees a new creature. It had withered pale skin with completely white eyeballs and a strange slimy substance coming from its nasty mouth. Toxic zombie, rare tier 6 fighter category. One of the deadliest dark beings with a body filled with all kinds of toxic components. Just a scratch from a toxic zombie is more lethal than any mortal wound, and without an advanced rare grade antidote, the victim will die. The weakness of a toxic zombie is its head. Without crushing, it will keep coming back. Jacob inhaled sharply when he read it. Aren't zombies supposed to turn others into zombies? But here, they even have an antidote for it? While, I guess either they didn't have full information on it, or it's simply because of the species difference, or it might be because of the advanced rare grade antidote. The items were graded much differently in this place. There was the common grade with basic, intermediate, and advanced levels, and then the rare grade with the same 3 levels. There was also the extraordinary grade with the same 3 levels, but the items of this grade were too precious and expensive. After an hour, Jacob finished reading the types of dark beings in rare planes. His expression was solemn as this new information forced him to reevaluate the rare planes again. Truth be told, he never thought there would be undead creatures like dark beings in the rare planes, and they were too mysterious. What made Jacob frown was why the 3 hegemonies didn't get rid of them if they were so powerful, since they clearly connected with higher planes than the rare planes. Either they simply didn't care, or they left those dark beings alone to give the rare species pressure and a common enemy to fight against and evolve faster. Because he knew he would do the same if he was far above the rare planes and wanted to nurture powerful fighters. Nevertheless, Jacob was elated because these dark beings also have magic cores of all elements, and he didn't need to offend anyone but the dark beings to collect the magic cores. 174, Chapter 74, A Familiar, Eyed. Afterward, Jacob searched for the info on those famous fighter manuals of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Only a single file appeared, and it was free, so he downloaded it without hesitation and started reading it. Soon realization dawned on Jacob. It turned out that the fighter manuals were actually like martial arts manuals, which followed the same principles as inner strength. The fighter manuals were divided into skills, a single set of movements, and then there were complete manuals, which had more than one set of movements. Jacob almost lost interest in fighter manuals until he saw that draw his attention. There was another unfamiliar name mentioned after the introduction of fighter manuals. It was combat techniques. Combat techniques were unique because they could only be used with mana, and mana was something that could only appear after someone learned how to store magic power in one body. Simply put, the combat techniques were only for magic users. Without magic, they were worthless. Jacob was ecstatic when he saw this, and at the end of this file, he found that fighter manuals and combat techniques could be bought on Alliance Market with ZC. With great anticipation, Jacob then checked the Alliance Market rare planes and saw 3 sections. Fighter manuals, combat techniques, combat weapons, alchemy technology. He opened the combat techniques without hesitation, and he frowned when, your Star Watch didn't have mana detection function. Because of it, we can't confirm you have mana. Please buy the latest Star Watch of Magic series. Are you kidding me? Jacob's face fell the moment he read this message. So, if I don't have mana, then I can't open this shop at all, even if I have this new Star Watch or not. Nevertheless, he still opened the technology and saw all kinds of devices like area scanners, mapping devices, trap detectors, and even blueprints sold, which alarmed Jacob because of their terrifying prices. The cheapest of them cost 20 ZC. Jacob finally discovered the Star Watch, which was like an arm guard. Item, Star Watch Magic Sirius Model, MM2 price, 100 ZC, available, out of stock. His expression darkened because the price was simply too ridiculous, but it was still out of stock, and this was the most advanced model of Star Watch in rare planes. He even found the model he was wearing, which was also priced at 15 ZC and was also out of stock. Jacob finally understands just how precious these advanced models of Star Watches are. If he had known that the Alliance application could only run on his Star Watch model or higher, he would know why these watches were out of stock. Doing missions with Star Watches and submitting them on the spot was a luxury only those with such Star Watches could afford, while the poor fellow with old models had to do it in the traditional way. Jacob's eyes instantly shimmered when he thought about something and opened the exchange market. So that's how it is. He coldly sneered when he saw those members had put all kinds of stuff on sale, including the Star Watches. There was even a Magic Series Star Watch. Item, Star Watch Magic Series Model, MM0 price, 500 ZC seller, mighty long description, contact me if interested. The price is negotiable. What a profiter. Jacob instantly cursed since this model's price was originally at 85 ZC in the Alliance market, but here this guy was selling it at 500 ZC. He saw more exchange items and something drew his attention. Item, 1-star initial water element, magic core, total items, 21 price, 1 ZC for each seller, brawler 94434, description, contact if interested. Jacob's eyes shimmered in ecstasy when he saw this, and as he scrolled more, he saw even 3-star and 4-star magic cores for sale, but their prices were ridiculous, and most of these magic cores were of either water or earth elements. There were still some fire element and wind element magic cores, but their prices were doubted than the water or earth element magic cores. Nevertheless, Jacob was glad that he joined the alliance, since he could now buy almost anything available in the rare Freedom Plains. Party search was for those who wanted to form a team for a collective mission, or hire some helpers to complete the mission, which wasn't Jacob's cup of tea. Lastly, he saw the other functions, which were quite what they were, just like their names. Weapons sections had all kinds of cold and projectile weapons, and most of them were out of stock. But he won't be going to buy them because those weapons were not worth spending his ZC on. The alchemy section was filled with potions, pills, and alchemy herbs. But their prices were also quite high, so he closed it after a look. He then opened the Freedom Nightmare Night Legion private star server, which had the same sections. Still, it was more liver than the rare Zodiac Warriors star server because every person here was a branch member and belonged to 4 powers. Furthermore, the things in this server were not as eye-catching as in the rare Zodiac Warriors server, but the exchange market was booming, and all kinds of things were on sale. But the currency used in this server was also the common currency of the rare planes. There was no ZC anywhere, which also made it clear that only the permanent members could come in contact with ZC after their bank accounts changed into Zodiac accounts. Last but not least, the Star Network News of Rare Planes was more like a social media platform where all kinds of posts and people could comment on them and like them to make them trending. The top post on the platform was by some ID named Cloud of Public. Cloud of Public, the Light Nation's Decade Tournament of Glory, is about to start in 6 months. Here are the top 10 places rewards. However, Jacob's eyes narrowed when he saw the second trending news by the ID named Important Grace 34. 175, Chapter 175 Famous. In Rare Freedom Plains, when he saw the familiar name, Jacob's eyes turned cold because if the Star Network ID could not be repeated, then this was the same Important Grace 34 he got messages from when he was in the Uncommon region after he killed the Earthslayers and his team. He looked at the news, Important Grace 34. The Golden Swords country is slaughtering innocent people by calling them the spam of Killer Skull Society. It is simply unprecedented and unforgivable. They are trying to suppress the masses just because they're voicing out their plights. The Golden Swords country had done this all the time, yet they're still blaming Killer Skull Society just because we're trying to change the world for a better place? My fellow visionaries, please join our cause and tell those power-hungry wolves that we are not a slab of meat they could cook and eat anytime they want. We are not slaves, we have our own rights. Contact Justice, Skull23229 to join our noble cause and make this world a better place where will be only true freedom, not a dictatorship. Jacob nearly laughed out loud in mockery when he read the post. He finally understood why Milan was so frustrated about the Killer Skull Society. They could really use the Star Network without being worried about the consequences. Furthermore, they were quite famous and well received as well since this post was just posted this morning and already received millions of likes and comments. They're more active in the rare planes than the common planes because of the Star Network. I wonder how they react once they know I'm in the rare planes. Only the Killer Skull Society knows that I'm from the common planes. If they spread the news in the rare planes, I don't know how these people will take it. So, I have to be prepared. Although I'm not a permanent member, I didn't mean I'm totally safe, and the Golden Swords country is also not pleased with me. Jacob mulled with a stern look. I can do almost everything with the Star Watch and earn and buy anything even if I didn't report it in the main branch. Which meant I didn't need to stay here under the surveillance of that poisonous snake guy. But I couldn't make it too obvious. A dark glint flashed past Jacob's eyes as his lips curled up. Since he already got what he needed, he didn't need to act much longer, and he also wanted to start collecting the magic cores, so staying in the Golden Swords country was meaningless. As for magic potential, he knew he wasn't a blanker according to Immortality, but everyone thought otherwise. He believed Immortality more, so he had to get away before Nixon came to him and talked about helping him with a rare element, awakening. He had guessed this much, that Nixon wanted to help him awaken some rare element, and although he didn't say it, he would make a move when the time was right. As for practicing in their fighter manuals, he didn't need them for now since he was already proficient in many fighting styles. What he needed was to grow stronger and find a way to awaken his magic talent. But to his dismay, there wasn't any information on the first 3 stages of magic awakening, neither was there any information on how the element core was formed even on the Alliance database. All he got was some basic information that he already knew. But he got something like the magic spell introduction, but its price was 100 ZC, so he could only wait to acquire it later and bookmark it. Jacob took a deep breath and finally closed the Star Watch after he sorted out everything he needed and bookmarked many things he was planning to buy. So, he started meditating and concentrating on his fluid acceleration again. This was his biggest trump card, and he wanted to control it fully. As for the training facility, he wasn't going to use it, afraid to be monitored by Nixon, and he also didn't have anything to practice except the fluid acceleration. Just like that, a week passed, and the news started to spread that a permanent member had appeared in Easter City's Nightmare Night Legion's branch, and was also a foreigner. Furthermore, this foreigner was a banker who was poached from the Golden Swords country. Some random fellow even posted this news and somehow reached the top 10, drawing everyone's attention. Many clans were interested in this blanker because it was the second blanker that appeared in the rare Freedom Plains. Somewhere in the Light Nation, inside, a spacious lab filled with equipment, glass cells, and even a small herb field was present, making the air quite refreshing. A person in a lab coat with 5'2" height was looking at the silver arm guard, which had a hologram display above it. It was the latest Magic Series Star Watch. This person had a deep frown on his beastly face as he looked at the news about Jacob. Faceless ancient, huh? He sneered with disdain when he saw the name of this mysterious blanker before closely the Star Watch as if he had lost interest. He moved toward a glass cell where a naked figure was floating within a golden liquid and pressed a button before the liquid started to sink. The figure inside suddenly opened its black eyes, which were exempt from any emotions. The person in the lab coat coldly uttered in a commanding tone, "I want you to bring me my new test subject." Unknown place, inside a dim room, a masked person looked at the news about Jacob on a hologram display above his covered wrist. When he read the name Faceless Ancient, his beastly eyes shimmered with killing intent. "So, you've come to your death, huh? Let me see where you can hide in my domain, and if you dare to run rampant." His voice was filled with killing intent. However, at this moment, the hologram display changed, making the masked person's eyes narrow. "Receive call," he uttered before an extremely panicked voice filled with trepidation rang from the Star Watch. "Yes, sir. Lord F. Firefiend's group has been annihilated and the Dark Cities has issued Dark Extermination Order on Killer Skull Society member just now." Night 76, Chapter 176, Leaving the Building. A month passed after Jacob joined the Nightmare Night Legion as a reserve Zodiac warrior. This past month, Jacob never left his training room except for food, and anyone who tried to approach him would go back disappointed because of his cold attitude. News about him being a blanker was already known by almost every member of the present in the building. But Jacob remained unaffected, as if he didn't care about his fame. Even toward the other members on the 100th floor, Jacob is indifferent, and when two of them try to visit him, they return without getting any response from Jacob, which makes them dissatisfied with this rookie. After all, any member on the 100th floor would have their own pride. However, they wanted him to join their team since Jacob had a bright future if he awakened some rare element, but he was simply too arrogant in their eyes. Even Nixon, who was secretly keeping an eye on Jacob, didn't expect Jacob to remain in his training room without even showing any kind of reaction. He was pretty confident that after Jacob saw the missions on his Star Watch, he would research Dark Being and come running to him for help. But nothing happened. Nixon started to doubt Jacob's mindset or even suspect he didn't know how to use Star Watch properly, but he didn't show it and waited patiently. Because sooner or later, Jacob will start to feel the need for money once he spends all his credit and will join some hunting party. As for going after Dark Beings straight, Nixon didn't even consider it because it was simply too suicide to hunt Dark Beings in the Wild Nation. Even those extraordinary veterans didn't dare to venture into Wild Nation without a good reason, much less Jacob, who was new to Rare Plains. However, today, Jacob left his room dressed in black clothes with a mask on his face. Only his emotionless eyes were visible. But he didn't go toward the dining hall but knocked on the door of Nixon's office. Nixon, who was busy performing a set of strange movements, suddenly stopped hearing this unusual knock. He pressed on his Star Watch, and Jacob appeared standing outside. His snake eyes glowed when he saw this, and he quickly headed toward the main office. "Enter." After standing for a while, Jacob heard Nixon's voice and entered the office. He saw Nixon, dressed in a tracksuit, sitting on his chair with a warm smile. Jacob impassively said, without giving Nixon a chance to speak, "I'm leaving for Deep Swamp outside the Easter City." Nixon didn't look shocked since he had expected this much. No one can live idle once they know the benefits of the alliance, and they will eventually start hunting for ZC or gold coins. The rewards were simply too lavish for anyone to ignore, and he thought Jacob was the same. "Do you want me to arrange a party for you?" asked Nixon coolly. "No need, I'm going alone, and I also wanted to see the bustling of the Easter City and want to buy some equipment for myself. I'll be back in 2 or 3 months, Jacob stated. Nixon didn't reject him and nodded. "It's a good idea. I was just wondering if you're eccentric. Go, and if you want weapons and gear check, our personal warehouse, you won't be disappointed, and the weapons here are far better than anywhere in the Easter City. Of course, it will still depend on your wealth." He chuckled jokingly before he continued. "Just be aware of the city magistrate. He's a petty fellow and might be looking for a way to get back at me after I teach those 2 idiots a lesson. And also, if you want to raise your rank, just tell me I'll arrange a night suitable for you, but don't expect any cheating or easy way out of it. Although the recording will go back for an inspection, they won't be fooled if they find any tempering, and trust me, it's impossible to fool those inspectors. Many tried but were caught and then paid a painful price." He reminded Jacob with a hint of fear as if he had experienced it himself. Jacob accepted Nixon's kind intention and nodded. I'll be careful. I'm just going to earn some money. I know my limit. Nixon's smile widened. All right, but just in case, remember my ID, Poison Jail. If you get into trouble, contact me anytime. Jacob impassively said, I'll keep it in mind. After some small talk, Jacob left Nixon's office and headed toward the elevator. Nixon's smile vanished when Jacob left, and he sent a message from his star watch. Poison Jail, Faceless Ancient has left for Deep Swamp. Keep an eye on him. He instantly received a reply. Barbara Stone, what kind of eye? Poison Jail, usual. Barbara Stone, got it. Nixon chuckled before he stood up and went back to his practice as if everything was under control. Jacob left the elevator on the first floor. It was in the middle of the main lobby, and without drawing any attention, he left the building and soon crossed the entrance gates, leaving the headquarters. The Easter City was quite large, and since they already had the concept of gas vehicles, there were, naturally, cabs and trolley buses for common folks who couldn't afford those vehicles. Even a plain car with 90k miles/h speed cost over 1 million gold coins, and few could afford them, so the trolley buses were the best second choice. Jacob reached the bus stop and Star waiting for the trolley bus. The others waiting around him looked at him strangely since his getup was a little out of place. But Jacob pretended as if he didn't see anything, and soon, with everyone, he embarked on the trolley bus and sat down. His destination was West District 22, which was actually the Red District of Easter City. He had already remembered the map and all the places of Easter City, so he wasn't ignorant about the city or even the Golden Sword country anymore. As for why he was going in the Red Light District, only he knew. It was morning, so there wasn't any crowd on the trolley bus, and everyone was going toward work, mostly at this time of the day. There was a short goblin sitting a few seats behind Jacob, but unlike others, he glanced at Jacob every now and then, and because Jacob's face was forward, he couldn't notice him. The goblin also had his star watch active as he was in a chat with someone. He glanced at Jacob sneakily again before he quickly started typing a message. Goblin, King 9-895432. The target is sitting in the trolley bus, which is going toward the western districts. The final location is still unclear. He instantly got a reply. Sneaky 2452234, Roger. Just don't let him out of sight. We're preparing for dinner. Goblin, King 9-895432, Roger. Half an hour later, the trolley bus stopped a few meters away from the entrance to West District 22, and Jacob exited. Without paying attention, he entered the alleys of West District 22, which were filled with all kinds of prostitutes wearing almost nothing standing in front of hotels, and there were even price tag badges around their necks. The moment Jacob entered, those prostitutes instantly surrounded him like hungry wolves so he could select them. In the end, Jacob chose 3 tall barbarian prostitutes, which made those rejects start cursing Jacob for being racist, fiend, tasteless, and so on, but they didn't dare to go too far since District 22 also has unspoken rules. Those barbarian girls were beaming and acting seductively while they led him toward their pleasure house. Jacob paid with his star watch to an ugly orc and booked the room for an entire day, which cost him 1,000 gold coins, including those 3 girls' services charges. The sneaky goblin naturally followed Jacob, but he didn't enter the alley, remained hidden in a corner, and quickly reported it. Goblin, King 908954432, he's in West District 22, Red Alley, 07, Pleasure House, 98, Sneaky 2452234, Tesk, which one did he choose? The goblin frowned when he saw this message, but still replied. Goblin, King 908954432, 3 barbarians. Sneaky 2452234, what a monster. Goblin, King 908954432, stop joking around and quickly come here. Sneaky 2452234, heh, why are you in a hurry? It's not liked those girls will choose you. Even your nose is bigger than your dick. The goblin's eyes widened when he read this message as veins started to pop up on his bald head, and he ground his teeth in anger and humiliation. While grounding his teeth in hatred, he wrote, Goblin, King 908954432, Yo, you're dead. However, the goblin didn't notice the person with a binocular standing not far away on a building's roof, and also looking toward the building where Jacob entered. What a monster, he mumbled with a hint of respect. Half an hour later, nothing from the ordinary happened as that goblin and the person on the roof continued to observe the pleasure house building. Night descended before 3 persons, clad in black clothes from head to toe, appeared as they snuck inside the alley. 070777. Chapter 177, so long. The man on the rooftop noticed those 3 black figures sneaking into the pleasure house and sneered, heh, magistrate dogs. The next instant, he vanished into the darkness. The 3 figures crept toward the ugly orc, the owner of this pleasure house, and lazily sat behind the counter as business was relatively slow today. At this moment, an icy voice whispered in his ear, if you don't want to die, then cooperate. The ugly orc was instantly spooked when this voice rang beside his ear. But before he could even yelp, a firm hand wrapped around his mouth, and the voice sounded again, you gutter rat, do you want to meet your whore mother so much? The ugly orc's heart palpitated. He knew the other party was ridiculously strong because he was a rare Tier 5 fighter, but the other party quickly suppressed him. He didn't dare to play any trick and stop struggling. Heh, good horse, son, the cold voice sneered again before it loosened his grip and questioned, now, tell me, where is the guy who picked up 3 barbarians' whores this noon? The ugly orc didn't dare to hide and quickly answered while sweating profusely. T3rd floor, room 343. Good, now be a good chode and pretend as if nothing happened. Don't make me come back to strangle you with your guts. Do we have an understanding? The person questioned with a hint of killing intent. The ugly orc nearly cried and nodded like crazy. He didn't lose his mind to offend this foul-mouthed bastard. Furthermore, the ugly orc was in the pleasure business for almost his whole life, and he knew just not anyone could play a gangster in Easter City. As a result, the crime rate was practically non-existent unless someone wanted the wrath of the city magistrate and had the army on their tail. So, this mysterious attacker wasn't simple, and he was doing it because he was confident in getting away or had some backer. Whichever the case was, he didn't want anything having to do with it. The next moment, the ugly orc felt the presence behind him vanish, and when he turned around, no one was there, and his heart turned cold. Just who is that shithole to draw this kind of person? He grimaced but didn't dare to say anything and sat down as if nothing had happened. The 3 black persons moved to the 3rd floor without making any noise. No point 2 and no point 3. The target has tier 7 or tier 8 fighter level strength, so we can't give him a chance to resist. We'll be using Sleeping Beauty and complete this mission of immobilizing the target and getting us out of here without much fuss. The person in the front sternly spoke in a whispering voice that only the 2 behind him could be heard. The corridor was dimly lit in red light. Creepy silence enshrouded the place as if no one was there. However, as they get close to room 343, Number 3 suddenly speaks, Number 1, I smell blood. Where? Number 1 questioned with a hint of trepidation. I think it's coming from the target's room, Number 3 spoke with uncertainty. But his companions were not so uncertain because they knew Number 3's ability to smell was top-notch in Easter City, and that's why he was joining them in this mission. Plan D? We're going in for dinner. Number 1 spoke in a grave voice as he drew a purple dagger, and a black light barrier enveloped him. The other 2 also activated their shield barriers and drew their weapons. No one reached room 343, and his brown eyes narrowed when he saw a small slit on the door. It is open, his revealed with trepidation. After inhaling a deep breath, ready, he pushed the door. A disgusting scene entered their eyes when the door opened and a vile smell attacked their nose. There was only a bed inside the room, which was currently dyed in blood and gore of 2 naked prostitutes with large holes in the center of their chests as if a cannonball had passed through them. But the bloody writing on the wall drew those 3 black figures' attention. Blanker belonged to Killer Skull Society, so long retards. Bastard, it's them again. No one couldn't help but curse out loud. He wasn't in the least bit affected by the scene in front of him. It seemed the 3rd prostitute was their agent, which would explain her missing corpse. They died approximately 6 hours ago. But the question is, how did they escape since there is no window in the building? No point 2's crisp voice rang in confusion. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? That guy chose 3 barbarians, and one of them happened to be a skull who was after the banker, and he just fell into her lap? Are you kidding me? No. 3 retorted the whole situation was too fishy. It's the fucking Skull Society, anything is possible. It seemed those skulls also had their eye on the blanker, like us, but they got the jump on us. No, one ruefully cited. You got that right, and now they can also take the blame for your deaths. An extremely sinister voice rang at this moment from behind them, and before they could react, pop, 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 their heads blasted into bits with the protective barriers in the mix. A tall person in the cloak was standing there with his hammer-like hand clenched in a fist and dripping in red blood as he looked at the scene with rage-filled eyes. Bastard society. He cursed before he started searching the other rooms, and just 3 rooms in the same lane. He finally found out how they escaped without alerting anything. There was a large hole in the wall opened right behind the building, which was a blind spot for any watcher like him. Fuck, Nixon would go bonkers and blame me for this. He cursed in indignation as he also took the hole and left. He was going to search the area before reporting this incident to Nixon. But he didn't have much hope because whoever did this was extremely meticulous, and they knew people were watching Jacob. As for Jacob planning this whole thing himself, it still didn't cross their mind because the Killer Skull Society had done this in the past. Jacob also had no reason to escape or orchestrate this whole situation since they were on his side. At least, that's what everyone will think first. A few miles away from west of the Easter City was the cold wilderness, which led toward the North Golden Sword province of the Golden Swords country. A bonfire illuminated the area, and a man with silver hair and a handsome appearance sat beside the bonfire while chucking down meat from a long leg bone. Other bones were lying beside him, and it was the last piece of whatever he was eating. This person was naturally none other than Jacob. Jacob planned this vanishing act for a whole month after he got his hands on all kinds of information in the private server of Nightmare Night Legion. He knew if he wanted to let everyone in circles, he needed a scapegoat, and who could be a better scapegoat than his favorite enemy, the Killer Skull Society? Those guys' notorious deeds were all over the Rare Plains news, and Jacob just had to orchestrate one of their notorious deeds. So, he chose the red light district, which was the perfect place for him to buy enough time for his escape while putting the blame on the Killer Skull Society. Even if someone had a suspicion toward him, so what? They can speculate all they want, but as long as they don't find Jacob or believe Killer Skull Society's words, it will never be clear what happened that day. He already knew being a blanker was a pretty big deal here. After some research, he found beside him there was only one blanker alive in the Light Nation. Furthermore, after digging, he found some cases of blanker appearing in the past, but all of them vanished mysteriously, which rubbed Jacob the wrong way. So, he decided to vanish from the eye of the public, which was his true goal, but he had to make it look like it was done by someone else, not him. By doing this, even if he remained active on the Star Network and did something heinous, others would only suspect Killer Skull Society had planted those brain chips in his head, and now he was their pawn. Being kidnapped by the Skulls had its advantages, so Jacob did it without hesitation, and this way he will be free to do anything as long as he won't get caught by Nixon or Golden Sword's country. This was going to be even more impossible because he was going toward the Wild Nation to start hunting for those magic cores and won't return to the territories of the Four Powers until he had to. W-17-8, Chapter 17-8, A Golden Elf. To the far north of the Rare Freedom Plains was the Dark Woodland. This place was called Dark Woodland because it marked the border between Rare Freedom Plains and the Wild Nation, as well as the Rare Wilderness Plains. Because the moment someone crosses the Dark Woodland, they will step out of the safety of Rare Freedom Plains, where Dark Being from the Wild Nation couldn't infiltrate. The Four Powers had collectively built a thick wall called the Dark Pass, and their army bases were also behind this Dark Pass wall. Anyone who wanted to leave the Dark Pass could as long as the Four Powers didn't want them. But returning to the safety of the Dark Pass was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, those brave, adventurous souls still dared to venture into those unknown territories, and some of them were also the people who either didn't want to be restrained by the Four Power or simply didn't fear death. After all, the plains outside the Rare Freedom Plains were much more extensive and unexplored. At this time, it was already night, but the Golden Sword's Dark Pass was lit like the day in arena lights. Soldiers were patrolling the area, and many huge spotlights were placed on top of army base buildings constructed in the ample space. It was simply a colossal army compound under the jurisdiction of Golden Sword's army and the most heavenly guarded place after the Star Ocean. Amidst this compound was a vast road that led toward the huge metal gates in the Dark Pass where many barricades were established. At this moment, a capped figure walked into the spotlight of the compound gate, which was directly linked with the road that led to the Rare Freedom Plains exit. "Half, show your face or we'll open fire," a loud voice warned before more spotlights locked on this capped figure. There were 2 barricades beside these gates, and the soldiers within them pointed their adult rifles at this capped figure. "Don't shoot, you idiots!" The capped figure sneered loudly before he removed the cape from his head and revealed his peerless handsome face, especially the long golden hair. Those guard soldiers instantly lowered their weapons. "So it is, sir. Elf, please forgive us. We were following the protocol." Golden elves had an extremely high status in Golden Sword's country. They were akin to rulers, if put more bluntly. Because the Golden Elves were one of the strongest races proficient in magic and were born with magic talent, even their untalented members had magic talent. So, the Golden Elves had high-ranking military members all over the Golden Sword's country, and only 2 clans could compare, but they were still lacking in the splendor of this race. Not only that, but the elves had extinguished appearances, and they easily stood out in the crowd, so impersonating them was almost impossible. The Golden Elves had golden hair, so they were even more easily recognized. Lastly, the elves were innately arrogant because of their talent and appearance and looked down on every other race, so this elf's vain words didn't make those soldiers offend. They all knew offending a golden elf in the Golden Sword's country was akin to putting on a misery magnet because they were also quite protective of their race. The golden elf sneered with disdain before covering his head again and moving toward the guard past. A troll soldier quickly pressed a button, and the steel gates started to open. 2 more trolls were standing there to receive this elf. "Sir, please follow us. We'll arrange lodging and dinner for you," one of them said with respect, since they knew pleasing an elf was the easiest way to climb the ranks. The elf, however, had other plans as he coldly commanded. "I want to leave the Dark Pass for training. Arrange it quickly. Don't waste my time." Those soldiers were shocked. This? Please wait. I'll arrange a guard unit for you." They knew just how dangerous the lands outside the Dark Pass were, and an elf leaving alone there was quite a rare sight. They didn't even come here, much less go for training. They all live in the safety of the Central Province and solemnly come here, but they come with a huge bandwagon and high-ranking members. This elf was clearly an anomaly, but they still arranged a guard until it was not difficult for an elf. "No need. Do you think I'll need you idiots out there to slow me down or drag me to die with you?" The elf mocked as he suddenly showed his star watch, and there was an emblem lit within. When those 2 guards saw that emblem, their eyes went wide. T2-star Nightmare Magic Knight? A 2-star Nightmare Magic Knight was even rarer than a 2-star Nightmare Fighter Knight, and even the elf race only had a little over 100 of them. So this guy was clearly of high status within the Golden Elf clan, so they quickly sprang into action and didn't dare to risk angering him. Soon, an army jeep was arranged and the elf sat in the back seat while the troll soldier drove him toward the other side. Tell me, what do you know about the dark city on the other side? The elf suddenly questioned. This question caught the troll off guard, but he quickly regained his calm and replied with uncertainty, I don't know much, sir. But according to rumors, the dark city exists somewhere in the rare wilderness plains, but no one has ever confirmed it since the way toward it is simply too dangerous. But the news spread a few years ago that whoever goes to the dark city of the rare plains will never return. Ultimately, this news was declared a prank by some degenerate skull. However, like the Dark City in Rare Freedom Plains, it also existed in the rare plains out there, but those guys are simply too mysterious and never gave in to anyone, not even 3 hegemonies. The troll sneered with discontent. He was clearly unhappy with the arrogance of the Dark City, which didn't give anyone a face. The elf grunted and didn't speak again, and the troll didn't dare to speak without permission. Thereupon, they reached the end of the road, and when those inspectors saw it was an elf, they didn't even ask for his ID scan and let them pass with some words of caution. The troll stopped the jeep in front of a small gate within the massive metal gate. The elf disembarked the jeep and walked toward the gate where he heard a deep voice. Are you sure you want to go alone? Just open the fucking thing. Why are you all questioning this lord's capabilities? The elf coldly stated. Very well, please place your Star Watch identity badge in front of the scanner. The voice rang again. The elf put his wrist on the dark screen attached to the wall, and after the scanning was complete, the metal gate suddenly started to make loud clanging sounds before it slid open. We'll await your return. The voice rang again. Humph. The elf snorted before he flashed past the open gate and vanished into the darkness. In the Dark Pass army compound, a burly orc was frowning as he looked at the elf leaving the Dark Pass. He pressed on his Star Watch, and suddenly an annoying voice rang. What is it, Deputy General? It's the middle of the night. Don't tell me those pricks are attacking the wall again? I was just contacting you to inform you about a golden elf, probably an elf elder, leaving the Dark Pass just moments ago alone, the orc plainly stated. What? Did he tell you the reason? The annoying voice suddenly turned stern. Do you think an elf elder will tell me anything? The orc questioned meaningfully. Ah, that arrogant of those guys. Sigh, since he left on his own accord, it had nothing to do with us. Just keep the recording of it if those elves come to haunt us. That recording will work like a charm. The voice chuckled coldly. My thought exactly. Good night, General. The orc cut the connection, but he frowned while mumbling, why do I have this feeling that this matter is far from simple? On the other side of the Dark Pass, the golden elf was moving between the trees agilely as the distance between him and the Dark Pass was increasing. After moving a few miles away from the Dark Pass, the elf stopped in front of a small water source hidden between the wild vegetation. The cloak on him magically vanished, revealing his handsome appearance. Suddenly he held his pointy ears, and with a push, those pointy ears detached from his natural human ears. Not only that, but he started to wash his hair. The golden color started to dissipate in water, and the golden hair turned silver. After washing his face, all the makeup on it also came out. His lips curled into a derisive smile as he looked at his reflection on the water's surface. It was none other than Jacob. 179, Chapter 79, Encountering Dark Beings. One Jacob couldn't help but smile derisively because he fooled those soldiers too easily with a golden elf disguise. Although he knew the Golden Elf clan was the dominating clan of the Golden Swords country, he never thought it had such prestige. He chose to impersonate a golden elf because they look alive humans and he was quite confident in pulling this off after he got those identity badges. But he was still ready if they asked questions, but nothing happened. Jacob's trail of thoughts suddenly halted as his heart palpitated. The fine hair on his back stood in trepidation. Just as he was done with his clearing, the water suddenly rippled before a sharp blade pierced through the water's surface and headed toward Jacob's face. It was too sudden, but Jacob's danger sense wasn't a joke, and the moment he sensed this immense danger, his heart rate suddenly jumped from 1 Hbps to 10 Hbps and entered 1x acceleration. Time seemed to slow down as before the sharp blade pierced through his eyeball. A black ingot appeared right between the edge and his eye. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang in the silent vicinity, and the metal ingot also hit Jacob right in the face. But it was far better than getting pierced by that sword and dying because of his idiocy. Within that moment, Jacob's head hit the ground, but he quickly rolled to the side, ignoring the pain on his face and head. After rolling over a meter away from the attack area, he finally stabilized himself and rose on his feet. A dark red mark could be seen on Jacob's eyes, but he was completely calm as the killing intent surfaced in his eyes. I nearly died after leaving that shithole. He was becoming arrogant after pulling the wool over the Freedom Plains powers, which was a wake-up call for him. But it was still unexpected that someone was hiding under that water source all this time, and Jacob wasn't careless at all, which could only whoever this attacker was, he was hiding under that water before Jacob approached the vicinity. Lastly, he didn't hear any heartbeat at all. Even after he entered 1x acceleration, he still couldn't hear anything. Jacob coldly looked at the long blade piercing half into the basic rare grade Titan iron ingot he bought, which cost him a small fortune just before coming to the Dark Woodlands. And if that Titan iron was of common grade, he might really be pierced through that blade. So, the identity of his attacker was probably below rare tier 6. He could tell by the still lingering impact on his face. Or, he won't be standing calmly without running. Why don't you come out? It might be suffocating. Jacob icily sneered as 2 short swords appeared in his hand, but unlike his old blades, these blades' hilts were long, and 2 extra black bearings were attached to the hilt's ends. However, these swords weren't his old ones, but they were newly forged with basic grade rare Titan iron. The old ones were traded so he could borrow a rare grade smithy to forge these new blades. He can't just come here without any preparation, can he? As if Jacob's taunt worked, the blade suddenly started to rose, and a V-shaped sword guard rose before Jacob finally had a clear look at the hand holding the hilt and his eyes dilated. Because holding the sword hilt was a bone hand, and as it rose, its entire skeleton hand surfaced before a skull appeared with a menacing smile plaster on its skull face. Not only that, but a cold, dim blue light was shimmering within the skull-like lamp, making it look ghostlier. That explains the lack of breathing and why it could remain hidden under that water. It's a tier 5 skeleton slider. Jacob instantly recognized the undead in front of him. Although he had already does a throughout research on those dark beings and was ready to take them on, seeing one in person still gave him the chills. These creatures were straight out of someone's nightmares and the pure manifestation of legendary undead. Jacob had never thought he would meet the undead of all creatures in this world. Nevertheless, these undeads were far easy targets than those high-level civilizations because they didn't have the concept of modern weapons or equipment, but they were still not to be trifled with. Because even if these dark beings used cold weapons, they were still dreaded by the 4 powers because they had unimaginable numbers. Furthermore, these undeads could become strong far more quickly than any living as long as they devour strong life force. Without that special, mysterious protection of the rare Freedom Plains, there might not be any intelligent species or any living on the rare plains at all. Jacob's sole reason for leaving the safety of rare Freedom Plains was, these dark beings had unimaginable numbers of magic users within their ranks, and only they could provide him with all the magic cores he needed. More importantly, these dark beings were all in the open, unlike the 4 powers who like to hide their true strength, and no one would also care about these dark beings' death. Besides, just killing them will give Jacob ZC, which was the only way to buy items he needed on the market to hunt extraordinary begins. So, it wasn't hard for Jacob to make a choice. The skeleton soldier didn't seem to understand the power gap between it and Jacob. Since its ambush failed, it chose the most direct approach toward its death. It lunged at Jacob while slashing its long sword down to Jacob's head. Jacob merely sneered before he moved his sword, blocking the longsword. Although the skeleton soldier had over 500 tons of force behind that strike, so what? The next moment, Jacob's second sword turned into a streak of dark lightning before it brushed past the skeleton's skull, and the next moment it sliced in half. A slight blue flare surfaced when the skull was cut open. It flickers before it diminishes without leaving any trace, and the next moment, the skeleton falls into pieces. 180, Chapter 180, Encountering Dark Beings. 2. The blue flare within the skull of the skeleton slider was known as Dead Flame. Dead Flame was like a life source for any dark being, and to kill any dark being, diminish this dead flame was the key. The dead flame was quite frail, and as long as it was touched by any weapon or exposed to the air, it would diminish. But it was only the earliest form of dead flame because dead flame is only found in dark being without any magic power. If a dark being had awakened magic power, the dead flame would be encased on the magic core. Unless someone could remove that magic core or destroy it, the dark being won't die easily unless they got completely obliterated. As for those extraordinary tier dark beings, their dead flames were even more difficult to sniff out because the higher tier a magic core, the more difficult it was to destroy it. Even if dark beings lost their limbs, they could continue to fight as long as the dead flame wasn't touched. Some dark beings of the extraordinary tier couldn't be killed without destroying the magic cores because their dead flames could keep them alive and even revive them. That's what truly made the dark beings truly terrifying. Jacob coldly looked at the pile of bones and picked up the Titan iron ingot. However, his eyes widened slightly before he twisted his body and rotated his sword, placing it in front of his ribcage. The next moment, something clashed with his sword, and it just saved him a mortal wound, but the impact was so great it sent Jacob flying a few meters away. Jacob quickly used his other sword to maneuver his body in the air and stood on his feet. Jacob looked horrid at his attacker. A long spear blade was hovering over his previous standing position, which was held by another skeleton, but this one was wearing rotten armor. A rare tier 8 skeleton warrior. Jacob recognized this armor skeleton since only skeletons with rare tier 8 or above could wear armor. Without wasting time, he sprang into action, he twisted his body and ran. Jacob wasn't a hot-blooded fool who would underestimate his enemy just because he could, especially when the enemy was a skeleton warrior-level dark being. Because any skeleton warrior could command hundreds of skeleton soldiers, sometimes a pair or an entire cohort of skeleton warriors working together to hunt their prey could make the number of skeleton soldiers in thousands. That's why it was recommended to flee the moment you saw a skeleton warrior, because these guys were simply too dangerous and hard to deal with. First, that skeleton soldier, and the next one is the skeleton warrior, and I won't be surprised if there is a skeleton grand warrior in his cohort who could command these skeleton warriors. It's an ambush for anyone who exits that wall, and I fell for it. Jacob's expression went grave as his acceleration entered 3x, and he jumped into the trees. He wanted to leave this area as soon as possible. Because a skeleton grand warrior was a bona fide extraordinary dark begins, and he couldn't fight them head on, the gap in strength was just too great. He won't even be able to scratch a skeleton grade warrior's bones, much less extract its core from his seemingly indestructible head. Furthermore, a skeleton grand warrior, or any rare skeleton warrior, normally had a metal elemental magic core or golden in rare cases, which had no use to Jacob, so risking his life won't bode any benefits. Creak-kiki, a strange bone-clanging sound rang in the area, which made Jacob's heart palpate because this was clearly a signal from whoever was in charge of those skeletons, and skeleton grand warrior could only make this kind of sound. What a damn bad luck to encounter an extraordinary dark being right off the bat. Jacob cursed under his breath and raised his acceleration to another level. He could hear sounds coming from all directions, and this number was more than he could handle. So, he entered 4x acceleration, which was the limit he could control right now, and his speed suddenly exploded as his single leap was a few meters long, and before the ambush could succeed, he was almost out of the danger zone. His speed was a little bit faster than an extraordinary tier 1, and those skeleton grand warriors were not proficient in speed, but combat. So, Jacob easily leave the ambush vicinity behind. After leaping for 5 minutes, Jacob controlled his heart rate, and it slowly started to slow down despite Jacob continuing to move. His speed also started to decrease as he sweated profusely. A dry piece of meat appeared in his hand as he ate it, but he didn't stop because he had this feeling that those skeletons might not be the only ambush around the Dark Pass. He wanted to leave the Dark Woodlands, which were quite vast, truth be told. But as long as he left the Dark Woodlands, there won't be many ambushes waiting for him, not as much as in the Dark Woodlands. Because the Dark Woodlands was the region where the Dark Pass was located, and if anyone from the Four Powers wanted to venture on this side, they had to cross the Dark Woodlands before they stepped into the territory of Rare Wilderness Plains. The Rare Wilderness Plains were actually just Rare Plains, and Wild Nation or Freedom Plains were just part of the wilderness. Even those Dark Begins couldn't conquer the Wilderness Plains because there were terrifying beasts residing in Rare Wilderness Plains, and their numbers weren't any lower than Dark Begins. That's why the Dark Beings mostly paid more attention to those beasts than wasting their time waiting for someone to come out from the Dark Pass, and they can't lay siege there either, like the wilderness. But still, they couldn't just ignore the easy prey from the Freedom Plains, so a small portion of their army lay wait in Dark Woodlands and antagonized anyone who came from the other side of the wall. Jacob had read about the ambushes, but he never thought they were so deadly, and he almost got himself killed within a few minutes after he passed the Dark Pass. After moving for half an hour, leaving the Dark Pass miles behind, he decided to take shelter in a large tree crown since the ground was simply too dangerous. Jacob was also a great advantage because those dark beings didn't have a heartbeat or breathing, rendering his powerful hearing useless. It was only helpful when the enemy was on the move. 2 hours passed as Jacob was sitting in a meditative position while holding his swords. A few meters away from the tree where Jacob was resetting, the ground was filled with rotten leaves and mud. Anyone would think it was just normal ground. But right at this moment, 2 white eyeballs suddenly snapped open. If someone saw them, they would think the ground had grown eyes. However, it hasn't seemed the case when the creepy eyeballs suddenly started moving, creeping toward the tree where Jacob was resting. No sound was made as those icy eyeballs moved close to the tree trunk, and shockingly, those eyeballs suddenly shifted from the ground to the tree and started creeping toward Jacob. Those eyes were slowly closing the distance between them and Jacob as they shifted from trunk to branches, and were only a few feet away from where Jacob was sitting. Suddenly, those spooky eyes' speed turned from crawling to speedy, and within a second, they were upon Jacob, and it was at this time a maw filled with rows of vicious, razor-sharp teeth heading for Jacob's neck. Jacob's eyes snapped open when the maw was only over feet away from him, but there was no hint of surprise but killing intent. Instead, mockery even. His hands moved in a cross motion right where the eyes were, and the next moment a deep azure slit appeared within the air, and an azure crocodile face emerged, and soon this horrid creature's whole azure snake-like body, which was 3 meters long and 2 feet thick, twisted around the tree branch. It was like the illusion had been broken. The next moment, the azure slit split open as azure blood gushed out as the menacing creature with an open jaw dropped dead in its place, handing like a loose rope. Jacob looked at the dead creature with white eyeballs. If I hadn't felt the vibration of the tree branches, this croc snake would have bitten my face off. Its water mirror illusion was simply too perfect. So, this is a rare tier 5 magic beast with 1-star water magic core. Jacob couldn't help but reevaluate his opinion of this place again because the danger wasn't just contained to dark beings, but the deadly beasts were also as fatal. Especially the beasts with magic cores known as magic beasts like this one, who had innate magical abilities. No 81, Chapter 81, Meeting in Dark Woodlands. Jacob looked at the croc snake with a hint of fear. If he hadn't felt the vibration of the branches, he might have been in a world of pain. This croc snake was a very nasty magic beast proficient in camouflage with its innate ability water mirror illusion of its water magic core. Although it was just a rare tier 5 magic beast, it was akin to a rare tier 8 beast without any magic core. At least I don't have to worry about food shortage, and this also solved my problem of finding a 1-star water magic core. A good first day starts indeed. Jacob's lips curled up, and he cut open the croc snake's skull. An azure membrane encased a small round object hidden within its brain matter, and when Jacob touched it, it burst like a bubble, and a gentle blue light fell on Jacob's eyes. It was an azure-colored water magic core just like the earth core he had found back in the goblin's stomach. He stowed it away to save it from diffusion, then cut off the head and threw it down before he started gutting the snake's body. Blood flowed all over the tree as the smell of the potent blood lingered in the air. Jacob then stowed away the fresh meat and left the snake's innards on the bloody trees for scavengers. He knew this was just the start. Food was the biggest problem for living like him, and magic beasts like croc snakes were all over the dark woodlands. Furthermore, only sneaky beasts like croc snakes who know how to hide in plain sight could survive this place full of dark begins, and Jacob didn't want to be their food. Although there was a life scanner device in the Alliance market to detect such creatures, it was too expensive for Jacob, so he could only do without it. If he had stayed in the Freedom Plains to accumulate wealth, it would take him decades, and it was too dangerous because any place rich with magic beasts and rare resources was under the control of 4 powers. If someone wanted to hunt, they needed to give away 60% of their accumulation and be part of 4 powers. Jacob could easily undermine the former rule, but he didn't want to appear in the Freedom Plains because he knew Nixon was searching for him. Because soon after he got kidnapped, the entire Easter City's Nightmare Knight Legion stirred and madly started to search for him, as well as they destroyed any known or suspicious hideouts of the Killer Skull Society. Not only that, but he even found himself trending on the local news again, which was the second time he appeared in trending. Lastly, the Killer Skull Society didn't reply or make pass any statement in refutation of Nightmare Knight Legion Slender, which was equal to admitting they really kidnapped the Blanker. But Jacob found it fishy since he had seen the history and the Killer Skull Society cared about their public image as the face of justice, so their silence was quite unusual. That was why Jacob didn't want to stay in the Freedom Plains since they were monitoring devices of all of the 4 powers, and he didn't want to fall into someone else's trap after making an escape. So, coming here was his best choice, where 4 power or 3 hegemonies had no control. Although unknown dangers haunt this place, Jacob knew as long as he treads carefully, he would be fine. Lastly, Jacob wasn't without a plan. He knew a place out here which could shelter him and wasn't as petty as the 4 powers or 3 hegemonies, the Dark City of Rare Plains. There was a Dark City in Freedom Plains, but after some research, he discovered that the Dark City in the Freedom Plains was known as Freedom Plains Dark City, not the Rare Plains Dark City. So it was pretty evident that there was another Dark City somewhere in the vast Rare Plains, and the rumors about it were also all over the Star Network. Like the common plains, dark cities were the most dangerous places in a region, and one just needed to search for them. The Dark City of Freedom Plains was also in the most dangerous zone of the rare Freedom Plains, but it was quite famous, and its location has long been publicized, so it lost its mystery. But the Dark City outside the rare Freedom Plains was still as mysterious as the Zodiac Plains, and Jacob wanted to search for it because he had been in a dark city and knew just how advanced that place was from the region they were located. Although his goal was somewhat ethereal and suicidal, Jacob was quite confident in searching for it with all the clues he had. After his rest, he didn't stop anymore and continued to head toward the north where the rare wilderness plains were, but he was still far from reaching there. Only 5% of dark woodlands fell in the territory of rare Freedom Plains. One could only imagine the lands they covered on this side. However, Jacob was soon stopped in his track when he heard a commotion a couple of meters ahead. His steps became almost silent as he slowly crept toward the fighting area. He soon reached the gully's entrance and remained hidden within a tree crown. A cloaked figure was holding a long, double-edged sword clashing with a skeleton warrior with a spear. There were couples of bones scattered around the two. Furthermore, the cloaked figure was clearly powerful, as it had already taken care of all those skeleton soldiers. The skeleton warrior had already lost half of its left skeleton, and only his right side remained, but it was still fighting fiercely with its right side and didn't let the cloaked figure deliver the killing blow and protect its skull. Alas, the cloaked figure seemed to be toying with it, and as if it had sensed something, its sword suddenly came alive, and the blade whistled through the air, and before the skeleton warrior's spear could block its skull was blasted the very next moment. The dead flame appeared and then diminished, marking the death of that fearsome skeleton warrior. Jacob was naturally astonished by this person's swordsmanship, and he was very dangerous. But Jacob's heart jumped when that cloaked person suddenly performed a strange movement and vanished from his vision before he felt goosebumps from the side. Without hesitation, swords appeared in his hand, and he slashed them at a horizontal angle. Clang, eerily sound of metal clashing together rang in the vicinity. Jacob looked at the cloaked figure who had somehow appeared right where he was observing the battle and was over 20 feet above the ground. Their blades were locked together, trembling as both sides tried to push them to each other. Jacob's eyes turned cold before he entered 2x acceleration, and he could now hold this sword with one hand, and his second sword was free. With a light push, Jacob suddenly thrust his right-hand sword toward the cloaked head. "Oh?" A man's voice rang with a hint of fear when he felt Jacob's power increase and the blade coming for his head. The next moment, his strength also exploded, and using his sword, he twisted its blade and could barely block Jacob's deadly sword thrust a few inches away from its cloak. He didn't underestimate Jacob anymore and again twisted his feet in strange angles before he vanished from Jacob's sight again. "Forgive me, I take you for a sneaky animal." The man's jeering voice rang from the ground again. Jacob still felt lingering sourness from his hands. This man was clearly as strong as him and did not forget about his skills, especially that strange movement. He would have thought the man was using teleportation if he hadn't had good reflexes. Jacob didn't want to fight to the death with such a person, and it was indeed his fault that he was sneaking around the man when he was in a deadly battle against a dark being. If it were him, he would do the same, or even worse. It was indeed unbecoming of me. Farewell. Jacob didn't want to linger anymore, in case this guy had companions like him. Wait. The man quickly uttered as if he wanted to say something. But Jacob didn't want to stay even more now, so he took the opposite direction of the gully and, without paying more attention, started leaping from tree to tree. "What are you running for?" I said. "Wait." The man suddenly started to follow Jacob as he yelled at him. Jacob coldly said, "Don't follow me, or I'll make sure you never walk again." Thereby, his speed suddenly exploded. The cloaked figure was astonished as it really stopped following Jacob when he saw the increase in his speed. He mumbled with a hint of intrigue, "A strong newcomer has appeared in the woodlands. I'll have to report it to the leader." 892, Chapter 892, Greyland Trees. Somewhere in the dark woodland, inside a concealed man-made underground cave, a ground of 9 wearing fighting gears was sitting around a round stone table. 8 of them were demi-humans belonging to different species. The demi-humans were famous for their elvish and animal features. Nevertheless, they were still not a match for the elves in looks. They were not like orcs with humanoid torsos and beast heads, albeit they were still related. Lastly, there was a tall, burly, green-scale, long lizard-faced creature with a pair of small horns on his forehead and a pointed horn over his nose. It was a kobold. Kobolds were also small in numbers and were one of the few races that could rival the top species of rare Freedom Plains and one of the overlords of Iron Sierras. The kobold coldly looked toward the demi-human with cheetah skin and asked in his raspy voice, "Are you sure this person you encountered didn't belong to any hunting teams or Four Powers hunting bases?" The cheetah skin man coolly replied, "Yes, he wasn't wearing any emblem, nor he seemed to know about where he was going. If my guess is right, then like all the newcomers, he was clueless about the dark ruins and wants to leave the dark woodlands." The kobold thought for a moment before speaking. "Even if your institution is right, and this person was indeed a newcomer on this side, he's already gone, so it's meaningless now. Besides, if he can overspeed you in reflexes, I don't think he'll easily join us misfits. He might even be some hidden talent sent here for training from one of Four Powers, or, even worse, someone from the 3 hegemonies." Leader has a point. There are only 3 kinds of people who tread alone in these parts of dark woodlands. Misfits like us who don't want to get controlled by those manipulated organizations. Then those army men who were forcibly sent here to collect resources and buy back their citizenship. Then there are those who come here on their own accord for either adventure or training, and both types of persons are simply arrogant madmen who had too much confidence in themselves and were spoiled by their backing. A woman with delicate features and cat ears snorted disdainfully. Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. The cheetah skin man sighed ruefully. "I know this, but that man didn't rub me as someone who could be controlled or arrogant in the least. I still couldn't understand how he drew his swords. It was like they appeared out of thin air. Lastly, he didn't want to fight me and quickly left despite getting the upper hand. Since he was loitering in Area 232 without any crewmate, I thought he was a newcomer and wanted to report to the leader. Inviting him in the crew was another matter, but if he's a newcomer, he'll soon stumble on the dark ruins and meet his death. What a pity. If he's really a newcomer and a misfit at that, then if he managed to survive, he'll surely make a name for himself in the dark woodlands. We'll think about inviting him to the crew then. It's not easy to leave the dark woodlands, my friend, and everyone learned it the hard way. We can't break the tradition, right?" An old man with a pointy nose chuckled. The kobold's eyes shimmered darkly before he nodded. "Let's not distract ourselves anymore. We have a foray into worrying about. I received a message from the Killer Skull Society's base." Everyone's face turned somewhat pale when he heard this, but a tingle of madness flashed past their beastly eyes. Jacob had no idea that a famous crew of misfits in the dark woodland had a small discussion about him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care about it except for whatever these dark ruins were. He was moving further and further away from the dark pass. Especially after his vague encounter with the cheetah skin man, he wanted to leave the dark woodlands as soon as possible before he met a group from one of the Four Powers or some vagabonds. But how could it be so easy to leave the dark woodlands? A week later, Jacob entered an area filled with creepy gray bark trees that looked wilted entirely, but the ground beneath them was covered with gray weeds. First, Jacob was vigilant as he tried cutting the ground and those weeds, even trees, but they were completely normal except for their crimson phloem. Furthermore, there wasn't any information about this area, and the map he had was the cheapest one he could find and only revealed the general directions because the fully detailed map of Dark Woodlands cost 10 ZC, which was simply too ridiculous for a price tag. Moreover, there weren't any maps of wild nations or the rare plains. The Freedom Plain was simple at the edge of the vast rare plains, and no one had ever managed to gauge the area of the wild nation, let alone the entire rare plains. So, Jacob was on his own, and spending 10 ZC on a single area map was simply not worth it. Since this area was on its way toward the exit of the Dark Woodlands, Jacob knew he had to swallow this bittersweet pill. But for some reason, he felt strange from the woods ahead, like he would regret it if he entered. Gritting his teeth, he summoned Immortality, wasting his chance to summon the book for 24 hours. After his encounter with the Golden Elf, he knew just how precious Immortality's ability to detect high-level species around it was, and he started to cherish this chance more and more. "What are the strongest species around me?" Jacob asked darkly. "Ha ha ha ha. I don't know if you're plain stupid or simply too daring. Nevertheless, I like it out here." Immortality manically wrote while ignoring the actual question. Jacob squinted his eyes. "It seems you have something to say to me. Being too smart can be accursed sometimes, that's why ignorance is bliss." Immortality wrote, "All I have to say is, you're the latter in this situation but not far away from being former. I don't have time to play riddles with you nor the forbearing. So just say what you have to say or answer the damn question." Jacob coldly uttered in exasperation. Sometimes he wonders if being selected by this book was the real curse or talking with Immortality. "Ha ha ha, did I say something just now? Too bad, I already forget. As to answer your question, there is nothing besides some anthropophagy trees. The Greyland trees rank between Tier 1 rare to all the way up to Tier 2 extraordinary. These trees grew upside down. Simply put, the wilted branches you're seeing are actually their roots, while the tree core is hidden deep underground. Without destroying that tree core, getting rid of this Greyland tree is impossible. As for those long gray weeds on the ground, they're their sensory receptors. All you need to know is, as long as you didn't bleed on that grass or didn't try to dig to a certain depth, you'll be fine. Those trees didn't have intelligence and only reacted on instincts. Or, trust me, if a Greyland tree had intelligence, you'd be long dead after you try cutting those trees and grass, even their soil, ha 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 ha." Jacob's heart skipped a beat when he read this as he looked at the gray forest with fear. Ignorance is really bliss. He smiled bitterly and finally understood why Immortality wrote that strange phrase. He also took a mental note not to try to cut anything if he had no idea about what it was, even harmless-looking trees. "So, if the blood didn't spill on that grass, I can cross this forest?" he questioned, just to be sure. That's pretty much it. But even if someone else bleeds while you're deep within the Greyland tree forest, it will be the end of you because once the Greyland tree forest awakens, it will kill anything which is not a Greyland tree within. Ha 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 ha, that would be incredible to watch. Jacob couldn't help but reevaluate the danger of that seemingly harmless dry forest. Still, if he wanted to move forward, he needed to cross this place, and he had no idea if taking a detour would be the right choice since he didn't know just how far these trees were spread. Nevertheless, he still decided to check. He preferred wasting some days searching for a new route than risking his life to cross that dreadful forest. He wouldn't try to cross it unless he had no choice. Moreover, that place might teem with skeletons since they don't bleed, and battling with them will only worsen things. Done deciding, Jacob headed in the east direction, hoping to find the end of this Greyland tree forest. 10 days passed, and Jacob's expressions were as grim as they could get because that damn gray forest was simply endless no matter how far he traveled. D183, Chapter 83 Impatient or Not? 10 days passed since Jacob started searching for another route around the Greyland tree forest, but this damn gray forest was endless no matter how far he traveled. With a grim look on his face, he looked at the grayness in front of him. He had wasted 10 whole days and much less founding the end of this forest. He didn't even encounter an undead, much less a living being. Here goes nothing. Jacob took a deep break and directly jumped on the roots of the Greyland tree. In these 10 days, he had already noticed that there wasn't a single life form out here, as if everyone was avoiding this place, which was nothing but good news. Because as long as blood won't touch that gray weeds, he didn't have to worry about being buried in that forest. So, he started his journey in the Greyland forest while being fully alert, and Jacob didn't want to even a twitch escape his ears. The moment he sensed something, he would summon Immortality. As he moved deeper and carefully moved from tree to tree, he couldn't help but notice the roots were growing larger and larger, and so did the weeds in the ground. He assumed it was the sign of higher-tier Greyland trees. The forest was filled with gloomy silence, and the weeds made it harder to see anything on the ground. It was simply a heaven for sneaky predators. Jacob's breathing was also controlled while his steps were silent. This was the benefit of practicing meditation and learning the control of his fluid acceleration. A whole week passed without any incident, and right now, Jacob was resting amid 50-meter Greyland tree roots, and the weed below was 3 meters long. The darkness of night gave this place even spooky vibes. Jacob didn't sleep and only rested with his eyes closed while his senses were focused entirely. The next day, Jacob continued his journey and wanted to leave this forest as soon as possible. However, he didn't like the feeling of having his life at the mercy of someone else. But the silence of the Greyland Tree Forest was proof that other beings knew the risks of messing in this place, so it was a kind of relief. However, after 2 weeks, while carefully treading on the web of long gray roots, Jacob found the roots were still growing, and the weeds were not any different, which made him even more restless, and not to talk, he was mentally exhausted. He wasn't a machine, and every living being needed sleep to function normally and restore mental fatigue. Jacob understood that if someone knew about the terror of this forest, just being in this forest was torture. Anyone with a sane mind wanted to leave this forest as soon as possible, but that was where true despair lay as well. One would start to doubt their direction senses after constantly seeing the same kind of surroundings, and those routes were almost connected, making a web of a maze. It was harder to tell north from south in this kind of setup, especially when you're focusing on being vigilant all the time. If Jacob wasn't keeping track of the sunset and sunrise, he might really have been lost long ago. On his 20th day, Jacob finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to sleep since nothing was around besides this gloomy grayness. But he still didn't let his guard down. However, he was too tired, and the moment he tried to sleep, he fell into deep darkness and completely lost track of his surroundings. "Little Jack, son, you're too impatient." A benevolent voice chided the young Jacob, who was walking hurriedly toward a colossal building wearing clean white clothes. "Old man, it's you who's slow," young Jacob retorted, but he still slowed down to match the step of an old man in priest robes walking with the spot of a cane with a benevolent smile on his wrinkled lips. "That's not what I mean, though you're right nevertheless." The old priest chuckled while looking at the tall, handsome youth. "Then what do you mean?" young Jacob questioned in perplexity. "My boy, you're excellent in every aspect. Even I didn't imagine you would get a chance like this. But you have a terrible flaw, impatience. You like acting first and then worrying about the consequences later. This is a terrible habit, my boy. People could easily exploit this flaw of yours without even you realizing it. Where you're going having this flaw is fatal. Especially with your fiery nature, I'm worried you might break someone's teeth before you even think about how it will affect you." The old priest thoughtfully stated his worries. Young Jacob chuckled coldly. "I didn't care about those damn scions. If I didn't place him in their place, they would only think I'm easy to suppress. See, you like violence too much. But if you really want to realize your dream of becoming the richest in this world, impatience will be your biggest enemy. Are you willing to succumb to it just because you didn't want to control it?" the old priest sternly questioned. Young Jacob finally fell into silence as if he was mulling over something before he said thoughtfully, "I understand. I'll try to be more tolerant and only mind my own business. I still wanted to reply to you for showing me the right way. I won't let this chance slip through my hand." The old priest smiled again while shaking his head. "I don't need you to repay me anything. We are all pitiful children of the Lord, and I did what the Lord demanded from me. I'm already gratified by the blessing he sent us in your shoes." Young Jacob's face fell as he retorted, "Why are you always giving credit for your hard work to something that didn't even exist? Those other children and I are only grateful to you since you are the one who feeds us and shelters us, not that stone idol." The old priest sighed ruefully as his eyes were filled with the vicissitude of life. "My boy, when you conquer your impatience and realize your dream, you'll understand why I serve the Lord. When you understand, I want you to build a temple. That would be my salvation if I didn't exist that day." The old priest smiled leniently as he looked at young Jacob's frowning face. Jacob's eyelids snapped open, revealing his amber eyes filled with melancholy before clarity returned to them. He found himself lying over a thick root and the familiar grayness around him. "It's been a while since I had a dream of the past, and that old senile appeared again, still haunting me with his strange religious beliefs." Jacob lamented, but his lips curled up, revealing a rare, respectful smile. But it was only for a fleeting moment as he returned to his usual cold self, but that memory was still clear as day in his head. "Impatience, huh? But it was exactly this impatience that made me what I was. Too bad you weren't around at that time to see that, or I would have a good laugh for finally getting one over you, Pops." Jacob sneered inwardly before a hint of grief appeared deep within his eyes. "I still built that magnificent temple of yours, though, and instead of your lord, I placed your statue. And you were even more famous than your lord who gave you nothing but hardship. Instead, by praying to you, no one goes home empty-handed, and I make damn sure of it. Even those arrogant pricks have to bow their head to you if they want something from me, and I bring down the whole world down into your knees. Is that what you mean by faith, that can be created by strong and so easily manipulated? I still don't understand even when I tried so hard at the end of my life. I really tried to, but there was nothing for salvation, only despair. Hope died, and I followed her footsteps, but I was alive and given a chance to achieve something I longed for. Impatient or not, I'll achieve immortality, and I'm pretty impatient to get it." Jacob scoffed and stood up as he was completely restored. He ate 2 slices of raw but fresh meat and started his journey again. It was already noon, but today there were dark clouds covering the sky, and the rain might start at any minute. To not get lost, Jacob trivial slow since the sun was his only compass in this damn forsaken forest. Thereupon, with a booming rumble, the rain started to fall over the spooky forest, and the only comfort was everything was normal except for the sound of rain and Jacob's unhindered footsteps. But after moving a few miles, Jacob's heart skipped a beat, and he was stopped in his tracks because even in that rain, sounds of metal crashing together were reverberating over 100 meters away. 1.4, Chapter 1.4, The Mysterious Dark Ruins. If it were any other time, Jacob would have taken a detour while minding his own business. However, in this deadly forest where just a drop of blood could decide his life and death, any fight in this place was his business. Soon, Jacob was looking at the 4-meter-tall weed sea, which was getting hacked like water splashes and stomped by hundreds of skeleton soldiers. Right in the middle of this siege was a 6-meter-tall giant who was stomping those skeletons like bugs under his menacing warhammer. Jacob's eyes widened ever so slightly since it was his first time seeing a living member of the giant race, and he had to admit that just watching this giant swinging his giant warhammer and creating small tremors gave him the frights. The Iron Giant tribe had no match when it came to brute strength, and to make others resentful even more, some giants even had magic resistance, and they were also one of those races with connate magic talent. They were dreaded by any intelligent race on the Freedom Plains, and even elves think twice before provoking these dark stars. Nevertheless, Jacob was still worried about this giant getting wounded and bringing everyone's doom, but he was somewhat relaxed when he saw just how helpless those skeletons were. However, he knew this many skeleton soldiers wouldn't lay siege on a giant. There had to be a mastermind. And just as he thought, amidst those hundreds of skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors suddenly appeared holding spears and halberds and shot toward the giant like arrows. However, when Jacob was about to warn, the giant suddenly pulled an icy smile on his giant iron-colored face, and the next moment his warhammer suddenly started to shimmer in dark sheen. Jacob's heart palpitated, and without wanting to find out, he ran in the opposite direction. The next moment, the giant roared while swinging his glowing warhammer, iron hammer smash. Boom! The entire area around the giant rumbled as a terrifying shockwave blasted those skeletons into smithereens. Even the gray land trees and weeds weren't spared, and the over 20 meters area around the giant had become a no-man's land. Jacob, who barely managed to avoid the worst of that ghastly shockwave with the shelter of a thick gray root, looked in the giant direction again with a lingering fear. That was simply too powerful, and he was even more sure there was magic involved in that strike. Humph! A bunch of bones wanted to kill the great Elbio, go born as a giant first. The iron giant named Elbio coldly sneered as he retracted his warhammer, which left a small 5-meter-deep crater behind, and in this crater were strange blade-shaped gray leaves. Jacob knew he wasn't the other party's match, and found his notion of protecting the fellow ridiculous, since no one without skill dared to enter this place. And you, little fellow, come out. Elbio coldly looked at the exact tree root where Jacob was hiding. Jacob knew he might not be able to get rid of this fellow as he did with the cheetah skin man, since those giants were also freighting fast as well. Moreover, he didn't want to test his strength with this fellow in the middle of Greyman Tree Forest. Therefore, calming himself, he came out. Elbio looked at Jacob's hooded figure and coolly said, I saw you wanted to help him, so I won't persuade you to sneak up on me. But what are you doing in this gray shithole? Jacob looked at Elbio's nonchalant expression and then at the destruction he had just caused. He answered, I'm naturally headed toward the exit of the Dark Woodlands. Elbio's eyes shimmered as he suddenly pulled a mocking smile. You're new in Dark Woodlands, aren't you? Jacob was caught off by this strange question, but still answered, I'm indeed new. May I inquire why you think so? Elbio coolly stated, only newcomers would say they wanted to leave these godforsaken woodlands. Jacob frowned. Is it not possible? Elbio shook his head. It's not impossible, but not far from it either. Forget it since you tried to help me. I'll tell you, if you cherish your life, turn around and leave. Unless you're a tier 6 extraordinary, don't even think about passing this forest, or Dark Ruins will be the grave of you just like any other. Done saying his piece, Elbio turned around his giant body. Jacob was now even more perplexed by Elbio's sublet warning and had many questions. He could tell this terrifying giant wasn't lying. He simply didn't need to with his prowess. Wait, tell me about these Dark Ruins and I'll pay any price. Jacob tried another method. Elbio's lips curled into a mocking smile while his back was still facing Jacob. Little fellow, if you want to know about Dark Ruins, then cross this forest and you'll naturally know. If you manage to return alive, find me in Area 892, the name is Elbio. The next moment his figure suddenly turned blurry, and Elbio's giant figure faded like a ghost. Even for Jacob's eyes, that giant was terrifyingly fast, making his heart skip a beat. If that Elbio wanted to kill him, he was afraid he wouldn't even have the chance of retaliation. What are the Dark Ruins? Jacob squinted his eyes and wasn't in the mood to stay in this area. He left before more skeletons were drawn by the commotion. He still didn't change his direction, though. Elbio's figure appeared a few meters away from where Jacob was standing. A huge, cold grin was spread on his giant face when he saw Jacob still continuing on the same path. He mumbled while he faded into the rain. I never thought while hunting that skeleton. I'll meet a newcomer. If you survive, you'll be one of us, a caged slave. A pity that the chance of that happening is almost null, paucity. However, Jacob didn't continue to head in that direction blindly anymore. He could tell something was wrong with all of this after hearing Elbio's ambiguous warning. First, he had no idea what Area 892 was. He didn't even know if there were dividends in this place. Then he thought about the map and the scope of information about the rare plains. Except for dark woodlands and general directions, there wasn't any information about this forest or these dark ruins. Lastly, the four nations weren't too worried about the dark beings swamping this place, which was relatively peaceful, unlike what was mentioned in the information he gathered. There was even terrifying existence like that giant residing in this place, and they seemed to be not from the Four Powers military. Why didn't these people leave the dark woodlands and remain in these godforsaken woods? Something was strange about all this. The answer lies in the dark ruins. So, Jacob tried to search the Star Network for information on dark ruins, but to his dismay, nothing appeared, even in the Alliance server. Afterward, he could only give up and decided to sleep over it. The next day, besides some clouds, the sky was clear, and Jacob decided to move on with his journey. He at least wanted to see what these dark ruins were. Even if he had to go back afterward, he would know about what he was dealing with. After making his decision, he didn't stop and continued to move while being vigilant of skeletons. He didn't have the destructive power of Elbio, so he wanted to avoid fighting in this forest. Unknowingly, Jacob had been traveling in the Greyland tree forest for over 2 months, and besides the growing roots of Greyland trees, Jacob didn't encounter anything. However, on this day, as the night descended, Jacob suddenly felt a strange sensation when he stopped to rest for the day, and his eyes were closed. It was like he was moving, or more accurately, the roots beneath him were moving. Jacob's eyes sprang open. Quickly, he jumped to his feet, but when he looked around, he was flabbergasted because the entire forest around him had vanished. Yes, there was nothing around, below, or above. He was just sliding forward in the darkness. Horrified, Jacob tried to run back, but something even more ghastly was waiting for him. No matter how much he ran, he didn't feel like he had moved forward. Not good. Jacob was simply spooked as he continued to slide forward. Cursed Immortality. What the fuck is going on? He quickly summoned Immortality while looking around for an escape route. He knew something had happened while he was resting, and whatever happened was out of his comprehension. Only Immortality might be able to shed some light on this situation. Immortality appeared in front of Jacob and wrote, which sent a shiver to Jacob's entire being when he read it. Somehow, he knew he was screwed. Welcome to the Rare Trail Plain. Ha 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 ha. 1:18:5. Chapter 18:5, Plain Trials and Terrifying Revelations. Welcome to the Rare Trial Plain. Ha 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 ha. What rare trial plane? Explain. Am I in danger? Jacob quickly asked while continuing to find a way out of this darkness. Although his vision was good, this darkness was completely different, and he could only see Immortality because of their special connection. Not for now, I guess. This reply from Immortality gave Jacob a massive relief, but he was still not out of the woods since this darkness was simply too eerie as all his senses were blocked and all he could feel was moving forward. What is happening then? Jacob properly asked while his sword appeared in his hands. Well, since you've already entered a trial plane, I can tell you now, Immortality wrote. But let me ask you something first since you were a researcher yourself and a successful one at that. What do you think about world evolution, which could change a world? Jacob's face fell. He didn't have time to play the riddle, but he still answered since it was a simple question. Knowledge. Now just tell me where I am and where did that forest go? No, it is truth behind everything. Knowledge can only be acquired after one finds a truth behind something. Sometimes the truth can be the opposite of what knowledge deems it to be. Why, even after acquiring knowledge, do we still dig deep into the same knowledge and sometimes find something incredible? A truth is what changes everything, and nothing can topple truth. There is always truth behind a truth, like infinite layers. The more truth you find, the more you want to confirm if it is the truth or if someone else will doubt your truth and then start searching for their own truth. But if someone acquired an absolute truth, it could have unimaginable consequences. Like the zodiac planes, which is virtually immeasurable. Jacob's eyes widened in disbelief, but how is that possible? Although he understood what Immortality was trying to imply, he would never believe something so ridiculous. Furthermore, he still didn't understand what this had to do with the current situation. Ha 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 ha, nothing is impossible, I had told you. You are so insignificant that even a grain of sand might have a higher status than you in the zodiac planes. But you will understand if you could cultivate the scripture to higher phases. All you need to know is, the zodiac planes is immeasurable, and you could consider it a universe. But it didn't work like the universe you know of. There are stars, solar systems, and galaxies, but for a particular reason, everything has been combined, forming the zodiac planes. As for why the sky, sun, and moon are just like you remembered, it is also related to the reason for zodiac planes being a universe. The common planes are known as Typunot plane, and rare planes are known as Typunot 1 plane. There are higher planes, and on those planes lies the unimaginable truth. As for the place you are currently stumbled upon is called a trial plane. Every plane above zero has these trial planes. Jacob calmed down to a great degree after he read all that unimaginable information. This mysterious world broadened his horizons again. What kind of trials do these places have, and what is their purpose? Since they're trials, who set them up and monitor them? Jacob asked sternly. These trials are created by the Zodiac Planes itself, and it is also Zodiac Planes who monitored them. You can call it Zodiac Will. Like people say, gods are always watching over the world, and the Zodiac Will is even more terrifying. Ha 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 ha. Zodiac Will? I'll remember it. Jacob quickly engraved this name in his mind. Immortality continued. As for the purpose of these trials, it has only one, to open the way toward a higher plane. Now Jacob was even more confused as well as startled. Are you telling me without passing this trial, no one can move to a higher plan? But it's impossible, since the Alliance could take someone out of here if they complete a certain condition. You don't understand at all. By means to open the way toward a higher plane means stripping off the protection from that plane and removing the barrier that hinders other races from moving freely toward a higher plane. Aren't you curious why that undead couldn't attack or step foot into the Freedom Planes? It is because that area is called Life Plane, where dark beings couldn't enter, while the place known as Wild Nation is established on an area called Dead Plane, where living beings couldn't enter. Lastly, the area where any being could move freely is known as Neutral Plane, like the Dark Woodlands. It's just that the living beings in this place are simply too weak. They had yet to find the exit from the trial plane like the dark beings and entered this neutral plane while avoiding the actual trial plane. Similarly, a being born on other planes, or if they had a certain level of bloodline and prowess, couldn't enter those two protected areas or on the plane as a matter of fact. Neither could they clear the trial of that plane. Only a native born on that plane could enter and remove the trial of their birth plane. The only exception to this rule is the Star Ocean, or when the protection of that plane is lifted when someone clears that trial. However, in the latter case, there is still power level restriction of the plane. Or do you think both factions, living and dead, would let each other prosper on the same ground? There are more twisted rules on higher planes, but you don't need to know them now. Anyhow, the person who clears this trial, either from the living or dead, will have a specific right on that plane, and every reward acquired from these trials are lavish to extreme. Lastly, if a trial were cleared, it would reset after 1,000 years, and every time a trial is different from the last. My guess is the dark beings on Type 1 planes had cleared the last trial, and that's why they had the upper hand on the living and probably trying to clear it again. That's why they were swamping this place with their pawns to make things even more difficult for those Freedom Planes fools. Jacob felt like a mist had been lifted from his eyes as he finally started to understand what was happening in the rare planes. Wait, you said only natives can enter these protection zones and trials. Why am I able to bypass these two restrictions? Jacob instantly caught the crux of the matter. Just as he thought, Immortaka's mad laughter filled the whole page. He, how about you try to guess? Jacob instantly thought of something and replied uncertainly, It's either you or it has something to be with my rebirth. Don't give yourself too much credit. Only the inheritor of one of the 9 universal godly scriptures can bypass these rules. Let me tell you something else. He. Jacob had a bad proposition all of a sudden. The 9 universal godly scriptures could also see through the trial's hidden conditions, Immortality revealed. What it had to do with me? I'm not interested in clearing those trials. On the contrary, as long as they won't completed, I can simply move between places and do my things. Even if I offend someone, I can hide in the other side's territory and they won't even be able to touch me. Jacob was now completely calm as he thought of the benefits of having such an advantage over everyone. Ha, are you sure? Let me tell you, the person who clears these trials will be rewarded lavishly by the Zodiac Will with ZC, and a special shop will be open to the trials champion. You can buy anything that exists on that plane from that shop, even 9-star element cores. Immortality words were laced with temptation. Jacob's eyes widened slightly when he read it. Are you serious? Absolutely, even the delivery would be instant. But think about it, if you lifted the barrier, the Freedom Planes would be swallowed by the dark beings at this juncture. Or even worse, those fellows in the living faction like your alliance might hate you to tip the balance so soon. Immortality pretended to give a warning. Jacob's lips curled into a disdainful, icy smile. Do you think I care? Right at this moment, Jacob suddenly looked ahead as he saw the light at the end of the darkness. He was on his destination, wherever it was. Ha, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. All right, read carefully. I don't have time. You can't summon me in the trial plane for a reason I can't tell you right now. The moment you exit this space, I'll vanish. These are hidden conditions to complete this trial name, Dark Ruins. Jacob was baffled when he read he couldn't summon Immortality in the Dark Ruin, but soon his attention was drawn by the sudden shimmer spark on Immortality before an entirely new page appeared. Plain Trial, number 128U94302 codename, Dark Rune, time of beginning, 39 years ago, time of end, ongoing conditions, implanted for trial codename, Dark Rune, 11111WN86, Chapter 1WN86, Underground Catacomb. At this moment, space shuddered before it was torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a black hole. Thereby, a figure was suddenly thrown out from this black hole before it vanished just as fast as it appeared. The figure landed on an old stone floor. He wore a long black jacket with a long hood on his head. A faceless black was hidden underneath. It was none other than Jacob, who had mysteriously been sent into this place, which was rare playing trial. If not for Immortalita's previous explanation, he might be clueless, even spooked by this entire ordeal, just like any ambitious newcomer in the dark woodlands. But he was calm since he knew what kind of place it was and what it represented. Jacob looked around, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw he was standing on a passage dimly lit with flame torches on the walls. However, the walls made him apprehensive because they were made of skulls. A catacomb? He mused darkly as he looked behind, and there was also a long passage going way back, just like in the front. He has no idea on which part of the dark ruins he is in, but he is clearly underground within these catacombs. Suddenly, Jacob felt a vibration on his wrist, which was his star watch. He then slid his sleeve and was astonished when he saw a notification on his star watch. Faceless ancient welcome in dark ruins of rare plains. Please explore the dark ruins for glory. It was an ambiguous message, but it did reveal the name of the place he was in. Could it be the star network is also controlled by the zodiac will? This might explain this network's mysterious background. Jacob assumed, but didn't dare to speak out loud. He was even apprehensive of this zodiac will now, since even Immortality seemed afraid of it. If Immortality hadn't told him to keep wearing his star watch, he might have already stowed it away in his infinity pendant. Jacob then tried to use the star watch, but to his dismay, the connection was completely off with the outside, confirming his hypothesis even more. Nevertheless, he kept his star watch on his person, and after that ambiguous message, no more messages appeared. Jacob then decided to move in the left direction while holding a pump-action shotgun in his left hand and his sword in his right hand. He didn't dare to underestimate this place. Even that giant was wary. Even if he knew how to clear it, it didn't mean he could do it. If Immortality was correct, then dark beings of higher level might be teaming this place to clear it as well, and with his current power cap, he would be courting death. He couldn't summon Immortality either, and he was pretty sure it had something to do with the Zodiac Will, or there might be some other reason. In any case, he has to be careful. Jacob's first objective was to leave these underground catacombs. As Jacob moved slowly toward the dimly lit passage, he noticed the dust on the walls and his footprints on the stone floor. Evidently, this passage hadn't been used for quite a long time, but when he thought about those burning skull torches, he thought otherwise. After walking for half an hour, he frowned because a skull wall blocked his way forward, a dead end. Fluster, he turned back since he didn't want to touch those skulls unless absolutely necessary. After walking for over an hour, Jacob's face turned dark when he saw a wall blocking his way again. It meant both sides were completely blocked off. Something is strange. This passage is too long. Moreover, these torches kept burning without showing any sign of turning off, and the air here also didn't seem to suffocate. There has to be some kind of ventilation system. Jacob frowned as he finally decided to get his hands dirty. He first moved toward the skull wall blocking his way and slashed his sword, blasting those old skulls into bits and raising a small dust cloud. When Jacob saw there was really a stone wall behind those skills, he then moved toward the other suspicious thing, which was those torches. The passage was only 3 meters in diameter, so Jacob's hand easily reached the torch's position. When he tried to remove a torch, strangely, it didn't move an inch as if it was fixed on the wall. With his sword hilt, he tried to break the torch, and the skull-shaped torch easily blasted, but Jacob was stunned the next moment because a palm-sized yellow-red flame appeared in the air when the torch broke. It suddenly started flickering after losing the torch's protection and then diminished, leaving behind a dumbfounded Jacob. Magic. Only this could explain the phenomena now. Before, Jacob thought there might be some gas lines supporting those torches, but it seemed he was dead wrong. He needed to think out of the box since he was in a magical world where anything was possible. Giving up on torches, Jacob decided to focus on those skulls, and after cleaning those skulls for half an hour, he had cleared over 10 meters on both sides as skull debris filled the floor. Yet, Jacob saw nothing but stone walls on both sides, perplexing him. This passage was simply too long, and if he started to clean those 2 walls, it might take an entire day, and he still might not find any clues about where he was or how he could leave. Let's blast our way out of this strange place, Jacob sneered. The next moment, a pale yellow rectangular appeared in his hand. It was only 6 inches long and 2 inches thick. It was Trinichordaluine, TNT, C, high NT. He literally meant those words when he said he would blast his way out of this place. This TNT was handmade by him. When he was planning to leave the Freedom Plains, he knew the place out there was not something he could handle with his current prowess, so he prepared some things if he ever experienced such situations. The TNT happened to be one of those things. With cold eyes, he placed the TNT on the stone wall blocking the passage and sets it up with a radio wave controller. Only after looking at those sturdy stone walls did he dare to take his mad action, or if it were a shallow cave, he would rather continue searching than risk using TNT and bury himself. Jacob put hundreds of meters of distance between TNT and himself before he pressed the red trigger. Bomb. A massive explosion rang quaver the entire passage, and those skills started to fall from their positions, and a huge dust cloud enveloped the whole passage like a tornado. Jacob was completely unfazed as he waited a few moments before going toward the explosion area. Crushing the skull debris under his unhindered footstep, he reached the dust-filled explosion area and approached the wall. He couldn't help but notice a light in the center of that. Even with all the dust, it was quite apparent. So, there was a passage. Jacob's lips curled up as he finally saw the half-broken wall and another passage behind it. Without hesitation, he crossed the opening and stepped foot another dimly lit catacomb passage, but it was slightly more spacious than the one he had just blasted his way out from. This time, Jacob went toward the left again, and after walking for 10 minutes, he didn't encounter another wall but a cross path. Is this some kind of grave maze? Jacob's face fell, but all of a sudden his ears perked because faint footsteps were approaching from the left cross pathway toward his position. The explosion must have drawn whoever this is. Jacob was vigilant and didn't dare to underestimate the approaching party. Whoever could come to this place was not simple, and he was far more worried about those dark beings. Jacob quickly took the right passage before that person reached this place, and with silent steps he escaped the vicinity. A minute after Jacob left, a petite woman with wolf ears, wearing a short black armor that only covered her vitals, appeared, holding a sword and an assault rifle in both her furry hands. She looked at the still dusty passage where Jacob had appeared and frowned. Someone just used explosive force to blast their way out of a dead passage? Is it magic or technology? Whoever it was, they were strong. If it is not a dark being, and if I can team up with this person, I might be finally able to leave this shityard. A ray of hope appeared in her wolf eyes as her small, fair nose started to twitch, and she instantly looked toward the right passage where Jacob had gone. Her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. Smell of chemical. Definitely not a magic user. With great anticipation, she also chased after whoever it was without caring about the consequences. It was far better than suffering alone in this maze of skulls. 187 Chapter 187, The Dreadful Maze. Even though Jacob wanted to, he couldn't move carelessly in this catacomb maze. But he was more worried about the footsteps behind him, which would catch up to him no matter which direction he took or how fast and silent his steps were. In the end, he decided to confront whoever it was, or he won't have peace of mind. A sniper rifle appeared in his hand, but it wasn't the Titan rifle but CT-408 sniper rifle with a normal 32x standard infrared scope created by him. Jacob coldly placed the sniper rifle at the end of the cross path, hit it with those skulls, and then placed his eye behind the scope. He won't care if it is undead or living. He was going to get rid of them since this person kept chasing after him. Without his hearing, he might not be able to hear the other person, so he knew just how stealthy the other party was. This place was teeming with an unknown danger, and Jacob couldn't have a threat that was proficient in tracking. Jacob's finger was the trigger as he heard those footsteps slowly approaching. Thereupon, something entered Jacob's view, and he pulled the trigger. Boom. The bullet sound reverberated in the silent vicinity of the catacomb pathways. But Jacob's eyes narrowed because the thing that was blasted apart was a random dry skull on a blade tip. But what made Jacob astonished was the bullet didn't pierce through the silver tip of the sword but bounced off without leaving a scratch. Not only that, but the holder of that sword didn't seem affected by the bullet impact either, as the blade was still held at the same spot without dropping. The other party is extremely strong, so you can hear my footsteps and go for a decisive kill, huh? Nice, you have some skills and grit to survive. A crisp voice filled with disdain rang at this moment. It was clearly the owner of the sword. Jacob frowned. Not a dark being. Since everyone is fighting for survival in this place, each faction might be more untied than the outside. Furthermore, from this person's tone, she let me hear her footsteps so she could test me. Who are you? He decided to question since having an experienced person around would only do better than harm. Well, as long as they had no malicious intentions, that is. I'm also just like you, who was mysteriously thrown into this shityard 2 years ago. You were the first person I have encountered in 2 years. How about we team up? I have no ill intention and only wanted to leave this godforsaken shityard, revealed the woman in an aggravated tone. Jacob was startled when he heard she had been trapped here for 2 years. Just what kind of place is it? Or she might be just lying to win my trust. But if what she said is true, then I need to know why she couldn't leave even after 2 years. Jacob was sullen. Look, I know it is difficult to trust someone you just met, but I'm sincere in working with you to get out of here. I'm going to come out to show my sincerity, the woman declared. Jacob remained stoic as he coldly watched as white furry hands slowly appeared, and seeing the infrared view, he confirmed it was a living person. A petite woman with wolf ears, wearing short black armor, only covering her vitals, appeared while holding her hands above in surrender. A sword and an assault rifle were attached to her slim waist. A wolf demi-human. He instantly guessed when he saw those features. Since the other party was showing their hands, it was clear she was sincere about her words or simply too confident in her act. But Jacob decided to believe her since she might hold vital information about this maze. However, he didn't lower his rifle and walked in front of her. What is this place? He asked. The wolf woman's eyes lit up when she saw Jacob and smiled while she said, Can I lower my hands? You may, but if you so much as twitch your finger, I'll shoot, Jacob coldly stated. So scary, she giggled. As I said before, this place is called Dark Ruin. Jacob frowned. I know. I'm talking about, where are we? He didn't know if this woman was being deliberately cute or not, but it wasn't working. Oh, you must also receive that message in your Star Watch, right? Sigh, is this some kind of game played by the Star Network? She wondered out loud. Close enough, Jacob thought. Then you didn't find the way out of this place in 2 years? He asked another question. How long have you been in this place? She questioned instead with a hint of anticipation. Jacob frowned but still answered, couple of hours. The wolf woman's eyes shone brilliantly. I knew it. Who is the current ruler of the Ice Nation? And did we win the Nightmare Championship? Jacob wanted to shoot her down as she started asking meaningless questions like a curious baby. Suppressing his dark urges, he coldly uttered, I have no idea, nor do I care. If this is all you have to say, then I better wander alone. Don't follow me anymore. The wolf woman quickly changed the topic as her curious expression turned severe and aggravated. All right, you won't have to be so mean to a fellow tribesman, you know. Jacob remained silent even after being called a fellow tribesman. She was clearly his species with those sublet words, which was proof enough of this woman's cunning nature, just like a real wolf. The wolf woman suddenly smiled charmingly when she saw Jacob didn't fall for her trap. I'll tell you straight this time, it's not like I don't find a way out, but it's just that there is something terrifying blocking the way out. If you wander in this shit-yard long enough, you'll naturally bump into that fellow. But that thing is probably extraordinary, tier 1 or even 2, so unless you are one as well, there is no other way out of this place. No matter how much you dig or blast, this strange maze is endless. Because this maze changes every 72 hours, any damage done to it will also reset with it. You won't even know it has, and you'll keep moving in circles while thinking you have made progress. But you'll die of hunger and thirst soon, if not madness. Trust me, I'll learn the hard way. Jacob suddenly felt something was not adding up with her explanation. How do you survive in 2 years? The wolf woman's lips suddenly moved into a crescent smile. Of course, it's because I found a special room in this place which had a clear water pond with some fish. It also recovered every 3 days, no matter how much you drank or ate from it. It's just that finding it is a hassle, but now I'm a pro at it. Jacob felt silent when he heard this. No matter how much it sounds ridiculous, it might be possible in this place. Now, you should understand teaming up with is your only way to survive and leave this place. Her smile was somewhat foreboding. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his rifle and nodded. All right, I'll help you, but only if I am confident. I won't throw my life away. She smiled broadly when she heard this and nodded. Don't worry, I won't ask you to commit suicide. I also wanted to leave this place more than you could ever. Jacob could only take her words for it. My name is Livia, and I'm from Blue Wolf Human Tribe of Ice Nation. Livia introduced herself. Jack, Jacob coldly uttered. Just Jack? Well, it is easy to remember, I guess. Let's go. I'll show you around the shit-yard. Livia giggled as she didn't mind Jacob still hiding his origin. She would do the same if she were in his shoe, or even worse. Jacob then followed Livia as she led him through different pathways. He had to admit this maze was big, and all the passages looked almost identical. Look carefully. The skulls on each pathway had different patterns, and as long as you can remember them, you can easily navigate this place. This is also how I discovered the reset time of this maze. I must say I almost go berserk when I do, though, Livia sighed as she told about her nasty experience in this place. Jacob also frowned. He might do the same if it was him. It could be said that Jacob was quite lucky to encounter Livia, or hunger was something he dreaded most after death. He also noticed the walls' skulls were arranged in different patterns. It was hard to notice if someone really hadn't been paying attention to them. Soon, they reached their destination. 188, Chapter 188 You seemed. Lonely Livia stood in front of a skull-filled wall, but there was something different about this wall that was quite hard to notice. There was a black skull with folded black horns hidden within other skulls, and in this dim light, it was almost invisible if someone was looking for it. Livia then flashed a strange smile toward Jacob before she twisted the left horn of that black skull, and the next moment, the deep sound of a mechanism being stirred rang. Thereby, the entire wall suddenly trembled before a slit appeared. It was a door. Jacob was baffled by just how much lucky Livia would have been to find something like this. He started to look at the wolf woman in a new light. As the small skull door opened, a 10 cubic meter space appeared, lit with the same fire torches. Come in, don't be shy. Livia chuckled as she entered. Jacob followed suit, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the interior. Unlike the rest of the maze, there weren't any skulls on the walls, but a 1.5-meter stone statue of a skeleton in priest robes holding a red follower in its bone hands, which looked completely wrong in many ways. On the room's left and right walls were strange ruins. Lastly, there was a 2-meter-wide clear water pond right in front of the skeleton statue, and some common tear fishes were swimming inside. Besides, there were some weapons lying on a corner which were clearly Livia's, and there was nothing else. Livia said smilingly, No bad, right? Besides that creepy flower skeleton, this place is quite good compared to the rest of the shit-yard. Now you believed me, no? Jacob had no choice but to believe Livia since she was the only place where anyone could survive in this maze if she were telling the truth. If it were Jacob, he would never bring some stranger into this place, much less someone he had just met not even an hour ago. What are those symbols? He couldn't help but ask since it was his first time seeing such language, and those symbols somewhat resembled the philosopher's language. Livia coolly answered, It's rune language. Just like the philosopher's language, many old runes and scriptures are translated from it. However, the rune language field is wider than the philosopher's language, since the former can be used in magic while the latter is used in alchemy. Rune language? Doesn't Decker mention it in his journal? Jacob's memory was quite sharp as he remembered this language also used in magic. So, you can read it? He looked at Livia. She was becoming more useful by the minute. Livia was quite talkative since it's been 2 years since she had talked with someone, and she needed Jacob to get out of there, so she answered his question to win his complete trust. You sure like to ask questions for someone who didn't even reveal his full name, but I'm not a petty person. On the left is written, death shall bring salvation, and on the right side is written, salvation shall bring death. It was clearly written by some sadistic. She sneered disdainfully. However, a peculiar glint flashed past Jacob's eyes before vanishing competently. Thank you for telling me, he nodded. No problem. Do you want to try some fish? Livia questioned. No, thank you. How about you share your plan on how to get out of here? I'm sure you didn't want to waste more time. Jacob probed coolly. Livia's eyes shimmered with coldness, and she nodded. Yes, I had been monitoring that fellow for over a year now, and as long as we attack in pair, we can easily get out of here. So, you should rest for the day, the maze will reset in a day, and that would be the time to start. Jacob didn't object and nodded. All right, but if I found that fellow's dangerous, I won't participate in that suicide charge. Livia's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as the smile on her face stiff. It won't be difficult. I've been headbutting with him for over a year, and I could always escape without getting injured, so that it won't be much difficult for you. Oh, do you have more explosive? Jacob thought for a moment before he nodded. I have around 100 grams of TNT left. I didn't know I was going to trap here. I just wanted to leave the dark woodlands but was thrown into this space instead. He sighed ruefully. Livia's eyes also flashed with resentment. I could relate. Don't worry. We might be able to leave after we escape this maze. So, she didn't know just what kind of place the Dark Ruins is? Jacob, though. H knew this woman was going to feel despair after leaving this place, or who knows if that place she wanted to go was even the real exit or was just another part of the maze. However, this wasn't something he had in his mind right now as he was struggling to decide something. Afterward, Livia started to ask all kinds of questions about the outside world, which Jacob had no idea how to answer since he only stayed on the Freedom Plains for a short while. So, he could only make an excuse that he was the low-ranking officer of the Golden Sword Army and had offended someone and been sent out here, but instead, he escaped. Although Livia might not believe it, she can't do anything. Jacob also didn't ask any more questions except the guardian of the way out, and the small space soon fell into silence. Time passed quickly. Jacob was resting with his eyes closed, but he was completely awake, and at this moment, he heard Livia's heartbeat moving and instantly opened his eyes. Livia was currently going through her weapons while her round bottom was completely displayed. As she sensed Jacob's gaze, she looked at him with a strange smile and slightly shook her ass. It's nice, right? She asked ambiguously. Jacob merely said, whiteout retracing his gaze, it is so? Livia's eyes widened slightly and she stood straight while looking at Jacob. She smiled seductively. If you show me your face, I might let you touch it. Jacob thought for a moment before he stood up and he pulled his hood off and then took off his mask, revealing his long silver hair and handsome face. He had a smile on his face. Livia's eyes widened and she exclaimed, You're an elf. She didn't notice Jacob's ears since they were covered under his hair, and she clearly had never seen a human, so an elf was the only thing that came to her mind after seeing his handsome appearance. Even demi-humans respect elves and only some of their tribes can rival them. Jacob smiled and nodded. You look shocked. But your hair is silver? She asked curiously since elves in the Freedom Plains have golden hair. I'm a silver elf, a hybrid of sorts. Jacob lied through his teeth without even flinching, and the warm smile on his face never vanished. Why do you suddenly show your face? Livia couldn't help but feel something was wrong, but she never put her finger on it. Because Jacob struck her as someone aloof and cold, but now he was acting friendly. If Jacob's weapon weren't lying on the floor, she would think he was going to ambush her. But no matter how she thought of it, Jacob didn't have a reason to kill her since he needed her help to find the Guardian and fight with him. Is he after my body? Or did he want to see just how badly I want to get out of here and see how I react? She could only think of this since she was quite confident in her looks and figure. Although she wasn't as beautiful as an elf, she was clearly more beautiful than the average women of the Freedom Plain, especially better than those ugly races such as goblins, orcs, trolls, and so on. Jacob took a step toward her with his warm smile and suddenly took off his jacket, showing his tight black gear vest and masculine muscles underneath. Livia couldn't help but look closely at Jacob's body. She was not admiring his body but looking for a hidden weapon, but there was nothing, and his sword, rifle, and a block of TNT were left lying in his sitting position. This made her even more assured that he was after her body or just testing her, but she still didn't let her guard down. Jacob stopped when he was only a foot away from Livia, and the smile on his face hadn't vanished at all. He said gently, After I thought it over, I found you quite sincere and lovely. That's why I show you my appearance. This will break any wall we have, and our corporation will be flawless, right? Besides, I couldn't help but notice that you seemed lonely. Livia's eyes trembled slightly as she looked deeply into Jacob's amber eyes. Jacob suddenly approached closer as they could almost feel each other's warm breath, and Livia somehow felt compelled and couldn't stop his advance despite wanting to. OST 9, Chapter 89, Chapter 89. Broken Shackle. Jacob suddenly approached closer. They could almost feel each other's warm breath, and Livia somehow felt compelled and couldn't stop his advance despite wanting to. She just felt like the despair she was hiding under her cheerful self was breaking out. She felt smooth, cold skin over her face, and their lips were about to meet when Jacob suddenly whispered something while his hand touched her alluring face. "You shouldn't have told me what was written on that wall." Jacob's voice was no longer warm like before, as it was extremely icy, and when Livia finally noticed, it was too late. Blood suddenly splashed over Jacob's expressionless face as he looked at Livia's widened eyes filled with disbelief and despair. The light in her eyes slowly faded away as she kept looking at those ruthless amber eyes, which hid some remorse, but it slowly faded away. Jacob was holding the hilt of his second sword, and the blade was piercing through Livia's head while her blood dripped from the sharp edge. Jacob didn't give her a chance to retaliate and killed her instantly. The blade from his hand vanished again, leaving behind an open slit in Livia's head as blood and brain matter started to flow from the opening. Jacob swiftly moved his hand and captured her falling dead body. He stored her star watch and sword in his infinity pendant and then threw her body into the clear pond under the skeleton statue's feet. The clear pond quickly started to turn crimson with Livia's blood. Jacob felt something inside him was finally gone, as that tingle of remorse was gone with it. I don't know if you were pure with your intentions or you also understood what the phases mean on that wall. Whatever the matter was, I didn't care since this was inevitable. A survivor like you would have done the same thing if you knew this was the only way out of here. Jacob coldly said while looking at the bloody pond. He then looked at the skeleton priest holding the flower. One of the 3 conditions to clear this trial is, salvage the priest with blood flower by staining his tears with blood. I never thought I would find the priest with blood flower so easily. I thought it was some kind of terrifying existence. But when tears fell into the mix, it didn't make sense anymore until I saw this statue with a pond and then those phases on the wall. Death shall bring salvation, and salvation shall bring death. But this phase is wrong. The proper phase shall bring death, and death shall bring salvation. The one who seeks salvation shall bring death, meaning a sacrifice. And that sacrifice will salvage the one who seeks salvation or the person who performs the sacrifice. If I hadn't known about the condition to clear the dark runes, then I would have never thought like this. This woman might feel the same, but she didn't know where to perform the sacrifice. She might have thought that the sacrifice should be made to the guardian. Or, I'm simply overthinking, and all of this was just my wild imagination, and this was not the right place after all. Jacob thought as he looked at the still, unmovable statue. Although he was 90% sure that he had done the right thing, he had no way of finding out if it was true. Even if he knew the conditions to clear the trial, they were still not completely clear. If this wasn't the priest with blood flower, then he still has to find a way out of this place, which also means fighting that guardian alone, which Livia was afraid of. Nevertheless, Jacob won't regret it since he had done what he thought was right, or he might have never gotten another chance again. At least, if it failed, he would know this was the priest with blood flower, and rule out a possible target and get rid of Livia, who might have turned into a foe at some point or not. Who knows, however, when the pond's bloody water started to tremble as bubbles began to rise like it was boiling, Jacob knew he wasn't wrong after all. Jacob quickly picked up his jacket and weapons lying around, including Livia's. At this moment, crimson smoke started to rise from the pond, and what Jacob saw next made him astonished the next moment. The pond of bloody water suddenly started to crawl toward the skeleton statue and slowly started to cover it in crimson liquid. The entire pond was dry cleaned as the priest's skeleton was now dyed red, and surprisingly, Livia's body had vanished from the pond. Not even a bone was left. Rumbling sounds suddenly started to ring all over the catacomb, and the ground began to quiver as if hell was about to break loose. Jacob was baffled by this, and his heart palpitated because if this place collapsed, he'd be buried with it. This doesn't make sense. Did the one who cleared a condition supposed to die? Jacob felt something was amiss. Jacob. At this moment, strange, eerie cries started reverberating in the vicinity, making anyone's blood run cold. Before Jacob could comprehend what was going on, the blood-soaked priest's skeleton started to shake violently, and the next moment, it suddenly collapsed into crimson sand. But Jacob's eyes widened because a small passage appeared right where the skeleton stood before, and it had the same size as the skeleton. Jacob didn't believe Livia hadn't tried to destroy this skeleton before to find the passage, so it clearly appeared after that condition was completed. Without hesitation, Jacob moved. He wanted to get out of this creepy place. But these steps suddenly came to a halt when he noticed something within the crimson sand left behind by the priest's skeleton. It was a crimson flower that the priest's skeleton was holding. It was completely intact. Jacob didn't know why, but he felt this might come in handy or might have some other use, so he quickly picked up the crimson flower, stowed it in the pendant, and entered the small passage. However, what Jacob didn't know was that his action just made the entire dark ruins shake violently. Somewhere in the dark ruins was a ruined black castle, and a tremor suddenly ran past it, almost making it crumble completely. Deep underground in this palace, under the pitch-black darkness, two ghostly blue flames were blazing within the earthquake. An eerie voice suddenly laughed loudly. Hi hee hee, someone just broke a shackle. Could it be the king finally can't control his hunger? Hi hee hee hee, time has come, huh? The eerie laughter boomed hysterically in this darkness while those two flames grew brighter and brighter. Someone else in the dark runes, an icy voice suddenly rang within the tremor. Who dared to break the 500 years treaty? The Freedom Plane is still not strong, so it had to be those damn corpse eaters. I have to report it and stop them before they bring our ruin. A blinding white light suddenly illuminated the dark sky of the dark ruins before it vanished altogether. At another place of the dark ruins, filled with a sea of skeletons and zombies, the center of this incredible force was a high platform. A dark-caped figure holding a pitch-black staff with crimson crystal on top was sitting on a bone throne over this platform. When the tremor started, a deep, eerie voice rang from the throne as if the metal were scratching together. Broken shackle? How bold. He suddenly hit his staff down in anger, and a powerful shockwave emerged, blasting a vast number of skeletons and zombies. He roared, since our prey wanted to play tricks, let them show the grit of hunters. Start the conquest. Menacing cries of bones and wails rang as the sea of dark beings started to move, while the powerful existences overseeing the dark ruins started to get restless. The man who caused it was completely oblivious to this fact. Jacob didn't know that such phenomena would appear after every trial condition was complete. He merely thought it was just happening in the catacombs. As he moved in the dark tunnel, Jacob's star watch suddenly vibrated, startling him. When he saw another message from an unknown source, he frowned and opened it. You have received the blessing of priest. What does that mean? Is it some kind of proof that I clear one of the three conditions? What will happen if someone else clears the other two? Who would be the winner and loser? That damn book left too many loopholes. All I can do is keep moving and hope such a situation won't arise. No one has any idea about what conditions are in place, so I shouldn't have any competitors unless I have terrible luck. Jacob thought gravely as he moved forward, and as he moved, he felt he was going upward after walking for half an hour. Jacob finally saw a ray of light coming from a tiny hole. 190, Chapter 190, Chapter 190. The three conditions. Jacob finally saw a ray of light coming from a tiny hole, and with shimmering eyes he quickly approached it. The earthquake was already gone, and the catacomb maze with it, probably. As he approached the tiny light hole, Jacob's senses were on an all-time high. He tried to look on the other side, and his eyes widened when he saw the other side of the hole. Although he could only see a small portion of the other side, Jacob was astonished because there was an old dusty stone bookshelf under a dim light. Other than that, he couldn't see clearly, but he didn't hear any movement. A bookshelf? What is this place? Jacob didn't make a move post-haste as he decided to observe for a while. The space on the other side was blocked by a wall, and if he broke it, this would cause a huge commotion, so he wanted to make sure no one was there to ambush him when he did break the wall. Jacob didn't see or hear anything even after a while, so he decided to move. His short sword appeared in his hand, and he impaled it into the hole. He wanted to make it bigger to see more clearly. The wall was made of soft stone, the blade easily pierced through it, and Jacob could finally see what was on the other side. It was a 5 cubic meter stone room. Besides the small stone bookshelf, there was a stone bed, a magic torch like the underground catacomb, and a stone door to the left, nothing else. Since no one was there, Jacob didn't wait any longer and punched with full force and blasted open a hole large enough for himself to leave the secret passage. However, Jacob wasn't in a hurry to check the stone door as he moved toward the bookshelf first. A thick layer of dust was collected over the bookshelf. There were 5 books placed in it. Jacob tried picking up a book, but the moment he did, it turned into dust. Just how long have these books been here to decay into dust? Jacob frowned as he tried to touch the other book, but it also crumbled under his touch. However, the third book didn't crumble, making Jacob's eyes shine with anticipation since this will make this book unique from the decaying ones. He picked up the old book, and after clearing up the dust, it had a gray tatter cover and was 2 centimeters thick, and the writing on it was still readable. But Jacob frowned when he saw the writing was the same kind of runes in the underground catacombs. It was rune language. I have to buy rune language after I leave this place. Jacob thought as he stowed away the book and decided to decipher it after leaving the dark runes. He then tried the last 2 books. The fourth one also turned to dust, but the last book survived, which made him happy since there could be some unimaginable knowledge stored in these books, especially the book with the rune language, which, according to Livia, was the language used in magic. When Jacob cleared the dust, he discovered the second intact book was actually a folded parchment made with some beast skin. When Jacob opened it, his eyes widened because there was a complex design with symbols drawn, ritual array formation. Although the symbols used in this design are from rune language, it looked too much like the ritual array formation within Immortality. Jacob made an educative guess with ecstasy and stowed away the parchment. He never thought he would discover something like and ritual array formation in this place, or it was a reward for clearing the first condition. Whatever the case was, Jacob was glad that he came here and more resolute than ever to clear the entire trial. After making sure there was nothing else hidden in that stone room, he finally moved toward the stone door, and after using some force, it finally moved while making eerie sounds. What appeared made Jacob baffled because the door opened behind a 2-meter-tall, half-broken statue on an altar. As Jacob vigilantly left the room, he discovered a broken hall with weeds and debris. He then has a clear look at the broken statue. From its design and skeleton feet, he instantly saw the resemblance between this statue and the priest skeleton statue underground. Is this a temple of priest skeleton? Jacob guessed as he frowned grimly. Because if he hadn't appeared underground, he would never have been able to find that this was the place he was looking for with just those debris and his half-broken statue. Nevertheless, he wasn't too worried since it's only been a day in dark ruins, and he had already cleared one of the 3 conditions, which hadn't been clear for almost 400 years. Afterward, Jacob closed the secret room since it was a perfect hidden place if he ever needed it, hid it with dust, and then blasted the remaining statue in front of it, blocking the room completely and making it look like it was like this from the start. Jacob then left the doorless temple while covering his tracks. When he appeared outside, he was baffled because in front of him were all sorts of ruined buildings. The sky was completely dark without any stars or moon, and the broken stone streets were lit with magic torches. So, dark ruins or a city? Jacob wondered as he looked behind the small temple, which was the only intact place within these buildings. Holding his swords, he took the street toward the south. The place was filled with darkness, and he couldn't see clearly far ahead, and the only light was the dim light of those torches. However, Jacob had only crossed 3 streets when he heard hundreds of footsteps approaching. Startled, he quickly hid in a broken stone house and tried to hide his presence as much as possible. Soon, those footsteps got closer, and they clearly didn't notice him as they continued to move toward wherever they were going. Jacob peeped through the broken wall, and his heart jumped when he saw hundreds of skeleton soldiers marching forward. I almost forget about the undead. Jacob grimaced as he waited for those skeletons to pass through. It didn't take long before leaving, and silence descended on the area again. However, Jacob didn't move carelessly anymore as he started to think about the last 2 conditions and where they might be. The first condition was, destroy the dignity of king. The second condition was, give the maiden hope. The third condition was, salvage the priest with blood flower by staining his tears with blood. Since the last hurdle is precise, I should look for the easiest one that made any sense. Destroy the dignity of king is the easiest to make sense of. A king's dignity is either his kingdom or position, so I should look for a castle or palace where a king live. As for the give the maiden hope, I have no idea what it means, just the third condition. Jacob sighed ruefully. Although he knew the conditions to clear the trial, these conditions were as good as riddles. He wondered just how difficult trials would be in the higher planes since the rare planes trial was this difficult. However, his thought process was broken when he heard footsteps again. Furthermore, this time, there were even more than before. Just how many dark beings are in this place? Jacob's heart churned as he silently spied on the approaching beings. This time, there were no skeletons but rotten-skinned zombies with ghastly features as green toxic saliva trickling from their lipless mouths. Their movements weren't sluggish as they walked even faster than the skeletons. The toxic zombies-type dark beings were dreaded even more than the skeletons-type dark being because of their venomous properties. All the high-level zombies were virtually cureless since the rare planes didn't have the resources to make the cure for their toxic. Furthermore, high-level zombies can turn anyone into low-level zombies, making them their thralls who follow them mindlessly. They were one of the biggest trump cards of dark beings. However, Jacob's eyes blazed with killing intent because there was one more fact about zombies: 80% of them possess magic cores. If he could ambush one zombie at a time, he might collect some well-needed magic cores. His entire purpose for leaving the Freedom Plains was to collect the magic core, which hadn't changed even with the location. Even if he could buy high-level magic cores, he still had to collect the low-level ones, and he didn't mind saving his ZC for something else if he could collect those cores on his own. Lastly, only the extraordinary skeletons have magic cores, and they were not easy to hunt for Jacob right now, but these zombies were different, and as long as he didn't alert the entire horde, he could hunt them easily. 91. Chapter 91, The Conquest of Doom. After deciding to hunt those zombies, Jacob didn't hesitate and looked for a target. When the entire horde passed Jacob's hiding spot and there were no more zombies behind, holding his swords, Jacob crept toward the zombie at the very end of the horde. Those zombies were clearly going somewhere without any alertness to their surroundings. Jacob's sword flashed right behind the zombie's rotten neck, making it mute, and before the zombie could even make some random sound and alert the zombie in front, who was only a few feet ahead, the pierced zombie's body vanished into Jacob's pendant. Jacob didn't linger and instantly hid in the closest building before those zombies could notice anything. He then took out the zombie, who was still alive but completely helpless as its mouth was completely blocked by Jacob's blade. It tried to struggle, but Jacob was too quick, and with his second blade he sliced its head in half. A zombie magic core was always in their head, enshrouded within the dead flame, and Jacob precisely cut while keeping this in mind not to damage the magic core if there was one. Although he didn't know if the magic core could handle his blade strike, he didn't take a chance, and that's why he captured the zombie alive to make sure it won't happen. The moment the zombie's head was split into two, the zombie was dead. Jacob didn't pay any attention to it. He looked at the cleaved skull and the black brain within. A blue dead flame was flickering in the center before it was depleted. Jacob frowned since there was nothing else besides the empty hole left by the dead flame, which meant this zombie was coreless. So, he took his swords and moved on to the next zombie at the end of the horde. With all those buildings making it an excellent spot for Jacob to hide and pulverize the zombies, he started to hunt them one by one. Those zombies have no strong will like an intelligent species, so they were all easily pulled by Jacob in the Infinity Pendant after he gave them a shock by piercing them with his sword. After hunting 4 zombies like this, he still didn't acquire any magic core. Now it was his 5th zombie, and just like before, he sliced apart its head in 2. This time, unlike before, the dead flame was slightly bright, and when it was exhausted, a shining emerald magic core. An earth core. Jacob's eyes gleamed for a moment before he simply stowed it away because he already had a 1-star earth element magic core. But still, this gave him hope since there were over 300 zombies outside, and they were moving west of the dark ruins without paying any attention to their surroundings. This gave Jacob more confidence as he started to capture 2 zombies from then onward. After pulverizing 7 more zombies, he finally acquired another red color magic core, a 1-star fire element core. Now he only needed the wind type magic core, which should be gray. So, he started to kill those clueless zombies even more passionately, and after killing for half a day his 68th zombie, which was burly from the other zombies and had a strange marking over his rotten skin, he finally acquired a wind core. But to his surprise, there were 2 bright white spots within this crystal-like core, and Jacob instantly knew it was a 2-star wind core, not a 1-star. The bright white spots in them could easily distinguish the magic core ranks. An initial 1-star magic core would not have any bright white spot, while a fully developed 1-star magic core that was on the verge of entering the 2-star rank would have a bright white spot. When a magic core reaches the 2-star initial rank, another bright white spot will be emerged within it, all the way up to 9 such white spots at the 9-star magic core. These bright white spots were called the stars, and that's why they were ranked in star ranks from 1 to 9. Jacob looked at the zombie again. It had a faint marking around its neck, and he mused, "Is this a high-level zombie? Its strength should be around tier 7 or tier 8. The classification of the dark beings is quite vague, and only those skeletons were fully recorded." The zombies were not described in depth. Jacob mused as he looked at the zombie deeply. He had to admit, besides those vague lines around its neck, it looked exactly the same as those other zombies he had killed. But he didn't go out hunting anymore since he was quite exhausted after ambushing so many zombies. Since this place was filled with undead, he would get his chance again. Jacob's goal was to collect every element magic core up to 3 stars, since the 4-star magic cores fall into the categories of the extraordinary tiers. While at it, he would also look for clues about the 2nd and 3rd conditions. He was no longer in a hurry as this place was quite extensive, and he wasn't here for even 3 days, so he didn't rush things. After calling it a day, Jacob found a destroyed building with an attack basement and started eating the raw meat he had stored in his pendant. While Jacob was resting, the reaming zombie horde, after walking for 3 hours, reached a plaza where even more zombies, skeleton soldiers, and warriors were gathering. 10 dark beings stood in the center of this plaza over a broken high pillar. 5 of them were fully armed skeletons holding shields and swords or halberds. They were skeleton grand warriors, and all of them were extraordinary tiers. While the other 5 were pale-skinned zombies with white eyeballs, but their skin was not completely rotten as they had a black tattoo-like marking around their necks. These zombies were called sane zombies, and were also extraordinary tiers of dark beings and highly intelligent like the skeleton grand warriors. The sane zombies could control zombie hordes and also create more zombies from their special toxic if the cure wasn't taken within an hour. That's why the sane zombies were even more dreaded existence than the skeleton grand warriors since they turned their victims into zombie slaves, which was far worse than death. At this moment, all 10 extraordinary ranked dark beings open their mouths, creating eerier sounds, and the sea of dark begins in front of them, turned stoic. Those 10 then do something strange. They fall onto their knees, and all those low-level dark beings also follow in their tracks. At this moment, the sound of powerful steps and something sharp hitting the ground rang within the silent plaza. Soon, a cloaked figure holding a pitch-black staff with a crimson orb imbued on top of it walked on the top of the broken pillar. A spooky voice in a strange language rang from the cloaked figure holding the staff. "My children, I summon everything because it is time to start the conquest of doom. We have given those preys too much leverage, but they don't know good for bad and dare to break a shackle sneakily. So be it. Since they want to take advantage of our forbearance and want to get eaten, we'll gladly accept their wish. The king will arrive with his army in 3 days, and will break the reaming shackles before hunting every one last prey." Those dark beings started to make clamor as they became restless. However, at this moment, a deep voice filled with rage rang within the vicinity, speaking in the same language. "Lich Minister, do you really want to break the other shackles as well and call the wrath of high beings by breaking the Grace Treaty?" The Lich Minister laughed out loud in an eerily manner while smacking his staff on the pillar, creating shockwaves. He replied angrily with killing intent. Second Freedom Lord, it's you guys who broke the Grace Treaty, and now you're blaming us for it? Do you think we are fools to wait any longer before you claim the high position by destroying another shackle? The Second Freedom Lord's angry voice also boomed in rebuke. Lich Minister, you know there is no one from the Freedom Plains present since you barely let anyone out or stay in this place. You're literally garrisoning this place. Do you think just because you guys won the old high position you can bully us? I dare you to try to break another shackle, and I'll make damn sure this whole plane got annihilated. The voice was filled with boundless rage as it rang within the vicinity, and the aura behind it was even more ghastly, not inferior to Lich Minister. However, Lich Minister didn't back down and roared coldly. Then I want to see how you can annihilate the whole plane. My king will be here in 3 days. Let me see if you guys can still play dirty tricks. After getting rid of the remaining shackles, my king will make everyone our slaves, again. Ha 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 ha, 92, Chapter 92, Rare Freedom Plains Abandoned. Freedom Plains, the Light Nation, was the strongest among the 4 powers and also covered the most significant area of the Freedom Plains. The lands were filled with life and peace. However, today, the usual peaceful Light Nation was bristling with activities as platoons of soldiers gathered everywhere as if a war was coming. The Valley of Light was the most mysterious place in the entire Freedom Plains, and it was the heart of Light Nation because this place never fell into darkness. Even at night, some mysterious power kept it as bright as day. Inside a towering building right in the Valley of Light, in a spacious room, a golden-capped figure with a 19-meter height stood in front of large monitor screens. One after another, the screens started to light, showing projections of figures who all have something in common. Their expression was as gloomy as they could get. Expect the 3 screens in front, which had only blurred instead of a clear picture. The person in the golden cap bowed in front of 3 blurry screens and hoarsely said, "Mighty lords, please help us." The other visible figures also do the same as this golden cap, and they all bowed and called in pleading voices, "Might lords, please help us. First, tell us who broke the shackle of dark ruins." A melodious voice exempt from any emotion rang from a blurry blue projection. One by one, they started to answer and wholeheartedly declined anything to do with the dark ruins. The golden cap person was last to speak. No one from the Light Nation has gone into the dark woodlands. At least not one powerful enough who could find and break shackle alone. Especially when the Lich Minister has been guarding that place for hundreds of years, and anything remotely possible to have some connection with the shackle is heavenly guarded by the dark beings. If someone of that caliber entered that place who could discover the shackle and the method to break it, then the Second Freedom Lord will be the first one to take action. It is clear that those malicious corpses wanted to destroy our Freedom Plains and rule the Rare Plains alone. Everyone agreed with the golden cap person. This time a deep voice filled with authority sounded from the blurry red screen. The shackle was not broken from their side, and we have already confirmed it. The shackle was broken by someone with life signal, which automatically broke the treaty by the life faction side. Now the dead faction of Rare Plains can attack justifiably, and we can't interfere this time, or this will affect our side. All we can do is stop someone from here from interfering in Rare Plains. You guys are on your own. The voice was cold and cruel at the end, making everyone listening pale. But we're not a match for the Lich King. The golden cap figure hoarsely stated with a pleading tone, "Please, you can't abandon us. You guys only have yourself to blame. Always suppressing talents with your selfish rules and killing them if they show ambitions. Since your 4 Freedom Lords didn't like to be under anyone's control and instead like to keep others under their control, you can only blame yourself for this blunder. Don't expect us to give you any more help this time. I had enough of your incompetence. If you guys don't solve this problem, the Nightmare Knight Legions will no longer have any ties with Rare Plains. From now till the day you resolve this problem, all contact with the Rare Plains Nightmare Knight Legion will be completely cut off." A booming voice rang, filled with rage in the gray screen, making others ashen. But before anyone could react, the person on the other side cut off the connection, and the screen got blank. Despair filled the heart of everyone on the clear screens, and the person in the golden cap fell on the floor as his ragged breathing could be heard. The deep voice also rang again. "You guys had this coming for a long time. As Chairman stated, your 4 Freedom Lords didn't hand the complete shares to us, and this plummeted the Rare Plains technology progress. And as a result of your selfishness, now someone has already done the damage. If you had taken our full support, it would have never happened. The Alchemy Guild will also cease all contacts until this problem is resolved with all the branches of Rare Plains." With this, his screen also turned black. Another one of the 3 hegemony abandoned them. No one speaks. They didn't have the power to, since it was too shocking for them. They were all aloof leaders of the Freedom Plains, but now they were feeling helplessness that they had never felt before. Likewise, they were all arrogant in the past and didn't bow their heads to 3 hegemonies and believed that they would not be conquered by another, but now they finally understand just how laughable their decision had been. The women's emotionless voice rang again. "I won't blame you as 2 chairmen did, but I'll put the bank's interest first so the Zodiac Taurus Bank will do the same. But I'll also leave you guys with some advice, since one of the shackles has already been broken by the Life faction. Try to find and break the other as well. The rare planes will only have either 3 or 5 shackles. If it's 3, then you just need to break 1 more, and you can rebuy 1,000 years of peace with your authority as a winner. If it's 5, then snatch the reaming 2 from the dead faction's hands. It is the only way. Fight them in dark ruins. It is far better than fighting them in the open when they gain access to all the rare planes. Since the shackle was broken so soon by an unknown factor, this also means the trial this time is easy. So, you only have 10 to 20 years. With that, the women's screen also vanished. An eerie silence descended on the place. At this moment, a fox-head orc suddenly said, "The Killer Skull Society is agreed to help the rare planes." Everyone's eyes turned toward the person as they all looked at him with disbelief. The Golden Cape person suddenly trembled as he looked toward the screen and hoarsely asked, "You join them?" The fox-face orc sighed and shook his head. "No, but I contacted Important Grace 34 prior to this conference since I was prepared if something like this might happen. If you want, I can take him into the conference channel." "How bold of you, Vice Minister of Ice Nation, to dare to contact the enemy of entire freedom planes just on a hunch," a furious elf yelled. "Humph, we all know who is the enemy of the entire freedom planes right now. Although those guys oppose us all the time, if the Dark Beings manage to succeed, and there is an 80% chance that they will, I would prefer to work with those degenerates than turn into a fucking sheep," the fox-face orc retorted coldly. Silence descended into the room since everyone knew the consequences of letting Dark Beings run wild. They had not forgotten what it was like when the rare plane trial was completed for the first time. The time could only be described as filled with darkness by their predecessors. But alas, now an even worse time was approaching. No matter what, they never wanted to experience those things described in the secret history books. The person in the Golden Cape finally spoke. "All right, let him in." His voice was filled with helplessness, and others could only keep their mouths shut since they also wanted to survive. If they wanted to have any chance against fighting with the Dark Beings in the Dark Ruins, they needed first to clear their internal conflict and gather all the help they could. Thereupon, a screen lit up, and a person wearing a golden mask appeared, sitting on a chair while the background was completely dark. Only his black eyes shone with mockery behind his mask could be seen. It was Important Grace 34. Ah, so many big faces. I have to say, I'm truly awed. Important Grace 34's mocking voice sounded as he looked at those high and mighty figures who always wanted to capture him, but now they were forced to seek his help. He was thrilled, to say the least. "Don't make me regret it. Just state your conditions and don't go overboard, or I rather fight those dark beings." The person in the golden cap coldly stated as his entire bearing changed from a minute ago when he fell on his knee like a fragile old man. Important Grace 34 sneered, "Elder Light, I must say I always wanted to meet you, but you are not easy to get in touch with, and I know you would have never agreed to talk with a degenerate like me, but here we are." Which could only mean those high and mighty hegemonies have abandoned you. Ha ha ha. 19.3. Chapter 19.3. The Killer Skull Society demand. Just throw him out. We don't need someone like him. Nixon, who was also observing all this from a screen, coldly spoke at this moment. Every Easter City level head of 3 hegemonies was a part of this meeting today, including the permanent member like Nixon. This problem naturally involved the permanent members like them since they couldn't flee the Freedom Plains without crossing the Dark Wildlands and the Star Ocean. Now, even the 3 hegemonies had temporarily cut ties with them, which naturally included these permanent members. Furthermore, Nixon was still upset about Jacob's kidnapping. The biggest culprit was, naturally, Important Grace 34. Important Grace 34 coldly looked at Nixon on the screen and sneered coldly, "If it isn't the biggest fool of our Freedom Plains, how could Important Grace 34 not know about the disappearance of Jacob?" But even after they were slender and got hunted by the Nightmare Knight Legion of Easter City, he didn't bother to clear their misunderstanding, since the Killer Skull Society was still dealing with even more annoying fellows than the Freedom Plains. Whenever he thought about Jacob, he could not help but ground his teeth in hatred. However, now that he got the chance, he didn't mind releasing some frustration on Nixon. He knew better than anyone just where Faceless Ancient came from, and that guy was far more than what meets the eye. He had learned the hard way. Their current predicament was probably because of him as well, and he hated Jacob's guts, but he won't reveal it since he wanted the Freedom Plains to suffer at Jacob's hands as well. Furthermore, after their last blunder, the entire human race vanished from the uncommon region and somehow appeared in the epic region's most prominent power's territory, which was completely out of Important Grace 34's imagination. But he didn't dare to target them anymore since he had guessed that it was doing a Faceless Ancient and he had some powerful background, so he was still observing like a venomous snake. While in secret, he was still keeping an eye out for the prick because Jacob also had their data on the cannibal research they had been doing in the Common Plains for decades. He was sure of it since all the hideouts were burned to the ground, and he knew only Jacob could have done it. But the Faceless Ancient was simply too mysterious, and his actions were even stranger because, if he was really some big shot, why the hell was he still wandering in Freedom Plains, and why he even joined the Alliance, and how could he if he was from a higher plane? Or it was just a sham, and Faceless Ancient had nothing to do with the incident with Firefiend. Important Grace 34 just couldn't figure it out but won't give up until he did. Important Grace 34 only cares about that data right now since that data was far more precious than anyone could understand. Hearing Important Grace 34's belittling voice, Nixon emitted killing intent. He was furious about Jacob's disappearance, and they still hadn't even found a clue about the man. But Elder Light spoke first. There were more pressing matters than some grudge. If you dare to poke your finger at this conference member, I'll make sure every last member in the Skull observation list got executed, and Third Freedom Lord will be going to start hunting for you guys personally. Important Grace 34 eyes shimmered darkly. He knew it was the only chance he could earn some solid ground for Killer Skull Society. So, he had to control his temper. He coldly said, "All right, I won't beat around the bush. First, I would like to tell you that we have a base in the rare wilderness plains, very close to the Wild Nation and well hidden. Only after we noticed a large army marching toward the Dark Wildlands did I notice what was going on, and after digging around, here we are." The others were astonished by this revelation. "So, you're saying you have a safe way out of Dark Ruins?" Elder Light voice was filled with hidden shock. They knew just how deeply the Dark Beings were guarding the Dark Ruins and the other side entrance of it. They were waiting for the grace period to end so they could storm the Dark Ruins without any challenge at all. But they were also preparing for it. However, that darn shackle was broken by someone, and now they were caught off guard. Even after all these years, they only had a single base on the other side, and it was nowhere near the Wild Nation because they were afraid of getting discovered by Dark Beings. Yet, the Killer Skull Society also seemed to have members on the other side, which was quite shocking. They had always belittled the Killer Skull Society, but it seemed they were far more formidable. However, it was also their fault since they only paid attention to the three hegemonies and belittled the Killer Skull Society, who hid behind the blinding splendor of the three hegemonies. Important Grace 34 chuckled. "Of course, so this is my first piece of the negotiation. We will provide information about the armies of Dark Beings. Second, I'm willing to send skull number A501 to A1000 in the Dark Ruins with your army, and with all of them being at least basic mages and 1,000 skulls above A5000 ranks. Third, the Killer Skull Society will also share an ancient potion formula that can make anyone at Common Tier 12 break into Rare Tier 1 without any side effects." Another deadly silence descended in the hall as everyone looked at Important Grace 34 with slack jaws. A goblin woman coldly uttered at this moment, "Important Grace 34, do you think no one in this room knows potion alchemy? There is no such a potion without side effects, especially the one that can make a common being rare." Everyone agreed with this goblin woman. Important Grace 34 coolly replied, "I know it's hard to believe, but it is true. I'll send a sample to you, Senior Grandmaster Chaya. You can examine the effect yourself." Elder Light replied, "Very well. If you have such a potion and it has no side effect after Senior Grandmaster Chaya tests it, we won't mistreat you. But what do you want?" Important Grace 34 eyes turned sharp as he demanded, "Nothing much. Make me the 5th Freedom Lord of the Skull Kingdom, which will be the new 5th power of the Freedom Plains." Elder Light instantly rejected it sternly. "Impossible. Ask for something else." Important Grace 34 shook his head. "Nothing else interests me. You guys can discuss it with 4 Freedom Lords, and I want an official announcement and shares registered with the Star Network so you guys won't play any tricks later. I'll also reveal the formula of this potion after getting the promised rewards. I'll send the sample to Light Nation today. Lastly, I would like to warn you guys that make your decision quickly. The Lich King is bringing 50,000 Dark Beings into the Dark Ruins, and fighting is the only shot Freedom Plains have to remain free. Or I can always go to hiding, but can you? Ha ha ha, contact me with your answer. I'll give you a week before the offer is off the table." Important Grace 34 instantly cut off the connection. The room descended into gloomy silence as no one wanted to speak. They were completely caught off guard by Important Grace 34 this time, and this would never have happened if the three hegemonies hadn't abandoned them. At this moment, an aged voice rang into the room filled with helplessness. "Test the potion and try to reverse engineer the formula. Don't disappoint us. This is a matter of survival for every living being in the Freedom Plains. We'll give our verdict after getting the result. You have 6 days. Meanwhile, in the Dark Ruins. It's been the 3rd day since Jacob had cleared one of the 3 conditions of the Dark Ruins trial. At this moment, the Dark Beings were literally swarming the place like an ant colony as every alley was patrolled by at least 10 or even 50 Dark Beings together. The buildings were being searched by skeleton warriors and zombies with faint marks around their necks. It was quite clear they wanted to clear the entire place out of any living. Jacob, who had been hunting zombies for the last 2 days, also noticed this strange change, and they gave him a foreboding feeling. Furthermore, he noticed that around this ruined city's central area, high-level Dark Beings were teeming that place, and it was almost impossible to enter it. Moreover, there was some kind of barrier at the very edge of the city, which made it quite apparent that leaving this place was impossible unless someone had a passage like the Dark Beings. Not only that, but he was also closely observing the Dark Ruins for any clues about anything related to royalty or a king. He noticed that the closer he was to the central area, the larger and more intact buildings appeared. 194, Chapter 94, Dark Beings Everywhere. After investigating some broken houses and the debris left by whoever used to live there, he could only guess that this city should be some kingdom's capital, and if it was, there had to be a palace or castle. And after seeing all those dark beings teeming the central area, he was 80% sure that what he was looking for was in the central area. But the question was, how should he fool those corpses and sneak there? So, Jacob came up with a terrible but only idea that could get him into the central area. At this moment, he was looking at the rotten skin of a zombie. He just peeled off with a slightly hesitant look on his face. Fuck it all, Jacob cussed before his clothes vanished, revealing his ripped body, and he started to dress as a zombie. Although it was a novel experience, given a choice, Jacob didn't want to do it again. Just wearing rotten skin over his own made his skin crawl, especially when he wore the skin mask. To make it look even more realistic, he even had zombie lenses which were made with real eyes, and after making sure he smelled like a zombie, he wore the tattered rag of pants. Now he looked like a zombie with the marking around the neck, and as long as he won't open his mouth or bleed, no one would tell it was living under the zombie's skin. He'll be fine as long as Jacob's luck won't turn for worse and some dark being has X-ray eyes. After making sure there was no flaw, he didn't go toward the central area but started looking for a zombie horde to see if those zombies could tell if he was a fake zombie or not. As usual, he didn't have to move for long before he found 21 zombies moving in a daze. There wasn't any zombie with marking within them. He slowly started to move toward them as he pretended to be in a trance. 3 zombies suddenly jolted as they turned their heads toward Jacob, but after giving him a momentary glance, they didn't pay any attention and continued walking. Jacob's eyes behind the white lenses shimmered in relief. Now, I should be fine. Done with his test, he ditched the group and headed toward the central area of the ruined city. It didn't take long before he was only a street away from the central area. There was a vast road ahead which was blocked by a huge number of skeletons and zombies as they just stood there in a trance. Furthermore, the building around this road was also filled with dark beings. That's why Jacob didn't dare to try to infiltrate the area without preparation. If an extraordinary being was overseeing this place as well, he might get discovered, and he won't be able to escape at that time. Controlling his heart rate and making it as slow as he could, Jacob slowly moved toward the crowd of dark beings standing there like statues. Instantly, all those dead white eyeballs and those empty eye sockets turned toward Jacob, who was walking toward them under the dim light. Jacob felt cold sweat as all those dark beings were staring at him, but he maintained his calm. Since they didn't attack him upright, then this meant his disguise was working. When Jacob was only a meter away from that crowd, his sense was at an all-time high. The moment he senses something, he'll withdraw at full speed. As he entered the crowds, he avoided touching those static dark beings and slowly crawled as he crossed one after another. In that silence only, Jacob's footsteps could be heard even though he was barefoot. Jacob felt like he was walking on a thin sheet of ice, and the moment he slipped, he'll be thrown into hell. The only relief was those dark beings didn't seem to have any hostility toward each other and were just standing there under someone's order. It might be because they were only ordered to attack anyone other than a dark being who tried to cross this passage, or they simply didn't think their own kind could betray them, or something entirely different. Whichever the reason was, as long as Jacob wasn't attacked, he was content. However, when Jacob walked for almost an hour and the dark beings were not ending at all, he started to wonder just how many of them they were in that place. They literally seemed endless, and they were on every corner. Furthermore, Jacob was currently walking between skeleton warriors and zombies with markings, which made his scalp tingle with trepidation. Just what is going on? How come they're swarming this place, and why are there so many of them here? The more he thought about it, the more vigilant Jacob felt. The number of dark beings was growing these past days, and he didn't know why, but he had this grim feeling that it might have something to do with the condition he cleared. Furthermore, there wasn't any sign of life in this place, making Jacob even warier of dark beings' strange movement. At this moment, he suddenly spotted something which made his eyes dilate. He saw a broken high pillar a few hundred meters from his position. On that pillar was a bone throne, and someone was sitting on it with a pitch-black staff with a shimmering red crystal on top of it. Lastly, there were 10 figures standing behind the bone throne like statues. Even in this dark, that place was hard to miss, because behind that pillar was a broken wall that was lit with bright magic torches, and behind that wall was a silhouette of a castle. However, Jacob didn't dare to move forward because those 11 figures on the pillar gave him the most dangerous feeling he ever felt after returning to life, especially that person sitting on the bone throne. Even that iron giant, Elbio, pales in comparison. Furthermore, those skeletons in armor were not hard to guess who they were, and since they were standing behind this person, it was proof enough of that dark being's prowess and authority. Just what kind of messed up trial is this, where you could just swamp the place with numbers and stop anyone else from clearing the trial? Jacob felt indignant since he finally found what he was looking for, but he couldn't go there. He knew that as long as he entered that castle, he would be one step closer to clearing the other condition or finding some clues about it. But alas, there were over 5,000 dark beings, and those 11 terrifying dark beings garrison this place. The moment he alerts them, he will be as good as dead. However, he didn't understand one thing. What are they waiting for, and why are they just static like statues? No matter how he looked at it, the situation was too strange. As if something heard his questions, the figure sitting over the bone throne suddenly raised and smacked his staff over the pillar, creating a crimson shockwave. "Make way for the magnificent Dark King." Jacob was baffled since he didn't understand what he said, but that voice was extremely eerie. But he noticed something. The moment that voice trailed off, the dark beings came alive as they started stirring. Jacob's heart palpitated as those thousands of dark beings around him started to move. But he didn't lose his nerves and closely followed those zombies' movements, and he quickly got mixed within their crowd. Within moments, the entire blocked road was cleared all the way toward the pillar. Jacob's eyes contracted when he felt tremors under his feet, and he knew something big was coming this way as he quickly stopped breathing entirely. He knew he had chosen a terrible time to infiltrate the dark beings, and now he was riding a tiger's back. Thereby, galloping voices became apparent, and soon, a carriage made with bones and drawn by 4 zombie horses appeared in Jacob's view. Jacob didn't know who was inside that carriage, but the dark oppression aura emitting from that carriage was no joke. If not for his strong mind, he might even fell unconscious. 2 cloaked riders were closely following behind that carriage, and behind them were skeleton grand warriors and sane zombies, probably 500 each. Following behind them were a huge number of skeleton warriors and mark zombies. Jacob's blood ran cold as he watched that army marching behind that carriage and filling the vast empty road again. It was so crowded that he was an inch away from becoming a sandwich between 2 zombies. "I need to leave." Jacob felt it was simply suicide to infiltrate that place right now or ever. This force was probably enough to raise one of the 4 nations to the ground, and he wanted to pull a wool over them, simply laughable. However, leaving now was easier said than done because the entire dark ruins were teeming with dark beings, and there was no place to hide. 195, Chapter 195, Chapter 195. The Lich King's Order. Jacob watched as the bone carriage stopped in front of the pillar, and the riders behind disembarked the zombie horses. At this moment, the Lich Minister again spoke. "Your Majesty, your eternal servants, welcome your arrival." Jacob still didn't understand what the Lich Minister just said, but when he saw the Lich Minister and the other 10 extraordinary beings prostrating themselves before the carriage, all the dark beings suddenly fell on their knees after the Lich Minister, and Jacob naturally followed suit. He knew things had turned bad from worse. An extremely high-level dark being had joined the fray. Just who could force all the dark beings to kneel, even that guy with the staff who was aloofly sitting on that throne a minute ago? Don't tell me some king or leader of the dark beings is in that carriage. Jacob glanced at the carriage while completely hidden in the dark beings' crowd. One of the riders moved and opened the door of the bone carriage. Thereby, a 3-meter-tall dark being stepped outside the bone carriage. He was clad in dark armor. Even the face was hidden behind a menacingly shaped dark helmet. The sheathed black sword on the waist of the armor gave off a feeling of despair. The Lich King suddenly lifted his armored foot, and under Jacob's horrid eyes, he vanished from his spot, and those 2 riders followed suit. Jacob didn't have to search for long when his eyes fell on top of the pillar, and they dilated when he saw the Lich King was now sitting on the bone throne, and those 2 riders were respectfully standing on each of his sides. They were simply too fast for even Jacob to follow. Too strong, Jacob thought grimly as he started to think of a way out of this place. The only safe place should be is the Skeleton Priest's temple right now, but I can't stay there forever. The moment my supplies run out, I'll die of hunger and thirst. I needed to find the exit, but that place might be even more guarded than this one, and with so many high-level dark beings present, it would be suicide to reveal myself. Besides, I don't even know where the exit is. I don't know why this is happening, but I'm still alive, and they can't see through my disguise, so it is a plus. I should wait and see before contemplating my next course of action. I don't believe the Freedom Plains won't have any knowledge about the Dark Ruins, and they will not notice such a huge movement of dark begins. Jacob thoroughly calmed down at this moment and focused on being a zombie. This might not be a bad thing since he could observe the enemy's movement while remaining hidden amidst them. This place was dangerous, but as well as safe. As long as he won't provoke or go near those extraordinary, he'll be one of these thousands of zombies. The only problem was he didn't understand what they were saying. At this moment, the Lich King's imposing voice rang, "Rise, my faithful minister." Only the Lich Minister rose while everyone remained in this position. Lich Minister respectfully stated as his voice was exempt from arrogance. "My king, your servant was incompetent. I let those praise fool me and stain your glory. Please punish me." The hierarchy of the dark beings was quite simple. They followed the strongest, and as long as someone more powerful appeared to claim that title, no one will stop them. Moreover, the stronger the dark being, the higher their status will be among the dark beings. The Lich King was the strongest dark being present in the Rare Plains and ruled the wild nation for thousands of years. Many dark beings had challenged his position, but they ended up being his subordinates, just like the Lich Minister before him. Rumor has it that it was a sacred rule among the dark beings that if you were defeated by the ruler, you'd be forever his servant. The Lich King emotionlessly said, "You'll be sent to the ice grinder for 100 years after this expedition." The Lich Minister trembled slightly as he respectfully accepted, "I will redeem myself." The Lich King emotionlessly said, "Tell me, do you found any lead on where the other shackle is and who broke the first shackle, or where?" Although it is not confirmed yet. But at that time, only the second Freedom Lord was instated in the Dark Ruins, and we were keeping a tight leash over every entry point we had discovered in these 400 years. So, it was most likely the second Freedom Lord, only he is cunning enough to pull someone like this off among the 4 Freedom Lords, or it was simply a fluke. But we are still skimming through the Dark Ruins for the site of the broken shackle. As for the reaming shackle, one is definitely inside the castle behind my king. It is the only place we managed to discover a secret underground secret room that is completely intact. And there is also a riddle in this secret room, the Lich Minister revealed. I know about it already. It is the same riddle that should not be spoken, or it will cause the Visitor's death, and White Minister is guarding that place. I want to know whether you guys decipher the riddle or not. The Lich King coolly questioned. The Lich Minister trembled before he replied, "It was White Minister's duty while I was in charge of finding the other places with shackles. As my king already knows, we have to be extremely careful not accidentally destroy the clues, so there is still no progress in finding the second site. But someone else still beat you to it, right?" The Lich King's voice was filled with darkness as he uttered, "It was indeed your servant who was at culpability." Lich Minister quickly kneeled down. "I don't care about finding clues anymore, just destroy the whole place. The other side had already broken one shackle, and if they again do it, we'll be angering the higher beings if those preys manage to win despite our strength. The other side will have the same thing in mind as well. Don't underestimate a cornered opponent. If they somehow manage to win the authority, they could easily increase the power restriction cap on their faction. And I don't need to tell you what will happen when such a scenario occurs, right?" the Lich King coldly stated. The Lich Minister horridly replied, "I'll immediately start the search." "Good, we don't just need to clear the entire Dark Ruins. We also need to stop the other side from completing it for 200 years. As long as the second shackle won't break within 200 years, the old shackle will reset, so the Dark Ruins with it. It would be easier to clear this place where those prey won't have any advantage." The Lich King coldly sneered. "My king is indeed wise." The Lich Minister quickly agreed with Lich King. "Alright, move everyone above the Tier 7 into the vicinity of the castle, and those with Tier 9 should guard the outer castle with their life. Lastly, half the extraordinaries will patrol the inner castle and area around the secret room. I'll be visiting the White Minister to see if he deciphered the riddle or not. No one should step inside the castle as long as they're alive. The Dark Knights will be garrisoning this entrance. The Freedom Plains won't sit still, and they will start a war of attraction to find the other shackle. This place will be their prime target. Kill them all, and if those fool lords appear, alert me. Meanwhile, keep searching for the other shackles. I won't accept any more blunders on your side. I'll be right here watching everything, and don't make me take action before it is time to break the reaming shackles." The Lich King gave his final verdict. The Lich Minister and the 2 Dark Knights standing on Lich King's side accepted, and the next moment the Lich King was gone from the Bone Throne just as he appeared. Jacob, who was hearing those two's faint mumbling, was perplexed, but he had no choice but to stay still like all those zombies. At this moment, the Lich Minister again looked toward the crowd and shrank loudly, and then all the dark beings stood up. Jacob, who was only 50 meters away from the newly arrived army of extraordinary dark beings, suddenly felt something amiss. At this moment, all those zombies with markings stood straight like Solitaire and every other dark being present in the area, as a matter of fact. Everyone was facing the castle, including Jacob. Suddenly, half of the extraordinary dark beings started to walk toward the castle, and behind them walked half of the marking zombie and skeleton warrior army. Jacob was among thousands of zombies who started moving toward the castle. 196, Chapter 196. The Secret Room. Jacob was astonished as he walked toward the castle. He didn't know why these many dark beings were told to move toward the castle. He felt this had something to do with the dark armored being who had vanished from the throne. Nevertheless, he could only march forward because those extraordinary dark beings on the pillar were looking at the marching dark being. Especially those 2 cloaked dark knights, Jacob didn't dare to show any flaw. But if he looked at the bright side, he didn't have to sneak inside the castle anymore, and he might not get another chance like this if he missed this one. Thousands of dark beings enter the ruined castle territory. The extraordinary dark beings led the mark zombies and skeleton warriors toward the castle gates, and they entered the ruined castle. Jacob noticed as they moved forward the number of dark beings behind them had become smaller because they were stopped at a certain point in a group of at least 100. So, they're garrisoning the castle just like the central area. Jacob frowned slightly as he continued to follow. At this moment, they were moving inside a spacious hallway when the dark beings in front of him suddenly stopped. Jacob instantly knew it was the point where this group would garrison. However, there were still over 300 dark beings left, excluding the extraordinary dark beings. So, he knew they were going to stop in a deeper area. Since he was already at this point, he didn't want to stop not in this place without any doors or anything at least. He was paying attention to the interior as they were moving, and he knew they were probably at the inner castle right now or close to it. If he wanted to have any chance to clear this place, he needed to investigate the deeper area where a royal family should live, or the king. So, gritting his teeth, Jacob moved as he crossed all those dark beings who were now standing still like statues. They didn't attack him and let him pass. He finally escaped the group and followed the group moving ahead, but he slowed down. Since no one was paying attention, it was an excellent opportunity to ditch them while he still had the chance. Jacob didn't know that the sane zombies and skeleton grand warriors could use a special signal to command them that only a rare-level dark being could hear. They were using those signals to stop a group of dark beings at specific points. But Jacob wasn't a dark being, so he couldn't feel those signals, nor did those extraordinary dark beings think that someone like Jacob was in their army. Jacob's heartbeat and breathing were so low that even those extraordinary dark beings couldn't sense him as long as he won't appear too close to them. As for those rare dark beings, their senses were not developed enough, and they only thought of Jacob as a zombie with different orders than them. That's how Jacob could still remain unnoticed. Jacob slowly walked until he was completely separate from both groups in the rear and front. His eyes flashed with elation, since he never thought he would get such an opportunity to enter this deep into the castle without much effort. Just half an hour ago, he was feeling despair, but now he was feeling that he still had the chance to clear this entire thing now that he was in the castle. At this moment, a closed door covered in a layer of dust appeared in his view at the end of the hallway. Jacob slowly approached the door and stopped in front of it. He then took a deep breath and grabbed the old door handle and tried to open it. To his relief, it was not locked. In the silent hallway, the creaking sound of an old door being opened rang, which made Jacob's heart tighten, but he continued to open it. When the door was open enough for him to enter, he quickly slipped inside and closed it. Sighed in relief, Jacob looked around and saw it was a spacious room with a broken study desk and some broken bookshelves, and many tattered books were lying on the floor. It was a huge mess, as if someone had thoroughly checked the place already. Jacob smiled bitterly. How could those dark beings leave this place unchecked? By the looks of it, those dark beings were sure that this castle was a place where a trial condition lay, and they might have already found it. Maybe those extraordinary dark beings and that dark armored being been heading toward that place. If that's the case, should I follow them? No, I can fool those rare ones, but those extraordinary dark beings will instantly see through my disguise. Jacob fell into deep thought as he looked around the room. I'm so close, yet still too far. Then there is this language problem. Jacob now was feeling even more vexed that his biggest shortcoming was not his strength but his lack of language. He never thought he would resent such a thing in his life. He tried to see if those books on the floor were in the common language of Freedom Plains. Furthermore, he picked up a blue cover book that looked intact and opened it, but alas, the pages were completely rotten, and the words on it were completely gone. But he didn't give up and picked up another book, since these tattered books still remained intact without turning into dust like the ones in the temple. This means that they were made with special materials as well. Although that material was not as good as the two writings he found in the temple, they were still good enough to keep those books intact. While Jacob was searching for clues, a few hundred meters below him was a spacious underground room that looked exactly like the one where Livia led him where the skeleton priest was. However, this place was 10 times larger than the one where the skeleton priest was, and in the center of this room was a large stone throne, and a stone statue sat on this throne. In front of this stone throne was another statue that was kneeling, but the head was missing, so it was hard to tell the appearance. Words in rune language were inscribed on the walls right behind the stone throne, while on the left, right, and ceiling were murals. Furthermore, the floor was filled with all kinds of books and scrolls. Right in front of this throne was an opening and a staircase which led upward. At this moment, heavy footsteps like metal clashing with stone rang in the silent room. A cloaked figure who was standing in front of a mural holding a book in his hand jolted out of his daze when he heard those footsteps. He moved his cloaked head toward the entrance as 2 ghastly blue flames lit under the cloak. The tall armored Lich King stepped inside the room at this moment. The cloaked figure trembled slightly before he vanished from his position and appeared kneeling in front of the Lich King. He respectfully greeted, "Your eternal servant White Minister is at His Majesty's service. Rise," the Lich King stated before he moved toward the stone throne while he observed the murals. The White Minister kept his head low as he followed behind the Lich King. He didn't dare to distract the King's thinking process. White Minister's bone fingers suddenly shimmered in blue light before the scatterbooks magically started to fly out of the Lich King's way and bundled into a corner. The Lich King didn't seem to bother as he continued to move, after giving a deep glance at the throne and the headless kneeling figure. He moved behind the throne and looked at the wall with the rune language. The Lich King was already quite familiar with Dark Ruin's conditions since this place was very important to his conquest to rule the entire Rare Plains. While the other time, he waged war on the magic beasts in the Rare Wilderness Plains and increased the Dark Being's prowess. There was only one phase written on that wall, and the Lich King could easily read it since Dark Beings were not unfamiliar with rune and philosophers' languages. They had their own means to acquire knowledge from higher planes like the living. The phrase read, "My salvation lies under King's dignity and Lord's blessing." However, he didn't speak this phrase out loud because whoever did in the past was turned into dust, and the Dark Beings had lost a valuable Dark Knight to learn this fact. The Lich King finally spoke while his face still facing the phase. Any progress on how to break the shackle here? The White Minister quickly replied respectfully, I have already been informed of our current situation by Lich Minister. I'm very close to deciphering this riddle. The answer lies in the murals. Please take a look at my research, Your Majesty. A black book suddenly flew toward the White Minister. 197, Chapter 197, Chapter 19 Latian Army. After skimming through every tatter book, Jacob found nothing he could understand because these books weren't even in rune language or philosopher's language. They were in some entirely different language. Helpless, he could only give up and decided to go with another simple approach, to enter deep within the castle where those dark beings were going, especially the extraordinary dark beings. However, he didn't dare to do it right now because that armor leader was still vivid in his mind, and those dark knights and Lich Minister outside. If he wanted to do this, he needed some distraction to keep at least those on the outside occupied and, most importantly, make sure the Lich King wasn't in the castle. So, for now, he was planning to remain hidden in this room and let those dark beings settle for now and then start his scouting. He still had enough food and water to sustain himself for half a year or even longer if he stayed static and only ate a small amount once a day. Meanwhile, he was going to prepare something just in case his life fell into jeopardy and also control the fluid acceleration to a higher level because he knew he would need it. Although this place was still in the open, the dark beings were guarding the area against every side, and unless they ordered, no one would come here. Even if they did, Jacob could handle it as long as they were alone. A month passed since the Lich King had garrisoned the central area of the Dark Ruins with over 60,000 dark begins. Furthermore, the dark beings were constantly skimming through the Dark Ruins while also madly destroying any intact building as if they were searching for something. At this moment, in the Dark Woodlands Area 1, which was the military base of Light Nation, influential figures gathered in a spacious hall, and everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. There were elves, giants, dwarfs, kobolds, demi-humans, orcs, and all the intelligent species upper echelons were gathered in this palace. If it were any time else, they would have never left the Freedom Plains' safety, but now it was too late since they could fight or wait to get annihilated once the dark beings got rid of the protection over Freedom Plains. This news had long been spread to the ignorant common public of the Freedom Plains. They all knew about the dark beings and the danger they posed to them. It caused a massive commotion as all those people living their lives peacefully came to the realization that there was a terrifying force of the undead who wanted to eradicate them. The matter about the Dark Ruins was also no longer kept a secret since it was meaningless. The Four Power once deliberately tried to keep this information under tight wraps since they thought that it wouldn't do any good to let those people know about the presence of dark beings, especially those civilians, despite the three hegemonies wanting the opposite. But the four Freedom Lords went against it, and now, those people were too comfortable with their lives, especially those in high positions. This revelation hit them the hardest, and now everything was a mess. However, the Four Powers were ready as they quickly controlled the situation and gave them hope by telling them that they had already broken a shackle, and that as long as they broke another one, they would be able to live even more magnificently. But the entire truth about shackles being more than three wasn't revealed. This naturally gave everyone a glimpse of hope and even motivated them that they had a chance against those undead creatures. So, now a widespread army recruitment called the Dark Annihilation Army was going on the Freedom Plains. This army was going to be fighting in the Dark Ruins and searching for the last shackle, and every race present on the Freedom Plains will have to send 50% of their entire forces, or they will be banished into the Dark Wildlands. Even those retired veterans weren't spared, and those aristocrats of prominent families who had never been on the battlefield and enjoyed the glory of their predecessors had to participate as well. This decree was absolute because it was signed by the 5 Freedom Lords. Yes, this was probably the most shocking thing after the revelation of the Dark Beings and Dark Ruins. It was disclosed that there were 4 Freedom Lords who were the true rulers of the 4 powers of Freedom Plains, and now there was a 5th Freedom Lord as well as the 5th power. The Skull Kingdom of Killer Skull Society and the 5th Lord was the Grace Freedom Lord. This action of the 4 powers was seen as just how desperate they were and how grave this situation was. If not for the revelation of the Dark Beings and Dark Ruins, most people would rather revolt than let the Killer Skull Society establish their own 5th power so easily. But no one seemed to care because they needed every last bit of help they could get. The Killer Skull Society did not come empty-handed. They had revealed a powerful potion that could be made a peak common tier expert, a rare tier without any side effects, and this fact was verified by 4 nations. This helped the Killer Skull Society earn praise from many. No one tried to oppose them for now, and so the 5th power came into prominence. But this event quickly died as today was when the Dark Annihilation Army would be moved out toward the Dark Ruins, while they would also start cleaning up all those hidden dark beings on this side of the Dark Woodlands. Lastly, this army's leader was the 2nd Freedom Lord, the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, and he was personally going to lead this massive army of 100,000 into the Dark Ruins to fight with dark beings. Silence, the army lord has arrived. A handsome golden elf wearing beautiful emerald armor announced. The entire place fell into silence as they looked toward the high stage with curiosity and even reverence. Until a month ago, some of them didn't even know what Freedom Lords were, but now that they knew, they were naturally curious about these mysterious lords of the Freedom Plains. Distant steps were heard before a tall man clad in exquisite white armor walked onto the platform. His face was covered under a white mask, but his blue eyes and long golden hairs were evidence of him being an elf. Many were shocked, but those old members of each race were calm since they already knew the 4 Freedom Lords were a golden elf, 2 iron giants, and a demi-human. However, their identities were always mysterious, and only their race was known. However, the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord wasn't alone, as closely following behind him were many figures of different races as they wore battle gears and had this wild aura and cold eyes of predators. Jacob would have recognized one giant figure amidst them if he were here. It was Elbio. Many people's faces fell when they saw all those wild figures following behind the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord. But they all kept their mouths shut as the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord stopped in the middle of this platform while all those people stood behind him while coldly glaring at the crowd below. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord spoke in his calm voice. Everyone, I'm pleased to see everyone standing united against this terrifying force who wanted to destroy our home. We are going to start a war which we had only a 20% chance of winning. I won't hide this from you. The dark beings are terrifying existences, especially the extraordinary ones, not to take above those dark beings with the status of ministers and knights. These dark beings couldn't be killed without destroying their dead flame cores. They can recover as long as they have other dark beings around them by absorbing their dead flames, or they can outright absorb the life force from life crystals that they create by refining the life force of a living being like us. There are even more astonishing and deadly facts about them, like a Mark zombie could cast 10 times more basic spells than a basic mage in our ranks. Although those zombies only know one magic spell, I don't need to tell anyone just what kind of damage a basic spell could cause, right? Then there is still their toxicity which they used in the sham of their spell, especially if those Mark zombies were controlled by a sane zombie who is as deadly as akin to 5 basic master mages and could turn any living into a zombie and continue to increase his numbers rapidly. Lastly, the Skeleton Grand Warrior is even scarier than an extraordinary giant when it comes to battle magic. They are the true vanguards of dark beings. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord coldly scanned the shocked faces of those below the platform and coldly uttered, "That's why we need veterans who are fighting them for a long time in dark woodlands, and some of them even managed to come back alive from dark ruins." 198, Chapter 98, Humans Vanished. Golden Sword's Freedom. Lord's words rang like morning bells in everyone's ears. They all knew that most of those standing behind the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord were misfits, fugitives, and deserted members of 4 powers who didn't want to be controlled and like independence. Some of them were here to have a chance at living because they offended someone who wanted to leave the dark woodlands. But when these fugitives found the true horror of dark woodlands, they would either be forced to go back or join another fugitive crew to survive. These crews then plundered the 4 powers' bases in dark woodland to make a living, and they were not easy to get rid of either. They all knew how to handle themselves in this place crawling with dark beings because without it, they won't be able to survive. Most of them were doing it because they were angry that they were caged in this place like wild animals, and the 4 powers won't let them return to Freedom Plains either, not as a free native at least. But this came as a shock to everyone that these famous misfit crew leaders had come here with Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, and from his words, they were going to join them. No one knows how Golden Sword's Freedom Lord did it, or he even found their secret hideouts. But no one knows that these crew leaders all once fell into dark ruins, and they were all saved by Golden Sword's Freedom Lord and sent back from the only passage out, which was guarded by the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord himself. They were all in his debt, and Golden Sword's Freedom Lord also knew what they were doing here, but he didn't stop them and even let them prosper. Because Golden Sword's Freedom Lord wanted them to grow into this environment, and when the Grace Treaty ends, they will be excellent generals and trump cards to play against dark beings when they officially fought against them for dark ruins. However, Jacob threw Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's plans into disarray 100 years prior, and now everything was a mess. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord secretly hated whoever broke the first shackle, not because he had done it early, but because the benefits would now be given to that person even if dark beings broke the rest of them. Although it won't be anywhere near as lavish as the winner's rewards, it would still be something that even a Freedom Lord like Golden Swords envied Jacob. Now that person was still hidden or had already been captured by the dark being while they were left to clean up this mess. Lastly, if the Grace Treaty had ended without any accident, both sides could only send 10,000 troops every 5 years to fight over dark ruins, and Lich King or Free Lords couldn't participate before a side broke the first shackle. Both sides could have easily made strongholds if everything had played according to the treaty. But now, the Lich King took full advantage of this situation and led 50,000 ready troops into the dark ruins before the Freedom Plains could even assemble their forces. That's why everyone hated whoever cleared the first shackle, since now they would suffer tremendous casualties just to develop a stronghold. And according to Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, the Dark Beings were very close to breaking a shackle themselves, so the pressure was tremendous. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord continued, "These veterans behind me will lead an army unit, and they will be no longer fugitives but level 2 citizens and army captains. If someone has a problem, they could speak now before we discuss our strategy." Although everyone's expression turned nasty, they knew who was in front of them, so they kept their mouths shut. "I would like to ask something." At this moment, a cold voice sounded, drawing everyone's attention. When they saw a group of masked people, their expressions turned ugly. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord looked at them and nodded. "Please speak freely, Skull of Skull Kingdom." If it were in the past, the Killer Skull Society wouldn't even dare to appear anywhere near this base, much less dare to raise their opinion on the matter of Freedom Plains. But now, they were equally qualified as the other 4 powers. The Masked Skull didn't mind being called a skull since he already was. He was the leader representing the Skull Kingdom's force, Skull number A501. Skull number A501 said, "My question is not about the people standing behind you, but about the Dark Ruins. Sir, Freedom Lord, is it true that Dark Beings already knew the position of a shackle?" Golden Sword's Freedom Lord coolly replied, "Yes. I would like to suggest infiltrating that place with our best stealth experts and snatching that shackle from Dark Beings," Skull number A501 boldly declared. "Heh, everyone, there is a god among us who know to clear the shackle, which even the Dark Beings hadn't been able to do for hundreds of years." A troll sneered disdainfully. Everyone sneered coldly because they had the same thoughts. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's eyes also flashed with a hint of derision as he asked. It seemed 5th Freedom Lord had another scheme. Skull number A501 remained completely calm despite those disdainful eyes and nodded. He revealed, "As long as we manage to enter the shackle's exact location, we have a way to make it completely inaccessible for any Dark Being for 10 years. Now Golden Sword's Freedom." Lord's eyes winded as he thought of something and looked at Skull number A501. "Don't tell me you guys have." Skull number A501 nodded, and his tone was filled with mockery. "Second Freedom Lord is indeed knowledgeable, but we want the rewards if we manage to win. Except for protective barriers, we won't give away anything. This is a fair exchange. Or pretend as if I said nothing, and we can always try finding the other shackles." Everyone in the room was looking at Skull number A501 with slack jaws because by Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's words, they could tell the Killer Skull Society had, indeed, something else up in their sleeves. First, the mysterious potion, and now this mysterious thing that can stop the dark, begins from entering the shackles area. Golden Sword's Freedom Lords deeply looked at Skull number A501 before he said, "I'll have to discuss it with other lords, and I'll contact the 5th Lord with my answer. Now we'll discuss the strategy if you guys have no more things to add. Please." Skull number A501 didn't speak anymore since he knew the message was delivered, and now they just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. Inside the secret headquarters of the Killer Skull Society in Rare Plains, Important Grace 34 was standing in front of a blurry dark hologram at this moment. A melodious voice rang. "I have never thought you'll earn such a place for us in Rare Plains, number A0, but it still won't make up for your blunder with our cannibal data." Important Grace 34 or Skull number A0 respectfully spoke. "I know it is not enough to redeem myself, but I'm doing everything I can to recover the lost data. But that hateful rat is just too hard to track down." "Humph." Since he can enter the Type 1 plane's life plane without getting blocked by the barrier, then this means he's a native of Rare Plains and under the strength restriction level of Type 1 plane. Don't forget this is not Type 0 plane where strength restriction is almost null for Type 1 plane natives, so stop making excuses like some hidden force behind him. The woman sounded completely displeased. Skull number A0 eyes were filled with helplessness. "I know that's why I didn't stop looking for him, but he had almost vanished after pulling a fast one on the Legion. Keep searching. Now that you have the official share of the life plane, no one will restrict our movement. As for Dark Ruins, the package will be delivered in 2 years, the woman coldly stated. Skull number 80 respectfully nodded. "I understand. Those fool lords will definitely fall for this and help us lead to the shackle guarded by the Lich King. Once we clear the trial, there will be no hegemonies or dark cities in the Rare Plains. Heh, those high and mighty idiots won't care about Type 1 plane." The woman sneered coldly. "Yes, my lady. Once I get rid of all obstacles, we no longer need the data. I can always grab those humans." Before Skull number 80 could finish his words, but the woman cut him short. "The humans vanished from the common plane a month ago." Skull number 80's eyes widened as he blurted, "How is that possible?" The woman gravely divulged, "We also wanted to know the exact thing. But we are still out of luck since the forest elves who were sheltering them have been gone with them, and their empty territory is currently being fought over." 199, Chapter 99, A Courtyard. 6 months passed since Jacob broke the first shackle, and he had started waiting for a distraction, but there was simply no movement in the vicinity of the castle. He was also running out of ration, and he could only go on like this for 2 more months. So, today, Jacob decided to move out and hunt for extraordinary dark beings. Because the time spent in his room wasn't gone in vain, as he had already made progress with fluid acceleration and had even more profound control over his heart rate and breathing. Jacob knew the clash with extraordinary dark beings was inevitable, even if someone distracted the Lich King and his ministers. So, he was preparing for his next move. Even if no distractions come, he knows he doesn't have the luxury of time to wait until it does. Since no one was coming, he had to move out himself. But he wasn't desperate enough to storm his way toward the inner castle. He was still going to use his zombie disguise, which was stowed in the Infinity Pendant, not to get spoiled. After Jacob became a zombie, he opened the door that hadn't been opened since he entered here. He had to admit the dark beings were really obedient like machines, as in these few months he hadn't even heard a movement from outside. They were still standing listlessly in their spots without caring about eating or drinking. Heck, they didn't even need to breathe. A dark being's lifespan was as long as their dead flame existed, and a dark being, like a Tier 1 skeleton soldier or toxic zombie, could stay alive for 100 years without absorbing any life force. Life force was fuel to their dark flame, and as long as they absorbed enough, they would evolve into higher tiers. But there was one restriction on rank evolution, the life force level. If a dark being wanted to evolve from a rare Tier 9 to an extraordinary Tier 1, they needed the life force of an extraordinary Tier 1 living being and not just a single but multiple. Or if they could just grow by absorbing low-level life forces, then there would be an incredible number of extraordinary dark beings, and Lich King would have long crossed the power cap of rare planes. That's why dark beings always wanted to devour every living. The stronger they are, the more they will grow. Still, the lifespan of an extraordinary dark being was 10 times greater than a living, and they could continue to live as long as they had life crystal filled with extraordinary tier life force. In contrast, a living being would eventually die. In a sense, they were immortal if they had an endless amount of life force, but it also made them depend on living beings since, without them, there would be no life force or life crystals. They will perish just like any other life out there. If Jacob didn't have cursed immortality, he might have wanted to join the undead once he found out about this fact. But now, he won't even if someone offers him to. Because the dark beings were completely restricted by those with higher evolution than them, and can't seem to go against them if they don't evolve. An extraordinary sane zombie could easily stop any zombie below him from absorbing higher level life force and prevent them from evolving any further or simply forbid them from absorbing any life force and letting them rot. They won't be able to go against that order. A lich, which is a higher evolution above the sane zombie, could do the same to sane zombie, and they were as intelligent as any living. At the same time, the white was a higher evolution of a skeleton grand warrior. This is also the highest evolution that any dark being could achieve while staying in the Type 1 plane. The only comfort was as long as they needed a massive amount of such live force to evolve into a lich or white, which could only be acquired from living beings as strong as them in rank. So, it wasn't easy for a lich or white appeared among the dark beings for centuries. The Dark Knights were all those who had started to evolve into either a lich or white, but were still a distance away from reaching it. Jacob had no idea what kind of creatures were guarding the secret room as he moved deeper into the castle. After moving for 200 meters in the left hallway, he saw a cross path that was blocked by a group of dark beings, which meant he was on the right path. Those dark beings only glance at him before they return to being dead. Jacob chose to go left again while crossing the dark beings. He was almost used to it now and didn't even flinch while moving within them. However, the passage he chose turned out to lead into a gloomy courtyard that was filled with debris and weeds. There weren't any traces of dark beings here, which means he should have gone to the right corridor. But he didn't choose to leave immediately and decided to investigate this place. Although he wasn't hopeful, but still, if he could avoid those dark beings, he would prefer to do it. A castle where a royal family lived should have many hidden passages for their escape. If he could find one that led to the innermost area, he wouldn't have to risk trying to assassinate the extraordinary dark beings. Only the ground floor was intact in this courtyard, and Jacob found nothing but dust and stones in this palace. He couldn't guess who this place belonged to, but it should be someone from the royal family. After searching for 15 minutes, he approached the last room. There was no door, and he didn't have much hope for this place either. However, when he entered the room, his eyes winded because he saw a broken status just like the one in the ruined temple, but it was half of its size, but it was definitely the status of the priest's skeleton. There was also a broken altar in front of this statue which should be there for offerings, which made this room a prayer room or a small worship temple for whoever used to live there. There were broken pieces of statue and debris in this room and nothing else. Jacob would have thought the same if he hadn't seen the secret room in the temple. With great anticipation, he approached the wall behind the statue and started to scrutinize it. After scratching around the wall for a while, Jacob finally found a faint outline. Jackpot! Jacob knew he had stumbled upon a huge opportunity. Jacob then took out his short sword and tried cutting a holder so he could pull the door. He knew there was no mechanism to open this door. It was only opened with a push from inside. It was probably made this way to fool others into thinking that there wasn't any trapdoor unless they had enough time to try destroying these thick walls. The temple's trapdoor was made the same way. Only if someone knew about that door would they think this way. Jacob then carved a small handle into the wall and pushed it. With a loud sound, the wall suddenly split and a thick brick door opened. Jacob frowned because of the sound, but he knew it was already too late. But the distance between the extraordinary beings and this place was quite large, so they might not have heard it at all. Nevertheless, Jacob only opened it enough for himself to slip in, but he didn't enter instantly. He wanted to make sure this place would remain hidden, so he quickly started to block the entire section of the hallway with debris so everyone would think there was no door in the hallways, and it ended right there. It would almost look like a wall crumbled in this place. But he wasn't satisfied with it since anyone would be able to know if they tried to see past the debris that there was a hidden door behind it. So he set up TNT with a tripwire, and the moment someone tried to clear the debris, it would go off, and the entire hallways with the room will crumble. This way, he would also know someone had discovered this place, or if he came back after discovering nothing, this would also be proof that no one had come here since he left. Then he hid the handle he carved by filling it again, then quickly entered the room and closed it just like it was before. 2 days after Jacob discovered the trapdoor, in the east wing of the ruined castle, there was another courtyard like the one he discovered, and there was a worship room with a broken statue of a priest's skeleton. The wall behind the statue suddenly trembled before it opened, revealing black-clad figures. 200, Chapter 200. Phantom spider behind the hidden door, Jacob discovered another room that was actually the same as the one in the temple. However, there wasn't anything inside besides a stone bed. This made Jacob somewhat disappointed. But still, he was more interested in the walls of this room because if it was the same as the temple, then one of the walls should be a hoax. If not, he would be very disappointed, and all his preparation to hide this place would go in vain. Jacob slashed the left wall without wasting time since the temple's secret room's left wall was hollow. However, even after destroying a huge chunk of it, there was nothing but solid stones, which made Jacob frown. So, he tried the other walls. But after half an hour, the empty, clean room was now filled with stone rubble, and he discovered nothing. Those walls were all like normal walls, and his expression was dark. Yet he still didn't give up, and his eyes landed on the stone bed. Jacob grabbed the stone bed and tried to remove it from its position when his lips curled up because the bed was completely stuck in its place. The bed in the temple was completely mobile, yet this one is fixed, he thought as his eyes turned sharp. He made a fist, punched in the center of the bed like a hammer, and completely destroyed it like it was made of soft clay. Jacob's eyes narrowed at this moment because the stone bed was actually hollow from the inside, and the moment it broke, a gray metallic cylinder appeared. This cylinder was a foot long and 6 inches wide. Jacob picked it up and instantly felt something moving within the cylinder, a cover to seal something. Intrigued, he shakes it, and just as he thinks there is something inside it, there is no sign of sealing on the cylinder or lid. It was smooth like an ingot. Furthermore, when all the things here were decaying, this cylinder was completely fine without any tract of decomposition. Jacob hesitated for a moment before he decided to cut it open. However, he was astonished when his basic rare-grade Titan iron sword didn't even leave a scratch on the cylinder. This blade could cut into stones like butter, but this cylinder wasn't even scratched. So, he used his strength this time as he slashed on top of the cylinder with the full power he could muster without fluid acceleration, which was 800 tons. However, when both metals collided, they only made some sparks before his blade bounced back, which shocked him. The cylinder was still fine without any scratch whatsoever, while the Titan sword was now slightly chipped. Just what kind of metal is used to make this thing, and what is stored inside? I probably need a laser or ever stronger metal than Titan iron to cut it open, Jacob mused with a grim expression. Nevertheless, since it was hidden inside this bed and this cylinder was even tougher than Titan iron, this meant whatever was inside was a treasure. So, he stowed it away and decided to deal with it after leaving this place. Then his focus turned to the floor beneath the bed. There was a black lever, and Jacob twisted it without hesitation. It was clearly stuck, which meant it hadn't been used for a long time, but Jacob managed to twist it without breaking it. Click, a sound of something behind opening rang in the room, and the next moment, the entire room suddenly trembled before. With a snap, a trap door broke free from the floor right where the lever was. Jacob then pulled open the trap door, which was actually made of thick metal like a treasury door, and under it was an iron ladder that was quite rusty. He couldn't see the bottom at all, as there was no light whatsoever, not even those magic torches. So, Jacob took out a flashlight and flashed it into the dark passage. There were walls around, and it was made like an underground tunnel, and the bottom was still unclear. Still, there was nothing out of the ordinary, so Jacob decided to take the rusty ladder and slowly started to descend. The tunnel was over 100 meters deep, and Jacob finally saw the solid ground. The ladder and tunnel ended 10 meters above the ground, and Jacob had to jump down. When he landed at the end of the tunnel, he flashed the flashlight and saw he was in an underground dusty cobweb corridor. This should be some kind of escape route or hidden passage that led toward some hidden chamber, Jacob presumed. A few meters behind him was a wall, and the only open way was ahead of him. So he walked toward it while he was vigilant of his surroundings. Although this corridor looked normal, there might be traps hidden for intruders if they hadn't gone rotten with time, so he had to be careful. After walking for a few tens of meters, a cross path appeared, which made him frown. Don't tell me it is another fucking maze. Vexed, he chose to go right. However, he only moved a few meters into the pathway when he heard movement in front of him, which startled him. A shotgun appeared in his hand and flashed his flashlight ahead, but then the movement suddenly stopped. But there was no one ahead either. It was completely empty passage. Yet, Jacob knew he had heard some movement, so he turned around and went toward the left passage to see if he could draw this person out. Jacob pretended that he didn't notice anything and just changed his mind. He suddenly thought of Livia, who had been transported into the catacomb maze, so this might turn out to be the case. But if the person turned out to be like Livia was a whole other case. In the deep darkness of the right corridor, on the ceiling, which looked completely fine, crimson eyes suddenly appeared on it, and those eyes that could see as clear as day were coldly looking at Jacob's retreating figure. Even in the light, those eyes remain invisible, and Jacob doesn't notice anything despite looking right into it. At this moment, those eyes started to creep toward Jacob. Jacob again heard vague movement, which made it quite clear that something was really there and now following him. But the movement was so vague that he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Furthermore, the other party had no heartbeat whatsoever, and he could only hear it moving, which meant it was most likely a dark being. But he knew the party was still oblivious to the fact that he had already discovered its tracks, and now Jacob was at an advantage. Jacob suddenly entered 1x acceleration as his hearing increased, and he was finally able to pinpoint the exact location of his stalker. On the ceiling and multiple legs, something came into Jacob's mind. The next moment thereafter, CT-408 sniper rifle appeared in his hand, and in that instant, he took an accurate shot where that thing was crawling. Shh! A strange, eerily cry suddenly rang in the silent vicinity as 8 crimson eyes filled with bloodlust surfaced on the ceiling. Also, a 2-meter-wide black body with 12 long legs and red strips also came to light. Jacob's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw this creature. Only a rare Tier 9 phantom spider. And here, I thought it was some undead. The phantom spiders were predators who were stealthy with their camouflage ability in darkness, as well as their deadly poison and web. These creatures were relatively rare in the rare plains because they lived in cold areas where the sun couldn't reach. Jacob never expected to encounter one in this place. But he wasn't worried anymore since it was just a magic beast. There was a hole in that phantom spider's cephalothorax as the green matter was coming out, which was clearly the bullet hole. The phantom spider's eyes were filled with viciousness as it lunged toward Jacob with its menacing mouth opened and suddenly sprayed a gray liquid. Jacob was completely relaxed as he dodged instantly, stowed away his sniper rifle, and took out Livia's long sword. He didn't want to waste ammo on this thing when he could cut it down easily. The phantom spider was shocked when Jacob suddenly vanished from his spot, and it was busy twisting his massive body when it felt weight over its large stomach. But before it could react, a sharp blade flashed past its ugly head and cleaved it. Jacob then looked at the massive, listless body of the phantom spider and frowned. It's not eatable. No more importantly, how did it survive in this place? Don't tell me. Jacob's eyes winded as he felt his skin crawling when he looked deep into the corridor, and he was dumbfounded because multiple glowing crimson eyes were madly heading toward him.